On propaganda, they differed in their view of historical determinism, their attachment to the Slavophile or Westernizing tradition, and their attitude to Marxism. Most of the populist theoreticians were acquainted with Marxism and accepted some of its features, though none of them except Danielson styled himself a Marxist. The aspects of populism singled out by Lenin were those on which debate actually centered in the 1890s. He also characterized it from the point of view of class origin, as an ideology of small property owners who wished to free Russian life from feudal constraint, but were frightened by the advance of capitalism which threatened to destroy their economic position. In the same article, Lenin contrasted the populist tradition with that of the Enlightenment writers of the 60s, such as Stalin, who opposed all remnants of servitude and demanded political freedom, self-government, education, and the Europeanization of Russia. These writers represented the ideology of capitalist progress in a more or less pure form and did not realize the contradictions and antagonisms that the triumph of capitalism was bound to bring with it. Unlike the liberals of this stamp, the populists stood for a romantic utopia. They realized what catastrophic results capitalism would bring, but they hoped to avert them by impossible dreams of a return to pre-capitalist forms of production and the preservation of the Obchina as the germ of the socialist future. The populist merit, according to Lenin, was that they were the first to pose the question of the economic contradictions of capitalism in Russia, though they had no answer to offer except the reactionary idea of a golden age. From this point of view, Lenin compared them to Sismondi, who, like them, represented the ideological interests of small owners threatened by the advance of capitalism. Like them, too, Sismondi denounced the poverty, exploitation, and anarchy of capitalist production, but had nothing to set against it except a return to craftsmanship and petty trading. The view is held, for example by Richard Pipes, that populism in the sense, Book 2 The Golden Age 611, defined by Lenin in this article, never existed as a single intellectual or political movement. According to this view, populism properly denotes a tendency which arose in the early 1870s and was based on the Bakuninist idea that it was not for the intelligentsia to impose socialism or any other doctrine on the PLE, but to support wholeheartedly the latter's wishes and aspirations and work for the revolution on the lines the people desired. This, it is argued, was a clearly anti-intellectual trend, involving no theory of socialism or attitude to the development of Russian capitalism, and was in fact the negation of political activity. The Marxists, and particularly Struve, are responsible for coining the term populism to denote the opponents of capitalism and glorifiers of the peasant commune, but in this sense it was a political weapon and did not respond to a historical reality. Other scholars, such as F. Venturi, A. Wielicki, and Soviet historians, while not disputing that the populist ideology took many forms, use the term in the broad sense given to it by Marxist literature in the belief that it expresses the essence of the ideological controversy of the last quarter of the century in Russia, though in particular cases we may be in doubt as to whether this or that writer belongs to the populist camp. The question is not of the first importance as far as the history of Marxist doctrine is concerned, but it is necessary to take note of the development of populism for two reasons. In the first place, populism in the broad sense was the first intellectual movement in Russia to be infiltrated by Marxism. Secondly, Marxism in Russia largely took shape through the controversy with populism, and was for a long time dominated by the peasant question and polemics with agrarian socialism. This accounts for certain features of the version of Marxism that finally prevailed in Russia, namely Leninism, and also for the fact that this version has since been particularly influential in parts of the world where the peasant question still dominates other social problems. Populism in this broad sense developed around 1870 and was, in its different varieties, the chief form of social radicalism in the 70s and 80s. In the latter decade, however, orthodox Marxism made its appearance and created a new polemical situation. The populists of varying shades were all agreed in identifying themselves with the cause of the Russian people, and devoted all their efforts to its emancipation. They differed, however, as to whether this meant emancipation by the people's own efforts, or whether there would have to be a revolution prepared and led by a conspiratorial organization. They agreed in believing that capitalism in Russia could only be a source of social degradation, and in hoping that the country could manage without it, but they differed in their general views of historical progress and determinism. They were united in despising political reforms and attaching no importance to liberal and constitutional slogans. These views determined the basic attitude of the populists towards Marxist theories. 612 Main currents of Marxism. They were glad to invoke his authority, but did so in a highly selective manner. They naturally welcomed his emphasis on the destructive effects of capitalist accumulation, exploitation, poverty, and spiritual degradation, and the anti-human consequences of the division of labor in its advanced form. They also gave a favorable reception to those parts of his theory which served to denounce formal democracy, political liberties, and the whole liberal superstructure of capitalism and free competition. On the other hand, they rejected his view that capitalism was a tremendous historical advance and that the liberation of the working people must be preceded by the technological and social development that capitalism brought with it. In short, they rejected the Marxian Hegelian theory of progress by contradiction, together with any suggestion that all countries had to go through the same historical evolution and endure the rigor and injustice of capitalist accumulation before they could embark on a socialist revolution. There were, of course, disputes among them as to the true meaning and degree of applicability of Marx's theory of capitalism, especially in the HGHT of Russian conditions. The statements of Marx and Engels themselves on this point, taken together, were by no means unequivocal. The three writers who did most to influence radical thinking in Russia in the 1870s were P. L. Lavrov, N. K. Mikhailovsky, and P. N. Tikashev. Peter Lavrov, 1823 to 1900, aroused the intelligentsia to a sense of guilt vis-a-vis the people, and an urge to expiate their privileges. His historical letters, published in the late 60s, and the periodical V. Forward, which appeared in Zurich in 1873-6, he had fled from Russia in 1870, called on young members of the intelligentsia to work among the people and fan the flame of revolution. Under the combined influence of Lavrov and Bakunin there took place in 1872 the celebrated movement in which hundreds of young people went into the villages, with the object of educating the peasants for socialism or, in the case of the Bakuninists, bringing their revolutionary instincts to the fore. The result of the pilgrimage was highly disappointing. No new Pugachevs and Stenka raisins made their appearance, nor did the peasants reveal a latent enthusiasm for socialism. They were more likely to denounce the agitators to the police than to heed their appeals. This did much to weaken Bakunin's influence, but it did not undermine the activity of Lavrov's followers, though they were obliged to change tactics. Lavrov held that the intelligentsia could and must be the fount of revolutionary consciousness, but he did not believe that the Russian peasant was revolutionary and socialist by nature. His belief in the mission of the intelligentsia was of a moral and not a determinist character. He did not contend that there was any historical law which made it certain that Russia would adopt socialism, but he believed this could be brought about by an enlightened elite identifying itself morally with the people's cause. He demanded from the young intel. Book 2 The Golden Age 613. Agency of self-sacrifice and a spirit of battle, their success would depend on the firmness of the people's will, not on ineluctable historical laws. Together with Mikhailovsky, Lavrov represented a viewpoint which was later called, in Rus. SIA, subjective sociology, viz. That social processes, unlike natural ones, are partly determined by subjective desires and ideals which animate people, because they are thought to be right, not necessarily because they are expected to triumph. Our view that something is morally right cannot depend on whether we think it inevitable, and, as history is influenced by the fact that many PLE regard their own position as morally right, there is no reason to think that any universal laws, indifferent to human desires and ideals, are bound to impel the historical process in any particular direction. Lavrov shared the faith in the village commune as a possible nucleus of socialism in Russia, but he did not glorify the country's technical and economic backwardness. He thought that this dissemination of socialist ideals among the toiling masses would lead to a revolution after which all problems of economic development could be solved. As to the struggle for a constitution and political freedom, it could only be a source of confusion and a waste of revolutionary energy. The basic elements of Lavrov's ideology: the denial of historical determinism and of the inevitability of capitalism in Russia, faith in the intelligentsia as the standard bearer of socialism, the creative role of ideals in history, the village commune as the nucleus of socialism, indifference to the political struggle for liberalization. These together form a stereotype which was to be the chief target of Marxist attack. Among pre-Marxist writers, Lavrov contributed especially to awakening the revolutionary and socialist consciousness of the Russian intelligentsia. His attacks on religion as the fruit of ignorance, on law as the instrument of coercion by the privileged classes, on property as the result of theft, his emphasis on moral qualities and moral motivation among revolutionaries, his call for revolutionary asceticism and enlightenment for the people, all this went to form the radical ethos which prevailed in Russia for a long time and to a considerable extent inspired the social democratic intelligentsia. N. K. Mikhailovsky, 1842-1904, occupied a much more important place than Lavrov in the Marxist anti-populist polemics. He was active as a writer for a longer period and was more influential, as he lived in Russia and wrote in the legal press, and, unlike Lavrov, he was not a revolutionary. Mikhailovsky sought to integrate the peasant question in Russia into a social philosophy based on personalist and moralistic principles. In his books and articles in Eteshestvennai Zapiski, Annals of the Fatherland, and, in the 1890s, in his own periodical Russkoye Bogatstvo, Russia's Wealth, he concentrated on analyzing the social effects of capitalist economy and showing, with the aid of subjective sociology, that it was not historically necessary for Russia to tread the Dolorous path of proletarianization and the class struggle. There were no 614 main currents of Marxism. Inexorable laws of history independent of human ideals. In reasoning about society, the question to ask was what is desirable, and not what is necessary. Social processes were the work of people and depended, in part at least, on what people believed to be good. Social thought should be framed in normative categories, for values that were generally accepted were, for that very reason, a real social force. In general, no idea of progress could be formed without evaluative premises. It was not a question of pursuing the unrealizable ideals of a sociology free from value judgments, but of examining critically the values underlying current theories of progress, viz. those of the positivists and Marxists. Mikhailovsky's criticism was thus leveled at both Spencer and the Marxists. Spencer believed that progress was based on the unlimited differentiation of all forms of life, so that the development of the division of labor in society was progress par excellence. But this, said Mikhailovsky, was the reverse of the truth. If we start from the point of view of the good of the individual and individuals are the only social reality, we see that the division of labor leads to spiritual degradation and destroys the possibility of the all-round development of the individual. This was also Marx's view. The object of life was not to develop one-sided aptitudes and increase production for its own sake, but to further the harmonious and many-sided development of personality. From this point of view, the capitalist economy which favored specialization for the sake of increased productivity was not an instance of progress but a cultural calamity. Capitalism signified pauperization of the spirit as well as the body. It broke the ties of soul, identity and atomized society, universalizing the spirit of competition and struggle. Russia, however, had preserved in the village commune a form of social and productive organization which could bar the way to capitalism. The Objkina was based on simple, not complex, cooperation and left the way open for all-round personal development. Its members held their property in common and lived in a state of solidarity, not competition. In its present form, it was not ideal, but the task was to remove the external obstacles that impeded its development and not to encourage disruptive factors in the name of abstract progress. The Marxists, with their faith in the inevitability of capitalism in Rus. SIA, were in effect proclaiming a gospel of inactivity and capitulation, accepting the prospect that the great majority of the workers would be condemned to proletarianization, exploitation, and spiritual death. In acclaiming capitalism as progressive, they were using a concept of progress in which the abstract idea of the common good was quite independent of the good of the individuals who made up society. But in reality all human values were personal values. There was no general good or perfect society that could be set up against the benefit of human individuals, for it is they and not society who feel and think, suffer and desire. The domination of impersonal values, even such as justice or science, over real individuals is contrary to anything that can properly be called progress. Book 2 * The Golden Age 615. Not without reason, the Marxists regarded Mikhailovsky as a romantic critic of capitalism. In his attacks on it we recognize themes from romantic literature. The utopian socialists, Rousseau, and the anarchists, Saint Simon and his followers, Stirner and Herzen. These attacks coincided on essential points with Marxist social philosophy, the pernicious consequences of the division of labor, the replacement of solidarity by competition, etc. But the difference was that according to Marx, humanity, to attain salvation, must first descend into the inferno of capitalism, the tyranny of money and machines over life. Human beings would end by destroying itself and enabling men to recapture their lost values. The question was, however, whether this applied to each country separately, or whether the fact that capitalism in some parts of the world had created the preconditions of socialism might not make it possible for others to avoid going through the full cycle. Marx himself had considered this point, and his well-known remarks on Russia afforded support in one important respect to the populists, who duly made use of them. In 1874 Engels in controversy with Tikashev, expressed himself strongly against the idea that the socialist revolution could take place in a country without a proletariat, like Russia. He agreed, however, that the village commune might provide a nucleus of socialism if it survived until there was a proletarian revolution in the West. In other words, there could only be a Russian road to socialism if socialism first triumphed in its natural habitat, the highly industrialized countries. This idea is repeated in the preface by Marx and Engels to the Russian edition of the Communist Manifesto, 1882. If a Russian revolution were to give the signal for the proletarian revolution in Western Europe, the village commune might be the nucleus of socialist changes. The populists were especially pleased with a letter which Marx wrote in 1877 to the editor of Eteshes Ben Zapisky. The letter was not sent, and was published in Russia only in 1886. In it Marx says clearly that the schema of capital apply to Western Europe and do not claim universal validity, though it must be observed here that there is no hint of this limitation in capital itself. Therefore, Marx goes on, there is no necessary reason why Russia should follow in the footsteps of the West, but she will be obliged to do so if she continues on the course of 1861, for she will then lose her chance of separate, non-capitalist development. Marx expresses the same idea even more emphatically in a letter of March 1881 to Verazay Sulich and in his preparatory notes for this letter. Neither Verazay Sulich nor Plekhanov thought fit to publish the letter, as they evidently feared it would give valuable ammunition to the populists. It came to light only after the revolution. Here, he repeats that the argument of capital does not in any way prejudge the case of the Obchina, but adds that, having examined the matter, he believes that the latter can be a source of social regeneration if it is not destroyed by external pressure. Russia, thanks to its backwardness, is privileged socially as 616 main currents of Marxism, well as technologically, just as it can adopt Western techniques in a ready-made, developed form without going through all the stages that have been necessary in the West, and was able to set up a banking and credit system that took centuries to establish in Western countries. So in the field of social evolution, Russia can avoid the horrors of capitalism and develop the village commune into a universal productive system. Marx does not, of course, predict that this will necessarily be so, but repeats that Russia still has open to it the possibility of non-capitalist development. Altogether it may be said that on this crucial issue in Russian polemics at the time, Marx was much less of a Marxist than his Russian disciples. The latter, however, showed in the 1890s that the issue had become pointless, as by then no power could arrest the development of capitalism and the decline of the Obchina. Engels at this time reverted to his previous opinion and, in letters of 1892 and 1893 to Danielson, acknowledged that the Obchina was a lost cause. However, in a letter of 1885 to Vera Zasulich he supported the populist conspirators in another way by stating that Russia was in an exceptional situation in which a handful of people could, if they chose, bring about a revolution. On this last point Engels was in agreement with Tikashev and his adherents. Peter Tikashev, 1844-85, took part in underground activities from his early youth and was imprisoned more than once. From 1873 he lived abroad and became the chief ideologist of those populists who founded their hopes on a revolution brought about by terrorist conspiracy. Tikashev came to the conclusion, later formulated by Marx, that if Russia embarked on a capitalist course, nothing could prevent its further development along this line, and the country would have to go through the same martyrdom as the West. But there was still time to avert this, for capitalism had not yet taken hold in Russia. The opportunity must therefore be seized to carry out a revolution at once and avoid the capitalist cycle of development. It was no good counting on the people's innate revolutionary instincts. The revolution could only be the work of a conscious, well-organized minority, an underground party with strict discipline and centralized command. The object of the revolution was the happiness of all, in particular the abolition of inequality and the destruction of elite cultures. Here, Tikashev repeats themes from the totalitarian utopias of the 18th century. The perfect society will suppress any possibility of exceptional individuals arising and will create equal conditions of life and education for all its members. A centralized authority of the enlightened avant-garde will plan every aspect of public life. Tikashev does not explain how the principle of equality can prevail in a society where the majority is subjected to the absolute, unfettered dictatorship of the revolutionaries, or how he reconciles hatred for elitism with the assumption of power by a revolutionary elite. His communism is of a homespun kind and displays no theoretical insight. But he is responsible, more. Book 2 *, The Golden Age 017, than anyone else in Russia, for the idea of a centralized and disciplined party as the main organ of revolution. Historians have often emphasized his role as a precursor of Lenin on this point. The clandestine populist association, founded in 1876 and known as Zemlya I Volya, Land and Liberty, owed its organizational ideas to Tikashev, although it did not take over his social ideology. Lenin, while showing the greatest contempt for the populists especially in their later stages, had a high respect for the organizational traditions of the underground populist movement. In the eyes of Marxist critics all the ideologists of populism were subjectivists, for they believed that the future of Russia could be decisively shaped by moral ideals spread by an enlightened elite, Kolakowski, socialist education of the people under the guidance of the intelligentsia, Lavrov, or the revolutionary will of an organized party, Tikashev. There remained, however, the question that Kolakowski put to the Marxists: if the scientific and completely unsubjective attitude consists in accepting what is said to be inevitable, i.e., whatever actually happens, how do the Marxists justify their own revolutionary activity? This question came to the fore later on, especially in the argument between the orthodox and the legal Marxists. The populists, as it were, repeated in Russian terms the dilemma which had challenged Marx as a young man, between historical fatalism and a moralist utopia. How can one justify, theoretically and consistently, the attitude of a revolutionary who desires to weigh up social phenomena in their practical, cause and effect relationships, not measuring them by arbitrary moral criteria, yet who does not wish to be a mere spectator or chronicler of events but believes that he can affect them by his own actions? It should be noted that the populist doctrine in general, and the glorification of the village commune in particular, were not confined to moralists in search of a social ideal. The defense of the commune and the idea of bypass in capitalism in Russia also had purely economic foundations, as expounded, for example, by the populists Vorontsov and Danielson. These men were not political revolutionaries but, on the contrary, endeavored to persuade the government that for the sake of economic and social progress it should cease to promote capitalist reforms and work for industrialization on different lines. They claimed to judge between the rural commune and capitalism from the standpoint of economic efficiency, while also pointing out the social consequences of each. V.P. Vorontsov, 1847-1918, in articles written in the 70s and published in book form in 1882, argued that capitalism in Russia was not only undesirable but impossible, at all events in a developed form. Russia could not follow the same path as the West, partly because its access to foreign markets was barred by stronger competitors, and also because it could not count on a 618 main currents of Marxism. Home market large enough to permit the expansion of capitalist production. The development of capitalism so far was due less to natural conditions than to government protectionism, a policy that was ruinous and incapable of attaining its own aims, though it might well succeed in proletarianizing the peasantry. The home market could not expand sufficiently because capitalism, by destroying village crafts, was depriving the peasants of income with which to buy industrial products. The post-emancipation years had shown that land was passing into peasant hands on a large scale instead of its ownership being concentrated. Vorontsov was not an opponent of industrialization or a war shipper of primitive technology, but he believed that if the government went on fostering capitalism, Russia would suffer from all the evils of the system without enjoying its benefits. The government should nationalize those branches of industry which required large-scale investment and should entrust small-scale industrial production to workers' cooperatives. At the same time, it should remove the fiscal burdens and encumbrances which were breaking up the village commune, and should allow agriculture to develop freely on traditional lines. Vorontsov thus advocated a kind of state socialism under the aegis of the Tsarist government. The Marxists of course mocked this proposal, but, as R. Pipes observes, it is not very different from the principles of Lenin's new economic policy. N. F. Danielson, the translator of Capital, 1872, and a Marxist by conviction, also held that capitalism in Russia was bound to meet insuperable obstacles. It was in no position to conquer foreign markets, and was destroying its own home market by proletarianizing the peasants and bringing about mass unemployment. Russia's social needs could be met only by a popular system in which the means of production belonged to the producers. Instead of being destroyed, the village commune should be made to adopt modern techniques, and thus become the foundation of a socialist society. The populist economists cared as little, or even less, about political freedoms and constitutions as most other members of the populist camp, but they set the whole of radical opinion against them by offering a program of reforms whereby Russia might find salvation under the Tsar's auspices. In so doing, however, they raised new problems with which Marxist literature had to come to grips. In the 90s, the question of markets was one of those most discussed in Marxist circles. In order to confute the populists, it was necessary to prove that Russian capitalism was in a position to create a market sufficient for its own development. This problem was studied by all the chief Marxist ERS, including Struve, Tikhon Baranovsky, Plekhanov, Lenin, and Bulgakov. Almost immediately on its inception in the mid-70s, Zemlya I Volya was faced with the decision whether to concentrate on the political struggle or on socialist propaganda. The former meant in practice fighting for constitutional Book 2 *, the Golden Age 619 liberties and for the liberalization of Russia on Western lines, but the populists' dilemma was that this seemed incompatible with their socialist ideals. If Rus. SIA were to adopt a liberal and parliamentary system, the prospect of socialism would recede to an indefinite future, for it was hard to foresee a time when socialism would triumph on the basis of popular representation. The adherents of the traditional populist ideology therefore preferred a policy of revolution, propaganda and education, while opposing both the idea of an alliance with the liberals, who were few and far between at this time, and an attempt to take over power by revolutionary force. Before long, in 1879, the organization split into two groups. The advocates of the political struggle formed the People's Ill Party, Narodnaya Volya, with a program of terrorist action, while its adversaries formed a group named Black Repartition, Currnts, to carry on propaganda for the sharing out of large estates among the peasantry. Unlike the abstract ideals of socialism, this was calculated to appeal to the rural population, and the members of this group were thus faithful to the populist tradition of concentrating on issues understood by the people. Narodnaya Volya, a small organization of fanatically brave and devoted terrorists, bequeathed the legend of A.I. Lyubov and Sofia Borovskaya, who organized the assassination of Alexander II. It did not produce any theoretical works of importance. Its chief propagandist was Lyov Tikhomarov, 1852-1923, who subsequently recanted his revolutionary views and became an arch-reactionary and monarchist. Lyubov and Borovskaya were hanged after the Tsar's murder on 1 March 1881. Lyubov declared in court that he was fighting for justice in Christ's name, and before his execution he kissed the cross, while the members of Narodnaya Volya held that the main revolutionary task was to fight against the state, whose destruction would remove every hindrance to social liberation. The non-political adherents of Black Repartition opposed the Blanquist idea of seizing power without the participation of the masses. The repressions which followed the Tsar's murder effectively destroyed the populist underground in both its forms. While the heroes of Narodnaya Volya became a revolutionary legend, the Black Repartition movement produced the first outstanding ideologist of Russian Marxism in the person of G.B. Plekhanov. 14. Plekhanov and the codification of Marxism. Plekhanov ranks with Kolakowski in the importance of his role in the history of Marxism and the dissemination of Marxist doctrine. He is generally, and rightly, called the father of Marxism in Russia. Many populists had read Marx and been influenced by him, but Plekhanov was the first Russian to adopt Marxism as an integral, self-sufficient worldview, embracing all philosophical questions and social theories and providing complete guidance for political activity. Without exception, all Russian Marxists of Lenin's generation were Plekhanov's pupils and acknowledged the fact. In addition, his writings were influential far beyond Russia. He was not an original theoretician, nor did he intend to be. He sought to remain faithful to the doctrine as he understood it, and to defend it against all comers. He was an accomplished writer with a wide knowledge of history, world literature, and social thought, though he was less well acquainted with pure philosophy. He was also an excellent popularizer and publicist. His mind was of a strongly dogmatic cast, and he was attracted to all-embracing schemata. He did more, perhaps, than anyone to reduce Marxism to a catechetical form. He wrote the first works which can be called manuals of Marxism and which were in fact used as such. His major role in Russian history is the more remarkable as he spent the whole of his Marxist life in emigration, keeping in touch with Russian affairs through periodicals and conversations with friends, and wrote of the mission of the Russian proletariat though he had no contact with actual workers. Nevertheless, he was the true instigator of the Marxist movement in Russia, and consequently also of Russian social democracy. 1. The origins of Marxist orthodoxy in Russia. Grigors Valentinovich Plekhanov, 1856-1918, the son of a landowner, was born at Gudalovka in the central Russian province of Tambov. He attended the cadet school at Voronezh and in 1873 was enrolled at the Constantine Military Academy in St. Petersburg. However, he abandoned the Mealy. 620. Book 2 * The Golden Age 621. Terry career after a few months and in 1874. Entered the Mining Institute. Los. In interest in his studies there, he was expelled after 2 years. During this period he imbibed the works of Chernyshevsky and other radical writers and met a number of revolutionaries, 2 of whom Pavel Axelrod and Lyov Deutsch were to be his closest collaborators and friends. At this time they were populists of the Bakunin persuasion. Plekhanov was a founder member of Zemlya Ivalia and in 1876 was co-organizer and chief speaker at a demonstration in St. Petersburg against political persecution in Russia. He fled to Berlin to escape arrest, and returned in the middle of 1877 to embark on the career of a professional revolutionary. He worked for a time at Saratov organizing revolutionary groups and anti-Tsarist propaganda and composing Bakuninist manifestos and appeals. At this time he shared the populist contempt for political action to secure liberal and constitutional reforms, but he also opposed individual acts of terror as being ineffective and out of tune with the cult of the people. He was in this sense a classic populist, and when the split came in 1879 he declared against the terrorists and became leader of the Black Repartition Group, which concentrated on propaganda among the PLE in the belief that only a mass movement of peasants and workers could bring freedom to Russia. However, this activity was carried on only by a handful of conspirators and was soon stopped by police repression. The group still had a semblance of existence at the beginning of 1880, but early in that year, its chief members Plekhanov, Deutsch, and Verazay Sulich were obliged to flee abroad. Plekhanov, who was not to see Russia again until 1917, settled in Geneva. During his first 2 years there he was converted to Marxism, which does not mean that he was ignorant of it previously. Like many other populists he was acquainted with Marxist doctrine and accepted many of its principles. From the articles he wrote as a populist we may infer that he subscribed to historical materialism and did not hold with subjective sociology, but considered that the general dependence of political and ideological systems on the economic base was compatible with the idea that Russia, owing to its special historical circumstances, might be able to avoid the Western path of development. In accordance with Bakunin's social philosophy, he argued in Marxist terms against the idea of a political struggle for the liberalization of Russia, as social development ultimately depended on the economic base. The aim should be a social and not a political revolution, not changes in the superstructure, but a transformation of the country's economic system. Plekhanov's conversion to Marxism was not a matter of coming to believe in the primacy of economic conditions as opposed to ideas, or in materialism as opposed to religion. He had lost his religious faith in early youth. It consisted in the adoption of 3 basic conclusions in regard to Russian conditions which were at variance with Pop. 622 main currents of Marxism. Ulist ideology. These were, first, that socialism must be preceded by a political revolution of a liberal democratic kind, second, that Russia must go through a capitalist phase before she could be ready for a socialist transformation, and third, that transformation must be carried through by the industrial proletariat and not by the people in general, still less the peasantry. In short, Plekhanov's acceptance of Marxism represented a change in his idea of political strategy rather than a radical alteration of Weltanschauung. Having embraced Marxism, Plekhanov remained faithful to it all his life. To some extent he altered his stand on particular questions offsetting the tactics of social democracy in Russia, though he scarcely seemed aware that he had done so, but he derived from Marxism the intellectual satisfaction of a system that leaves practically nothing to contingency, making it possible to believe in the iron regularity of history and in principle to foresee all future events. Having once attained confidence in the all-embracing system, Plekhanov remained of the same mind on all theoretical questions, repeating the same truths again and again and, at most, supplementing them with fresh examples or applying them to new problems. In Geneva, where he was beset with money troubles, he received help from Lavrov, and afterwards lived chiefly from his writings and occasional lectures. Plekhanov tried for a time to continue his populist activities. He published 2 numbers of a journal and made contact with what was left of the organization in Russia. His efforts came to nothing, however, both because the organization was so weak and because its members soon underwent a change of opinion in the direction of social democracy. Having decided that the fight for democratic freedoms was the most urgent need in Russia, that it was by no means a matter of indifference what political system the exploited classes lived under, and that a change from absolutism to bourgeois democracy did not simply mean, as the populists contended, exchanging one exploiter for another, Plekhanov had to grapple with the case of the relationship of the workers' movement to the bourgeoisie. In his populist days he had maintained that the fight for political liberties was the affair of the bourgeois, and that if the revolutionary movement took any effective part in it, it would merely be pulling the chestnuts out of the fire for its own exploiters. Having now decided that the fight for democracy was essential to the prospects of socialism, Plekhanov had to consider how it was possible to justify the alliance in this fight of 2 basically hostile classes, the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. This problem was the main object of his attention for the next few years. In 1883 a small band of emigre converts to Marxism formed the Labor Emancipation Group, the first Russian social democratic organization in the West European sense. It never became a political party, and in effect consisted. Book 2 * The Golden Age 623. Only of its founders, Plekhanov, Deutsch, Verazay Sulich, and Axelrod, who had joined them in exile, yet in the first 2 years of its existence it created the ideological foundations of Russian social democracy. This was due principally to 2 works by Plekhanov, Socialism and the Political Struggle, 1883, and R. Differences, 1885, which marked the beginning of the breach between populism and the socialist revolutionary movement in Russia. The populists were wrong, said Plekhanov, to blame the Marxists on the ground that, as they held socialism to be a product of the evolution of capitalism, they must in Russia be allies of the bourgeoisie. The laws of history could not be bent by adjurations or the purest of revolutionary motives. The first task was to find out in what direction Russia was being impelled by inexorable economic necessity. Now it was clear that the village commune was doomed to disappear and could not form the basis of a socialist organization. Socialism in Russia, as in the West, could only be brought about by the contradictions of the capitalist economy, which must soon overspread the country. Since the reforms of Alexander I, Russia had embarked on capitalism and a money economy, and this could not be altered by dreams of a leap from primitive, natural economy to communism. The capitalist differentiation of the peasantry had begun and was bound to continue, condemning millions to expropriation and proletarianization. Land would be concentrated in the hands of a dwindling number of owners who would improve cultivation with modern techniques, industry and transport. were inevitably transforming Russia into a capitalist country subject to the normal laws of accumulation. Society was bound to be divided between the bourgeoisie and a growing army of the proletariat, and Russia's future would be decided by the struggle between them. The development of Russian capitalism, however, was hampered by numerous survivals of feudalism and by the political autocracy. The bourgeoisie was interested in the Europeanization of Russia and the replacement of absolutism by liberal institutions. Russia's first need was not a socialist revolution but a bourgeois political one to sweep away the obstacles that the state superstruck to oppose to the free expansion of capitalism. Despite populist dreams, this revolution could not coincide with the socialist one, which presupposed an advanced state of industrial development and a well-organized, class-conscious proletariat. Russia must go through a capitalist era, which could not be avoided, and ought to be welcomed. A bourgeois revolution was in the highest interest of the Russian proletariat, which needed a period of political freedom to organize itself and develop its strength for the socialist revolution of the future. Hence the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, though basically antagonistic, had a common interest in seeking democratic changes in Russia. And this is especially important for Marxist strategy. Although the next revolution would be a bourgeois one, it did not follow that it must be carried out by the 624 main currents of Marxism, bourgeoisie, or even under its leadership. The weak and cowardly Russian bourgeoisie would not be equal to the task, and the bourgeois revolution could only take place under the leadership of the proletariat. This argument was attacked with a special vigor by the populists, who demanded to know why the proletariat should fight in order to give a clear field to its oppressors. But, said Plekhanov, this is a wrong way of putting the question. The proletariat has an interest in political freedoms and the abolition of the autocracy, as this is a precondition of its own victory. Moreover, and this is the second basic feature of social democratic strategy in the struggle against absolutism, the proletariat must not be a mere instrument in the hands of the bourgeoisie but an independent force, conscious of its own interests and how far they coincide with those of the capitalists, and also conscious that in proportion as capitalism succeeds in its objectives, the basic antagonism of the proletariat and the bourgeoisie will become more and more evident. Daily experience, however, does not enable the workers themselves to develop a socialist consciousness and become fully aware of their position as a class. It is the task of the enlightened intelligentsia to act as their spiritual and political guide and open their eyes to the coming struggle. The proletariat must learn the lesson of bourgeois revolutions in the West, where, for lack of class consciousness and organization, the workers shed blood in revolutionary upheavals which in the end profited only the bourgeoisie. The Russian proletariat can avoid this if it is imbued with socialist consciousness by an organized social democratic movement. It cannot be helped, however, that after a bourgeois revolution the working class will not be the masters but will be in opposition to the system they have fought to establish. Basically, Russia must follow the same development as the West, but there is reason to expect that on account of her very backwardness, capitalism will flourish and decay more rapidly than in Western Europe. By adopting advanced technology, learning from the experience of other countries, and possessing a ready-made theoretical basis, Russia may be able to shorten the cycle of development, but cannot bypass it altogether. Between the bourgeois and the socialist revolution there must be a period of capitalist exploitation. The social democratic movement should profit from the mistakes and defeats of the Western proletariat so as to avoid falling into the same errors and accelerate the course of events. In the light of these predictions and recommendations, the whole populist ideology is revealed as a reactionary utopia. The populists want Russia to enjoy the benefits of industrial development without its consequences in the form of rural proletarianization, the concentration of land ownership, and the decline of the village commune. They also want socialism without its social preconditions, i.e. the class struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie and the advanced technological, political, and social development that goes with capping. Book 2 *, The Golden Age 625. Capitalist society. These are self-contradictory demands and are contrary to the scientific, deterministic interpretation of social phenomena, which shows that the links between different aspects of social life and successive phases of development are matters of objective necessity, independent of human will. Even if we suppose that a handful of revolutionaries by some chance or other seized power by a coup d'état, they could not introduce a socialist system because Russian capitalism is insufficiently developed. The result, so Plekhanov writes, prophetically in our differences would be a political abortion after the man now of the ancient Chinese or Persian empires, a renewal of Tsarist despotism on a communist basis. In both the works mentioned above, Plekhanov showed himself to be an extreme westernizer, as he remained throughout his life. Thanks to them, Russian social democracy adopted an ideology of a basically European type, reflecting the conviction that the schema of Western development described by Marx were equally applicable to Russia. They laid the foundation of a strategy for Russian socialists which concentrated on political revolution of a liberal type. The program included two paradoxical elements, that the proletariat should be the driving force of a bourgeois revolution, and that it was for the non-proletarian intelligentsia to instill socialist consciousness into the working class. The first of these propositions was not in conflict with Marx's doctrine, but it left open the question that was to confront socialists: if there has to be an alliance with other classes in a bourgeois revolution, should the proletariat's ally be the bourgeoisie, as might seem natural, or rather the peasantry or part of it? 20 years later, this question helped to split the Russian social democrats into two camps. As to the second premise, it is debatable how far it is consistent with Marxist schemata, but this controversy too did not break out until later. Two dialectical and historical materialism twants to their faith in the immutable laws of social development. Plekhanov and his group were able to maintain their courage and hope during the long years when the revolutionary movement in Russia died out almost completely, and reaction appeared triumphant. The 80s were a time of discouragement and political retrogression. At this time, Plekhanov gained the reputation of being the chief spokesman of Russian Marxism. His writings filtered through in small quantities only, but they did reach the few people who, in the 90s, were to lay the foundations of the social democratic movement in Russia itself. In 1889, Plekhanov was expelled from Switzerland as the result of an accident. Tall explosion caused by a group of Russian terrorists with whom he had nothing to do. He moved to France, but was expelled again in 1894 for attacking the 620 main currents of Marxism. French government in a speech at the Congress of the International in Zurich. He then went to London, but was allowed shortly afterwards to return to Geneva. At the end of 1894, he published legally in Russia, under the pseudo N.Y.M. Beltov, a book originally entitled In Defense of Materialism, but renamed, in order to get past the censor, A Contribution to the Question of the Development of the Monistic View of History. This innocuous-sounding work established Plekhanov's position as the supreme authority in Russia on matters of Marxist doctrine, and was for years the main source from which the faithful imbibed their knowledge of its philosophical foundations. It contains almost everything that Plekhanov later repeated in his many works on philosophical and sociological questions, in addition to criticizing subjective sociology, chiefly in the writings of Kolakowski and Kurrnts and the populist utopia of Russia Separate wrote. The work is a systematic exposition of Marxism and its theoretical sources, considered from the point of view of their merit in preparing the way for the materialist interpretation of history and their idealistic errors and inconsistencies. In this field Plekhanov partly created, and partly followed Engels in popularizing a large number of stereotypes which became part of the current point of Marxism. According to Plekhanov, the basic categories and intellectual trends of Marxism were derived from the following sources, purged of their errors and contradictions. Firstly, 18th century materialism, especially the French materialism of Holbach and Helvetius. This had the merit that it explained spiritual phenomena by material ones. It discerned the source of all knowledge in sense perception, and understood that human ideas and feelings are created by social environment. It fell into a vicious circle, however, in attributing changes in the environment to the influence of ideas. Moreover, it did not attain to an evolutionary view of history. It erred by fatalism and had no knowledge of dialectical method. Secondly, classical German philosophy, especially Hegel. In this and other works by Plekhanov, the picture of Hegel is mainly taken from Engels. It is much oversimplified and seems to be based on fragmentary and cursory reading. The dialectic is presented as a method of inquiry which considers all phenomena from the point of view of their development and interdependence, and in every form of life seeks to find the germ of that form's destruction and transformation into its opposite. It seeks everywhere to discover forces and attributes beyond those which appear at first glance. Development according to the triadic schema is not, however, essential to Hegel's doctrine. The dialectic also discerns qualitative leaps in nature and society, arising from the accumulation of quantitative changes. In this way Plekhanov, like Engels, treats the dialectic as a method which can be abstracted from Hegelian philosophy, detached from Book 2 *, The Golden Age 627, idealist metaphysics, and applied to a materialist worldview. Hegel's other great merit is to have seen that human history is subject to laws independent of the will of the individual. However, in his eyes the necessity of history is of a spiritual nature and thus ultimately coincides with freedom. Marxism transforms this idealistic worldview by showing that the necessities of history are rooted in material conditions of life, and that freedom consists of understanding the laws of history and taking advantage of them in order to act effectively. Thirdly, utopian socialism. The utopians sought means of reforming society, but instead of studying inevitable consequences and laws of development they posed questions of a normative kind, asking what is good or desirable from the point of view of the requirements of human nature. By so doing they condemned themselves to sterility, for goodwill is powerless by itself to effect social changes. Fourthly, the French historians of the Restoration period, Guizot, Thierry, and Mignot had done much to interpret historical processes as struggles due to the differing material interests of social classes, and in this respect they paved the way for Marxism. But they remained bound to the idealist philosophy of history, ascribing social conflicts and forms of property, in the last resort, to unaltering human nature, whereas the latter postulate clearly cannot explain changing historical forms. The defects of all these theories were finally cured by Marxist philosophy, which Plekhanov compares in importance to the Copernican revolution or to Darwinism. Like Copernicus, Marx laid the foundations of social science by introducing the idea of necessity, which is the basis of all scientific thinking, into the study of social phenomena. In Hegel's philosophy of history, necessity was only a logical category. Plekhanov does not explain, however, in what sense Copernicus originated the theory of necessity in natural science. But the comparison with Darwin is more significant, as Darwin explained the evolution of forms of life by the adaptation of species to changes in the environment. This is Plekhanov's idea of the essence of Darwinism, so Marx showed that human history can be explained by man's relations with external nature and especially his growing control over it by means of tools. Marx's historical monism is based on the premise that in the last resort all historical changes are due to the development of tools, the ability to make which determines the character of the human species and the social bond of cooperation. The objection that technical change itself depends on human intellectual effort is invalid, for intellectual progress is in turn the result of technical progress. In this way, cause and effect are constantly interchanging. At any given moment of history, the level of productive forces determines the intellectual level of society, including technical inventions which make production more efficient. Still, man is constantly being changed by external circumstances, and thus there is no such thing as unchanging human nature. 628 Main currents of Marxism. At a particular level of productive forces there come into being relations of production which in turn are the basis of political institutions, social psychology, and ideological forms. However, there is at all times a reciprocal influence. Political institutions affect economic life, the economy and psychology of a society are two aspects of one and the same process, the production of life or the struggle for existence, and both depend on the level of technology. Psychological attitudes adapt themselves to economic conditions, but on the other hand the conflict of technology with relations of production produces changes in human psychology which precede economic changes. This Marxism cannot be reproached with one-sidedness, for it takes account of the whole multiplicity of mutual reactions in society. Economic conditions are also the source of ideological creations, including science, philosophy, and art. True, one form of art may influence another, but the notion of influence in itself explains nothing. Different peoples can only influence one another artistically if their social conditions are similar. History cannot be explained by the special role of outstanding geniuses. On the contrary, it is history that explains them. A genius is one who grasps the meaning of incipient social relations sooner than other people, and expresses in a more perfect way the tendency of a particular social class. Since the necessity that governs the world is universal, freedom from the Marxist point of view as in the philosophy of Spinoza or Hegel is not a matter of enjoying a kind of margin within which causality does not operate, but of being able to control nature by understanding its laws. The measure of this control increases throughout history, and we have reached the point where it is possible to envisage the final triumph of mind over necessity, of reason over the blindness of law. This will be because men have learned to govern social processes, over which they formerly had no power. Plekhanov does not explain how mind can triumph in this way if its activity is ruled by iron necessity, so that man's power over nature is determined by nature itself independently of human beings. Similar ideas to these are repeated in Plekhanov's many subsequent articles, books, and lectures, some of which have become classics of Marxist instruction. Even outside Russia, for example, Fundamental Problems of Marxism, 1908. The Role of the Individual in History, 1898, and Contributions to the History of Materialism, 1896. All his theoretical writings are to some extent polemics against those whom, at any particular moment, he regarded as most dangerous to the integrality and consistency of Marxist doctrine. This means that his adversaries were either close to Marxism or were desirous of reforming or reviving it from within. After the populists came the German revisionists, then the neo-Kantians and the Russian school of empirical criticism. Unlike most West European Marxists, who saw no logical connection. Book 2 *, The Golden Age 629. Between Marxism as a theory of social development and any particular view of epistemological or metaphysical questions, Kolakowski, too, came to believe in course of time that there was no such connection. Plekhanov insisted that Marxism was a complete and integral body of theory embracing all the main questions of philosophy. Dialectical materialism. Plekhanov was apparently the first to use this term to denote the whole of Marxist philosophy could not be separated from historical materialism, which was the application of the same principles and rules of thought to the investigation of social phenomena. This insistence on the integrality of Marxism was inherited from Plekhanov by Lenin, and became part of the ideology of the Soviet state. It is based on the premise that social democracy cannot be neutral in any philosophical question, and that it possesses a comprehensive worldview which cannot be partially adopted without deforming each of its parts. Marxist philosophy as expounded by Plekhanov was a repetition, without attempt at further analysis, of Engels's formulas, generally in an exaggerated version. Materialism rests on the assertion which Marxism adopted from Feuerbach, that being or matter is self-based, while all thought is a product of being. However, dialectical materialism differs from Feuerbach in stating that the human subject is not merely passively aware of objects, but comes to know the world in the process of acting upon it. This does not mean, says Plekhanov, that men form or help to form the objects they become aware of, but only that the cognition of objects in themselves takes place chiefly as a result of labor and not of contemplation. Materialism is an irrefutable theory confirmed by science, and all its modern critics, Croce, Schmidt, Bernstein, are only repeating arguments that were long ago demolished by Feuerbach. The dialectic is the theory of the development of the world, with its interconnections, contradictions, and qualitative leaps, and these are demonstrated by modern science, for instance de Vries's theory of mutations. Plekhanov does not explain how biological mutations are prepared for by an accumulation of quantitative changes. Qualitative changes are seen in the transformation of water into ice or steam, of a chrysalis into a butterfly, or again, in arithmetic, as after the digit g we make a leap into double figures. Plekhanov is full of such naive ties, and one of them is the idea that dialectical contradictions are incompatible with formal logic. This recalls the contention of the Eleatic philosophers that motion is self-contradictory, as a moving body both is and is not in a given place. As rest is a particular case of motion, formal logic is a particular case of dialectical logic and applies to real ity treated as unchanging. A political revolution is an example of a qualitative leap. Dialectical contradictions include the class struggle. All these arguments, which were to become part of the canon of dialectical materialism in Russia, are evidence of the shallowness of Plekhanov's philosophical education and the oversimplicity of his thought. In questions of his 630 main currents of Marxism, historical materialism, he shows better powers of analysis and knowledge of the subject. Here too, however, he is concerned above all to preserve his monistic faith in productive forces as the all-sufficient motive power of history. However, following Engels, he takes issue with the statement that Marxism explains all historical processes in terms of a single factor, since, he contends, all factors are only methodological abstractions. There is in reality one single historical process, and this is determined in the last resort by technical progress. The phrase in the last resort, Plekhanov explains, means that in a given society we can distinguish intermediate stages through which productive forces determine various features of social life, economic conditions, the political system, psychology, and ideology. In addition, there is always the factor of interaction. The superstructure is determined by the base but afterwards reacts upon it. The base is constituted by the requirements of productive forces but itself affects those forces, and so on. These ideas do not fit into a coherent whole. Like other Marxists of his time, Plekhanov cannot explain how the belief in productive forces as the ultimate cause of events is to be reconciled with the theory of interaction. If the higher stages can initiate changes in the lower, it is not clear what becomes of historical monism, or how it can be said that the lower stages condition the higher. In the last resort, if changes cannot be so initiated, what is the meaning of interaction? Again, it is not clear how it can be said that, for example, political institutions, ideologies, and property relations are only abstractions used for purposes of argument, while at the same time making a substantive distinction between stages and asserting, in addition, that everything depends on changes in the forces of production, as though for some reason these were not factors like the others. In Fundamental Problems of Marxism, Plekhanov adds, for good measure, that productive forces are determined by geographical conditions, so it would seem that, contrary to what is said elsewhere, these last are the real and ultimate cause of history. It is clear that Plekhanov, like many Marxists, wishes to maintain his belief in a single principle accounting for the whole of history, but not to part company with common sense, which tells us that events are due in general to a variety of concurrent causes. Hence the numerous reservations which are meant to attenuate the rigor of the monistic explanation, but in fact destroy it, as the vague expression in the last resort finally loses its meaning when we also speak of interaction. We are in fact thrown back on the common sense view that important events are due to a multiplicity of forces whose relative strength cannot be calculated, including of course the level of technology in a society, its class structure and political system. But there is nothing specifically Marxist in this formulation, and therefore it is not one that can be uttered by true believers. Plekhanov, like Kolakowski, is also convinced that social processes can be studied. Book 2 *, The Golden Age 631. In the same completely objective way as natural phenomena, human history being subject to universal laws of change, evolution, contradiction, qualitative leaps in the same way as geological formations. He replies in this sense to Stamler's criticism that Marxists ignore the teleological character of human behavior, and that when they urge mankind to cooperate with what they claim to be inevitable progress, it is as though they were to demand support for an eclipse of the sun which is bound to take place anyway without human aid. This criticism is groundless, Plekhanov says, because Marxists recognize that among the circumstances necessary to certain social processes are the purpose of actions of human beings, their feelings, passions, and desires. They maintain, however, that such feelings and desires are necessarily determined by productive forces and the social conditions which these create. Plekhanov, however, seems to miss the point of Stamler's objection, as Sky did in the case of Bauer. It is one thing to reflect on past history, in which human feelings, purposes, and passions appear simply as psychological and social factors helping to shape the course of events. It is another to consider one's own share in processes whose future results one believes to be determined by irresistible historical forces. If an individual is considering what purpose to aim at or why he should take part in a given social movement, the statement that his aims, whatever they may be, are irrevocably determined by productive forces does not help him to make up his mind, any more than the statement that certain results of the historical process are inevitable. Plekhanov says that if I join a movement that I regard as historically necessary and certain to prevail, am treating my own action as an indispensable link in that necessary process. But this is no answer to Stammeiler, for the belief that a movement is going to win is not in itself an argument for joining it, except to someone who wants to be on the winning side at all costs. This viewpoint, that of a long-sighted opportunist, is of course a possible one, but it is not the one Plekhanov is concerned with, and it does not answer the question what moral grounds exist for joining a movement that is certain to succeed. If there are no such grounds, there is no reason why I should join it, and if there are, they must derive from some other source than the laws of history. This was the neo-Kantist objection, which Plekhanov failed to understand. He regarded himself as a necessary link in the process of socialist change, implying that it could not take place without him. This may have been true in his case, but it conflicts with his own principles as to the historical role of the individual, and it still does not explain why he, or anyone else, should have taken upon themselves to be the necessary link. To sum up the characteristics of Plekhanov's theoretical writing, we may say that it is marked by an absolute conviction of historical necessity, the denial of any basic distinction between the study of nature and that of society, the belief 632 main currents of Marxism, that historical materialism is an application of the rules of dialectical materialism, and an insistence on treating these two fields as part of a unique, indivisible whole, strong emphasis on the integrality of Marxism as the social democratic worldview, and the belief that social democracy as such must have a philosophical doctrine of its own, strong emphasis, also, on the importance of the philosophical tradition in the genesis of Marxism. Plekhanov was one of the principal founders of that style of Marxist writing, which Lenin adopted in a still cruder form and which recalls the polemics of religious sects. Having decided, on his conversion to Marxism, that it supplied the answers to all problems of philosophy and social development, Plekhanov never afterwards wrote as a man seeking for the solution of a theoretical problem, but as an adept defending an established doctrine. He uses any argument that comes to hand, the object being not to follow the discussion wherever it leads, but to knock the adversary down. He derides opponents who invoke any scientific authority, for Marxism boasts to no authority outside itself, but he himself quotes any authority that may serve his turn, irrespective of whether he knows anything of the field in question, so that he constantly falls into factual error. He piles up examples to confirm the laws of dialectic or of historical materialism without realizing the extent of the gap between a collection of mostly trivial instances, water turning to steam, biological mutations, etc., and the general principle they are supposed to illustrate. For example, that all processes consist of an accumulation of quantitative changes culminating in a qualitative leap. He does not observe that while it is easy to find examples, for instance, of particular cultural features which are due to the technical level of a society, or ideological ones which are due to class conflict, it is no less easy to find examples the other way round, for example technical development, which is due to political institutions or political institutions due to ideological tradition. Such examples, however, do not prove any general theory of historiography beyond vague assertions that on the one hand such and such circumstances account for such and such others, while on the other hand the process may be reversed. 3. Marxist aesthetics. Mucus space is devoted in Plekhanov's writings and lectures to the discussion of art from the viewpoint of historical materialism. He was a pioneer in this field, along with Mering and Lotargue. He was more at home in the history of art than in philosophy, and was able to support his argument with examples from diverse periods. Here too, however, there is a wide gap between his frequently accurate observation of the dependence of artistic activity on technical conditions and social conflict, and his general thesis that the artistic life of Book 2 equals the Golden Age 633. Civilized nations is no less subject to necessity than that of primitive peoples. The only difference is that among civilized nations art no longer directly depends on technique and the means of production, on addressed letters. 1899 to 1900. He uses the accounts of various ethnographers to show that in primitive society art is connected with work either in the sense of imitating it, as in group dances, which, he says, serve to reproduce the pleasure of work, or by aiding it, for example, musical rhythm, or again by association with such values as wealth or physical fitness, wherein the symbols that arouse such association come to be regarded as beautiful. In class societies, on the other hand, the dependence of art on productive forces is indirect, as art expresses the ideals, feelings, and thoughts of this or that class. 18th century. French comedy expressed popular discontent with the existing order, classical tragedy the ideals of the court and aristocracy, and so on. Plekhanov fails to notice that such observations as these are not specifically Marxist. The effect of class interests and social changes on literary genres or styles of painting was known to many non-Marxist historians and critics, including some that Plekhanov himself quotes, such as Guizot, Taine, and Brunetière. What is essentially Marxist is not the recognition of such influences but the claim that they account for the whole of artistic creation, and that there is a necessary link between the state of class relations in a given society and its artistic output. If this were taken seriously, we should have to suppose that a keen enough mind could deduce the whole of a country's art and literature from its economic situation, i.e. that one could write the works of Shakespeare if one knew enough about the economy of Elizabethan England. Plekhanov, of course, does not say anything so absurd, but he fails to see that it would be a natural consequence of his theory. He is constantly endeavoring to show that artistic activity is wholly accounted for by class values and that the merits of a work of art should be judged by its content, which is also expressible in non-artistic language. At the same time, he wishes to preserve the distinction between ideological content and artistic presentation. Here again we are saved by the magic formula. In the last resort, the value of a work of art is determined by the specific gravity of its subject matter, art and social life. 1912. To know the genesis of a work of art, then, is to know the criteria of its artistic merit. These are not absolute, for everything changes, but they are objective, i.e. we can state with certainty what is or is not beautiful in the conditions of its time. The work is to be judged by the correspondence between its idea and its form. The more closely they coincide, the more successful it is. But to be able to judge this we should have to know, independently of the actual work of art, what forms are best suited to express the given idea, and Plekhanov does not suggest how we can acquire such knowledge. Nor is this all. It is not sufficient, we are told, for the form to correspond to the idea, for the work to be beautiful, the idea must. 634 Main currents of Marxism. Be a true one. We see here to what extent Plekhanov, partly of his own accord, and partly under Chernyshevsky's influence, evolved the basic premises of what was to be called socialist realism. Not that Plekhanov's own preferences were based on such criteria, or that he ascribed artistic merit to all works that expressed ideas he believed in and to no others. On the contrary, his tastes were those of most educated people in his time, including a detestation of new trends in painting. But his theory laid the foundation for measuring artistic value by political utility. Plekhanov believed that the slogan art for art's sake, and the idea that the main purpose of a work of art was to produce artistic values as an end in themselves, was itself the necessary product of a certain kind of social situation, that in which the creative artist feels isolated from society. This, he considered, was the state of affairs at the turn of the century. Impressionism and Cubism were a sign of bourgeois decadence. The former was superficial and did not look beyond the outer shell of phenomena, the latter was nonsense raised to the third power. The same applied to symbolist literature in Russia and abroad, for example Murawski, Zina Dajibis, and Perzai Bazuski. In a typical pop sage Plekhanov wrote, let us suppose the artist wants to paint a woman in a blue dress. If what he paints is like his subject, we call it a good picture. If, however, all we see on the canvas is a few stereometric figures tinted here and there, in a more or less primitive fashion, with layers of more or less diluted blue paint, we may call it a painting of whatever we like, but not a good picture. There is of course nothing surprising in such naivete. We know that after a certain age people cannot appreciate new artistic forms that are too unlike the ones they knew in youth, and reject them as extravagant and unnatural. But Plekhanov does not regard such judgments as mere expressions of his own taste, but as the inevitable logical consequence of the Marxist theory of society, and therefore as scientific statements. From this point of view the influence of his writing, which virtually established the canons of Soviet aesthetic taste, was deplorable, even though he believed firmly in creative freedom for the artist, and knew how barren art was when executed under compulsion, to please political masters or to present the world as it should be instead of as it is. His criticism of Gorky's The Mother for the struggle against revisionism. As Tuesday result of rapid industrialization and the Great Famine of 1891-2 the 90s witnessed a revival of political activity in Russia, Marxism and social democratic ideology became the subject of widespread public debate. This was, to some extent, a triumph for Plekhanov as the chief exponent of the doctrine. Book 2 equals the Golden Age 635. But the larger or smaller social democratic groups that came into existence in the cities produced new leaders and theorists who, while respecting Plekhanov as a teacher, were not prepared blindly to follow his advice in politics. He for his part did not bear opposition gladly and claimed absolute authority in all matters of doctrine and also of socialist policy in Russia. This state of affairs led to painful tension on some occasions, the best known of which was Lenin's disappointment at his meeting with the master in 1900. In the late 1890s much of Plekhanov's energy was taken up by the controversy with Bernstein and the Neo-Kantians. He was the first to launch a frontal attack on Bernstein and was, with Rosa Luxemburg, the most intransigent critic of revisionism. None of the Germans equaled in virulence these two emigrants from Eastern Europe. Unlike Rosa Luxemburg, however, he directed his attack at the philosophical basis of revisionism, which, again unlike most ICS, he treated as a point of contention of the first order. Kantianism he regarded as an attempt to instill bourgeois mentality among social democrats. It taught, in the first place, that men could not know things in themselves, and it thus left room for religious faith, which had always been a means of spiritual enslavement of the oppressed classes. Secondly, the Kantists, in accordance with the theory of infinite progress, regarded socialism as an ideal which could be approached by degrees but never actually reached. They thus created a philosophical basis for reformism and opportunism, abandoning socialism as a practicable aim and revolution as a means to it. At the same time Plekhanov attacked the analyses of changes in capitalist society which Bernstein used to justify his departure from revolutionary Marxism. Even if the middle classes represented a growing proportion of the population as a whole, and the workers' lot was actually improving in absolute terms, this did not weaken the Marxist theory of intensifying class antagonism. Real wages might go up, but social inequalities still increased, the relative impoverishment of the proletariat. If the trade union mentality was spreading among the workers, this was not due to the class situation but to opportunistic leaders. In this matter Plekhanov argued on the same lines as Rosa Luxemburg and Lenin. The doctrine teaches that the working class is, by the nature of things, a revolutionary class. If low empiricism does not appear to bear this out, it cannot be due to any change in the workers' class situation but only to the machinations of renegades among the union and party leaders. Plekhanov's other principal target was Russian economism, which he regarded as a variant of Bernsteinian revisionism. Some of its advocates still paid lip service, at least, to the final aim of social democracy, but, in accordance with the classic tradition of populism, their approach to the workers was confined to immediate practical issues such as economic claims, to the neglect of political work, the struggle for constitutional freedoms, and the cultivation. 636 Main currents of Marxism. Of a socialist consciousness among the proletariat. The economists distrusted the idea of intellectuals leading the working class movement. They believed that the latter should be composed of workers and not merely be working class in name and ideology, and they held this to be the intention of Marx himself, who maintained that the proletariat could only be liberated by its own efforts. The economist viewpoint was represented among the emigres by S.N. Prokopovich and his wife E.D. Kuskova, but in Russia itself it enjoyed for a time a certain predominance over orthodox social democracy. It was expressed chiefly in the pages of the underground journal Rayboche MYSL, Workers' Thought, from 1897. Plekhanov attacked the economists with similar arguments to those he had used against populism. Only socialism as a final aim gave meaning to the struggle for reforms and particular economic gains by the proletariat. A campaign which confined itself to these partial aims and could not, therefore, become a countrywide proletarian movement was not a fight for social democracy, and to regard it as a true workers' movement was to abandon Marxism. What Marxism required in Russian conditions was to fight for democratic freedoms that would provide a framework for the final battle, and to subordinate economic demands to the political struggle for socialism. If the economists claimed that They represented the true consciousness of the Russian working class, then, as in the case of German reformism, it was their own fault that that consciousness was not evolving in a socialist direction. Plekhanov thus stood for uncompromising orthodoxy against revisionism and economism. For some years he and Lenin were political allies, but the dispute over the editorship of Iskra, while it had much to do initially with Plekhanov's personal claim to supremacy among the social democrat émigrés, was also due to the fact that he thought Lenin over-conciliatory towards the economists and legal Marxists. In the argument over the party program drafted in 1902 there were no essential differences between the two men. Lenin wished to make Plekhanov's draft more precise and less abstract, but he did not object to its basic premises. At the Brussels-London Congress in the summer of 1903, at which the party split into Bolsheviks and Mensheviks, Plekhanov took Lenin's side as regards centralized forms of organization and also in the celebrated dispute over paragraph I of the rules, which, as proposed by Lenin, defined a party member as one who personally participated in the work of the party organization, the object being to create a party of professional revolutionaries. At the same Congress, in reply to a delegate who raised the question of the absolute value of democratic principles, Plekhanov made his celebrated speech declaring that the cause of the revolution was the supreme law for revolutionaries, and that if it should require the abandonment of any democratic principle, such as universal suffrage, it would be criminal to hesitate. Book 2 The Golden Age 637. 5. The conflict with Leninism. Plekhanov was thus a Bolshevik but only for a short time, after which he allied himself once more with Axelrod, Mardoy, and others whom he had criticized at the Congress. Before long he was attacking Bolshevism and Lenin's idea of the party, accusing the Bolsheviks of ultra-centralism and of aiming at absolute power and a party dictatorship over the proletariat. In numerous polemics he argued that Lenin's conception of the party, which made it completely independent of the spontaneous consciousness of the proletariat, meant that the role of the working class would be usurped by a party of intellectual, professional revolutionaries. This party would become the sole source of political initiative, which was grossly at variance with Marx's theory of the class struggle. It was equally contrary to Marxism and to historical experience when Lenin declared that the working class could not attain to socialist consciousness by itself. This showed a lack of confidence in the workers and was idealistic to boot, as it implied that the class consciousness of the proletariat was not the result of its living conditions, being determined consciousness, but must be the work of intellectuals. Plekhanov's anti-Bolshevism, founded on classical Marxist schemata, grew more and more violent as time went on. Just as he had brought the same charges against the economists as previously against the classical populists, namely that they showed excessive respect for spontaneity and neglected political activity, so now he attacked the Bolsheviks on the grounds for which he had condemned the terrorist branch of the populist movement. He accused them of Blankism, Jacobinism, voluntarism, aiming to force social development by conspiratorial means and to bring about a revolution not by the operation of natural laws but at the behest of a handful of plotters. He maintained his own strategic viewpoint that the proletariat should cooperate with the bourgeoisie for democratic aims, and even the revolution of 1905 did not alter his conviction, though he realized how uncertain such an alliance would be. Lenin, on the other hand, envisaged a bourgeois revolution followed immediately by a democratic revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat and peace. Entry. Plekhanov for his part did not regard the peasantry as a useful political ally. He seems to have thought that the proletariat could carry on the fight against the bourgeoisie and overtly aim at its destruction, while at the same time joining forces with it to overthrow the autocracy. This view rested on his dogmatic, anti-populist belief that the phases of development in Russia would be basically the same as in the West. His doctrinaire attitude and his hesitations considerably weakened his position as a social democratic leader after 1905. He continued to stand closer to the Mensheviks than to the Bolsheviks, while occasionally attempting, without success, to bridge the gulf between them. 638 Main currents of Marxism. Plekhanov held that the Bolsheviks had departed from Marxism in the philosophical sphere also. He regarded the attempts to introduce empirical criticism into Marxist philosophy as a typical symptom of the basic Bolshevist attitude. The Bolsheviks despised or ignored the objective laws of social development, and believed in a revolution brought about by organization and strength of will. It was natural therefore that they should be attracted by a subjectivist philosophy, which regarded the human mind as the active organizer of the universe. This was indeed true of the empirical philosophers in the Bolshevik camp, but it was far from meeting with Lenin's approval. The fight against empirical criticism was the last occasion on which Lenin and Plekhanov found themselves in alliance. Plekhanov spent the years after 1905 chiefly in writing on historical, philosophical, and aesthetic questions. He also began preparatory work on a long history of Russian social thought, of which he was only to complete 3 volumes. During the period from 1905 to 1914 Plekhanov's attitude to basic questions was close to that of the central group of the International. When war broke out, he adopted a national position like most members of that group, switching at once from anti-war slogans and proletarian internationalism to the defense of Russia's cause and that of the Entente. This of course did not mean that he had given up Marxism, as the Central Powers had attacked Russia. The war was a defensive one, and support for it was in accordance with the resolutions of the International. Moreover, the defeat of Germany was in the interest of international socialism, as it would advance the revolutionary movement in both Germany and Russia. The rest of Plekhanov's patriotic activity is called to national unity, and a suspension of the class struggle could be justified on the same grounds. In the result, he found himself on the extreme right wing of the social democratic movement. The collapse of the autocracy, which had been awaited for decades, came in February 1917. Plekhanov returned to Russia at the end of March. He was received with enthusiasm, but it soon became clear that as a theoretician who had spent nearly 40 years abroad he was unable to find his bearings in the new situation. His view was that, Tsarism having been swept away by a bourgeois revolution, there should now naturally be a long period of constitutional and parliamentary rule. At the same time the war with Germany should be fought through to victory. In this he stood closer to the provisional government than to any socialist group. He continued, as a Marxist, to combat the idea of a socialist revolution in the near future. Socialism could not be victorious in an economically backward country with a huge preponderance of peasants. He regarded the events of October as a deplorable error by the Bolsheviks, which might ruin all the achievements of the February Revolution. He died in a Finnish sanatorium on May 30, 1918, embittered and unreconciled to a situation. Book 2 * The Golden Age 639. Which he himself had done a great deal to bring about, but which did not fit into his theoretical schemata. S. H. Barron, the author of a basic work on Plekhanov, observes that his struggle against revisionism did much to facilitate the rise of Leninism, but that His subsequent opposition to Leninism brought him to a position close to the revisionists. The same author considers that the root cause of Plekhanov's political defeats was his unshakable faith in the applicability of the West European pattern of development to Russia. He considered the Bolsheviks to be Bakuninists rather than Marxists. In this he was certainly right to some extent, on the basis of what Western Europe regarded as Marxist orthodoxy. But even though he correctly foresaw what would happen to a revolution carried out on Leninist principles, nevertheless the fact that it could succeed at all was inexplicable in terms of his social philosophy. Soviet Russia, as was to be expected, condemns Plekhanov for his later political attitude but, following Lenin, applauds him as a Marxist theoretician. A complete edition of his writings was published shortly after his death. SIPA. Great works have since appeared, dealing with philosophy but not politics, except for the early anti-populist treatises. In view of his controversy with the Bolsheviks, he could not, of course, be ranked as a classic of Marxism in terms of Soviet state ideology. Nonetheless, he remains one of the chief begetters of that ideology, which, under the name of Marxism-Leninism, in time succeed with the aid of the party, state, and police in supplanting and destroying the Marxist idea. 15. Marxism in Russia before the rise of Bolshevism. In the 1890s, Marxism became a subject of public debate in Russia and was an essential and influential part of the country's intellectual life. At this time, however, it was chiefly a movement of the intelligentsia. Contrary to the position in Western Europe, Marxism and socialism existed in Russia before there was a working class movement. The reference here is to Marxism as a doctrine, which defines itself as the mature consciousness of the working class and which is based on the Marxian analysis and critique of capitalist conditions, regarding capitalism as an essential phase of social progress and an independent work. ERS movement as the precondition of a socialist transformation. As already mentioned, Marxism had considerable influence on populist thinkers, but they made use of it chiefly to denounce the effects of capitalism, while hoping that Russia might avoid these by choosing a road of her own. Marxism as a social democratic ideology took shape, during the first 10 years or so, largely in opposition to populism. The main subject of Marxist literature was the development of capitalism in Russia, and its main theme was that it was a utopian dream to seek to prevent it. The prospects of socialism depended on the working class movement which would develop as the capitalist economy expanded, and which could fight effectively only in conditions of political freedom. The first objective for social democrats, therefore, was to carry out a democratic revolution and overthrow the autocracy. It soon became clear, however, that when Marxism was no longer defined simply by opposition to populism, its application to the future of capitalism in Russia could be judged in different ways. To some of the intelligentsia, Marxism was in effect a substitute for a liberal ideology, which the country did not otherwise possess. Those who thought in this way emphasized the need to introduce democratic freedoms, which they regarded as an end in themselves and not simply a means of developing the socialist movement. Interpreting Marx as they did, they expected a long period of capitalist conditions and regarded socialism either as a distant prospect with little practical meaning at the present time, or as a regulated moral norm. This was the attitude of the group whom there 640. Book 2 *, The Golden Age 641. Opponents later called legal Marxists, and who from the beginning advocated ideas similar in many respects to German revisionism. Most of them eventually abandoned Marxism and became liberal ideologists. The Social Democrats, on the other hand, linked the struggle for democracy with the coming fight for socialism by an organized movement of the proletariat. The fact that Leninism eventually prevailed may suggest that pre-revolutionary Marxism in Russia should be studied entirely in relation to its Leninist variant. But the quarter century was one of many-sided discussion in the fields of politics, philosophy, and social doctrine, and produced many variants of Marxism, some of which are more interesting than Lenin's from the theoretical point of view. At the same time, it is hard to say that the perspective created by later events, and by what we know today of the historical consequences of Russian Marxism, is a false one. In describing a historical process we cannot really do so from the inside, i.e. treating each event in turn as if we knew no more of its effects than people did at the time. It is true to a certain extent that the history we write is that of the victors. We can only judge the importance of events, including intellectual events, by their consequences, and every historical account must be based on a selection of what is most important. It is therefore legitimate to treat Leninism as the mainstream of 20th century Marxism. Although when we compare Lenin's works with those of his Marxist opponents, we often find the latter a good deal richer in theoretical content. One of the events that animated ideological discussion and helped to catalyze the Marxist movement in Russia was the disastrous famine of 1891-2. Populist economists regarded it as a confirmation of their views and a proof of the horrors of capitalism, while the Marxists disputed this analysis. It was not only a question of economic causes, however, but of the whole range of social problems connected with Russia's future. Study groups of Marxists and Marxist sympathizers began to be formed in the ensuing years, chiefly among students. From these there soon emerged leaders who laid the foundations of Russian social democracy: Lenin, Stroev, Patrasov, Martov. 1. Lenin, early journalistic writings. The greatness of historical figures is measured by the consequences that can be ascribed to their acts. Lenin must certainly rank as the greatest man of the 20th century. The October Revolution was, of course, like all revolutions, the result of many chances and coincidences. In particular, it was made possible by the February Revolution and the resulting breakdown of the Tsarist government machine. Yet hardly anyone, even Trotsky, has called in question that Lenin's presence and activity in forming the Bolshevik Party and at the time of the revolution itself was an indispensable condition of its outbreak. 642 Main currents of Marxism and success. It is also beyond dispute that Lenin decisively influenced the character of the Soviet state as a historical formation of a completely new kind. The subject of the present work is the history of Marxist doctrine and not of the socialist or communist movement, but in Lenin's case more than in any other it becomes clear that there is a certain artificiality in this distinction. From the outset of his political activity, Lenin devoted himself, with extraordinary consistency and resolution, to a single cause and a single task. He was wholly absorbed in working for revolution in Russia, and all his theoretical works were subordinated to this end. Lenin was never a theorist in the sense of approaching questions in a spirit of intellectual curiosity and the disinterested quest for a solution. All questions, even epistemological ones, were potential instruments of the revolution, and all answers were political acts. There is some controversy as to Lenin's intellectual and political development up to the time when he laid the foundations of Bolshevism. However, except for Soviet official hagiography, most historians agree that as a young man he was strongly influenced by the tradition of populism in its terrorist form, that afterwards, until about 1899, he was a westernizing Marxist-like Plekhanov, and that it was only in 1899 to 1902 that he worked out his own Vari. End of Marxism, in which the populist tradition was again partly in evidence. Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, he wrote under the pseudonym Lenin from the end of 1901 onwards, was born on April 22, 1870, April 10, Old Style, at Simbirsk, now Ulyanovsk. His father, Ilya Nikolaevich Ulyanov, was the provincial school inspector, a senior and well-paid member of the Tsarist bureaucracy. He seems to have been a loyal and conservative official. The children received a religious but unbigoted upbringing. The elder son Alexander, born in 1866, studied at St. Petersburg University and belonged to a clandestine group, inspired by Narodnaya Volya and claiming to be a terrorist branch of that organization, which plotted to assassinate the Tsar. The amateur conspiracy was discovered, and in May 1887 Alexander Ulyanov was hanged. Vladimir at this time was taking his final school examinations. His brother's death naturally aroused in him a sense of hatred for the authorities and an interest in the revolutionary cause. That autumn he entered the University of Kazan, whence he was expelled 3 months later for taking part in a demonstration against new regulations limiting the autonomy of universities and the freedom of students. He moved to his mother's estate at the village of Kokushkino and spent much time reading, particularly the works of Chernyshevsky, which impressed him greatly. In 1888 the family took a house in Kazan, but the brother of the would-be regicide was not allowed to resume his university studies. During his first and his second stay in Kazan, Lenin was connected with local groups, which sought to keep alive the Narodnaya Volya tradition. He had similar contacts in Samara, where he spent the next 3 years. Thanks to his mother's book 2 * The Golden Age 643 efforts, he was allowed to become an extramural student at St. Petersburg University. He passed all the examinations in the course of a year, graduated at the end of 1891, and spent the next 18 months or so in a lawyer's office at Samara. In the years around 1890 he read Marx and Plekhanov and became converted to Marxism as a doctrine that explained the mechanism of the capitalist economy and provided a theory of revolution, not brought about by terrorist conspiracy but by the expansion of capitalism and the developing class consciousness of the proletariat. In September 1893 Lenin moved to St. Petersburg and began his political apprenticeship in the industrial and intellectual capital of Russia. During the next 2 years he made his name in socialist circles as an expert on Marxism, and became acquainted with many of his subsequent collaborators and opponents, Struve, Martov, Krzyzanowski, and Patrusov. He also met Nadezhda Krupskaya, whom he was to marry in 1899 and who thereafter shared in all his literary and political activity. Martov, by his real name Ulyasipovich Sedurbaum, was born at Constantinople in 1873, the son of well-to-do Jewish parents. He was brought up in Odessa and enrolled at St. Petersburg University in 1891, but was expelled for taking part in socialist discussion groups. He was arrested and spent some months in prison, after which he lived at Vilna. There, he gained experience of propaganda among the workers, and on his return to St. Petersburg in 1895 he was able to help the socialist intelligentsia to make contact with the real proletariat. He urged that the Social Democrats, instead of expounding theory to the workers, should concentrate on immediate practical conflicts, especially the observance of factory legislation. This would soon awaken a spirit of solidarity among the workers and convince them that the state was on the side of the exploiters and that particular disputes were only instances of the antagonism between the workers and the system as a whole. The social democratic groups in St. Petersburg accordingly went to work among the proletariat on these lines. The earliest of Lenin's writings date from 1893 to 5 and are chiefly aimed against the economic doctrines of the populists. The first, a review of a book by V. Y. Postnikov on peasant farming in South Russia, was rejected by the periodical to which it was sent. Postnikov's book spoke of the progress of capitalism in Russian agriculture and the differentiation of peasant incomes, and in this way furnished arguments against the populist ideology. In the same year, Lenin also wrote an unpublished report for a discussion group on the market question. Here he joined issue with the populist economists for stating that capitalism was unable to create a home market in Russia as it was undermining its own position by proletarianizing the peasants and curtailing their purchasing power. Lenin argued that impoverishment and proletarianization did not prevent the market from increasing. The proletarianized peasants were 644 mal and currents of Marxism, obliged to sell their labor power, and in this way created a market, while capitalism, as it developed, also created a market for means of production. In 1894 Lenin wrote a dissertation of some length attacking the social philosophy of populism and particularly the views of Mikhailovsky and Krivenko. This work, entitled What the Friends of the People Are and How They Fight the Social Democrats, was hectographed and distributed to social democratic groups. Its middle section has not been preserved. In it Lenin combats the subjective and moralistic viewpoint of populist writers and contrasts it with Marxism as a scientific, determinist doctrine which does not ask any questions about what ought to be but considers all social processes, including the phenomena of consciousness, as natural events determined by the relations of production. Marx treats the social movement as a process of natural history, governed by laws not only independent of human will, consciousness and intentions, but, on the contrary, determining the will, consciousness and intentions of men. If the conscious element plays so subordinate a part in the history of civilization, it is self-evident that a critique whose subject is civilization can least of all take as its basis any form of, or any result of, consciousness. Col. Lect Works, Volume I, p. 166. There is no conflict between determinism, which rejects the stupid fable of free will, and the possibility of evaluating human acts or the role of the individual in history. All history consists of the acts of individuals. The question is in what conditions individual acts can be effective. Moreover, everybody knows that scientific socialism never painted any prospects for the future as such. It confined itself to analyzing the present bourgeois regime, to studying the trends of development of the capitalist social organization, and that is all. Ibid. p. 184. On this point Lenin takes the same view as Plekhanov and the Orthodox Germans. Marxism is a determinist interpretation of history which, by observing the present state of society, predicts how it will develop independently of human wishes, opinions, or values. Marxism can thus answer the question as to which human aspirations are in accordance with objective trends and which are condemned to remain idle dreams. Like other orthodox Marxists, Lenin does not reply to the objection of the subjectivists and neo-Kantians that to know which of our actions are likely to succeed is not the same as having a reason for them. Whence is this reason to be derived? By speaking of progress, we tacitly introduce a value judgment, implying that the social process is not only necessary but deserves support, but this cannot follow from any mere descriptive analysis. Lenin nevertheless uses the concept of progress, without explaining how it relates to a determinist historiosophy. He declares that capitalism is progressive as compared with Russian autocracy, and this clearly does not simply mean that the country is heading for a capitalist economy. However, and this is of Book 2 equals the Golden Age 645. Fundamental importance in Lenin's eyes, capitalism in Russia and the future democratic changes associated with it are progressive not in themselves but because they will facilitate the struggle of the working class to overthrow capitalism. He emphasizes that Marxists must call themselves social democrats and never forget the importance of democratism and the struggle against feudalism, absolutism, and the Tsarist bureaucracy, since these must be overthrown before the bourgeoisie can be dealt with. That is why it is the direct duty of the working class to fight side by side with radical democracy against absolutism and the reactionary socialist states and institutions, a duty which the social democrats must impress upon the workers, while not for a moment ceasing also to impress upon them that the struggle against all these institutions is necessary only as a means of facilitating the struggle against the bourgeoisie, that the worker needs the achievement of the general democratic demands only to clear the road to victory over the working people's chief enemy, over an institution that is purely democratic by nature. Capital. Collected Works, Volume IP 291. Lenin repeats this admonition several times, and its purport is clear. Democracy is not an end in itself. Political freedom is mainly for the benefit of the bourgeoisie, but the working class has an interest in it as it will facilitate the struggle for socialism. This view presages an early breach between the social democrats and the legal Marxists who regarded political freedoms as valuable in themselves and not merely weapons in the fight for the next stage of his story. Lenin from the beginning envisaged the struggle against absolutism in the context of the future victory of socialism, and only from this point of view did he take seriously anti-Tsarist activity or alliances with democratic forces. To measure the progressiveness of social institutions, it was not enough to compare different formations based on class antagonism. Everything must be related to the final aim of socialism. On this point, Lenin's eschatology is fully in accordance with Marx's ideas. Democratic institutions, and the political and cultural freedoms that go with the capitalist economy, are not values in themselves. Their sense is entirely determined within the capitalist order. Lenin agreed with Plekhanov at this time in holding that capitalism was bound to prevail in Russia. The populists, in his view, were involved in a contradiction on this point. They wished to do away with feudal survivals and yet preserve social institutions that could only exist by virtue of those survivals, to abolish the remaining restrictions of serfdom and feudal servitude, yet to avert the inevitable consequences of this process in the shape of the expropriation and class differentiation of the peasantry. They were reactionaries inasmuch as they wished to preserve institutions that progress condemned to be swept away, such as the attachment of the peasant to the soil. The work quoted above clearly formulates the basic practical task to which 646 main currents of Marxism. Lenin devoted the rest of his career, the organization of a socialist workers' party, thanks to which the proletariat would not be a mere instrument of the bourgeoisie in the struggle against absolutism, but would be an independent body aware of its antagonism to capital as well as to the tsardom. In forming the workers' party, the intelligentsia would play only a subsidiary part. The role of the intelligentsia is to make special leaders from among the intelligentsia. Unnecessary. Ibid. P. 298. The proletariat was not only to form an independent movement but to lead the fight against absolutism. This last point is only indicated in general terms, but it figures in later writings as the key to Lenin's tactics. In 1893-4, then, Lenin made his appearance on the political and intellectual scene of St. Petersburg as a Marxist in the classical Plekhanov sense. All the main elements of the social democratic outlook can be found in these early works: the assertion that historical inevitability is central to Marxism and that the latter has no room for evaluative elements, that the cause of capitalism has irrevocably prevailed in Russia, and that the task of social democracy is to help the workers organize an independent political movement which will lead all democratic forces in the fight against absolutism and thus clear the field for the future victory over capitalism. The year 1895 is of special importance both in Lenin's biography and in the history of Russian socialism. It is the date of Lenin's first journey abroad, his arrest, the creation of a social democratic organization in St. Petersburg, the first contacts between the social democratic intelligentsia and the workers, and Lenin's first conflict with Peter Struve and with what was later called legal Marxism. To Struve and legal Marxism. Tuesday term legal Marxism is applied to the writings of a group of Russian philosophers and economists who advanced Marxist ideas in the 1890s but who, almost from the beginning, took up an increasingly critical attitude towards essential features of orthodoxy, both in political economy and in the social field. None of the legal Marxists were orthodox in the way that Plekhanov or Lenin was, and after 1900 they embraced political liberalism and, for the most part, Christian philosophy. In the 90s, however, they dominate the field of Marxist journalism in Russia. Their main differences from orthodoxy may be summed up in a few points. While accepting the principles of historical materialism, they held that it had no logical connection with philosophical materialism and was compatible with a spiritualist philosophy, or with positivism or Kantianism. They regarded Marxism as a scientific explanation of historical processes, but agreed with the neo-Kantians that it did not. Book 2 equals the Golden Age 647. Account for moral principles and that these must be derived from another source. They regarded political freedoms and democratic institutions as valuable in themselves, and were interested in the possibilities of political and economic reform under capitalism, not only from the point of view of the ultimate aim but from that of the immediate interest of the workers, peasants, and intelligentsia and of cultural development. Marxism, to them, was rather a theory of society than a practical weapon. They were more interested in its cognitive value than its political function. They criticized Marx's theory of value, of the falling rate of profit, and the concentration of capital in agriculture. In some respects they anticipated German revisionism, and in others they endorsed its criticisms. They did much to popularize Marxism among the intelligentsia, but also to undermine its influence. They are regarded as the Russian counterpart of the revisionists, but the analogy is only partially valid. By the end of the century, the legal Marxists were among the protagonists of the ideological struggle for liberal reforms. They existed as a group until Russian socialism and liberalism finally parted company. The most eminent of the legal Marxists was Peter Bernardovich Struve, 1870-1944. Other members of the group were Nikolai Alexandrovich Berdiyev, 1874-1948, Mikhail Ivanovich Baranovsky, 1865-1919, Sergei Nikolaevich Bulgakov, 1871-1944, and Semyon Ludwigovich Frank, 1877-1944. The term legal Marxism was mainly used, in a pejorative sense, by Lenin and others of the orthodox camp. As pointed out by Currnts in the principal monograph on the subject, the term did not refer so much to the fact that they published books or articles that were allowed by the censorship, for so did Lenin, but rather to their legal status as individuals, i.e. that they lived under their own names and did not as a rule carry on underground active ity. The Orthodox used the term, however, to suggest that the group regarded legal reformist activity as the only way to achieve social change in Russia. Struve, whose father was governor of the province of Perm, entered St. Petersburg University in 1899 and studied first zoology, then law. He was a typical intellectual as opposed to a political figure, and became a Marxist for the oratical rather than political reasons. As a student he had a reputation for wide reading and expert knowledge of Western philosophy and sociology. Marxism attracted him by its scientific, unsentimental approach to social questions, its thoroughgoing determinism and the light it threw on social prospects in Rus. SIA. From his youth Struve was attracted by liberal ideas, and as our Pipes points out in his monograph from the beginning he treated liberalism as an end and socialism as a means, whereas to Orthodox Marxists it was the other way round. A convinced Westernizer, he saw Russia's future in terms of Europeanization, and believed that the working class would be the chief agent in this process. In 1890-1 he was a leader of a group which discussed social and philosophical 648 main currents of Marxism questions. He was influenced at an early stage by Neo-Kantian literature, and this was reinforced by a year spent at the University of Graz in 1891. Like all Marxists of his generation he began his writing career by attacking the populists on the peasant question and that of capitalism in Russia. In reviews and articles in 1892-3 he argued that class differentiation in the countryside and the development of a commodity economy were not only inevitable but salutary, and that capitalism had put an end to dreams of a barter economy and the maintenance of the village commune. In the autumn of 1894 his book Critical Remarks on the Subject of Russia's Economic Development was published in St. Petersburg. This was a Marxist work in the sense that Struve declared himself to be a historical materialist and criticized subjective sociology from that point of view, renewing his attacks on populist economic theory and vain attempts to reverse the course of history, but in some important respects the book foreshadowed his future position as a revisionist. In the first place, he rejected the common Marxist view that the state is nothing but an instrument of class oppression. On the contrary, it performed many necessary functions that were not tied to any particular class interest. This was so under any social system, and would be the case when capitalism was superseded. Secondly, and more importantly, Struve was in favor of evolutionary socialism, developing out of the capitalist system by a process of gradual and continuous change. He thus also rejected the theory of the inevitable impoverishment of the working class. The book is not only a critique of the populist utopia but also a hymn of praise to capitalism, not only because it contains the seeds of its own destruction and replacement by higher things, but because it represents enormous progress in every sphere, the productivity of labor, economic rationalization, political and cultural freedoms, and the socialization of life. The book ends with a sentence that became famous as the target of populist attacks: let us admit our lack of culture and be schooled by capitalism. The populist accused Struve of glorifying capitalism and of being a bourgeois ideologist, but he considered himself a Marxist and a social democrat, and for some years he and Lenin treated their differences of opinion as divergences within the social democratic movement. If the term legal Marxism is intended to denote a clearly separate movement, aware of its separateness, this is to some extent a projection into the past of Lenin's attitude after he had broken with Struve. On the other hand, it is reasonable enough to regard the legal Marxists as forming a single group, since they showed certain common trends from the beginning, although for some years the differences between revolutionists and revisionists were less important than their joint opposition to populism. In autumn 1895 Struve went to Switzerland, where he met Plekhanov, and then to Berlin, where he studied for some months. In the following year he and Potrasov were sent to the Congress of the International in London by a social book to the Golden Age 649. Democratic organization formed largely on the initiative of Martov and Lenin, and named, after they had both been arrested, the League for the Liberation of the Working Class. Struve's contacts with the Fabians encouraged him to place his hopes in socialism evolving out of capitalism. At the beginning of 1897 he and Baranovsky took over Novoye Slovo, a periodical previously published by liberal populists, until its suppression nearly a year later. This became the principal organ of Russian Marxism, publishing articles by Plekhanov, Lenin, Martov, and other leaders, and also a discussion between Struve and Bulgakov on Stamler's new book concerning historical materialism. Struve endeavored to reconcile historical materialism with freedom on the lines of Kant's distinction between the empirical and the noumenal world, though he seems to confuse this distinction with that between physical and psychological reality. He declares that all ideals and evaluative experiences can be causally explained by social circumstances, however, since they present themselves psychologically as independent of such conditions and as possessing a reality of their own, this psychological reality cannot be described in entirely the same language as the world of phenomena, and we must therefore assume that there is some kind of independence as between historical conditions and human ideals. This reasoning is clumsy and unconvincing, but it shows the tension in Struve's mind between historical materialism and the desire to safeguard certain non-historical and non-relative values. Before long, he resolved this tension by abandoning Marxism altogether. In March 1898 a number of social democratic groups sent delegates to a meeting at Minsk which was intended to be the founding congress of the Russian Social Democratic Workers' Party. It did not bring about the desired integration, and nearly all the participants, who were few in number, were arrested immediately after the meeting. However, it left behind it not only the name and the numeration of party congresses up to the present time, this being regarded as no but also a manifesto drafted by Struve, though he was not present at the congress itself. This stated that the immediate task of the working class was to achieve political freedoms, that in view of the weakness and cowardice of the bourgeoisie it was for the proletariat to overthrow the autocracy, but that the proletariat must continue to fight against the bourgeoisie for its own class aims and must preserve its separate identity as a class. All this was in accordance with Plekhanov's doctrine. However, the drafting of this program for the nascent party was Struve's last act as a social democrat. Bernstein's book and articles confirmed his doubts as to the Marxist doctrine of revolution, though he rightly did not think much of Bernstein's criticism from the philosophical point of view. Before long he put forward similar conclusions, with better arguments of his own. In Die Marx-Theorie der Sozialen Entwicklung, Marx's Theory of Social Development, published in 1899 in 6050 Main Currents of Marxism. Archiv der Soziale Gesetzgebung und die Statistik, he attacked the notion of social revolution as contradictory and formulated his general objections to Marx's theory of society, though he continued to treat that theory with respect and even to call himself a Marxist. Stroop argued that Marx's theory of the pauperization and degradation of the working class had in its time been based on well-ascertained data. Apart from the fact, however, that later developments had shown that these did not necessarily represent a permanent trend, Marx in any case had failed to notice that if his theory were right on this point, the outlook for socialism would be hopeless, for it could not be expected that a class condemned to increasing degradation of mind and body would be able to bring about the greatest revolution in history, including not only economic changes but the efflorescence of art and civilization. There was no reason to maintain that social antagonisms, especially the opposition between producers and the relations of production, must go on becoming more and more acute. On the contrary, the theory of the intensification of social contradictions and the universal collapse of capitalism conflicted with the other premises of historical materialism. It was wrong to think of the economy and the legal superstructure as two independent ontological realities, standing in a relationship of cause and effect, or, as Stambeiler would have it, of content and form. Both these supposed entities were hypostases, intellectual creations, and not real phenomena. What was real was the constant pressure of economic facts on legal ones, and a process of constant adaptation. Marx himself had admitted that the process of socialization went on uninterruptedly in a capitalist economy, but he assumed without proof that this must be accompanied by a steady increase in the capitalist character of the legal system, so that the gap between the two abstract entities was bound to get wider. In reality, the opposite was the case. Socialist development took place within capitalist society in both the economic and the legal sphere, and the inevitable disharmony of these two became less and less acute as time went on. In a real society there is neither absolute antagonism nor absolute harmony between the economy and the law, but they constantly collide yet they are tightly adapt to each other. If the notion of a social revolution means anything, it can only mean the slow process of social change which at some moment may, but need not, be accompanied by a political revolution. The process of socialist change takes place not by the continual increase of tension but by its gradual elimination. This view is in accordance with historical materialism, whereas the idea of a violent social revolution is contrary to it. The continuity of change is an epistemological condition of the intelligibility of the concept of change, whereas the idea of capitalism and socialism being opposed to each other in all respects and separated by an abrupt hiatus is quite unintelligible. As to the political revolution establishing a dictatorship of the proletariat, such a dicta. Book 2 * the Golden Age 651. Dictatorship becomes less likely or desirable, not more, as the proletariat grows in strength, for as the strength and social importance of the working class increase, so does the socialist element in the system of society. This, it will be seen, is a repetition, on the empirical side, of Bernstein's argument to the effect that social reform under capitalism is itself the building of socialism. The epistemological point, on the other hand, is decidedly far-fetched. Marx said that socialist conditions are prepared within the capitalist system by the growth of cooperation and concentration of the technological process of production, and he predicted that a political revolution, i.e. the seizure of power by the organized proletariat, was the necessary condition of a change in economic relations and especially the socialization of means of production. However this doctrine may be criticized, it does not appear to contain any logical inconsistency. The basic practical content of the social revolution was to be the violent expropriation of the capitalists, and it is hard to see why this should be logically impossible. Stroop's connection with the Social Democrats lasted for a year or two longer, but in 1901 it ceased in a welter of accusations and intrigue. For some time after Lenin and Martov returned from exile in Siberia, they conducted involved negotiations with Stroop with the object of collaborating on periodicals, existing or projected, but it was clear that the breach between them was too wide. Stroop criticized, one after the other, various crucial points of social democratic ideology and Marxist philosophy, and in the end rejected them all. In 1899, following Bombard and the Russian economists, he criticized Marx's theory of value, stating that Marx had tried to combine in one concept two entirely different phenomena, the social fact of exploitation and the economic fact of exchange. If, as argued in Volume 3 of Capital, industry creates the average rate of profit, this simply means that economic realities do not correspond to the concept of value as defined by labor, for value is ultimately determined as a function of production costs, while value as in volume I of capital remains a purely metaphysical entity, of no use to political economy. The estrangement was completed by Stroop's philosophical criticism. True, he had never professed dialectical materialism after the fashion of Engels or Plekhanov. His views were those of a scienticist and positivist, but his general determinist and empiricist outlook was in accordance with the way of thinking prevalent among Marxists. In 1900, however, he wrote a long introduction to Berdiev Subjectivism and Individualism in Social Philosophy, published in 1901, in which he expressly abandoned positivism for a Kantian transcendentalism on a religious basis. As values cannot be derived from experience, he argued, we must either fall into extreme relativism or accept that they have an ontological foundation and are not simply due to arbitrary, subjective designs. The absoluteness of values implies the reality of the absolute and the 652 main currents of Marxism. Non-empirical, a substantive soul endowed with freedom, and a supreme being. On this basis we can recognize the absolute value of personality, which is the foundation of liberal social philosophy. Liberalism in Stroop's sense is, above all, a nominalist conception, rejecting the idea that any superpersonal, collective entity such as society or the state can claim to encroach upon the inalienable rights of the individual, his freedom and urge towards unlimited self-perfection. Stroop left Russia at the end of 1901 and in the following year settled in Stuttgart, where he edited the journal Osvobozhenie, Liberation. This was not the organ of any political party, but was closely linked with the liberal movement that was taking shape in Russia, and was devoted to unmasking and combating the autocracy. From this time on, Stroop's activity as a writer and politician has no connection with the history of Marxism except that he was constantly under fire from the Social Democrats. Of the other legal Marxist writers, Berdiev had least in common with Marxism. As a student he belonged to social democratic groups, was arrested, and exiled for 3 years to Vologda, as were Bogdanov and Lunacharsky for the same reason. However, from the beginning of his career as a writer he stood much further from Marxism than did Stroop. In the book referred to above he accepted the premises of historical materialism and the idea of the class struggle, but with reservations that were incompatible with even the loosest conception of Marxism. He believed that there must be an ontological repository of unchanging moral and logical values, and that historical circumstances, in particular the class struggle, govern the rules of cognition and obligation only. in the sense that in each phase of history a different class is the exponent of those rules. Hence, while accepting the positivist argument that obligation can not be deduced from empirical data, he endeavored from the outset to base moral absolutism on other grounds. Of the former legal Marxists, Berdiyev became the best known to the Western public, but this was after his expulsion from Soviet Russia and on account of his works attacking communism and preaching a kind of Christian existentialism, based on faith in the absolute value of personality. Currnts, Bulgakov, and S. L. Frank were known in the 1890s, chiefly as economists, the first named being professionally the most qualified. In this field, they were concerned to a large extent with the key question of markets and whether Russian capitalism was, as the populists denied, capable of creating a home market sufficient for its expansion. Currnts argued that the viability and development of capitalism did not depend on the level of consumption, as the market for means of production expanded faster than that for consumption goods. Since, under capitalism, production and accumulation were ends in themselves, capitalism was in a position to create. Book 2 The Golden Age 653. Its own conditions of compound reproduction and was not absolutely dependent on popular consumption. In that case, however, as Rosa Luxemburg had pointed out, capitalism could apparently keep going indefinitely and there was no economic reason to prophesy its overthrow. Currnts worked out a theory of crises to supplement Marx's arguments, but he did not in fact believe that capitalism would collapse as a result of its crises or of the imbalance between production and the market. In this he was not at variance with Lenin, who likewise did not hold that capitalism was certain to collapse owing to the difficulty of finding outlets. The economic revisionism of the legal Marxists centered on Marx's theory of value. Their attack had no special political effects, but it struck at what the orthodox regarded as the keystone of the doctrine. Since value in Marx's sense was unmeasurable and did not in fact define the terms of exchange, so that there was no logical transition from value to price, it followed, according to Bulgakov, that value must be regarded purely as a social category of no importance in studying price movements, but essential to the broad analysis of capitalism. In this way, like Sombart, Bulgakov sought to protect the theory of value by limiting its applicability. Frank, in Marx's theory of value and its significance, 1900, questioned the utility of Marx's concept if, as Marx himself intended, it was supposed to denote not exchange value but an intrinsic property of goods, whether marketed or not. In the end the legal Marxists either rejected the category of value altogether, as being of no interest to economics, insofar as it differed from price, or adopted the theory of marginal utility, whereby value depends on the purchaser's sense of need, expressed as the price he will pay for the last, marginal, unit of a commodity that he is disposed to regard as useful. The legal Marxists also attacked Marx's economic theory on other essential points. Currnts declared that the theory of the diminishing rate of profit conflicted with other elements of the doctrine. The value of constant capital falls as the productivity of labor increases, so that the rate of profit may be constant although productivity is rising, and also that it was contrary to factual observation. Bulgakov, like the German revisionists, criticized the theory of concentration in agriculture. In spite of all these criticisms, Russian Marxism could be regarded as a single ideological camp, though with internal differentiations, as long as the Marxists held that the chief task of social democracy was to combat the populist idea of a separate, non-capitalist road for Russia. Before the end of the century, however, it was clear that the populist economic doctrine was losing ground in the sense that appeals to stop capitalism developing were ineffectual, while Marxists of all shades regarded the defense of the village commune as a hopeless cause. Thus, around 1900, what might have appeared secondary differ. 054. Main currents of Marxism. Instances within Russian Marxism took on the aspect of a basic dispute, especially as they coincided in time with the debate over revisionism in Germany and the birth of a liberal movement in Russia. Marxism could no longer define itself simply as anti-populism. The relationship of social democracy to the bourgeoisie, the question of revolution, and the relation between the political and economic struggle of the working class became the paramount subjects of debate. In 1898 to 1900, three main trends may be discerned in Russian Marxism: revolutionary orthodoxy, revisionism or legal Marxism, and economism. Before long, however, the legal Marxists went over to liberalism and ceased to count as revisionists. Bulgakov, Berdiyev, Frank, and Stroeve returned by different paths towards Christianity. They continued to play an important part in intellectual life as the contributors to three collections of essays, the first two of which, Problems of Idealism, 1902, and Landmarks, 1909, are among the most significant events in the history of the Russian intelligentsia before the revolution. The third, entitled De Profundis, was produced in 1918 but immediately confiscated, and was practically unknown for half a century. It depicted the revolutionary apocalypse as a national and cultural calamity. It may seem strange that although revisionism made its appearance in Russia before there was an organized social democratic movement, it did not remain in existence for long, whereas it did so in Germany despite the opposition of an orthodox party establishment. However, German revisionism was the theoretical superstructure of a reformist struggle waged successfully for many years by an organized workers' movement. In Russia, reformist ideas had a very fragile basis in political experience, and the idea of a wholesale and final revolution was deeply rooted in the minds of the radical intelligentsia. Moreover, while in Germany revisionism appeared from the beginning as a section of the social democratic movement existing alongside the liberals, in Russia it played for a time the part of the liberal movement with which it eventually merged, while the writers we have been considering regarded Marxism as a weapon against populist conservatism rather than a theory of global revolution. Marxism harmonies with the attitude of those who, having been inspired in their youth by the ideals of scientism, sought after a scientific interpretation of society as opposed to populist moralism. They also found in Marxism a promise of the triumph of capitalism and therefore of democratic and constitutional principles. In Russia, Marxism proved that Russian absolutism was doomed by history, and this was probably more important to the legal Marxists than the prospect of socialism. When the Russian Social Democrats made it clear in the course of time that they regarded any alliance with liberalism as purely tactical, it became impossible to maintain a half-Marxist and half-liberal standpoint. There is another important fact to be noted in the history of Russian Zionism. Because Marxism and social democracy made their appearance in Book 2 ** The Golden Age 655, Russia independently of a workers' movement and were at the outset purely intellectual in character, Marxism took on a much more dogmatic and fanatical form than in the West, where it had constantly to adjust to the realities of labor politics. In Russia, where revolution had been a word to conjure with for decades and where there was every reason to mistrust the prospects of reform, the tiny group of revolutionaries were naturally doctrinaire in the extreme, the more so as their convictions were of purely moral and intellectual origin and were not due to their being members of an oppressed class. In the resulting atmosphere, theoretical problems were debated in terms of loyalty and treachery rather than simple truth and falsehood, and tactical questions were unvaryingly and solely related to the ultimate end despite ideological differences. The Russian socialists shared the mentality of populist conspirators rather than that of West European social democrats. It is significant that as soon as a Russian workers' movement came into existence, there also appeared, though not for long, a variant of German revisionism in the shape of economism, i.e. roughly speaking, a trade unionist doctrine of non-political efforts to improve the workers' lot. 3. Lenin's polemics in 1895 to 1901. Up RO 1899. Lenin was mainly absorbed by the controversy with populism, but the critique of legal Marxism, and later especially of economism, already figured prominently in his works. In 1895 his first printed article appeared in a miscellany published by Patrusov, under the title The Economic Content of Nar. Odism, Populism and the Criticism of it in Mr. Strove's book. This was an analysis of Strove's work on Russia's economic development, while critical in parts. It did not accuse Strove of treason and anti-Marxism but rather urged him to conform more strictly to the orthodox position. Apart from attacking the populists, Lenin's work contains some general theoretical remarks, and he writer aids his view of the progressiveness of capitalism. Yes, the Marxists do consider large-scale capitalism progressive, not, of course, because it replaces independence of the peasantry by dependence, but because it creates conditions for abolishing dependence. Works, Volume 1, pages 379 to 80. Criticizing Strove for opposing the idea of reform to that of the breakdown of capitalism, Lenin argues that one is a means to the other. His main criticism of Strove is that he is an objectivist. He agrees with Sombart, whom Strove quotes, that in Marxism itself there is not a grain of ethics from beginning to end, since, as Lenin adds, theoretically, it subordinates the ethical standpoint to the principle of causality. In the practice it reduces it to the class struggle. Ibid. p. 421. He also agrees that scientific socialism rejects philosophy altogether. From the standpoint of Marx and Engels, philosophy has no right to a separate, in 656 main currents of Marxism, pendant existence, and its material is divided among the various branches of positive science. p. 418. In short, he understands the scientific character of Marxism in the same way as Plekhanov and most of the Orthodox Germans. Marxism is a non-evaluative, non-philosophical theory of social phenomena. Thus far Lenin is in agreement with Strove. But this formulation may suggest that Marxism confines itself to describing historical necessities and of itself offers no practical counsel, except of course as to the efficacy of certain actions. This was the difficulty of those who found it necessary to supplement the Marxist doctrine with a normative ethic derived from elsewhere, generally from Kant. Strove at this time had not gone so far, but confined himself to observing that Marxism was objective, i.e. descriptive only. To Lenin, however, this was unacceptable. An objectivist, in his view, was one who speaks only of the necessities involved by a particular social formation, and, by limiting himself to these, runs the risk of becoming an apologist for them simply as necessities. A materialist, on the other hand, does not so limit himself but goes on to explain what class forces are involved. Materialism includes partisanship, so to speak, and enjoins the direct and open adoption of the standpoint of a definite social group in any assessment of events. Ibid. p. 4.01. From a theoretical point of view this is clumsy and unconvincing, for it is clear that to analyze historical necessities in the light of the class structure of a society is not to go beyond a purely objective description, and it is not explained why materialism as such should oblige us to anything or imply any active commitment. It is evident, however, that Lenin wished to avoid the dilemma propounded by the neo-Kantians. Either Marxism describes the social process without telling us what human individuals should do about it, or it must be supplemented by normative ideas. Lenin, though he was unable to express his thought clearly, was endeavoring to bring out the essential point, which was first elucidated by Leszek. Marxism does away with the dichotomy between facts and values, for it is identical with the self-knowledge of the work in class. That class comprehends the social process in the very act of revolutionizing the world, so that in this one privileged case the understanding and the making of history appear as a single act. Lenin consistently ignored the neo-Kantian criticism and, being unable to examine the question properly, confined himself to summary statements like those quoted. He perceived, vaguely, however, that it is the characteristic feature of Marxism that it is neither purely descriptive nor purely normative, nor a combination of descriptive and normative judgments, but claims to be at once a movement and an act of understanding the self-awareness of the proletariat in the act of struggle. Knowledge of the world, in other words, is an aspect of changing it. Theory and its practical application are one. In 1895 Lenin went abroad for the first time and met in Geneva the founding Book 2 The Golden Age 657. Fathers of Russian Marxism, Plekhanov and Axelrod. The meeting was SUC. Sestol, though the emigres had trouble convincing Lenin of the necessity of an alliance with the liberal bourgeoisie. Soon after returning to Russia he was arrested. Police measures had been intensified owing to a wave of strikes in St. Petersburg, which the Social Democrats had done much to instigate. He remained in prison for a year and a half, writing appeals and pamphlets, and was then sentenced to 3 years' exile at Shashenskoye in the Krasnoyarsk area of Siberia, where he continued to study and write intensively. While in prison he drafted a program calling on the Social Democratic Party to fight for democratic freedoms and social legislation. The program does not envisage the conquest of state power by the working class, but only a share in the making of laws. The party is to help the workers develop class consciousness, and to point out the objectives of the struggle. It must also explain to the workers that while they should support the bourgeoisie in the fight for political freedom, this is only a temporary alliance. In the summer of 1897 Lenin published in Novoye Slovo a fresh attack on the populists entitled A Characterization of Economic Romanticism, in which he compared their doctrine with that of Sismondi, the champion of small producers threatened by the expansion of capitalism. Sismondi might succeed in revealing the dire consequences of capitalist accumulation, but he had nothing to set against it except a romantic sentiment, tall nostalgia for the pre-capitalist era. Like the populist he was no better than a reactionary, for he dreamt of returning to the past instead of seeing that the solution to the contradictions and injustices of capitalism lay in allowing it to develop to the full. Lenin also reverted to the question of the home market, anticipating to some extent the problems later raised by Rosa Luxemburg. It was not true that capitalism was prevented from realizing surplus value by R.E.A. Son of the collapse of small owners and the resulting contraction of the market. Productive consumption offered capitalist production a wide field of expansion. While in exile Lenin wrote a pamphlet on the tasks of the Russian social Democrats, published in 1898 in Geneva, which defined the party's general strat, e.g. in regard to alliances with other social forces. Social Democrats were to support all moves against the autocracy and to denounce all forms of oppression, whichever social groups were its victims. They should support protests against national, religious, social, and class oppression, aiding the bourgeoisie against the reactionary strivings of the petty bourgeoisie, and the latter in their democratic demands upon the Tsarist bureaucracy. The party, however, was not to consider itself a champion of the interests that it supported. Although it aided the persecuted sectarians, it had no concern for their religious aspirations. To support, in fact, meant simply to exploit. Social democracy was, in Lenin's view, the only force that was engaged consistently and unreservedly against the autocracy. All others were irresolute or half-hearted. The party could and must act. 658 main currents of Marxism. As a center for all the social energies which would one day bring absolutism to the ground, but at the same time it must have exclusively in view the interests of the proletariat as a separate class. The Social Democrats render this support in order to expedite the fall of the common enemy, but expect nothing for them selves from these temporary allies, and concede nothing to them. Works, Volume 2, p. 334. Support for the democratic demands of the petty bourgeoisie certainly does not mean support of the petty bourgeoisie. On the contrary, it is precisely the development which political liberty will make possible in Russia that will, with particular force, lead to the destruction of small economy under the blows of capital. A draft program of our party, 1899, Works, Volume 4, p. 243. In a letter to Patrusovy, written from exile and dated January 26, 1899, Lenin says, to free all fortune like Stremungen progressive trends from the rubbish of neurotism and agrarianism and to utilize all of them in this purified form. In my opinion, utilize is a much more exact and suitable word than Unterstützung. Und die Bundesgenossenschaft support and alliance. The latter indicates the equal ity of these Bundesgenossen allies, whereas they must, in this I fully agree with you, follow in the wake, sometimes even with gnashing of teeth. They have absolutely not grown so far as to reach equality and will never grow to reach it, owing to their cowardice, disunity, etc. Works, Volume 34, p. 30. It is thus clear that Lenin from the outset regarded all political alliances as meaning simply the utilization of other groups for social democratic ends. Social democracy must rally around itself all forces that can in any way contribute to the breakup of the existing system, in the full awareness that breakup is ultimately intended to destroy its allies as well. From this point of view, Lenin's attitude, and subsequently that of the whole Leninist movement, is identical whether it be a question of the bourgeoisie against absolutism, peasants against landowners, religious sects aspiring to freedom, nationalities oppressed by great Russian imperialism, or democratic institutions themselves. There is of course no mention of utilizing the working class, for all these strategic rules are designed to enable that class, which is the raison d'être of the struggle, to attain its final aim. Nevertheless, it soon became clear that, as far as basic strategy was concerned, the working class too, in Lenin's concept, was rather an instrument than a substantive agent. While in exile, Lenin also wrote a treatise on the development of capitalism in Russia, Works, Volume 3, which was published in 1899. This is his magnum opus against the populists, full of statistics and detailed analysis of the trends in agriculture and industry. It argues that Russian agriculture is in a state of commodity economy and shows all the signs of capitalist change, class differentiation, competition, and proletarianization on a large scale. In industry, Lenin depicts the process of concentration and the formation of a single country-wide market, sweeping away medieval forms of production and exchange. Book 2, The Golden Age, 659. While controversy with the populists played a diminishing role in intellectual life, unorthodox ideas were making their appearance among social democrats and were causing Lenin anxiety. He was roused to fury, as he himself states, by an article of Bulgakov's attacking Koskai's recent analysis of the agrarian question. He was also disturbed by the growing popularity of Bernstein and the influence of neo-Kantianism, of which Struve and Bulgakov were, to some extent, the Russian spokesman. He even began, as he wrote to Patrusov, on June 27, 1899, to study philosophy. He read Holbeck and Helvetius, and intended to apply himself to Kant. But he attached less importance to purely philosophical disputes at this time and subsequently. Meanwhile, besides the heretical revisionism, the younger social democrats had taken up economism. Lenin reacted violently to the first signs of this movement, which attacked the very foundations of social democracy as he conceived it. In summer 1899, on receiving the document known as the Credo, drawn up by Kuskova and Prokopovich and setting out the economist program, Lenin wrote a sharp protest which was endorsed by 16 other exiles, and was published next year at Geneva by the local organization of social democrats. The Credo called in question the desirability of a separate political ERS party in Russia, which its authors regarded as an artificial application of Western experience to quite different conditions. The workers' movement, they argued, should always aim at the point of least resistance. In the West it was much easier to carry on a political than an economic struggle, but in Russia it was the reverse. Marxists should therefore concentrate on helping the workers' economic struggle and should back up the liberal opposition, which would presumably be directed by non-socialist democratic forces. Lenin regarded this as a prescription for political suicide, and in reply set out principles that were generally accepted by the orthodox. The workers' movement must have its own political aims and an independent party to pursue them. It must organize opposition elements of every kind, while never forfeiting its independence or running the risk of becoming an instrument of bourgeois parties. Russian economism was, as it were, a revival of classic, non-political, non-terrorist populism, with the working class substituted for the peasantry. It maintained that intellectual leaders should concentrate on the most obvious and easily understood aspirations of the workers, viz., their economic aims, leaving it to the liberals to fight for freedom and themselves playing only an auxiliary role in the political battle. Economism is not revisionism, as this term is used of Bernstein and his supporters, who had no intention of persuading the workers to abandon the political and parliamentary struggle. But it corresponded to the trade unionist tendency which was strongly rooted in German social democracy and which was allied for a considerable period with the theoretical revisionists. 660 main currents of Marxism. Lenin's alarm at this new deviation was well founded, for it dominated social democracy in Russia for about 2 years and won over a majority of the émigrés, leading to a split among their ranks. After 1G00 the economists declined in importance, but it was nevertheless largely in answer to them that Lenin wrote What is to be done, in which he laid the ideological foundations of Bolshevism. Lenin's Siberian exile ended at the beginning of 1G00, and in July of that year he went abroad for the purpose of organizing Russian social democrats. into a united movement. The first step to be taken, as he had long believed, was to found a periodical which would act as a link between scattered groups and make it possible to create a real party. Such a periodical would of course have to be printed abroad and smuggled into Russia. The name chosen for it was Iskra, the spark. The process of launching the paper was beset by quarrels that need not be gone into here. Lenin's meeting with Plekhanov was a disaster. In a postscript, Mausley published note on his encounter with the Geneva veterans. He speaks bitterly of the older man's arrogance, though he, Lenin, had approached him with respect and admiration. Evidently Plekhanov was jealous of his authority among the Russian Social Democrats and vented his pride and intolerance on the young disciple. As Lenin put it, and as he was to remember for the future, an enamored youth receives from the object of his love a bitter lesson to regard all persons without sentiment, to keep a stone in one sling. Works. Volume 4, p. 34.2. In spite of these troubles, the first number of Iskra was published into cm. Per 1900. It was printed successively in Leipzig, Munich, London, and Geneva, and had as its contributors the intellectual cream of Russian Marxism: Lenin, Plekhanov, Martov, Axelrod, Patrasov, and Verazay Sulich. The years 1901-3 marked a new stage in the development of Russian Marxism and Russian social democracy. During this time the foundations were laid of the Leninist variant of Marxism, the novelty and specific character of which were visible only by degrees. Up to now Lenin's ideological statements had been no different from those of Plekhanov or the Western Orthodox Marxists. Apart from the strong emphasis he laid on certain elements of the doctrine, among these was the principle, which he repeated at every opportunity, that only the final aim, the conquest of political power by the proletariat, endows current actions with any meaning, and that social democrats may conclude any alliance and support any cause if by so doing they will bring the ultimate aim any closer. All other movements and social classes, human beings, and ideologies must be treated as subservient to the final revolution. 16. The rise of Leninism. 1. The controversy over Leninism. 2. The character of Leninism as a variant of Marxist doctrine has long been a subject of dispute. The question is, in particular, whether Leninism is a revisionist ideology in relation to the Marxist tradition, or, on the contrary, a faithful application of the general principles of Marxism to a new political situation. The political bearing of this controversy is obvious. Stalinist orthodoxy, which, on this point is still in force within the communist movement, naturally takes the second view. Stalin maintained that Lenin added nothing to the inherited doctrine and took nothing away from it, but applied its principles unerringly, not only to Russian conditions but, most important, to the entire world situation. On this view Leninism is not a specifically Russian application of Marxism or one limited to Russian conditions, but a universally valid system of strategy and tactics for the new era of social development, viz. That of imperialism and proletarian revolutions. Some Bolsheviks, on the other hand, regarded Leninism as more particularly an instrument of the Russian Revolution, while non-Leninist Marxists argued that Lenin had been false to Marx's doctrine on many essential points. The question, thus ideologically formulated, is in practice insoluble, like all such questions in the history of political movements or religious sects which have a strong inbuilt need of fidelity to their sources. It is natural and inevitable that the generations which come after the founders of the movement are confronted by questions and practical decisions that are not expressly foreseen in the existing canon, and that they interpret the canon in such a way as to justify their acts. In this respect the history of Marxism resembles that of Christianity. The result is generally to produce compromises of various kinds between doctrine and the demands of practice. New lines of division and conflicting political formations take shape under the immediate pressure of events, and each of them can find the support it requires in tradition, which is never perfectly integrated and consistent. Bernstein was indeed a revisionist in the sense that he openly rejected certain features of Marxist social philosophy and did not profess to be an inflexible custodian of the Marxian heritage on all points. Lenin, on the other hand, endeavored to present all his acts and theories as 661. 662 main currents of Marxism, the only possible or correct application of an existing ideology. He was not, however, a doctrinaire in the sense of preferring fidelity to Marx's text to the practical efficacy of the movement which he led. On the contrary, he had immense practical sense and the ability to subordinate all questions, whether of theory or tactics, to the single purpose of revolution in Russia and in the world. All questions of general theory had, in his view, already been settled by Marxism, and it was only necessary to draw intelligently on this body of trying to find the right solution for particular circumstances. In this he not only regarded himself as a faithful executor of the Marxist testament, but believed that he was conforming to the practice and tactics of European social democracy as exemplified more particularly in the German party. Up to 1914 he regarded German social democracy as a pattern and Kolakowski as the greatest living authority on theoretical questions. He relied on him not only in theoretical matters but also on tactical Russian questions about which he himself knew a good deal more, such as the boycott of the Second Duma. In 1905 he wrote, in Two Tactics of Social Democracy in the Democratic Revolution. When and where did I ever claim to have created any sort of special trend in international social democracy, not identical Lenin's italics with the trend of Babel and Kolakowski? When and where have there been brought to light differences between me, on the one hand, and Babel and Kolakowski on the other, differences even slightly approximating in gravity to the differences between Babel and Kolakowski, for instance, at Breslau on the agrarian question? Works, Volume 9, p. 66n. The question whether Lenin was a revisionist cannot be decided simply by comparing his writings with those of Marx or posing the unanswerable case as to what Marx would have done or said in this or that situation. Clearly, Marx's theory is incomplete or ambiguous in many places, and could be applied in many contradictory ways without manifestly infringing its principle. Nevertheless, the question of the continuity between Marxism and Leninism is not wholly without significance. It can best be considered, however, not in terms of fidelity but rather by examining the general trend of Lenin's attempts, in the theoretical field, to apply or supplement the Marxist heritage. To Lenin, as we have said, all theoretical questions were merely instruments of a single aim, the revolution, and the meaning of all human affairs, ideas, institutions, and values resided exclusively in their bearing on the class struggle. GLE. It is not hard to find support for this attitude in the writings of Marx and Engels, who in many theoretical passages emphasize the transience and class-relatedness of all aspects of life in a class society. Nonetheless, their specific analyses were generally more differentiated and less simplified than such reductionist formulas might seem to imply. Both Marx and Engels had a considerably wider horizon of interest than that suggested by the question is. Book 2 ** The Golden Age 663. This good or bad for the revolution. To Lenin, on the other hand, this was a all-sufficient criterion as to whether a matter was important at all and, if so, how it should be decided. Marx and Engels had a sense of the continuity of civilization, and did not consider that all human values, including science, art, morals, and social institutions, were nothing but instruments of class interests. Nevertheless, the general formulas in which they expressed their historical materialism lent themselves well enough to the use Lenin made of them. To Lenin, philosophical questions had no meaning in themselves but were merely weapons in the political struggle. So were art and literature, law and institutions, democratic values, and religious ideas. On this point he not only cannot be reproached with deviating from Marxism, but it can rather be said that he applied the principles of historical materialism more thoroughly than Marx. If law, for instance, is nothing but a weapon in the class struggle, it naturally follows that there is no essential difference between the rule of law and an arbitrary dictatorship. If political freedoms are nothing but an instrument used by the bourgeoisie in its own class interest, it is perfectly fair to argue that communists need not feel obliged to uphold these values when they come to power. As science, philosophy, and art are only organs of the class struggle, it can be seen that there is no qualitative difference between writing a philosophical treatise and using firearms. The two are merely different weapons for different occasions and should be regarded in this light, whether used by friend or foe. These aspects of Lenin's doctrine became drastically evident after the Bolsheviks seized power, but they are expressed in his writings from the earliest years. Lenin often held the advantage in discussions with Marxists of other shades of opinion because of the devastating simplicity and consistency with which he applied the principles they had in common. When his adversaries were able to point out that he was in conflict with something Marx had actually said, for example, that dictatorship did not signify a despotism unfettered by law, they were proving Marx's own inconsistency rather than Lenin's unorthodoxy. Nonetheless, on one or two essential points, the innovations that Lenin introduced into the Russian revolutionary movement suggested considerable doubt as to his fidelity to Marxist tradition. In the first place, Lenin at an early stage advocated an alliance between the proletariat and the peasantry as the basic strategy for the bourgeois revolution, while his opponents contended that an alliance with the bourgeoisie would be more in accordance with the doctrine in this case. Secondly, Lenin was the first to see the national question as a powerful reservoir of energy that social democrats could and should use to further their cause, instead of merely an awkward hindrance. Thirdly, he formulated his own organizational rules and his own version of the attitude the party should adopt towards a spontaneous outbreak by the workers. On all these points he, 6,604 main currents of Marxism, was criticized not only by reformists and Mensheviks but also by such a pillar of orthodoxy as Rosa Luxemburg. On all of them, too, his doctrine turned out to be exceedingly practical, and it can safely be said that on all 3 points his policy was necessary to the success of the Bolshevik Revolution, to the party and the workers' movement. Consciousness and spontaneity. Tuesday, basic principles of Leninism as a separate political entity were formulated in 1901-3. These years saw the creation in Russia of the chief political groups, which, while constantly at odds with one another, carried on the struggle against the Tsardom until the October Revolution, viz. the Bolshevik and Menshevik wings of social democracy, the Social Revolutionaries, S.R.S., and the Constitutional Democrats, Cadets. The principal organ in which Lenin's ideas gradually took visible shape was Iskra. Up to the Second Party Congress in 1903, the differences between Lenin and the rest of the editorial board were not of great consequence, and it was he who in fact gave the paper its tone. He edited it first in Munich and then in London, where he moved in the spring of 1902. Skra was intended not only to combat revisionism and economism in Russian social democracy but to act as a link between groups which, despite the formal existence of the party, were still united as regards both ideology and organization. As Lenin put it, a newspaper is not only a collective propagandist and a collective agitator, it is also a collective organizer. Where to begin? In Works, Volume 5, p. 22. Iskra, in fact, played a decisive part in preparations for the Congress, which, when it assembled, united the Russian Social Democrats into a single party and immediately split the party into two warring groups. On the key question of the party's role, Lenin laid the foundations of Bolshevik ideology in his conflict with economism, which he regarded as highly dangerous even though its influence was waning. The economists interpreted historical materialism as a theory of the primacy of the proletariat's economic struggle as compared with political aims, which, in the immediate future at any rate, were mainly the business of the Russian bourgeoisie, and they identified the working class movement with a movement of workers in the sense of a spontaneous struggle by the workers as a body. They emphasized the strictly class character of their own program and attacked the Iskra group for touting after the intelligentsia and liberals, for exaggerating the importance of the Orient ideology, and for giving too much weight to the common antagonism of all classes to the autocracy. Economism was a kind of Russian Prudhonism, or Vrierism as it was called. According to its adherents, social democracy should be the organ, rather than the leader, of a true workers' movement. Book 2, The Golden Age, 665. In several articles, and particularly in What is to be done, Ego 2, Lenin attacked the economists for denying the party's role as a vanguard, and expressed in general terms his view on the importance of theory in the social democratic movement. The vital question for the prospect of revolution was, he argued, the theoretical consciousness of the revolutionary movement, and this could in no way be evolved by a spontaneous movement of workers. There cannot be a revolutionary movement without a revolutionary theory. This was even truer in Russia than elsewhere, since social democracy was in its infancy, and since the task confronting the Russian proletariat was no less than to overthrow the bastion of European and Asiatic reaction. This meant that it was the time to be the vanguard of the world proletariat, and it could not perform this role without a proper equipment of theory. The economists spoke of the importance of objective economic circumstances in social development, regarding political consciousness as an automatic consequence of economic factors and, therefore, denying it the right to initiate and activate social processes. But the fact that economic interests were decisive did not mean that the workers' economic struggle could itself assure them final victory, since the basic class interests of the proletariat could only be satisfied by a political revolution and a proletarian dictatorship. The workers, left to themselves, were not capable of attaining to consciousness of the fundamental opposition between their class as a whole and the existing social system. We have said that there could not have been social democratic consciousness among the workers. It would have had to be brought to them from without. The history of all countries shows that the working class, exclusively by its own effort, is able to develop only trade union consciousness, i.e. the conviction that it is necessary to combine in unions, fight the employers, and strive to compel the government to pass necessary labor legislation. The theory of socialism, however, grew out of the philosophic, historical, and economic theories elaborated by educated representatives Tips of the Propertied Classes, by Intellectuals, Works, Volume 5, p. 375. This was so in the West. Marx and Engels themselves belonged to the bourgeois intelligentsia, and so it would be in Russia. Lenin appealed on this point to Kolakowski, who wrote that the class struggle of the proletariat could not in itself create socialist consciousness. The class struggle and socialism were separate phenomena, and it was the task of social democracy to instill socialist consciousness into a spontaneous movement. If the party regarded itself as merely the organ or servant of a spontaneous workers' movement, it could never be the instrument of a socialist revolution. It must be the vanguard and organizer, the leader and ideologist, without which the workers could not advance beyond the horizon of bourgeois society or undermine its foundations. Here, however, Lenin adds a remark of decisive importance. 666 Main currents of Marxism. Since there can be no question of an independent ideology formulated by the working masses themselves in the process of their movement, the only choice is either bourgeois or socialist ideology. There is no middle course, for mankind has not aided a third ideology, and in a society torn by class antagonisms there can never be a non-class or an above-class ideology. But the spontaneous development of the working class movement leads to its subordination to bourgeois ideology. Trade unionism means the ideological enslavement of the workers by the bourgeoisie. Hence our task, the task of social democracy, is to combat spontaneity. Works, Volume 5, p. 384. The doctrine of bowing to spontaneity, or kvostism, tailism, is the chief target of Lenin's attack on the economists Martynov, Kuskova, and others. The workers may fight to sell their labor power on better terms, but the task of social democracy is to fight for the abolition of wage labor altogether. The antagonism between the working class and the whole capitalist economic system can only be grasped by scientific thought, and until it is grasped there can be no general political struggle against the bourgeois system. This fact, Lenin continues, leads to certain inferences as regards the relation between the working class and the party. In the economist view, the revolutionary organization is no more or less than the organization of workers. But to be effective, an organization of workers must be broadly based and as open as possible in its methods, and must have a trade union character. The party can not identify itself with a movement such as this, and there is no party in the world that is identical with the trade unions. On the contrary, the organization of the revolutionaries must consist first and foremost of people who make revolutionary activity their profession. In view of this common characteristic of the members of such an organization, all distinctions as between workers and intellectuals must be effaced. Ibid. p. 452. Such a party of professional revolutionaries must not only gain the confidence of the working class and take over the spontaneous movement, but must make itself the center of all forms of protest against social oppression, concentrating all the energies directed against the autocracy regardless of their origin or what class interests they represent. The fact that social democracy is the party of the proletariat does not mean that it should be indifferent to the oppression and exploitation of other groups, even of the privileged classes. Since the democratic revolution, although bourgeois in content, is to be led by the proletariat, it is the latter's duty to rally all the forces that aim to overthrow the autocracy. The party must organize a general campaign of exposure. It must support bourgeois demands for political freedom, combat the persecution of religious sectarians, denounce the brutal treatment of students and intellectuals, support peasant claims, make it set felt in every sphere of public life, and unite the separate currents of Book 2 equals the Golden Age 667. Indignation and protest into a single powerful stream which will sweep away the Tsarist order. To cope with these requirements, the party must be composed chiefly of professional revolutionaries, men and women who regard themselves, and are to be regarded, not as workers or intellectuals but simply as revolutionaries, and who devote their whole time to party activity. The party must be a small, centralized, disciplined organization on the lines of Zemlya I Volia in the Seven Ties. In conspiratorial conditions it is impossible to apply democratic principles within the party, though it is natural to do so in overt organizations. Lenin's idea of the party was much criticized as despotic, and some historians today believe that it contained in embryo the whole hierarchical, totalitarian structure in which the socialist system was subsequently embodied. It should be considered, however, in what respects his idea differed from those generally accepted at the time. He was accused of elitism and of desiring to substitute a revolutionary organization for the working class. It was even maintained that his doctrine represented the particular interests of the intelligentsia, or of intellectuals, and that he wished to see political power entirely in their hands and not in those of the proletariat. As regards the alleged elitism of treating the party as a vanguard, it should be noted that Lenin's position was no different from that generally accepted among socialists. The idea of a vanguard figures in the Communist Manifesto, whose authors describe the communists as the most conscious part of the proletariat, with no interests other than those of the class as a whole. The view that the workers' movement could not of itself evolve a revolutionary socialist consciousness, but must receive it from the educated intelligentsia, is one that Lenin shared with Kolakowski, Victor Edler, and most of the social democratic leaders, who stressed their difference from the syndicalists on this point. Basically, the thought expressed by Lenin is indeed a truism, since clearly no work man could have written Capital or the Anti-Diaring, or even what is to be done. No one could dispute that the theoretical foundations of socialism must be laid by intellectuals and not by factory workers, and if this was all that was meant by the instilling of consciousness from outside, there was nothing to argue about. The proposition that the workers' party was something different from the whole working class was also generally accepted, and it cannot be shown that Marx identified the party with the proletariat, though it is true he never defined exactly what the party was. What was new in Lenin's thought was not the idea of the party as a vanguard, leading the working class and imbuing it with socialist consciousness. The novelty consisted, in the first place, in his statement that the spontaneous working class movement must have a bourgeois consciousness, since it could not develop a socialist one, and no other kind existed. This does not follow from any of Kolakowski's arguments quoted by 668 Main currents of Marxism. Lenin, nor from any of the premises of Marxism. According to Lenin, every social movement has a definite class character. Since a spontaneous workers' movement is incapable of a socialist consciousness, a proletarian one in the proper theoretical and historical sense of the term, it follows, curious as it may seem, that the workers' movement is a bourgeois movement unless it is subordinated to the socialist party. This is supplemented by a second inference. The working class movement in the true sense of the term, i.e. a political revolutionary movement, is defined not by being a movement of workers but by possessing the right ideology, i.e. the Marxist one, which is proletarian by definition. In other words, the class composition of a revolutionary party has no significance in determining its class character. Lenin consistently maintained this view, holding for instance that the British Labour Party was a bourgeois party although its members were working men, whereas a tiny group with no roots in the working class was entitled, so long as it professed the Marxist ideology, to declare itself the sole representative of the proletariat and the sole embodiment of proletarian consciousness. This is what Leninist parties have done ever since, including those which had not even minimal support among actual workers. This does not mean, of course, that Lenin was indifferent to the composition of his own party or that he intended to build up a revolutionary organization consisting solely of intellectuals. On the contrary, he frequently insisted that there should be as high a proportion of workers in the party as possible, and he treated the intelligentsia with supreme contempt. The term intellectual was a pejorative one in his vocabulary and was regularly used to signify irresolute, unreliable, undisciplined, consumed with individualism, caprice, up in the clouds, and so forth. The party workers whom he most trusted were of working class origin, such as Stalin and Malinovsky. The latter, as it turned out, was an Okhrana agent and rendered his masters invaluable service. As one of Lenin's closest collaborators, made free of all the party's secrets, there can be no question of Lenin having intended to substitute intellectuals for workers, or having regarded them as the embodiment of socialist consciousness simply because they were intellectuals. That embodiment was the party, a body of a special kind in which, as we have seen, the distinction between intellectuals and workers was to disappear. The intellectual ceased to be an intellectual, and the workman to be a workman. Both were components of a strictly centralized, disciplined revolutionary organization. Thus, according to Lenin, the party with its correct theoretical consciousness embodies the proletarian consciousness irrespective of what the real empirical proletariat may think about itself or about the party. The party knows what is in the historical interest of the proletariat and what the latter's often take consciousness ought to be at any particular moment, although it's empirical. Book 2 The Golden Age 669. Consciousness will generally be found lagging behind. The party represents that consciousness not because the proletariat agrees that it should, but because the party knows the laws of social development and understands the historical mission of the working class according to Marxist theory. In this scheme of the empirical consciousness of the working class appears as an obstacle, an immature state to be overcome, and never as a source of inspiration. The party is completely independent of the actual working class, except insofar as it requires its support in practice. In this sense, Lenin's doctrine of party hegemony certainly means that in politics the working class can and must be replaced not by intellectuals, however, but by the party. The party cannot act effectively without proletarian support, but it is for the party alone to take political initiatives and to decide what the proletariat's aims shall be. The proletariat is incapable of formulating its own class aims, and if it tries to do so they will be bourgeois aims confined within the limits of capitalism. It will thus be seen that it was not elitism or the theory of socialist consciousness being introduced from outside into a spontaneous workers' movement, which made Lenin's party into the centralized, dogmatic, unthinking yet highly effective machine that it became, especially after the revolution. The theoretical source, or rather justification, of that machine was Lenin's conviction that the party, by virtue of its scientific knowledge of society, is the one legitimate source of political initiative. This later became the principle of the Soviet state, where the same ideology serves to justify the party's monopoly of initiative in all fields of social life, its position as the sole fount of knowledge concerning society and therefore the sole proprietor of that society. It would of course be hard to maintain that the whole system of the totalitarian state was preformed, let alone consciously intended, in Lenin's doctrine as expressed in 1902, but the evolution of his party before and after the seizure of power confirms to some extent the Marxist or rather Hegelian belief in a logical order of things embodied, although imperfectly, in the historical order. Lenin's premises require us to believe that the interests and aims of a social class, the proletariat, can and indeed must be determined without that class having a say in the matter. The same, moreover, is true of the whole of society once it is ruled by that class and therefore presumably shares in its aims. Once again the tasks, purposes, and ideology of the whole body are governed by the party's initiative and under its control. Lenin's idea of party hegemony developed naturally into that of the party's leading role in a socialist society 1.e into a despotism based on the principle that the party always knows better than the community itself what are the latter's interests, needs, and even desires. The people themselves may be too backward to understand these, but the party can divine them thanks to its scientific knowledge. In this way the notion of scientific socialism, opposed on the one hand to utopianism and on the other to a spontaneous 670 main currents of Marxism, workers' movement, became the ideological basis of the party dictatorship over the working class and the whole of society. Lenin never abandoned his theory of the party. At the Second Congress he admitted that he had exaggerated slightly in what TS to be done, but he did not say in what respect. We all know now that the economists bent the stick one way. To straighten matters out somebody had to bend it back the other way. And that is what I have done. I am convinced that Russian social democracy will always vigorously straighten out whatever has been twisted by opportunism of any kind, and that therefore our stick will always be the straightest and the fittest. Speech on the Party Program, 4, August 1902, Works, Volume 6, p. 4.91. A further distinction must be made in considering how far what is to be done embodies the theory of the monolithic party. At this time and afterwards, Lenin took it for granted that different views would be expressed within the party and that particular groups would be formed. He thought this natural but unhealthy, since in principle only one group could be in possession of the truth at a given time. Those who are really convinced that they have made progress in science would not demand freedom for the new views to continue side by side with the old, but the substitution of the new views for the old. Works, Volume 5, p. 355. The much vaunted freedom of criticism does not imply substitution of one theory for another, but freedom from all integral and pondered theory. It implies eclecticism and lack of principle. Ibid, p. 369. There can be no doubt that Lenin always regarded fractionalism and differences on essential points as a sign of disease or weakness in the party, though it was many years before he stated that all such manifestations should be cured by radical means, either by an immediate split or by expulsion from the party. Only after the revolution was there a formal ban on fractionalism. Even before the revolution, however, Lenin did not hesitate to break with his colleagues over important matters, believing as he did that all differences of view, not only on questions of major principle and strategy but also in matters of organization, in the last resort reflected class antagonisms. He naturally regarded his opponents in the party as carriers of some kind of bourgeois deviation or as symptoms of bourgeois pressure on the proletariat. As to the fact that he himself at all times presented the true and best understood interests of the proletariat, Lenin never had the slightest doubt. The theory of the party expounded in What is to be done was supplemented in Lenin's organizational proposals for the Second Congress, which met at Brussels after long preparation on July 30, 1903. It was afterwards transferred to London, where it sat until August 23. Lenin attended from Geneva, where he had been living since the spring. The first and acutest point of difference concerned the celebrated paragraph I of the party rules. Lenin wished membership to be confined to those who participated actively in one or other of the Book 2 equals the Golden Age 671 party organizations, whereas Martov proposed a looser formula admitting all who worked under the guidance and direction of a party organization. This apparently trifling dispute led to a near split and to the formation of two groups, which, as soon became clear, were divided not only on organizational matters, but on many others. Lenin's formula, backed by Plekhanoi, was rejected by a small majority. During the rest of the Congress, however, Lenin's supporters gained a slight predominance owing to the walkout of two groups, the Bund, General Jewish Workers' Alliance, and the economists representing the periodical Rabash Idelo. The small majority which Lenin's group thus gained in the election to the Central Committee and the Party Council led to the coining of the famous terms Bolshevik and Menshevik, after the Russian words ae, majority and minority. Their origin was thus fortuitous, but Lenin and his followers seized on the appellation Bolshevik and clung to it for decades, suggesting as it did that throughout the party's later vicissitudes the Bolsheviks were the true majority group. Many who were unfamiliar with the history of the Congress, on the other hand, took the word to mean maximalist. The Bolsheviks themselves never suggested this interpretation. The dispute over the membership clause in fact reflected two opposite ideas of party organization, about which Lenin had much to say at the Congress and in subsequent articles. In his opinion, the effect of the loose formula put forward by Mardoe, Axelrod, and Akamov was to allow any professor or schoolboy who might help the party, or any worker who came out on strike, to call himself a member. This would mean that the party lost all cohesion, discipline, and control over its own ranks. It would become a mass organization, built from below and not from above, a collection of autonomous units, unfit for centralized action. Lenin's idea was the exact opposite: strictly defined conditions of membership, rigid discipline, absolute control of the party authorities over its organizations, a clear dividing line between the party and the working class. The Mensheviks accused Lenin of adopting a bureaucratic attitude towards party life, of contempt for the working class, of dictatorial ambitions, and of wishing to subordinate the whole party to a handful of leaders. Lenin for his part wrote after the Congress, in One Step Forward, Two Steps Back, 1904. Works, Volume 7, p. 405, and Comrade Martov's fundamental idea self-enrollment in the party was the same false democracy, this idea of building the party from the bottom upward. My idea, on the other hand, was bureaucratic in the sense that the party was to be built from the top downwards, from the party Congress to the individual party organizations. Lenin had rightly perceived the fundamental importance of the dispute at the outset, and later on several occasions he compared it to the quarrel of the Jacobins and the Girondists. This was an apter parallel than the dispute between Bernstein's followers and German Orthodoxy, for the Mensheviks. 672 main currents of Marxism. Position was very close to the center of German social democracy. They stood for a less centralized and military organization and believed that the party should be a working class one not only in name and ideology, but by including as many workers as possible and not being merely a staff of professional revolutionaries. They thought the party should allow considerable autonomy to individual organizations and not deal with them exclusively by way of command. They accused Lenin of distrusting the working class, though they themselves accepted the doctrine of consciousness having to be instilled from outside it. It soon became clear that the Menshevik wing tended to adopt different solutions in other matters also. The dispute over a single paragraph of the rules had in fact divided the party into two camps which, instinctively as it were, reacted differently to strategic and tactical issues. In every case the Mensheviks gravitated towards an alliance with the liberals, while Lenin proclaimed the peasant revolution and a revolutionary alliance with the peasants. The Mensheviks attached importance to legal forms of action and, when this became possible, to fighting by parliamentary means. Lenin for a long time opposed the idea of social democrats participating in the Duma, and subsequently treated it purely as a propaganda platform, putting no faith in any reforms it might enact. The Mensheviks emphasized trade union activity and the intrinsic value of any improvements the working class might secure by legislation or by strike action. To Lenin, all such activity was valuable only in so far as it helped to prepare for the final conflict. The Mensheviks regarded democratic freedoms as valuable in themselves, while to Lenin they were only in that might serve the party on particular circumstances. On this last, Sweet EKNE with a privileged characteristic remark made at the Congress. But Pozadowski, should we subordinate our future policy to certain fundamental equals, tall democratic principles, and underscore attribute absolute value to them, or should all democratic principles be exclusively subordinated to the interests of our party? Lenin decidedly in favor of latter. Works, Volume 7, p. 227. Plekhanov also supported this view, which illustrates how, at the very outset, the interest of the party was exalted above all other considerations including the immediate interests of the class that the party was supposed to represent. Key writings by Lenin leave no doubt that he ascribed no value to freedom as such, although his appeals and pamphlets are full of references to the fight for free. They who serve the cause of freedom in general without serving the specific cause of proletarian utilization of this freedom, the cause of turning this freedom to account in the proletarian struggle for socialism, are, in a final analysis, plainly and simply fighters for the interests of the bourgeoisie. A new Revolutionary Workers' Association, article in Proletary, the Proletariat. June 1905, Works, Volume 8, p. 502. In this way Lenin laid the foundation of what was to become the Commune. Book 2 *, The Golden Age 673. In this party, a party distinguished by ideological unity, efficiency, a hierarchic and centralized structure, and the conviction that it represents the interests of the proletariat whatever the proletariat itself may think, a party which deems its own interest to be automatically that of the working class and of universal progress, because it possesses the scientific knowledge that entitles it to ignore, except for tactical purposes, the actual wishes and aspirations of the people it has appointed itself to represent. The Mensheviks, like Rosa Luxemburg, regularly accused Lenin of blanquism, plotting to destroy the existing order by a coup d'état, embracing the conspiratorial ideology of Tikashev, and striving for power regardless of objective conditions. Lenin replied that his theory had nothing to do with blanquism. Kism, that he wished to build up a party with real proletarian support and had no thought of a revolution carried out by a handful of conspirators. The men. Menshevik claimed that he had an anti-Marxist faith in the decisive role of subjective factors, i.e. of revolutionary willpower. Historical materialism taught that revolutionary consciousness could not be artificially created by the party's efforts but depended on the ripening of social conditions. To attempt to provoke a revolution instead of waiting for economic events to bring about a revolutionary situation was to violate the laws of social development. This criticism, though exaggerated, was not without foundation. Lenin, of course, was not a blanquist in the sense of envisaging a coup d'état which a small group of conspirators, properly prepared, could carry out at any moment. He realized that revolutions were elemental occurrences that could not be planned or produced at will. His view was that a revolution in Russia was inevitable, and that when it broke out the party must be prepared to direct it, to ride the wave of history and to seize power, sharing it initially with representatives of the revolutionary peasantry. He was not planning to cause a revolution, but to foster the growth of revolutionary consciousness and eventually take control of the mass movement. If the party was the subjective factor in the revolutionary process, and this is how both Lenin and his opponents understood the matter, he was indeed of the opinion that the spontaneous uprising of the working class would come to nothing unless the party was there to give it shape and direction. This was an obvious corollary of the party's role as the only possible vehicle of socialist consciousness. The proletariat itself could not evolve that consciousness, and therefore the will to revolution could not be brought about simply by economic events but must be deliberately organized. The economists, the Mensheviks, and the left-wing German social democrats, all of whom expected economic laws to bring about a socialist revolution automatically, were following a disastrous policy, for this would never happen. It was no good appealing to Marx in the matter, according to Lenin. Rosa Luxemburg vulgarized and prostituted Marx's doctrine. Marx did not. 674 main currents of Marxism say that socialist or any other consciousness arose automatically from social conditions, but only that conditions made its development possible. For the possibility to become a reality, the revolutionary idea and will must be present in the form of an organized party. There is no certain answer as to which side in the dispute was interpreting Marx more accurately. Marx believed that social conditions gave rise to the consciousness which would in time transform those conditions, but that to be effective it must first take on an explicit and articulate form. Many texts of his can be quoted in support of the view that consciousness is nothing but the reflection of an actual situation, and this appears to justify the attentism of the orthodox view. But, on the other hand, Marx regarded his own writing as the expression or explicitation of a latent consciousness. In the first text in which he refers to the historic mission of the proletariat, he says, "We must force these petrified relationships to dance by playing their own tune to them. Somebody must play the tune, the relationships cannot do so of their own accord. If the principle that social being determines consciousness applies only to past history, in which social consciousness invariably took on mystified forms, and ceases to be valid when the proletariat comes on the scene, then the doctrine that a vanguard is necessary to arouse consciousness is in accordance with Marx's teaching. The problem is then merely to identify the criteria by which we determine that conditions have ripened to the point at which the arousal is possible." Marxism gave no indication as to what these criteria were. Lenin often stated that the proletariat was in the nature of things, the revolutionary class. This, however, did not mean that it would of itself develop a revolutionary consciousness, but only that it was capable of receiving it from the party. While Lenin, therefore, was not a blanquist, he did believe that the party alone could and must be the initiator and source of revolutionary consciousness. The subjective factor was not only a necessary condition of the advance to socialism, as all Marxists accepted, including the Mensheviks, but was the real creator of revolutionary consciousness, though it could not start a revolution without help from the proletariat. Although Marx himself never put the matter in these terms, there is insufficient ground for holding that Lenin's opinion on the point was a distortion of Marxism. 3. The question of nationality. Tuesday's Second Congress also provided the occasion for taking a stand on the national question, which was a basic element in the politics of the Tsarist Empire. The matter was raised by the Bund, whose claim to be recognized as the sole representative of the Jewish working population was rejected by Book 2 ** The Golden Age 675. Majority including Lenin. Like many others, including Koskay and Struve, Lenin thought the Jews could not be considered a nationality, as they lacked a common language and a territorial base, but he also objected to the Bund proposal on grounds of principle, as it implied the creation of a federal party based on national criteria. In Lenin's view, differences of origin, education, and occupation ought to be of no account in the party, and this was still more true of nationality. Centralization was to do away with all differences between party members, each of whom was to be the embodiment of the purest party spirit, and nothing else. The problem engaged Lenin's attention more and more as the subject pleas of the empire manifested their separatism in nationalist movements. He wished the party to denounce national oppression and use the question as a lever, among others, to unseat the autocracy. There is no doubt that Lenin hated Great Russian chauvinism and did his best to extirpate it within the party. At the end of 1901, apropos of the violation of Finland's modest autonomy by the Tsarist government, he wrote, "We are still slaves to such a degree that we are employed to reduce other peoples to slavery. We still tolerate a government that suppresses every aspiration towards liberty in Russia with the ferocity of an executioner, and that furthermore employs Russian troops for the purpose of violently infringing the liberties of others." Iskra, November 20th, 1901, Works, Volume 5, p. 310. There was no dispute among social democrats on the question of national oppression, but by no means all of them accepted the principle of self-determination, i.e. the right of each nationality to a separate political existence. The Austrian Marxists stood for national autonomy within the dual monarchy. Each ethnic group was to have complete freedom of language, culture, education, publication, etc., but political independence was not expressly mentioned. Renner, Bauer, and their colleagues were incessantly troubled by national conflicts within the party. The Austro-Hungarian proletariat belonged to a dozen or more national groups, mostly not in clear-cut areas but jumbled up geographically, so that political separatism raised an inextricable problem of frontiers. As far as Russia was concerned, Lenin thought that cultural autonomy would not suffice and that self-determination would be no use unless it included the right to form separate states. He expressed this view on several occasions, and encouraged Stalin to do so in a pamphlet on the national question in 1913. The right of self-determination was the subject of a long dispute with SDKPIL, which on this account remained outside the Russian Social Democratic Work (ERS) party for some time. Lenin's most determined adversary, as already mentioned, was Rosa Luxemburg, whose position on the matter, apart from the special circumstances of Poland, was stronger in terms of fidelity to Marx. In 676 main currents of Marxism, Lenin's view all peoples were equally entitled to self-determination, and, unlike the founders of scientific socialism, he made no distinction between historical and unhistorical nations. However, in theory at all events the dispute was not so violent as it might appear. Lenin acknowledged the right of self-determination, but from the beginning he made certain reservations. These account for the fact that within a short time after the revolution, although Lenin's formulas remained unchanged, the right in question became no more than an empty flourish, as indeed it was bound to do. The first restriction was that although the party upheld the right to self-determination, it did not commit itself to supporting all separatist aims. In many, indeed most, cases it found itself on the opposite side to the separatists. There was no contradiction in this, Lenin argued. The party might demand the legalization of divorce, but it did not follow that it wanted all married couples to split up. We, the party of the proletariat, must always and unconditionally oppose any attempt to influence national self-determination from without by violence or injustice, while at all times performing this negative duty of ours, to fight and protest against violence, we on our part concern ourselves with the self-determination of the proletariat in each nationality rather than the self-determination of peoples or nations. As to support of the demand for national autonomy, it is by no means a permanent and binding part of the program of the proletariat. This support may become necessary for it only in isolated and exceptional cases. On the Manifesto of the Armenian Social Democrats, Iskra, February 1, 1903, Works, Volume 6, p. 329. The second restriction followed from the general principle that the party is interested in the self-determination of the proletariat and not of the people as a whole. Attacking the Polish Socialist Party, Lenin wrote that in demanding Poland's independence unconditionally, this party proves how weak in theoretical background and political activity is its link with the class struggle of the proletariat. But it is to the interests of this struggle that we must subordinate the demand for national self-determination. A Marxist can recognize the demand for national independence only conditionally, the national question. In our program, Iskra, July 15, 1903, Works, Volume 6, p. 456. The Polish case was crucial in these discussions for three reasons. First, Poland was the largest of the subjected nations of Europe. Second, it was divided among three great continental powers. And third, according to Marx, Polish independence would strike a decisive blow against reaction in the shape of the Tsarist autocracy and the other partitioning powers, Germany and Austria-Hungary. Rosa Luxemburg and Lenin both believed, however, that Marx's view on this point, if it had ever been valid, was out of date. Rosa Luxemburg ruled out the Book 2 *, The Golden Age 677. Restoration of Polish independence as contrary to the economic tendencies of the Tsarist Empire. In any case she regarded self-determination as a bourgeois invention designed to hoodwink the proletariat with the pretense of ideals common to a whole nation. Lenin was less firm on this point, though he rejected the idea that Polish Social Democrats should go for independence as an aim in itself irrespective of the party's interest. He quoted with full approval some remarks made by Mering in 1902, had the Polish proletariat desired to inscribe on its banner the restoration of a Polish class state, which the ruling classes themselves do not want to hear of, it would be playing an historical farce. If, on the other hand, this reactionary utopia seeks to win over to proletarian agitation those sections of the intelligentsia and of the petty bourgeoisie which still respond in some measure to national agitation, then that utopia is doubly untenable as an outgrowth of the unworthy opportunism which sacrifices the long-term interests of the working class to the cheap and paltry successes of the moment. At the same time Lenin goes on to say, no doubt the restoration of Poland prior to the fall of capitalism is highly improbable, but it cannot be asserted that it is absolutely impossible. And Russian social democracy does not in the least intend to tie its own hands. Ibid. pp. 459-60. Benin's position is thus not clear, and it is hard to see how he can ever have been represented, as he notoriously was, as a champion of political independence for all 80 ways convenient opponent of national oppression and proclaimed right of self-determination, but always with the reservation that it was not only Lenin M. that social democracy could support political separatism. Self-determination was at all times absolutely subordinate to the parties. Underscore interest and if the latter conflicted with the national aspirations of any PEO, PLE, the latter were of no account. This reservation in effect nullified the right of self-determination and turned it into a purely tactical weapon. The party would always try to utilize national aspirations in the struggle for power, but the interest of the proletariat could never be subordinated to the desires of a whole people. As Lenin wrote soon after the revolution in his theses on the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, no Marxist, without renouncing the principles of Marxism and of socialism generally, can deny that the interests of socialism are higher than the interests of the right of nations to self-determination. Works, Volume 26, p. 449. Since, however, the interest of the proletariat is by definition identical with the interest of the party, and its true aspiration can only be uttered through the party's mouth, it is clear that if the party comes to power it will be alone competent to decide questions of independence and separatism. This was inscribed in the party's program in 1919, which stated that the level of historical development of each nation must decide the question as to who expresses its real will in the matter of independence. Since, as the party ideology also lays 678 main currents of Marxism down, the will of the nation is always expressed in the will of its foremost class, i.e. the proletariat, while the latter's will is expressed in that of a centralized party representing the whole multinational state. It is clear that a particular nation has no power to determine its own destiny. All this is fully in accord with Lenin's Marxism and his interpretation of the right to self-determination. Once the interest of the proletariat is embodied in the interest of the proletarian state, there can be no doubt that the interest and power of that state are superior to all national aspirations. The invasion and armed suppression, on one occasion after another, of nations seeking to be free was quite consistent with Lenin's views. His objections to the brutal methods applied in Georgia by Orджonikidze, Stalin, and Dzerzhinsky may have been due to a desire on his part to use as little cruelty as possible, but they did not affect the right of the proletarian state to subjugate its neighbor. He saw nothing wrong in the fact that the Georgian people, with a social democratic government established by legal elections, was the object of an armed incursion by the Red Army. In the same way, the recognition of Poland's independence did not prevent Lenin, as soon as the Polish-Soviet War broke out, from forming the nucleus of a Soviet government for Poland, though it is true he believed, with almost incredible blindness, that the Polish proletariat would greet the invading Soviet troops as its liberators. 7 Pa. In short, on the presumption that the interest of the proletariat is the only absolute value and is identical with the interest of the party, WHCH has claimed itself the vehicle of the true consciousness of the proletariat. The principle of national self-determination can be no more than a tactical weapon. Lenin was well aware of this, which is not to say that the principle was an important part of his doctrine. On the contrary, his discovery of national aspirations as a powerful source of energy which the party could and should use in the fight for power was one of the most important features of his policy and did much to ensure its success, in opposition to the orthodox view that the Marxist theory of the class struggle made it unnecessary to pay specific attention to national problems. Lenin, however, was not only right in the sense that his theory paid off, it was also in accordance with Marxism. Since the interest of the proletariat is the supreme value, there can be no objection to exploiting national quarrels and aspirations in order to promote that interest, nor to the later policy of the Soviet state in supporting such aspirations in conquered and colonial territories in order to weaken the capitalist powers. On the other hand, Engels' distinction between historical and unhistorical nations, and Lenin's between the nationalism of great nations and that of small ones, do not seem to follow from the basic doctrine and may be regarded as bypaths, related to particular historical circumstances. The principle of national self-determination in its pure form, i.e. is in Book 2 * The Golden Age 679. Absolute right valid in all circumstances, is clearly contrary to Marxism, and from this point of view Rosa Luxemburg's position was easy to defend. The class division is paramount and is international, and there can be no national interests that are worth fighting for. But in the light of Lenin's far-reaching reservations, which reduce the principle to one of mere tactics, it is impossible to maintain that his defense of it was contrary to established doctrine. In other words, the dispute between him and Rosa Luxemburg on this issue was one of tactics and not of principle. National differences and national culture had no intrinsic value in Lenin's eyes but were, as he often repeated, essentially political weapons of the bourgeoisie. As he wrote in 1908, the proletariat cannot be indifferent to the political, social, and cultural conditions of its struggle. Consequently, it cannot be indifferent to the destinies of its country. But the tinies of the country interest it only to the extent that they affect its class struggle, and not in virtue of some bourgeois patriotism, quite indecent on the lips of a social democrat. Works, Volume 15, p. 195. We do not support national culture but international culture, which includes only part of each national culture, only the consistently democratic and socialist content of each national culture. We are against national culture as one of the slogans of bourgeois nationalism. We are in favor of the international culture of a fully democratic and socialist proletariat. Ibid, Volume 19, p. 116. The right to self-determination is an exception to our general premise of centralization. This exception is absolutely necessary in view of reactionary Great Russian nationalism, and any rejection of this exception is opportunism, as in the case of Rosa Luxemburg. It means foolishly playing into the hands of reactionary Great Russian nationalism. Ibid, p. 501. Lenin frequently expressed himself on these lines before and during the war. He quoted with emphasis the famous saying that the working man has no fatherland, and believed it quite literally. At the same time, he was the only important social democratic leader who proclaimed the unrestricted right to self-determination and expressly applied it to the oppressed peoples of the Tsarist Empire. At the end of 1914 he wrote a short article on the national pride of the Great Russians, Works, Volume 21, which was one of the texts most frequently reprinted and quoted as Russian communism came to be more and more permeated with chauvinism. Unlike all Lenin's other articles, in which he denounces and derides every form of patriotism, always in quotation marks, he declares on this occasion that Russian revolutionaries love their language and country, that they are proud of their revolutionary traditions and for this reason desire the defeat of the Tsardom in every war, as the least harmful outcome for the working population, and that the interest of the Great Russians is in accordance with that of the Russian proletariat and of all others. This is the only text of its kind in Lenin's works, and diverges from the remainder in so far. 680 Main currents of Marxism. As it seems to regard national culture as valuable in itself and worth defending, in the light of Lenin's doctrine as a whole it gives the impression of an attempt, by watering down his views, to rebut the charge of treason that was leveled against the Bolsheviks at the time and to show that their policy deserved support on patriotic grounds as well. Certainly it is hard to see how the defense of great Russian national pride can be reconciled with the statement that the place of those who advocate the slogan of national culture is among the nation. A list petty bourgeois, not among the Marxists. Critical remarks on the national question, Works, Volume 21, p. 25. However, the article of December 1914 is not at variance either with the principle of self-determination or with the restrictions Lenin imposed upon it. For the proletariat and the bourgeoisie in the democratic revolution, Trotsky and the permanent revolution, all social democrats were agreed that Russia was on the eve of a bourgeois revolution which would sweep away the autocracy, establish democratic freedoms, give the land to the peasants, and abolish the relics of serfdom and so null dependence. But this left undecided several important questions, which, to some extent involved the theoretical foundations of Marxist doctrine. The idea that the proletariat would lead the coming revolution, as the Russian bourgeoisie was too weak and cowardly to do so, came from Plekhanov, and was more or less common property among the social democrats, who from the beginning joined issue on this point with the populists and later the economists. However, the Mensheviks did not adhere to this opinion consistently, but inferred from the bourgeois character of the revolution that the proletariat's natural allies in overthrowing the autocracy were the bourgeoisie and the liberal parties, and that after the revolution these latter would be in power, and the social democrats would be in opposition. On this point Lenin at an early stage declared for quite different tactics. The fact that the revolution would pave the way for capitalism in Russia did not mean that the bourgeoisie would hold political power after it, or that the social democrats ought to ally themselves with the liberals to bring it about. Lenin was guided in this not only by his inveterate hatred of the liberals, but mainly by his conviction that the peasant problem was the decisive element. This led him to condemn the adoption in Russia of any schema based on the experience of democratic revolution in the West. Unlike the orthodox Marxists, he foresaw the huge revolutionary potential that lay in the peasants' unfulfilled demands, and he urged the party to exploit this even though, from the traditional point of view, it might seem to involve a reactionary program of backing smallholders. According to classic patterns, the concentration of Book 2 * The Golden Age 681. Property would speed the advance towards socialism, and the breakup of estates was therefore reactionary. Lenin, with his sharply practical, opportunist, undoctrinaire outlook, was less interested in Marxian correctness and, mainly, or exclusively, concerned with the political efficacy of the proposed tactics. Generally speaking, he wrote, It is reactionary to support small property because such support is directed against large-scale capitalist economy, and consequently regards social development and obscures and glosses over the class struggle. In this case, however, we want to support small property not against capitalism but against serf ownership. There are two sides to all things in the world. In the West, the peasant proprietor has already played his part in the democratic movement, and is now defending his position of privilege as compared with the proletariat. In Russia, the peasant proprietor is as yet on the eve of a decisive and nationwide democratic movement with which he can not but sympathize. In a historic moment like the present, it is our direct duty to support the peasants. Our principal immediate aim is to clear the way for the free development of the class struggle in the countryside, the class struggle of the proletariat, which is directed towards attainment of the ultimate aim of the international social democratic movement, the conquest of political power by the proletariat and the laying of the foundations of a socialist society. The Agrarian Program of Russian Social Democracy, Inzerya, August 1902, Works, Volume 6, pages 134. 148. Lenin thus accepted the general notion of an alliance with the bourgeoisie, but immediately and fundamentally qualified it, not the liberal bourgeoisie, which was prepared to come to terms with the monarchy, but the revolution. Republican bourgeoisie, i.e. the peasants. This was the chief bone of contention between him and the Mensheviks. More important than the question of the party rules, it was also the main theme of Lenin's two tactics, written at the Third Congress in 1905. But it was a question not only of alliance during the revolution, but of power. Thereafter Lenin proclaimed the slogan of rule by the proletariat and peasantry in the bourgeois society that the revolution was to establish. This society, he believed, would permit the unrestrained development of the class struggle and the concentration of property, but political power would be exercised by the proletariat and peasantry through their respective parties. With this in view, the Social Democrats must cultivate peasant support and prepare a suitable agrarian program. This too became a subject of dispute. Lenin proposed to go for the nationalization of all the land, emphasizing that this was not a specifically socialist measure and that it would gain peasant support while not undermining bourgeois society. Most Bolsheviks, like the S.R.S., favored confiscating the big estates and church lands without compensation, and then partitioning 682 main currents of Marxism. Lem. Mensheviks were for municipalizing the expropriated lands, i.e. Tom this ram metal sen. 6. The Social Democrats will never take away the property oft. Easaos Ren INRE, Works, Volume 6, p. 397. But in the same pamphlet he stated that after the socialist revolution all means of production, including land, would be held in common. It was not clear how the rural poor were expected to reconcile these two statements. All Social Democrats regarded the distinction between the minimum and maximum program as a matter of course, and all were concerned as to how social democracy would carry on the fight for the next stage after the bourgeois revolution. None of them ventured to predict how long Russia's capitalist era would last. Thus Mensheviks, however, generally thought that it would take a whole historical epoch to assimilate Western democratic and parliamentary institutions, and that the transition to socialism was a remote prospect. Lenin, for his part, took seriously the principle, which was quite in the spirit of Marxism, that all tactics must be geared to the future socialist upheaval, and that the tenal aim must be constant kept in mind and govern all the parties' acts. Question was, if the bourgeois revolution gave power to the people, Petnia Omega would they not inevitably seek to transform society in a socialist direction, so that the bourgeois revolution would grow into a socialist one? This problem came to the fore in the RNA before the Five Revolution, and immediately after it in the writings of P. N. Trotz. Leo Trotsky, Lyov Davidovich Bronstein, had a name for Heimild. In 1902-3 as a gifted exponent of Marxism in Russian emigre circles. Born in 1879. On November 7, New Style, at Yanovka in the province of Kherson, the son of a Jewish farmer, of whom there were a few in the Ukraine, he went to school at Odessa and Nikolaev and became a Marxist at the age of 18. He studied mathematics for some months at Odessa University, but soon devoted himself to political work and was active in the South Russian Workers' Union, which, although not purely social democratic, was much influenced by Marxist ideas. He was arrested at the beginning of 1898, spent nearly 2 years in jail, and was then sentenced to 4 years in Siberia. In prison and in exile he eagerly pursued his Marxist education, and in Siberia gave lectures and published articles in the legal press. Escaping from banishment with a false passport in the name of Trotsky, under which he belongs to history, he joined Lenin in London in the autumn of 1902 and became a contributor to Iskra. At the Second Party Congress he was one of the majority which voted against Lenin's draft. Paragraph I, on the ground that Lenin was trying to turn the party into a close circle of conspirators instead of a working class organization. He remained for a time in the Menshevik camp, but with it before long as he disapproved of the trend towards an alliance with the liberals. In 1904 he published in Book 2 The Golden Age 683. Geneva pamphlet entitled Our Political Tasks, which among other things, attacked Lenin's conception of the party. He asserted that Lenin despised the people and the working class and was trying to substitute the party for the proletariat, which meant that in course of time the Central Committee would replace the party and a dictator would replace the Central Committee. This prophecy, which has been much quoted since, was based on the same Mrs. Rosa Luxemburg's criticism of Lenin. The idea of a centralized, hierarchic party of professional revolutionaries was contrary to the fundamental Marxist principle that the working class can only be liberated by its own efforts. For many years Trotsky acted mainly as an independent social democratic publicist, identifying with neither wing of the party but using his influence in the direction of restoring unity. In Munich he became a friend of Purvis, A.E.L. Helfand, a Russian Jew who had settled in Germany and belonged to the left wing of the German Social Democrats, and who regarded as the true forerunner or originator of the theory of permanent revolution. His view was that the democratic revolution in Russia would bring to power a social democratic government which would of necessity endeavor to continue the revolutionary process towards socialism. Trotsky adopted this idea and expounded it in the light of the Five Revolutions, generalizing from that event. He stated that as the Russian bourgeoisie was so weak the coming revolution must be headed by the proletariat and therefore would not stop at the bourgeois stage. Russia's economic backwardness meant that the bourgeois revolution would be immediately followed by a socialist revolution. This was similar to Marx's and Engels' forecast for Germany in 1848. But, while in the first stage the proletariat would not be supported by the peasantry, in the socialist revolution it would have the mass of small owners against it. Being a minority in Russia, the proletariat would not be able to maintain itself in power unless aided by a socialist revolution in the West, but it was to be expected that the revolutionary process would spread promptly from Russia to Europe and to the rest of the world. Trotsky's theory of permanent revolution thus rested on the two propositions, which he frequently repeated in the coming years, that the bourgeois revolution in Russia would evolve continuously into a socialist one and that this would touch off a conflagration in the West. If it did not, the Russian revolution could not survive, as the proletariat would have to contend with overwhelming opposition from the peasant masses. Until April 1917, Lenin did not believe that the first revolution would immediately develop into the second, and he contested Purvis's view that a social democratic government would come to power in the first stage. Such a government could not last, he wrote in April 1905, because only a revolutionary dictatorship supported by the vast majority of the people can be at all durable. The Russian proletariat, however, is at present a minority of the population. 684 Main currents of Marxism. In Russia, Social Democracy and the Provisional Revolutionary Government. Works, Volume 8, p. 291. The Social Democrats should therefore reckon on sharing power with the peasantry, which in its entirety was interested in overthrowing the autocracy, but not on an immediate transition to socialism. On the other hand, Lenin wrote before the 1905 revolution that the dictatorship of the proletariat must be a dictatorship against and over the entire class of peasant proprietors. This is clearly expressed in his notes on Plekhanov's SEC. On draft of the party program. The concept of dictatorship is incompatible with positive recognition of outside support for the proletariat. If we really knew positively that the petty bourgeoisie will support the proletariat in the accomplishment of the proletariat's revolution, it would be pointless to speak of dictatorship, for we would then be fully guaranteed so overwhelming a majority that we could get on very well without a dictatorship. The recognition of the necessity for the dictatorship of the proletariat is most closely and inseparably bound up with the thesis of the Communist Manifesto that the proletariat alone is a really revolutionary class. The more indulgence we show, in the practical part of our program, towards the small producer, e.g. the peasant, the more strictly must we treat these unruly, able and double-faced social elements in the theoretical part of the program, without sacrificing one iota of our standpoint. Now then, we say, if you adopt this standpoint of ours you can count on indulgence of every kind, but if you don't, well, then don't get angry with us. Under the dictatorship we shall say about you, there is no point in wasting words where the use of power is required. Works, Volume 6, pages 51. 53-0. In accordance with these views Lenin wrote in Revision of the Agrarian Program in 1906 that, the nearer the peasant uprising is to victory, the more likely is the peasant proprietor to turn against the proletariat, the more necessary is it for the proletariat to have its independent organization. The rural proletariat must organize independently together with the town proletariat to fight for the complete socialist revolution. Works, Volume 10, p. 191. The program must therefore contain a precise definition of the next step the movement can and should take to consolidate the peasants' gains and to pass from the victory of democracy to the direct proletarian struggle for socialism. Ibid. p. 192. At the party's unity congresses in April 1906 Lenin clearly took the view that peasant resistance would defeat the revolution if there were not, as he was sure there would be, a proletarian uprising in the West. The Russian Revolution can achieve victory by its own efforts, but it cannot possibly hold and consolidate its gains by its own strength. It cannot do this unless there is a socialist revolution in the West. Without this condition restoration is inevitable. Book 2 equals the Golden Age 685. Whether we have municipalization, or nationalization, or division of the land, for under each and every form of possession and property the small proprietor will always be a bulwark of restoration. After the complete victory of the democratic revolution the small proprietor will inevitably turn against the proletariat, and the sooner the common enemies of the proletariat and of the small proprietors, such as the capitalists, the landlords, the financial bourgeoisie and so forth are overthrown, the sooner will this happen. Our democratic republic has no other reserve than the socialist proletariat in the West. Works, Volume 10, p. 280. This shows clearly how far Stalin exaggerated when he spoke later of a basic antagonism between Leninism and the means of AE revolution AOIME. TOPOOE and CE. The Ariat in the socialist revolution. Secondly, Trotsky called into the possibility of building socialism in one country and did not believe that the Rev EE could reach its achievement in base with. Sino was by no means and so that even A equals AE. Iasia, let alone a socialist one, could not maintain itself without A underscore E the West. Benin stressed the need to organize the rural proletariat, i.e. the landless peasants, whose interests, he believed, coincided with those of the town workers and who would therefore support a socialist revolution, but he realized before 1917 that the entire peasantry would turn against the proletariat at the second stage. Finally, Lenin thought that, although the first stage could not lead to a socialist government it would inaugurate the direct proletarian struggle for socialism. The theory of permanent revolution was contrary to Lenin's views only insofar as it suggested that the first stage would lead at once to rule by the proletariat or its party. Quash only. Giancium had an above sticks on the class struggle in the countryside and put forward the doctrine of a dictatorship of the proletariat and the rural poor, that he was compelled to oppose a policy based on the theory of an unbridgeable gulf between the proletariat and the peasantry as a whole. Tuesday theory of the party, the national question, and the relationship of the proletariat to the bourgeoisie and the peasantry on these 3 points, even before the revolution of 1905, Leninism took shape as a new formation within the socialist movement, although its novelty was not at first perceived by Lenin himself. Leninism envisaged a socialist movement allied with the peasantry but not with the urban bourgeoisie. The proletariat was to organize itself for a 686 main currents of Marxism. Autocratic revolution in a semi-feudal country, in the hope of first sharing democratic power with the peasantry and then initiating the struggle for socialism. And a proletarian dictatorship against the bourgeoisie and the peasant proprietors. In all this the proletariat was to act under the leadership of the party, the true keeper of the proletariat's consciousness which, while it sought the workers' support, considered itself proletarian not by reason of that support, but because of its scientific understanding of society. It was to be a centralized, hierarchical party, built around a core of professional revolutionaries, and, in its tactics and ideology independent of the empirical proletariat. Its task was to exploit all elements and forms of opposition and to channel all the energies, whether national, social, religious, or intellectual directed against the ancien regime, but to use them for its own purposes and not to identify with them. Thus it supported the liberal opposition to the Tsardom even though its own future intent was to destroy liberalism. It supported the peasants against the relics of feudalism, although its ultimate purpose was to deprive the peasants of the right to own land. It supported religious sectarians against orthodox persecution, although it professed atheism and intended to do away with religious prejudices. It supported national movements and aspirations to independence, insofar as they helped to disrupt the empire, although its own purpose was to abolish national states altogether. In short, it set out to make use of all destructive energies aimed against the present system, while intending eventually to destroy, as separate social forces, all the groups that embodied those energies. The party was to be a kind of universal machine, uniting social energies from every source into a single current. Leninism was the theory of that machine, which, aided by an extraordinary combination of circumstances, proved effective beyond all expectation and changed the history of the world. 17. Philosophy and politics in the Bolshevik movement. One factional struggles at the time of the 1905 revolution. Tuesday effects of the Second Congress were felt throughout the remaining life of the Russian Social Democratic movement. It became clear soon after the Congress that Lenin could not, as he had hoped, use the small majority he had gained in its latter stage to achieve control over the party. This was mainly because of Plekhanov's treachery. The Congress had appointed an editorial board for the party journal. This body, which was at that time practically independent of the Central Committee and often more important in practice, consisted of Plekhanov, Lenin, and Martov, while the rest of the minority Axelrod, Vera, Zasulich, and Patrusov were eliminated on a motion by Lenin. Martov, however, declined to function on the board as thus constituted, while Plekhanov broke with the Bolsheviks a few weeks later and, by the weight of his author, ITY, succeeded in reconstituting the board with all four Menshevik members. This caused Lenin in his turn to resign. From then on Iskra became a Menshevik organ, and it was a year before the Bolsheviks were able to found one of their own. The Congress was the occasion for an avalanche of articles, pamphlets, books, and leaflets in which the newborn factions exchanged insults and charges of disloyalty, intrigue, misappropriation of party funds, etc. Lenin's book One Step Forward, Two Steps Back was the most powerful piece of artillery fired in this campaign. It analyzed all the important votes at the Congress, defended the centralist idea of the party, and branded the Mensheviks as opportunists. In Iskra, on the other hand, articles by Plekhanov, Axelrod, and Martov accused the Bolsheviks of bureaucratic centralism, intolerance, Bonapartism, and plotting to subordinate genuine working class interests to those of professional revolutionaries from the intelligentsia. Each side leveled the same charge against the other, that its policy was not a true expression of proletarian interests, but the charge missed its mark, as they meant different things by proletariat. The Mensheviks had in mind an actual movement by actual workers, whom it was the party's role to assist to victory. To Lenin, the 688 main currents of Marxism. Actual, spontaneous workers' movement was by definition a bourgeois phenomenon, while the true proletarian movement was defined by the supremacy of proletarian ideology, that is to say of Marxism in its Leninist interpretation. The Bolsheviks and Mensheviks continued to be, in theory, sections of a GLE party. The breach inevitably affected the party in Russia, but it was less evident there, as many leaders regarded the émigré squabbles as of little account, while working-class social democrats had hardly heard of them. The two factions jostled for influence in the underground organization and formed committees on every hand, while Lenin and his supporters pressed for a fresh Congress to be held as soon as possible, to heal the split which was paralyzing party action. Meanwhile Lenin created the organizational and ideological basis of the Bolshevik faction with the aid of new leaders and theorists such as Bogdanov, Lunacharsky, Bunkbrevich, Vorovsky, and others. The 1905 revolution came as a surprise to both factions, neither of which had anything to do with the first spontaneous outbreak of the émigrés who returned to Russia. Trotsky, who did not belong to either group, played the most important part. He made his way to St. Petersburg at once, while Lenin and Martov did not return till November 1905, after the proclamation of an amnesty. The first stage of the revolution was linked with the formation, by the Petersburg workers, of trade unions that were in fact organized by the police, as if to confirm Lenin's warning of what would happen to the working class left to itself. The unions, however, which were under the patronage of Zubatoy, chief of the Moscow Okhrana, got out of hand from the point of view of their organizers. Father Gapon, who took seriously his role as a leader of the working class, became a revolutionary as the result of Bloody Sunday, January 1905, when the police fired on a crowd of peaceful demonstrators at the Winter Palace. This event touched off the crisis which was already coming to a head, owing to defeats in the war with Japan, strikes in Poland, and peasant revolts. In April 1905 Lenin summoned a Bolshevik Congress in London which claimed itself to be a congress of the whole party and, for a time, set the seal on its division, passing anti-Menshevik resolutions and electing a purely Bolshevik Central Committee. However, as the revolution progressed members of both factions in Russia cooperated with one another, and this helped towards a rapprochement. The spontaneous workers' movement created new bodies in the shape of workers' councils, Soviets. Bolsheviks inside Russia at first distrusted these as non-party organs which could not possess true revolutionary consciousness. Lenin, however, soon recognized them as the nucleus of workers' power in the future, and instructed his followers to join them and do their best to control them politically. In October 1905 the Tsar issued a manifesto promising a constitution, civil liberty, freedom of speech and assembly, and an elected parliament, the Duma. Book 2 The Golden Age 689. All the social democratic groups and the S.R.S. denounced these promises as fraudulent and boycotted the elections. In the last 2 months of 1905 the revolution reached its peak. The revolt of the Moscow workers was suppressed in December. Bloody repressions followed in all the revolutionary centers of Russia, Poland, and Latvia, while reactionary bands inspired mass terror and pogroms. For some time after large-scale revolts were put down, local outbreaks and acts of violence took place and were stamped out by the authorities. Despite this ebb of the revolutionary tide, Lenin at first hoped for an early renewal of the struggle, but he finally accepted the need to work within the reactionary system, and stood out for social democratic participation in the elections to the Third Duma in mid-1907. On that occasion, cf. below, he was opposed by a majority of his own group, but supported by the Mensheviks. As a result of the revolution, the Social Democratic Party was formally reunited. At the Stockholm Congress in April 1906 the Mensheviks had a considerable majority, but the old names were retained. Organizational unity was restored in a form that lasted for the next 6 years, until Lenin brought about a final split in 1912. Ideological and tactical unity, however, were still lacking. The basic differences and mutual accusations continued, although for a time Lenin used less crude and insulting terms about the Mensheviks than previously. Each group interpreted the results of the revolution as a confirmation of its own theories. Lenin argued that it was clear that the bourgeoisie, in this case the cadets, was ready to come to terms with the Tsardom in returned for trifling concessions and was more afraid of a popular revolution than of the autocracy. The revolution had also shown, he contended, that the only force that could be counted on besides the proletariat was the peasantry, which at this stage was the natural ally of the Social Democrats. Some Mensheviks, on the other hand, thought the revolution had failed because in its second phase the proletariat had been isolated by the excessive radicalism of its demands, which had alienated the bourgeoisie instead of turning it to account. As an ally, Trotsky was led by the events of 1905 to formulate his theory of permanent revolution more precisely, arguing that a Russian revolution must at once evolve into a socialist phase and that it could touch off a socialist upheaval in the West. Thus in the post-revolutionary period the old divisions remained and new problems confronted the two factions, who reacted according to their respective ideas. The Mensheviks were much more inclined to make use of the new parliamentary opportunities. Lenin's followers at first held out for a boycott, and when they finally agreed to be represented in the Duma they treated it as a sounding board for revolutionary propaganda and not an instrument of social reform. The Mensheviks, though they took part in armed clashes during the revolution, regarded an armed uprising as a last resort and were more into 690 main currents of Marxism as state in other forms of struggle, whereas to Lenin an uprising and the conquest of power by violence were the only possible way of achieving revolutionary aims. He was scandalized by Plekhanov's words, "We should not have taken up arms," and quoted them repeatedly to show what an opportunist the Mensheviks' ideological leader was. The Mensheviks favored the most decentralized forms of government in the future Republican state, and for this reason among others they proposed to make over confiscated lands to local government authorities, arguing that nationalization would mean strengthening the central power, which would be in the hands of the bourgeoisie. The Asiatic character of the Russian state was another reason why Plekhanov was in favor of decentralizing measures. Lenin held to the plan for nationalization, i.e. not the confiscation of peasant land, or rural collectivization, but the transfer of absolute rent to the state. In his view the post-revolutionary government would be one of the proletariat and peasantry, so the Menshevik argument had no force. Other Bolsheviks again, including the young Stalin, were for partitioning all the confiscated land. This was closest to what the peasants actually desired, and was finally inscribed in the program. The Mensheviks, both in and outside the Duma, were inclined towards tactical alliances with the cadets. Lenin denounced the cadets as lackeys of the Tsardom and preferred to work with the peasants, represented after 1905 chiefly by the labor group, True Dubiki. The Mensheviks devised plans for a broad non-party organization of the proletariat in a general workers' congress, i.e. a nationwide system of Soviet ETS, whereas to Lenin this meant eliminating the party and replacing it, by the proletariat. He also vehemently attacked Axelrod, Lenin, and other advocates of the workers' congress, arguing that the Soviets were only of use for insurrectionary purposes. Soviets of workers' deputies and their unified cation are essential for the victory of the insurrection, but a victorious insurrection will inevitably create other kinds of organs. From the Symposium, Questions of Tactics, April 1907, Works, Volume 12, p. 332. The next few years were filled with argument on these questions, especially the agrarian program and relations with the cadets. The Menshevik group was much more beset with doubts and was often irresolute in tactical matters, inclining to ascribe importance to legal institutions and broadly based proletarian organizations. Lenin wished the party to use every opportunity of legal activity, but to preserve its clandestine organization and to resist the blandishments of constitutionalism, parliamentarianism, and trade unionism. All legal forms must be subordinate to the eventual aim of seizing power by force. At the same time Lenin was opposed to the SR policy of terrorism against individuals. He emphasized before 1905 that the party did not renounce terror as a matter of principle and that it was necessary in certain circumstances, but attacks on ministers and other public figures were premature and counterproductive. Book 2 The Golden Age 691. As they dissipated revolutionary forces and could not bring about any significant effect. In the latter part of the revolutionary period he crossed swords with the Mensheviks over expropriations, i.e. acts of armed robbery by terrorist groups for the purpose of replenishing party funds. Stalin in Transcaucasia was one of the chief organizers of this activity. The Mensheviks, and Trotsky, condemned this practice as unworthy and demoralizing, but Lenin defended it, provided it was not exercised against individuals but against banks, trains, or state property. At the London Congress in the spring of 1907 expropriations were condemned by a Menshevik majority, against Lenin's opposition. The party's ranks were much depleted by the period of reaction. After the Unity Congresses in September 1906 Lenin estimated its numbers at over 100,000. The delegates at the Congress represented about 13,000 Bolsheviks and 18,000 Mensheviks. The Bund rejoined, bringing in 33,000 Jewish workers. To these were added 26,000 Polish and Lithuanian Social Democrats and 14,000 Latvians, yet Trotsky in 1910 estimated the total at only 10,000. However, despite repressions, the post-revolutionary situation offered much wider opportunities for legal activity. At the beginning of 1907 Lenin moved to Finland, whence he re-emigrated at the end of the year. He proclaimed a boycott of the elections to the Second Duma, but not all Social Democrats obeyed, and 35 were elected. After about 3 months the Second Duma, like the first, was dissolved, whereupon Lenin abandoned the boycott policy and sanctioned his followers' participation in the Third Duma, not for the sake of social reform but to expose the delusions of parliamentarianism and to push the peasant delegates in a revolutionary direction. A few months previously, anyone who opposed the boycott showed, according to Lenin, that he had no conception of Marxism and was an arrant opportunist. Now, anyone in favor of it was a self-confessed opportunist and ignoramus. Among the Bolsheviks there came into being a subgroup who criticized Lenin from the left, and whom he dubbed Etsovists, i.e. recallists, for demanding the recall of the Social Democratic delegates from the Duma, while another group were nicknamed ultimatists, because they drafted an ultimatum to be addressed by the party to its deputies, mostly Mensheviks, on pain of recall if they did not obey. The distinction between the two subgroups was not essential, but there was against Lenin a faction of revolutionary Bolsheviks who thought the party should have nothing to do with parliament but concentrate on direct preparation for the coming revolution. The most active member of this group, A. Bogdanov, had for years been Lenin's most faithful collaborator. He had played the main part in organizing Bolshevism inside Russia and can be regarded as the joint creator, with Lenin, of Bolshevism as a separate political movement. Among the other Etsovists or ultimatists were several intellectuals: Lunacharsky, Pokrovsky, Menzinsky, some of whom later reverted to Leninist orthodoxy. 692 Main currents of Marxism. The tactical controversy with the Etsovists was intertwined in a curious fashion with a philosophical dispute which arose at this time in the Social Camp and withdrew from Lenin a treatise in defense of materialism. Published in 1909. This dispute had a previous history which should be briefly described. Two new intellectual trends in Russia. A.R. the turn of the century the Russian intelligentsia showed a marked tendency to abandon positivism, scientism, and materialism, which had for so long been the dominant modes of thought. The same trend was seen throughout Europe, in philosophy and social thought as in poetry, painting, and drama. The typical free-thinking Russian intellectual of the last quarter of the century believed that science had the answers to all questions of social and individual life, that religion was a collection of superstitions maintained by ignorance and deceit, that the biologist's scalpel had annihilated God and the soul, that human history was irresistibly impelled by progress, and that it was the task of the intelligentsia to support progress against autocracy, religion, and oppression of all kinds. Historical optimism, rationalism, and the cult of science were the keynotes of evolutionary positivism at Spencer, reinforced by the tradition of 19th century materialism. Russian Marxism in its first stage duly gave pride of place to these positivistic elements of the inherited worldview. To be sure, the second half of the 19th century was not only the period of Chernyshevsky and Dobrolyubov, but also that of Dostoevsky and Solovyov. But the most dynamic and influential parts of the intelligentsia, and the great majority of the revolutionaries, whether populist or Marxist, accepted the rationalist and evolutionist catechism as a natural concomitant of their struggle against the Tsardom and the Church. In the early 1900s, however, this outlook began to give place to a variety of intellectual attitudes in which it is hard to distinguish any common feature, except that they rejected the scientistic, optimistic, and collectivist ideals of the previous century. In addition to academic philosophy in the style of Kant, A.L. Wittgenstein, or Hegel, B. N. Chicherin, new works by non-academic philosophers struck a religious, personalist, and anti-scientistic note. Many Western philosophers were translated, not only Wundt and Windelband but also Nies, Sche, Bergson, James, Avenarius, Mach, and even Husserl, together with Max Stier, the prophet of egocentric anarchism. In poetry symbolism and decadence flourished, and Russian literature was enriched by the names of Merezhkovsky, Zenodojibius, Bloch, Brysov, Bunin, Vyacheslav Ivanov, and Biley. Interest in religion, mysticism, oriental cults, and occultism was almost universal. Solovyov's religious philosophy experienced a revival. Pessimism. Book 2 The Golden Age 693. Satanism, apocalyptic prophecies, the search for mystic and metaphysical depths, love of the fantastic, eroticism, psychology and self-analysis, all these merged into a single modernistic culture. Merezhkovsky, with Berdiyev and Rozanov, rooted on the metaphysic of sex, and Minsky extolled Nietzsche, wrote religious poems, and cooperated with the Bolsheviks. Ex-Marxists returned to the Christian faith of their ancestors, a generation which had identified an interest in religion with obscurantism and political reaction gave place to a generation which regarded scientific atheism as a symbol of naive, narrow-minded seas. Appeared Problems of Idealism, a collection of essays many of Seer had recently been Marxists, but which condemned Marxism and materialism for their moral nihilism, contempt of personality, determinism, and fanatical pursuit of social values regardless of the individuals who made up society. They also attacked Marxism for its uncritical worship of progress and sacrifice of the present to the future. No ethical system, Berdiyev claimed, could be based on a materialist worldview, since ethics presupposed the Kantian distinction between what is and what ought to be. Moral norms cannot be deduced from experience, and the experimental sciences are therefore useless to ethics. For these norms to be valid there must be an intelligible world in which they have their being, other than the world of experience, and their validity also presupposes the free, noumenal nature of man. Moral consciousness thus postulates freedom, the existence of God, and the immortality of the soul. Positivism and utilitarianism cannot provide man with absolute criteria of value. Bulgakov attacked materialism and positivism on the ground that they failed to solve metaphysical puzzles, regarded the world and human existence as the work of chance, denied freedom, and offered no criteria of moral value. The world and man's presence in it were only intelligible in the light of faith in the divine harmony, and social commitment could be based on nothing but a sense of religious duty. Only when our acts are given meaning by their relation to divinity can we speak of true self-realization and the integration of personality, which is the supreme human value. Most of the authors of Problems of Idealism were agreed in holding that the validity of legal or moral norms presupposes a non-empirical world and that self-realization must not be sacrificed to the demands of society, since personality is an intrinsic and absolute value. Novgorodtsev emphasized the need for law to be based on a priori norms of justice. Stroh criticized the ideal of equal ity in the sense of universal leveling and the elimination of personal differ. I. Currnts 5. L. Frank invoked Nietzsche to support 7 Ia Waminans Taus and the sacrifice of personal CRE activity to the welfare of the masses. Stroh, Berdyaev, Frank, and Askoldov. 694 Main currents of Marxism. All in some degree endorsed Nietzsche's attacks on socialism as a philosophy of mediocrity and the values of the herd. All regarded socialist ideals as designed to stamp out personal values for the sake of man as an abstraction. All were skeptical of historical laws and criteria of progress derived from empirical history, without the benefit of a priori moral norms, and all saw in socialism the prospect of abstract collective values tyrannizing over personality. Problems of Idealism was an important event in Russian cultural history, not because its ideas were especially novel but because it was a concerted attack on all the intellectual and moral stereotypes which the progressive intelligentsia had derived from 19th century evolutionism and utilitarianism, and because it criticized Marxism not from the populist point of view, still less that of conservative orthodoxy, but from that of the most up-to-date, neo-Kantian, or Nietzschean philosophy. The key concepts that were accepted by revolutionists of every shade, and the main historiosophical dogmas of the progressive intellectuals, were challenged by men who until recently had, at least to some extent, regarded them as their own. Atheism, rationalism, evolutionism, the categories of progress and causality, and the premises of collectivist morality, all these, it was claimed, did not represent the victory of reason over superstition but were symptoms of intellectual poverty. The new critics brought into the light of day everything in Marxism and socialism that was contrary to freedom and personal values, all doctrinaire schemes that jest the present to the future and self-realization to collective ideal without being fully aware of it. They brought to light the conflict between the absolute value of the individual and his development, and the desire for social change, a conflict especially obvious when the individual was extolled on Nietzschean lines. The Marxists, who regarded Problems of Idealism as nothing but a man-station of bourgeois liberalism, were quick to emphasize those elements of the new movement which could be regarded as glorifying egocentrism or the Morality of the Herrenmensch who despises the sufferings and aspirations of the masses. Lyubov Axelrod, who at this time was, with Plekhanov, the most vigorous defender of traditional Marxist philosophy, published in Zerya, under the pseudonym Orthodox, an exhaustive criticism of the new ideas from this point of view. She was able, as Lenin generally was not, to summarize the opposing arguments in a sober, factual manner. Her reply, however, consists mainly of repeating hallowed formulas and trying to show that the cult of poor, so null values as preached by Berdiyev, Frank, and Bulgakov is a glorification of egoism and a dissolvent of social obligation. Rehearsing the Marxist attack on religion as an instrument of oppression and inequality, she lays stress on the link between historical and philosophical materialism. In this as in all other respects she was a disciple of Plekhanov. The question was a live one in Marx. Is controversy. Max Zetterbaum had recently published a series of articles in Book 2 The Golden Age 695. Die Neuzeit arguing that historical materialism did not involve any particular ontological position and was compatible with Kantian transcendentalism. This view, popular among German and Austrian Marxists, was of course anathema to Plekhanov and Orthodox. The mechanistic outlook, as she writes, accepting responsibility for this expression, is an integral interpretation of the world which includes pre-human history as well as that of mankind. There is room in it for a rational concept of progress. What is historically progressive is whatever tends towards the preservation of society and of individuals. She does not attempt to unravel the complications of this formula. There is no basic difference between the study of human history and the natural sciences. Social science is just as objective and just as much concerned with laws and repeatable phenomena as physical science. This summary and oversimplified reply was made easier by the fact that the authors of the work criticized did not profess to be Marxists and defended idealism under its own name. It was harder to deal with those social democrats who were led astray by the new heresy and tried to combine the Marxist tradition with the socialist philosophy based on subjectivist trends, and in particular, on the empirical brand of epistemology. It is noteworthy that while attempts were also made in the West, especially by Victor Edler's son Friedrich, to graft empiricism onto Marxism, it is only in Russia that one can speak of a whole school of philosophers of this way of thinking, who exercised appreciable influence though only for a short time. Unlike many Western revisionists, this school did not contend that Marxism was philosophically neutral and could be combined with any epistemological theory, but sought, on the contrary, to adopt a philosophy in harmony with Marxist social theory and revolutionary strategy. In the same way as their orthodox critics, they endeavored to create an integral picture of the world in which a particular philosophical doctrine and no other would provide a basis for historical materialism and the theory of the revolution. In this respect they shared in the doctrinaire spirit which prevailed among Russian social democrats. What attracted them in empirical philosophy was its scientific and anti-metaphysical rigorism and its activistic approach to epistemology. Both these characteristics seemed well in accord with the iconoclastic attitude of Marxism towards inherited philosophical systems, and with the revolutionary orientation of the Bolshevik wing of Russian social democracy. 3. Empiricism. On Tazel, Japes and with a fairly large number of philosophers and Fisi, Alromeni and Austria, among whom the most prominent names, A.I. Gagagialim, Antonello T. Richard, Avenarius. The two men worked in 690 main currents of Marxism, independently of each other, and their conclusions were not identical. But their thinking ran on similar lines although expressed in different terms. The objective that Avenarius set himself was to demolish all philosophical concepts and explanations that turn the world into a mystery by postulating a difference between the phenomena we perceive and the true reality which lies beneath or beyond them. Above all, he sought to refute epistemological idealism, which derived from the distinction between mental impressions and inaccessible things in themselves. He also held that all agnostic doctrines were based on the same false distinction. If his ideas were fairly often interpreted, by Wundt among others, as a new variety of subjectivism or even immanentism, this was due partly to a certain inconsistency in his argument and partly to the extreme complexity of his language, which bristles with neologisms and indeed ours to make a clean sweep of all the traditional abstractions of philosophy. The error which causes us to distinguish between the contents of the mind and the thing itself, or between the subject's interior and the object. This error, leading to all the aberrations of idealism and agnosticism, is due to an instant process which Avenarius calls introjection. If we examine our perceptions without any philosophical prepossession, we do not find them mysterious. Philosophy, however, persists in telling us that our impression or sensation, for example when we touch a stone, is something other than the thing itself, in this case the stone, and that the problem is how they are related to each other. If it were so, we could never find the answer, for there is no way of comparing the likeness with the original and seeing whether they agree, whatever this may precisely mean. But the question is a false one. We do not have to do with the thing and the impression separately, and if we dichotomize the world in this way, we condemn ourselves to barren speculation which can only result in our capitulating before the mystery of a world concealed by a veil of sensations, or embracing the idealist delusion that the world is nothing but a medley of men. Tal states introjection, i.e. the mental process by which, as it were, a take in physical objects in the form of subjective images or reflections is due to a false, though historically inevitable, interpretation of our relations with the world. Since we rightly presume that other people's mental experience is similar to ours, and since we thus treat them as experiencing subjects and not as automata, we attribute to them a mental interior similar to our own, a sort of container for their experiences, which we cannot ourselves directly perceive. Having thus dichotomized other people, we do the same for ourselves, treating our own perceptions as mental states caused by outside stimuli but different from them. We thus divide the world into what is subjective and what is objective, and then speculate on how the two are related. Hence, in due course, the distinction between the body and the immaterial soul, and all spiritualist and religious illusions. But the mistake of introjection can be avoided. I can recognize. Book 2 and the Golden Age 697. Is that another person is a cognizant subject like myself without making a distinction between his or my for interior and that which is external. Once we shake off the illusion that we have an inner consciousness in which external objects are mysteriously present objects which exist independently of the fact that they are given but which we cannot know in any other way, we are freed from all the traditional questions and categories of philosophy, the disputes between realism and spiritualism, and the insoluble problems inherent in the notions of substance, force, and causality. However, the removal of the delusion does not solve the question of the act of cognition, which in the ordinary sense implies a distinction between the knower and the known. This relationship must now be defined in terms free from the error of introjection. The critique of introjection is the negative aspect of Avenarius's thought. Its positive counterpart is the idea of principle coordination. The content of my experience includes things other people, and also myself. For the self that I experience directly is present in the same way as a thing. 1. E is the known and not the knower. It is not a subjective int. We are transforming things into copies of themselves. At the same time, the self is irremovably present in experience as a relatively permanent part of it, and principal coordination is the name given to the permanent conjunction of the term and counter-term of experience, which are equivalent and combined in such a way that neither is prior to the other. The central term is each separate human being, and the counter-term, i.e. what was formerly called the object of experience, is numerically identical for any number of central terms. Different people, in other words, perceive the same object. The counter-term does not multiply itself to match the number of subjects, and this rules out epistemological idealism. By removing the possibility of idealism and solipsism, we also eliminate the problem of the thing in itself hiding behind phenomena, for this would imply a counter-term that is not a counter-term since it is not given and would therefore be self-contradictory. Principal coordination does not, Avenarius continues, affect the sense we ascribe to scientific knowledge, for when we address ourselves to any object we create a situation of coordination, i.e. we include that object in a cognitive combination. We may think, for instance, that we are asking what the world was like when there was no one to perceive it, but in fact we are adding an imaginary observer to the scene and asking what the world would have been like then. We cannot raise a question about any part of the universe without embracing it in our act of inquiry and thus making it a counter-term of experience. We may say, and this is probably what Avenarius intended, that the act of inquiry cannot be eliminated from the content of the question, and therefore the situation of questioning is an instance of principal coordination. It is impossible to put a question concerning independent being, for the very act of uttering it. 698 Main currents of Marxism establishes a dependence. To ask about being in itself is to ask how we can know the world without creating a cognitive situation, that is to say without knowing it. In this sense all the traditional questions of epistemology and metaphysics, as posed by Descartes, Locke, Kant, and their successors, are seen to be wrongly framed and meaningless. If human cognitive activity is understood in this light, Avenarius claims, its true biological significance becomes plain. Cognition is a form of behavior, comprising the reactions of the body to stimuli which constantly disturb our biological equilibrium, and the reactions have no other purpose than to restore it. Cognition, being simply a biological reaction, is not concerned with truth in any transcendental sense or with discovering how things really are. The predicates true and false do not belong to components of experience, like pleasant and painful, good and bad, beautiful and ugly. They are related to a particular interpretation of experience. They are characters and not elements. Human ideas about the world, whether philosophical doctrines or religious beliefs, are to be interpreted biologically and not in relation to truth. They can without exception be genetically understood as the response of individuals or communities to needs occasioned by changes in the environment. This does not mean that the content of my knowledge is not valid for all mankind. Some features of biological existence are universal, and so therefore are certain truths enunciated by human beings, but this universality refers to the human species and not to any transcendental validity of knowledge. From the purely biological point of view, cognition is of course possible, but not a category of it which would entitle us to claim that our knowledge is true objectively, i.e. independently of the act of cognition. Although it was Avenarius's object to free philosophy from the dualism of mind and matter by reducing all being to experience in which the self and the object are present on equal terms, he was unable to avoid drawing conclusions that brought him under suspicion of subjectivism or inconsistency. If the self is not a subject but is something known, and if the central term is inseparable from any account of experience, in what does the act of knowing consist? It would appear to be an experience which is nobody's, a situation in which something is given not to anyone in particular but in general, an act of perception without a percipient. If I say that I see something or other, this statement comprises me as a grammatical and epistemological subject and implies that I, as the cognizant subject, am not on a par with the other components of the perceptual field. Otherwise it would be truer to say that something is more perceived than that I'll perceive it. But Avenarius's explanation is not clear. How could the category of subject be banished from the account of experience, and what is the difference between the central term of the Empiric critics and the subject in the ordinary sense? If we hold to the view that the self is only a Book 2 * the Golden Age 699. Opponent of the perceptual field, it is not clear why principal coordination happens at all, i.e. why the self must be present in every act of experience. It is in fact hard to reconcile the two fundamental categories of introjection and principal coordination. The critique of introjection is intended to do away with the subject as a superfluous construction and with the distinction between subjective and objective being. Experience is left as an ontology, neutral zone, whose relation to being in itself cannot be meaningfully inquired into. Epistemological aspirations are relinquished, and science is left to deal with its problems as they are, without ontological interpretation. This is how Mach understood the matter. If, however, we also adopt the theory of principal coordination, the subject, under a different name, reappears as a separate category, whose inevitable presence in experience can only be understood on the supposition that it is the knower and not the known. Yet Avenarius rejects this supposition. If we accept both parts of his interpretation, the result may easily lead us into an absurdity. The self, as a component of experience on the same footing as things, is for some unintelligible reason the condition of the appearance of all its other components. The inadmissibility of this is clear when Avenarius identifies the central term of coordination with the human nervous system, so that the latter, a physical object, is the condition of the presence of all other physical objects. Avenarius does not, of course, state this absurd conclusion, but it is hard to see how it can be avoided if both his basic tenets are maintained. A second fundamental difficulty, to which Nader and especially Husserl drew attention, is that of the physiological interpretation of cognitive values, combined with the recognition of scientific knowledge as true in the everyday sense. If, as Avenarius says, truth is not part of experience but is a secondary interpretation of it, the whole purpose of scientific knowledge is reduced to biological utility. On this purely pragmatic view, what is true is that which it is advantageous to accept in given conditions. Some truths may be universally valid, but this only means that they are advantageous in all circumstances, because of the unaltering features of human species life. But at the same time, Avenarius bases his biological interpretation of knowledge on observations of the physiology of perception. He accepts these as valid or true in the everyday sense, and thus seems to fall into a petitio principii. Hence, Husserl argued, the whole idea of biological epistemology is an impossibility. We cannot find the meaning of all experience on the basis of certain particular data of experience, which we regard as true in the ordinary sense. Sought to explode all the traditional questions of philosophy by doing away with subsot as a superfluous construction, without which these Juisteins would not arise. But his doctrine of principal coordination thwarts NEYT. And introduces a major inconsistency into the whole theory. The 700 main currents of Marxism. NT of his critique, for which the theory of coordination is unek equals. Irian das rie. Tick. Tersan or yet si testis fei or of some equals. Thing new but a return to the naive, immediate view of the world in which cognitive acts would recover their true biological meaning. It was also in accord dance with the basic principle of intellectual economy. In Avenarius's view, as in that of Mach, the principle of economy was not a general law of physics, as in Maupertuis, but signified, as in Spencer's philosophy, that any living organism, including the human brain, acts so as to attain its object with the minimum output of energy. The whole history of human thought exemplified this. The capitalization of knowledge preceded by increasingly far-reaching generalizations and increasingly efficient ways of recording and transmitting axial information. All abstract ideas were instruments of this process, so were human speech and writing, the laws of science, and the methods of mathematics. Scientific laws did not purport to reflect any particular facts in their every detail, but to express recurrent aspects of phenomena that were of biological importance. They were shortcuts which saved effort in the manipulation of things. Metaphysical categories like thing, substance, spirit, and matter were by products of the same activity. They were useful insofar as they denoted certain relatively permanent combinations of qualities in experience, but when petrified in language, our imagination was apt to treat them as metaphysical entities. The task of science, in accordance with the principle of economy, was to purge experience of such superfluous constructions. Mach's philosophy is not open to the same charge of inconsistency as that of Avenarius, since it contains no equivalent of the principle of coordination. Mach was an experimental physicist and a historian of physics. He had a stronger sense than Avenarius of the relativity of knowledge, and did not believe in a one-way process of purifying experience so as to achieve a definitive, uniform scientific world picture. He regarded science as a biological instrument of the human species, developing in accordance with the principle of economy, and equally provisional and relative at each successive stage. Like Avenarius, he took a pragmatic view of cognition, whether pre-critical perception or scientific hypotheses. This conception of knowledge left no room for metaphysics. The world consisted of collections of various qualities, which showed varying degrees of permanence and changed in a more or less predictable manner. These qualities or elements, perceived without prepuces. Book 2 *, The Golden Age 701. Zion, had no ontological significance. They were in themselves neither mental nor material. Considered in relation to the human body, they were sensations, while in their interdependence they appeared as things. These, however, were secondary interpretations. Experience itself did not require us to attribute any ontological status to colors, sounds, pressures, time, or space. The actual content of knowledge, including the laws of science, comprised nothing that was not an experience. The purpose of science was to select, classify, and record concisely the results of experience, in accordance with the biological needs of the human species, and to facilitate manipulation and prediction. Truth in the transcendental sense was a superfluous addition and introduced nothing of value. All knowledge was experiential in origin and content, except for those parts of mathematics that were purely tautological and gave no information about the world. On this point Mach was faithful to the Humean tradition. All knowledge consists of the description of experience and of analytical judgments. There is no necessity in it except of a linguistic kind. There are no synthetic a priori judgments. Mach's ideas were basically a new version of Humean positivism, intended to free the human mind of an encumbering load of concepts, questions, and distinctions that were not rooted in experience but owed their existence to the inertia of language. He was not a subjectivist, treating material qualities as mental states, but sought to outlaw questions of the relationship between men, tall images and things in themselves, as the concepts they implied were not part of experience and were the fruit of philosophical prejudice. The world as man perceived it was selected and organized in a certain way under the pressure of biological needs. Although its primary features were found in experience, and although science, properly conceived, could add nothing to them, it could arrange experience by means of abstract concepts and laws so that the whole universe appeared under the aspect of a certain order. This order, however, was the work of human selection and was, in this sense, of our own making. If we try to identify the common intention of Avenarius, Mach, and the many philosophers and physicists who thought like them, we find it to consist in a form of scientism_positivism, closely related to modernistic European metaphysical preconceptions, whether materialist. Religia e Scritti sought to return to a direct, spontaneous, so a character Rasaliatermime Dundicisiatom in his natural status as a seosnate of being, freed from the abstract constructions of philosophy and religion and from the jugglery of language. They also held that the order of the universe which equals knowledge displays to is not a real order to be passively apprehended, but is a product of man's adaptive power. The return to nature, and the idea that man is responsible for the order of the external world are characteristic of the intellectual life of the time. The anti-metaphysical science. 702 main currents of Marxism. Tism of the empiriocritics, and their biological, pragmatic view of knowledge, attracted Marxists in search of a new and more thoroughgoing interpretation of the universe in accordance with the revolutionary spirit. For Bogdanov and the Russian empiriocritics. Tuesday principal Russian empiriocritics were the Bolsheviks Bogdanoy, Lunacharsky, and Bazarov. There is, however, nothing specifically Bolshevik about their philosophy, although they themselves believed that their political and philosophical positions were closely connected. The same applies to the Mensheviks Yushkevich and Valentinov, and to the $R. Viktor Chernov. All these were in search of a monistic philosophy embracing the whole of experience and practical politics, but in a different way from that of Engels and Plekhanov, which seemed to them naive, arbitrary, and unsupported by any analysis of the concepts they used. The output of the Marxist empiriocritics is enormous and has not as yet been fully studied. Bogdanov was certainly the most important of them, both as a philosopher and as a politician. He was a doctor by profession but a man of varied learning, versed in psychology, philosophy, and economics, a novelist and one of the most active Bolshevik organizers and ideologists. In all his work he was obsessed with the monistic quest for a philosophy containing the key to every problem and explaining everything by a single principle. Alexander Alexandrovich Bogdanov, real name Malinovsky, was born at Tula in 1873. He studied natural science at Moscow, and medicine at Kharkov. Until 1899. He was a populist until 1896, when he became a social democrat. Together with Bazarov, Rudnat. In 1897 he published a popular Marxist handbook of economics, of which Lenin wrote a highly favorable review. This work presented a conspectus of all economic systems in a catechetic form and did much to create the conventional schemata of economic history which became part and parcel of Marxism-Leninism. In 1899, fascinated by the energism of Wilhelm Ostwald, he published Basic Elements of the Historical View of Nature, which sought to construct a monistic worldview based on the concept of energy. In this work he displays the relativist tendency which he regarded as a cornerstone of Marxism. All truths are historical in the sense that they express man's biological and social situation. Truth is a matter of practical applicability, not objective validity. He later took the view that energism was only a certain way of observing the world, but did not explain the stuff it was made of and therefore could not satisfy the mind's monistic aspirations. Arrested in Moscow in 1899 and sentenced to exile, Bogdanov lived in Kaluga and then Vologda until 1903. During this period he met Berdiyev, as well as Lunacharsky and other social democrat intellectuals. He was the Book 2 registered the Golden Age 793. Inspirer and part author of a collected work of 1904 entitled An Outline of the Realist Worldview, An Answer to Problems of Idealism. Other contributors were Lunacharsky, Vladimir Frij, Bazarov, and Suvorov. In 1904-06 Bogdanov published his 3-volume magnum opus, Empiriomonism, an attempt to adapt the epistemology of Mach and Avenarius to historical materialism. Bogdanov was a Bolshevik from 1903 onwards. Lenin, despite Bogdanov's heretical views on philosophy, maintained political ties with him for some years. He encouraged Lyubov Axelrod to write against empirical criticism, but did not himself join the fray until the philosophical deviationists also opposed his policy towards the Duma. After the split in the Social Democratic Party, Bogdanov was Lenin's chief lieutenant in St. Petersburg. From 1906 he worked to rebuild the United Organization there, and joined Lenin in Finland as one of the 3 Bolshevik members of the Central Committee. He opposed the participation of Social Democrats in the Duma elections, and was later an ultimatist. The left-wing Bolsheviks who, with different degrees of firmness, rejected legal methods and pressed for the continuation of a directly revolutionary policy after 1907, were all more or less adherents of the empirical philosophy. In 1909 Bogdanov and his friends were expelled from the Bolshevik Center, and afterwards from the Central Committee. For a time the group published its own journal, and, with financial help from Gorky who, to Lenin's anxiety, sympathized with the unorthodox trend, founded a party school at Kopri as a center for the revival of revolutionary Bolshevism. The school functioned for some months in 1909, and again at Bologna in 1910-11. Besides Bogdanov its lecturers included Lunacharsky, Alexinsky, Menzinsky, a future head of the OPO, and Iksa Zayanali Trotsky. Lenin was invited to give a lecture at the school, but declined. In 1911 Bogdanov's group disintegrated and he returned to Russia for good. He continued to pour out philosophical writings, seeking more and more generalized formulas in which to express his monistic views. Together with other deviationists he published 2 collected works, Essays on the Philosophy of Marxism. 1908, Bogdanov, Vizeroy, Bourbon, Lunacharsky, Yushkevich, Suvorov, and Helfand, and Essays on the Philosophy of Collectivism. 1909, Bogdanov, Gorky, Lunacharsky, Bazarov. Among his own publications were The Decline of Fetishism, 1910, which analyzed fetishism in general terms as a cognitive and social phenomenon, The Philosophy of Living Experience, 1913, a popular account of empiriomonism, and Techtology, a universal organizational science. 1913, Volume 2, 1917. The last was an attempt to lay the basis of a universal science comprising philosophy, sociology, physics, and technology. It may be regarded as a forerunner of praxeology. In addition Bogdanov published manuals of economics that were much reprinted, and several dissertations on proletarian culture. He pursued this with vigor after the revolution and was one of the chief ideologists of the institution known as Proletkult. 704 Main currents of Marxism. During the war Bogdanov served at the front as an army doctor. He did not rejoin the party. In 1926 he was appointed director of the Hematological Institute in Moscow, and 2 years later he died as the result of a transfusion experiment on himself. Even this had its philosophical bearing. Blood transfusion was, to him, a proof of the biological unity of mankind, and was thus linked with the collectivist outlook. An author who produced over 50 books and innumerable articles on all kinds of subjects could not be a philosopher of the first rank. He was also a bad writer. His principal is diffuse, chaotic, ve in dictex stunts. Philosopher was superior to Gier in all respects, erudition, knowledge of his subject, independence of thought, and skill in formulating problems. He also appears to have been an excellent organizer. He lacked, however, what Lenin possessed in full measure, the non-doctrinaire ability to change tactics. In a new situation, like most ideologists, he was too consistent for his own good. Bogdanov's empiriomonist philosophy is based on 3 main ideas. All spiritual and mental activities are instruments of life in the biological and social senses. Psychic and physical phenomena are alike from the ontic point of view. The life of the human race tends towards the integral harmony of all its manifestations. The first 2 ideas are found in Mach, but Bogdanov gives them a distinctive interpretation on the strength of which he calls his theory empiriomonism and not empirical criticism. The third point is specifically connected with socialist doctrine. According to Bogdanov, Mach's philosophy supports Marxism inasmuch as they both treat cognitive processes as instruments of man's fight for existence, and reject the possibility of ideas not derived from experience. The objective ity of acts of cognition lies in the fact that they are valid for human societies, and not only for the individual. This collective aspect distinguishes physical phenomena from subjective ones. Asterisk Fes objective Dach is actor OLV equals physical. WONSISTS, H/KSE Ron personally Bull TELANCA. Book 2 equals the Golden Age POS. Self, whereas in primitive communist societies the self was merged in the community. In the society of the future it will be different again, when work is collectively organized and there will be no possibility of conflict between my own self and another's. Work is genetically prior to all other forms of community life. However, when the immediate expenditure of energy in the fight with nature is supplemented by organizational forms to increase the efficiency of labor, these call into being ideological instruments including all modes of communication, language, abstract knowledge, emotions, customs, moral norms, laws, and arts. The ideological process constitutes all that part of social life that lies outside technical Processes, beyond the immediate struggle of social man with external nature. Ibid 11, 45. Science is not an ideology, for it develops as an immediate organ of technology. Ultimately, however, all forms of collective spiritual life, whether ideological or scientific, are subservient to the struggle for existence and have no significance apart from their function in that struggle. This subordination of all forms of life to the requirements of technology and increased efficiency is not yet visible to all, on account of ideological delusions which keep alive count less metaphysical fetishes, but it is becoming visible to the proletariat, and in the future it will be common to all mankind. The technical value of products, replacing the fetish of exchange value, is the sum of the social energy of human labor crystallized in those products. The cognitive value of an idea is its power to increase the volume of social energy of labor by planning and organizing the forms of man's activity and the instruments they use. The moral value of human behavior consists in increasing the social energy of labor by harmoniously uniting and concentrating human activity and by organizing it in the direction of maximum solidarity. Ibid 135-6. This purely pragmatic, but it should be added, socially pragmatic, interpretation, according to which knowledge and the life of the mind generally are an assemblage of instruments whose ultimate purpose is to assist technical progress, leaves no room for the concept of truth in the traditional sense, i.e., underscore the conformity of our judgments to independent reality. The natural world, underscore in Bogdanov's view, is the result of the social organization of experience, and underscore truth means utility in the struggle for existence. This attitude, he claims, is strictly scientific, as it sweeps away all the metaphysical fetishes that have deluded philosophers and common men over the centuries. Having reduced the universe to collective experience, and cognitive values to socially useful ones, we have no need of such categories as substance or thing in itself, or such specifications as spirit, matter, time, cause, force, etc. Experience contains nothing that answers to these concepts, and they are not required for the practical handling of objects. 706 Main currents of Marxism. Bogdanov's critique of the thing in itself as a superfluity which can be inapt from Kantian philosophy is based on a misunderstanding. Bogdanov and Mackie, from whom he took this interpretation, appear to think that in Kant's view there is behind every phenomenal object a mysterious thing in itself to which we have no access. If it be removed, the phenomena remain as they were and nothing has been lost except a metaphysical construction. This, however, is a parody of Kant's thinking. What he held was that the phenomenon is the mode in which things appear, so that they are immediately accessible to us, but organized into priori forms. If the thing in itself were removed, in short, the concept of a phenomenon must mean something quite different for Bogdanov and Mach than it does for Kant, but they do not explain this meaning. Mach's merit, according to Bogdanov, was that he broke with the dualism of mind and matter and introduced instead the concept of experience, in which phenomena appear as mental, psychical, or physical according to whether we connect them with one another or relate them to our own modes. But Mach did not completely eradicate the dualism, as he retained these two aspects and did not explain why they should be different. The answer offered by experiomonism is that the stuff of mental and physical phenomena is identical. There is no area of subjectivity in the universe, only the discordance between individual and collective experience, which is due to social causes and which history will in time remove. We come here to the obscurest part of Bogdanov's philosophy. He appears to be saying that our thoughts, feelings, perceptions, acts of will, etc. are made of the same material as water or stones, but that this material is in some sense ultimate and therefore cannot be defined, encompassing everything. It cannot be explained in terms of anything specific. In this respect, of course, Bogdanov's concept of experience is on a par with all fundamental categories in all monistic doctrines, including matter as understood by the materialists. Apart from this, there is only the general idea that man's being is entirely a part of nature, that our subjectivity is no different in kind from the rest of the universe. In this sense, the doctrine is a materialist one, i.e. it reduces man to the functions prescribed by his position in nature and regards him as wholly explicable within the natural order. But the matter becomes more complicated when Bogdanov tries to describe this identity in his nebulous theory of substitution. This theory involves a psychophysical parallelism, not on the basis that mental and physical phenomena are two aspects of a single process. For this involves the error of introjection, as though the body was the receptacle of the mind, but in the sense that there is a functional link between them analogous to that, for example, between the visual and tactile qualities of a single body. This is not a monism of substance, but a monism of the type of organization. Buxo equals TLEIGOL then H2. In accordance with which experience is systematized, a monism of the method of cognition, empirio-monism I, 64. Within the field of uniform experience, there is no problem of transition from inanimate to organic nature, for the whole of nature is an assemblage of homogeneous elements, and it is only our abstract thinking that calls parts of it inanimate, whereas they too are parts of our own type. This does not signify, however, that they have a psychical character, for that would mean that they were valid only for the individual, but that there is in them a substratum of which we know nothing specific but which is related to their physical aspect in the same way as mental phenomena are related to physiological ones in human beings. In human life, physiological processes are the reflection of direct experiences, and not the other way about. Physiological life is the result of the collective harmonization of the external perceptions of a living organism, each of which is the reflection of a single complex of experiences in another organism, or in itself. In other words, physics. Biological life is the reflection of direct life in the socially organized experience of living subjects. Ibid 145. Physical nature itself is derivative in relation to direct complexes which differ in their degree of organization. We must suppose that the world we perceive is of like nature to our experience, for otherwise we could not imagine the one affecting the other. We must therefore accept a kind of panpsychism, but without the assumption of different substances. Within the totality of experience, lower forms of organization corresponding to the inorganic world precede higher ones corresponding to the human mind, and in this sense the priority of nature vis-a-vis human existence remains valid. The following passage, though somewhat lengthy, is the most concise summary of Bogdanov's epistemology. The mental and the physical as forms of experience do not correspond to the concepts of mind and nature. The latter have a metaphysical sense and relate to things in themselves, but we, discarding metaphysical things in themselves as empty fetishes, place in their stead empirical substitution. This substitution, which originates in each man's recognition of the psyche of others, presupposes that the basis of the phenomena of physical experience consists of direct complexes organized in different degrees, including psychic complexes. In recognizing that the Physiological processes of the higher nervous centers, as phenomena of physical experience, are the reflection of psychic complexes which can also be substituted for them. We also saw that all the physiological processes of life admit of the substitution of associative, i.e. psychic complexes, but in proportion as the physiological phenomenon is less complex and less highly organized, so also are the substitutes. We noted, further, that in the inorganic world outside physiological life empirical substitution still takes place, but the direct complexes that are to be substituted for inorganic phenomena have an organizational form that is not associated but of 708 main currents of Marxism. Another, lower kind, they are not psychical combinations but are less definite, less complex and at a lower level of organization, which in the lowest, limiting phase, appears simply as a chaos of elements. Thus it is among the direct complexes that we substitute for physical experience, that we must seek analogies for nature and mind in order to establish their mutual relation. But the very formulation of this question suggests the answer, nature, that is to say the inorganic and the simplest organic complexes, is genetically prior, while mind, i.e. the higher organic and associative complexes, and particularly those which constitute experience, are genetically secondary. Thus our viewpoint, although not materialist in the narrow sense, belongs to the same category as materialist systems. It is an ideology of productive forces, of the technical process. Empirio-monism, ITI, 148-9. The obscurity and ambiguity of this philosophy is due to the fact that Bogdanov, unlike Mach, does not simply deny the validity of the metaphysical question but, having declared it to be meaningless, then proceeds to try and solve it, which he cannot do without contradiction. His starting point is a kind of collective subjectivism. The world is a correlative to the human struggle for existence, and it is no use ascribing any other meaning to it or inquiring as to its independent nature. Things are crystallizations of human projections, earned by practical ends. They make their appearance only within the horizon that biology determines for the human race. They are components of collective experience, which figures as the one absolute point of reference. Within the framework of this relativization, mental phenomena differ from physical ones, only inasmuch as the latter are valid collectively and the former only for individuals. Having said this, Bogdanov then presents physiological phenomena as the reflection of mental processes, which does not make sense in terms of the previous distinction. He goes on to seek analogies in the field of inanimate nature and thus falls into a kind of panpsychism. He tells us that it is not really panpsychism, as it does not presuppose any substance, but he does not explain its true nature. As a result, we are unable to fathom the meaning he attaches to the priority of experience in relation to the distinction of mental and physical phenomena. He uses the term mental or psychical in at least three senses. Though he appears not to be aware of this, sometimes it means valid only for the individual, sometimes subjective in the ordinary sense, and sometimes reflected in physiological processes. This results in hopeless confusion, which there is little islet in E to AE. AAE over the Malboy Sindahin Etzert Nanya and TESOETTETT Serene. BS underscore preserve a strictly anthropocentric point of view in which the whole of reality is presented as the intentional correlate of human's praxis. In this way he seeks. Book 2 The Golden Age 709. To eliminate all substantial entities, especially matter and subject, and also time, space, causality, and force, as well as the concepts of CST and L. ST in the usual sense. E. 6 and likewise humanistic, as I see. MCA tier both respects this is in harmony with the intentions of Marxism, which is a scientistic, activistic, and socially pragmatic philosophy. It has no need of the category of individual subjectivity or truth in a transcendental sense, and relates the whole universe to human labor, thus making man the creator and organizer of the world. This, in Bogdanov's judgment, is true not of any form of Marxism but only of that embodied in the Bolshevik movement. He and the other Russian empiria critics believed that their activist epistemology was well attuned to the spirit of Bolshevism and to its general idea that the revolution would not break out of itself when economic conditions were ripe, but that it depended on the willpower of a group of organizers. Bogdanov, to whom organization was an obsession, used the term with equal freedom in regard to party matters and the principles of epistemology. Each of the Russian empiria critics differed from the others in some respects. Some, like Valentinov, were strict Marxists, others devised variant names for their ideas, such as Bogdanov's empirio-monism and Yushkevich's empirio-symbolism. However, they all agreed in emphasizing the anti-metaphysical, scientistic aspect of Marxism as opposed to the dualism of matter and subject, and in envisaging the world in terms of human social praxis. The same viewpoint of collective subjectivism dictated their interpretation of Marx's theses on Feuerbach. 5. The philosophy of the proletariat. Boethe now endeavored to apply his theory directly to the prospect of social is as a system under which all minds would at last share the same picture of the separateness of the individual ego would disappear. The philosophical basis of proletarian culture was as follows. All human cognitive activity is directed to one end, namely man's success in the fight with nature. One can of course distinguish scientific activities, which are directly concerned with technical efficiency, from ideological ones, which perform the same function indirectly through the forms of social organization. This is not a distinction according to epistemological criteria of truth or falsehood, but only relates to the way in which the activities in question increase the productivity of labor. In both cases the principle holds good that truth is the living, organizing form of experience. It guides our activity and gives us a foothold in the battle for life. Empirio-monism. 3. P. Billy. In other words, the validity of cognition does not consist in their being true in the usual sense, but main currents of Marxism. In the help they afford in the struggle for survival. We thus reach a position of extreme relativism. Different truths may be useful in different historical situations, and it is quite possible that any truth is valid only for a particular epoch or social class sign. Or is there any epistemological reason to distinguish truth from emotions, values, or social institutions, all of which are equally to be judged according to how far they strengthen man in his fight with nature. At the same time, we can speak of the viewpoint of one class being superior to another's, not as if it were true in an absolute sense, but because the social forces it represents are more conducive to technical progress. According to Marx's theory, the division of labor led to the separation of organizational functions from executive ones, and in course of time to the division of classes. The managing class gradually ceased to perform any technical activity and became parasitic. Its ideology naturally mirrored this situation. Evolving religious myths and idealist doctrines. Direct producers, on the other hand, are instinctively drawn to materialism. The technique of machine production, expressed in cognition, unfailingly produces a materialist outlook. Ibid. 129. The materialism of the progressive bourgeoisie expressed their link with Technical progress, but, being the outlook of a privileged class, it could not do without various metaphysical fetishes. The materialism of the proletariat, however, rejected metaphysics and took a purely scientific view of the world. The word materialism was really a survival, and was appropriate to the new outlook only in the sense that it was anti-metaphysical and anti-idealist. The proletariat, as the class destined to sweep away class antagonisms and restore to mankind the unity of labor, knowledge, and will, was the best embodiment of man's natural tendency to extend his power over nature. The proletariat was the standard bearer of technical progress, which required the elimination of everything that opposed individuals to one another. In present day society, social antagonisms had reached their peak, and it was almost impossible for the classes to come to terms or understand one another. The opposition of normative and cognitive ideologies is increasing and is dividing the classes into two societies that regard each other in the same way as they do the forces of external nature. Ibid 138. In the society of the future, however, there would be a return to perfect unity. In the solidarity of close cooperation, men would have no reason to oppose their ego to others. All individual experiences would be harmonized. There would be a single society with a single ideology. Ibid 139. This ideology, it need hardly be said, would be that of Empiriomonism, as the most radical thought form eschewing the traditional fetishes of metaphysics. No other Marxist, perhaps, carried the doctrine of the primacy of productive forces over ideology to such an extreme as Bogdanov, nor did any express so consistently the collectivist ideal and the hope that individuality would disappear. Book 2 *, The Golden Age 7 il. Appear in the perfect society. The utopia of the absolute unity of society in all respects was, to Bogdanov, a natural consequence of his Marxist faith. As all forms of spiritual life are wholly determined by the division of classes, and indirectly by the technical level of society, and as technical progress was the sole criterion of truth and required the elimination of class antagonisms, it was clear that socialism would abolish all differentiation between human beings, and that the subjective sense of difference would lose its raison d'être when it no longer had an economic basis in the conflict of individual interests. These conclusions of Bogdanov's, which are not to be found in Marx himself, are a link between the former's views and the totalitarian utopias of the 18th century. Here belief, inherited from Marxist tradition, in the ancillary region of culture and its absolute dependence on technology led Bogdanov to the theory of proletarian culture, proletkult, and the belief that it was the proletariat's mission to effect a clean break in cultural history. Since the classes were so estranged and hostile that they regarded one another as things and not people, they could not possibly have a common culture. The culture of the proletariat must borrow nothing from the tradition of the privileged classes, but must make a Promethean effort to create ex nihilo, paying attention to its own needs and to nothing else whatever. In a pamphlet entitled Science and the Working Class, 1920, and in other writings, Bogdanov proclaimed the slogan of proletarian science. Marx, adopting the standpoint of the working class, had transformed economics. It was now time to recast all sciences in accordance with the proletarian worldview, not excluding, for example, mathematics and astronomy. Bogdanov did not explain what proletarian astronomy or integral calculus would be like, but he declared that if workers had difficulty in mastering the various sciences without long specialized study, it was chiefly because bourgeois scientists had erected artificial barriers of method and vocabulary so that the workers should not learn their secrets. The theory and practice of proletkult did not find favor with the Bolshevik leaders except Bukharin, who edited Pravda after the revolution and supported Bogdanov's idea in its columns. Trotsky was against it, and Lenin criticized it sharply on several occasions. This was not so much because some of its advocates, including Bogdanov, had fallen into philosophical heresy, but because the idea seemed to Lenin an idle fantasy unconnected with the party's true objectives. In a country with a huge percentage of illiterates, the need was to teach them reading, writing, and arithmetic, the ordinary kind, not a proletarian version, and give them an elementary idea of technology and organization, not to pull civilization up by the roots and start again from zero. In any case, Lenin did not share the view of some proletkult enthusiasts and their 712 main currents of Marxism. Futurist allies that the art and literature of past ages should be scrapped by the working class. It was of course impossible for proletkult to adhere consistently to the principle of a clean break, either in theory or, still more, in actual artistic production. Nonetheless, Bogdanov and others had raised a question which is neither trivial nor absurd from the point of view of Marxist doctrine. Given that culture is nothing but an instrument of class interests, and Marx afforded much foundation for this view, and that proletarian interests are in all respects contrary to those of the bourgeoisie, at any rate at the stage of socialist revolution, how was it possible to defend the idea of cultural continuity or of a universal culture for all mankind? Did it not logically follow from Marxism that the proletariat, in the struggle for socialism, must not take over any part of the existing heritage? The theoreticians of proletkult were, however, in an ambiguous position. In opposition to those who spoke of an art for all mankind, they quoted historical examples to show that different classes and periods had developed their own artistic forms. It was natural, therefore, that the proletariat should evolve an art of its own reflecting its struggle and its historical mission. But, at the same time, they accepted the notion that art was common to humanity, although every class and every period gave it different forms according to its own tastes and interests. In effect, therefore, they agreed that there was a continuing cultural heritage to be added to by each generation of view in accordance with common sense, but not with the theory that art is purely a matter of class interests. Before the October Revolution, these disputes were of no great practical importance, but it was different when the Soviet state had to decide on its cultural policy and what it meant by proletarian culture. Lunacharsky, Lenin's first commissar for education, had to solve practical problems in this field, and proletkult became, especially from 1917 to 1921, a fairly large organization, devoted to the cultivation of revolutionary art and science among the workers. Lunacharsky showed moderation and tolerance, especially in comparison with the doctrinaire attitude of the revolutionary avant-garde. His belief in the dependence of art on social class did not blind him to artistic values, although, like most Marxist theoreticians on art, at all events educated ones, he had difficulty in accommodating his bourgeois tastes to his proletarian ideology. Thus, although he hoped to see an upsurge of proletarian art in the future, and explained its absence in the present by such evident facts as the workers' lack of education, he never shared the fanaticism of the proletkult extremists. He pursued a policy of repression mild enough at this stage towards bourgeois artists and writers, but he realized that art would wither and die under police control. The period of his authority from 1917 to 1929 is regarded as the golden age of Soviet culture, though it did not seem so to those who were Book 2 equals the Golden Age 723. Harassed even then for producing works with insufficient revolutionary spirit. The artistic merit of the 20s may have been exaggerated, but there is no comparison between them and, for instance, Zhdanov's dictatorship over Soviet cultural life after the Second World War. 6. The God Builders. Anatol of ASTAYFICH equals BUNACHARSKY 187571933 is noted in the history of Russian Marxism not only for helping to spread the empirical heresy, and for his work as a literary critic and dramatist, not of the first rank, and art theoretician, but also for his plan, which especially infuriated Lenin, for a socialist religion. This plan, known as God-building, Bogostroitelstvo, was a Marxist counterpart to the general increase of interest in religion after the 1905 revolution. Just as the empiricism of the Social Democrats was a result of the permeation of the revolutionary intelligentsia by philosophic modernism, them of equals meant is chiefly associated with the names of Lunacharsky and Gorky, and was a kind of reconstruction of the religion of humanity expounded by Kant, and especially Feuerbach. Lunacharsky developed his idea of an anthropocentric Marxist religion in several articles and in a book entitled Religion and Socialism, 1908, 2nd, volume 1911. Gib Klein, an authority on the Russian religious tradition, observes that the God-builders adopted not only Feuerbach's deification of humanity but, perhaps in an even greater degree, Nietzsche's ideal of it. The new religion was to be an answer not only to the God-seeking movement, Bogostroitelstvo, of Christian philosophers but also to the arid old-fashioned atheism of Plekhanov and the other orthodox Marxists, for whom the history of religion was summed up in the opposition between it and Science-Sonacharsky. And Gorky argued that historical religions were not a mere bundle of superstitions but were the expression, albeit ideologically false, of desires and feelings. That socialism should take over and ennoble, not destroy. The new religion was purely immanent and had no need of belief in God, the supernatural world, of personal immortality. But it embraced all that was positive and creative in traditional faiths, the sense of community, man's yearning to transcend himself, a profound communion with the universe and the rest of mankind. Really, Zion had always set out to reconcile men with their lives and give them a sense of the meaning of existence. This, and not metaphysical explanation, was its chief function. The old myths had collapsed, but men still sought to find a meaning in life. Socialism opened up dazzling prospects and was able to inspire feelings of unity and enthusiasm that deserved to be called religious. Marx was not 714, main currents of Marxism. AAAE but CE religious policies. Saha PESE8. Ater of God was TE proletariat, NEIazine, was EA cocked in a blue act of UE building. Underscore effective petition of Feuerbach's philosophy, with anthropology considered as the secret of theology. It added nothing to Marxist philosophy, and was merely an attempt to give emotional color to scientific socialism. As in Feuerbach, the words religion and religious feeling were used as mere ornaments and were unrelated to any actual religious tradition. God-building was an attempt to assimilate the neo-romantic vocabulary and to channel the religious inclinations of the intelligentsia, and religious emotion generally, into the service of socialism. Plekhanov and Lenin, however, condemned it as a dangerous flirtation with religious obscurantism, and after the revolution Lunacharsky dropped the new style and reverted to the traditional language of atheism. Thereafter God-building had no discernible influence on Marxist ideology. 7. Lenin's excursion into philosophy. Wait, the Russian empiriocritics mostly considered themselves Marxists. They did not conceal their contempt for the naive and uncritical common sense philosophy of Engels and Plekhanov. In a letter of February 25, 1908 to Gorky, Lenin described the history of the dispute with Bogdanov and his allies. He wrote that in 1903 Plekhanov had spoken to him of Bogdanov's errors but had not thought them particularly dangerous. During the 1905 revolution Lenin, and Bogdanov had tacitly ruled out philosophy as a neutral field. In 1906, however, Lenin had read the third volume of Empirio-Monism and been intensely irritated by it. He sent some lengthy critical remarks to Bogdanov, which, however, have not survived. When Essays on the Philosophy of Marxism appeared in 1908, Lenin's exasperation knew no bounds. Every article made me furiously indignant. No, this is not Marxism. Our empirio-critics, empirio-monists, and empirio-symbolists are floundering in a bog. To try to. Book 2 equals the Golden Age 715. Persuade the reader that belief in the reality of the external world is mysticism. Bazarov, to confuse in the most disgraceful manner materialism with Kantianism. Bazarov and Bogdanov, to preach a variety of agnosticism, empirio-criticism, and idealism, empirio-monism, to teach the workers religious atheism and worship of the highest human potentials. Lunacharsky, to declare Engels' teaching on dialectics to be mysticism. Berman, to draw from the stinking well of some French positivists or other, of agnostics or metaphysicians, the devil take them, with their symbolic theory of cognition. Yushkevich. No, really, it's too much. To be sure, we ordinary Marxists are not well up in philosophy, but why insult us by serving this stuff up to us as the philosophy of Marxism? Works, Volume 13, p. 450. Plekhanov, who had been directly attacked by the empiriocritics, was the first in the orthodox camp to cross swords with them in defense of Engels' traditional materialism. He denounced their philosophy as subjective idealism, treating the whole universe as the creation of the perceiving subject. When splits occurred in the party, Plekhanov, with some reason, given the situation of the Bolshevik intelligentsia associated in his attack the Bolshevism of his opponents with their idealist doctrine, he maintained that Russian empirio-criticism was a philosophic attempt to justify Bolshevik Blanquism, a policy which flouted Marxist theory by seeking to hasten social development by violent means instead of letting it happen naturally. Bolshevik voluntarism was of a piece with the voluntaristic epistemology which regarded knowledge as an act of subjective organization and not an account of things as they existed independently of the human mind. Empirio-criticism, Plekhanov claimed, was contrary to the realism and determinism of Marxist doctrine in the same way as Bolshevik policy was contrary to Marxist historical determinism. In defending his realist position against the Marxists, Plekhanov went so far as to admit that human perceptions were not copies of objects but were signs of hieroglyphics. Lenin was not slow to reproach him for this, describing it as an inadmissible concession to agnosticism. Lyubov Axelrod, Orthodox, also took up the cudgels on Engels' behalf in an article against Bogdanov published in 1904, in which she said that Lenin had encouraged her to write it 18 months earlier. Conscious, as she said, of her duty to the party, she argued that Mach and Bogdanov treated objects as collections of impressions, thus making mind the creator of nature, in direct opposition to Marxism. This subjective idealism, which defines society by its consciousness, would lead with remorseless consistency to social conservatism. As Marx had shown, the dominant consciousness was that of the ruling class, and consequently subjectivism meant perpetuating the existing society, and giving up thoughts of the future as idle and utopian. In Philosophical Essays, 1906, Lyubov Axelrod attacked not only Bogdanov, 710 main currents of Marxism, but also Bergiev, Struve, the Kantians, and philosophic idealism in general. The book contains almost everything that Lenin later wrote in his rebuttal of empiriocriticism. It is more concise than Lenin, but equally crude in tenor. 2. Main arguments are advanced in support of the view that the external world is reflected in our perceptions or corresponds to them. In the first place, we distinguish true and false perceptions, delusions, and correct observations, and we could not do this if reality and our sensations were one and the same. Seconds. Only, everyone knows that things are not in our heads, but outside them. Kant's philosophy was a compromise between materialism and idealism. He preserved the concept of an external world, but under pressure from theology and mysticism he described that world as unknowable. The compromise, however, will not work. Our knowledge has its source either in consciousness or in matter. There is no third possibility. Matter cannot be defined, for it is primal fact, the essence of all things, the beginning and sole cause of all phenomena, the original substance, etc. Matter is given in experience and can be known by sensual perception. Idealism asserts that there is no object without a subject, but science has shown that the earth existed before man, so consciousness must be the product of nature and not a condition of it. All our knowledge, including mathematical knowledge, comes from experience, which consists of the reflection of external bodies in our minds. To claim, as Mach does, that the world is man's creation is to make science impossible, for science presupposes an external world as the object of its study. Idealism leads to reactionary conclusions in politics. Mach and Avenarius regard man as the measure of the universe, and this subjective theory is of great objective value. It is easy to prove by it that the poor are rich and the rich poor, as everything depends on subjective experience. Philosophical Essays, p. 92. Subjective idealism also leads infallibly to solipsism, since if everything is in my imagination there is no ground for belief in the existence of other subjects. This is the philosophy of primitive man. The savage believes, literally, in everything that comes into his head, confusing dreams with reality, false perceptions with true ones, and thought with actual being, in the same manner as Berkeley, Mach, Struve, and Bogdanov. In the same work Lyubov Axelrod defends determinism against Stambeiler, who objected that it was inconsistent to believe both in historical determinism and in revolutionary willpower. On this point too she echoes Plekhanov's counter-argument: it is human beings who make history, but their acts and the effectiveness of their intentions depend on circumstances outside their control. There is no difference between natural and historical necessity or, therefore, between the methods of the natural and social sciences. Bourgeois ideologists claim that only the present is real. In so doing they express the fears of a class that history has doomed to destruction, but to Marxists the future is real in that it can be foreseen in the light of historical laws. Book 2 *, The Golden Age JF1G. It should be added that Lyubov Axelrod and Plekhanov both indicate that the term reflection should not be taken literally. Sensations are not copies of things in the same sense as mirror images, but in the sense that their content depends on the objects that produce them. Lenin evidently thought that Plekhanov and Orthodox had not refuted empiriocriticism as thoroughly as it deserved, and he therefore entered the fray himself, although conscious that his philosophical education was fairly rudimentary. He spent most of 1908 working on the subject, including several months in London, where he studied at the British Museum. The result was published in Moscow in 1909 in the form of a book entitled Materialism, but our instruments as philosophy is in it. It is ienia iblatu non-automan in philosophy than indirect malt. Eichel action, non-partisans in philosophy are just as hopelessly thick-headed as they are in politics. Materialism and Empiriocriticism v5, Works, Volume 14, p. 286. Non-partisanship in philosophy is only wretchedly masked servility to AAA and as 95% of it, p. 355. Only materialism can serve the inter-equals, and idealist doctrines are instruments of the exploiters. Nin does not disconcede between these two meanings of party. IJAOL does incision whether the association of philosophies and 718 main currents of Marxism. He plebeian Christian sectaries represent the ideology of the oppressed, AER of property owners respectively. He confines himself to arguing that, at the present time the basic social antagonism between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie corresponds to the division of philosophers into the materialist and the idealist camp. The connection of idealism with political reaction is most clearly shown by the fact, which Lenin regards as obvious, that all forms of idealism and, particularly, epistemological subjectivism are buttresses of religious faith, either in practice or as a matter of logical consistency. It was hard for Lenin to corroborate this charge against the empiriocritics, who on the basis of their own philosophy attacked all forms of religious faith. Berkeley, however, was an easier target, as he held that belief in the reality of matter, which his theory denied, was the chief support of atheism. Anyway, said Lenin, the disputes among idealists were of trifling importance. There was no basic difference between Berkeley, Hume, Fichte, the empiriocritics, and Christian theologians. The attacks of Catholic philosophers on subjective idealism were mere family quarrels. Similarly, the empiriocritics' opposition to religion was a fraud intended to lull the vigilance of the proletariat and lead it by different paths in the same direction as religious mythology. The subtle epistemological crotchets of a man like Avenarius remained a professorial invention, an attempt to form a small philosophical sect of his own, but, as a matter of fact, in the general circumstances of the struggle of ideas and trends in modern society, the objective part played by these epistemological artifices is in every case the same, namely to clear the way for idealism and fideism, and to serve them faithfully. 6.4, Ibid p. 341. It was easy to see, therefore, that the empiriocritics were deceiving their naive readers when they claimed to construct a picture of the world in which the elements of experience were ontologically neutral, neither psychical nor physical. Mach and Avenarius, who differed in nothing but their fraudulent terminology, and their brother philosophers in Germany, Britain, and Russia, purported to reduce the world to a collection of impressions, so that material reality became merely the product of consciousness. If they had consistently followed out their theory, they would have ended up in the absurdity of solipsism, regarding the whole world as the creation of an individual subject. If they did not state this conclusion, it was because they desired to mislead the reader, or feared to reveal the emptiness of their own doctrine. In any case, they were lackeys of the clergy and unintelligible word-spinners, out to deceive the simple-minded and confuse the true philosophical issue, while the bourgeoisie took advantage of the people's bewilderment to maintain itself in power. Every one of us knows what is physical and what is mental, but none of us knows at present what that third is. Avenarus was merely covering up his tracks by this subterfuge, while in fact declaring that the self is the primary, central term, and nature, environment, the secondary, counter term. 3.1, Ibid, p. 147. Book 2 equals the Golden Age 719. But, Lenin continues, science enables us to refute this idealist nonsense. No educated person doubts that the earth existed before the appearance of mankind. But the idealist cannot admit this, for on his own premises he must hold that the earth and the whole physical world is a figment of the human mind. Contrary to the plain facts of science, he must argue that man came first, and nature second. Moreover, we know that man thinks with his brain, which is a physical object, but the idealist cannot admit this either, since he regards all physical objects as the product of thought. It is clear, therefore, that idealism contradicts the most elementary scientific knowledge and is contrary to all progress, whether social or intellectual. Having thus demolished idealism, Lenin opposes to it the philosophy of the militant proletariat, i.e. dialectical materialism. A fundamental part of this is the theory of reflections or images, according to which sensations, abstract ideas, and all other aspects of human cognition are the reflection in our minds of actual qualities of the material world, which exists whether or not it is perceived by anyone. Matter is a philosophical category denoting the objective reality which is given to man by his sensations, and which is copied, reflected, and photographed by our sensations while existing independently of them. 2. 4. Ibid. p. 130. As Lenin repeats again and again, it is literally a question of copying. Our sensations are images of things, not merely effects or, as Plekhanov would have it, symbols. Engels speaks neither of symbols nor of hieroglyphs, but of copies, photographs, images, mirror reflections of things. 4.6. Ibid. p. 232. Sensations are not a screen between us and the world but a link with it, a subjective imitation of it. Dialectical materialism does not claim to solve the physical problems concerning the structure of matter, but that is not its business. T can accept all that physics tells us, for the sole property of matter with whose recognition philosophical materialism is bound up is the property of being an objective reality, of existing outside the mind. V2, Ibid, pages 260-1. On this last point Lenin is inconsistent, for he himself confidently answers various questions of physics. For example, he says that it is reactionary nonsense to claim that there can be more than 3 dimensions, and all forms of indeterminism are likewise nonsensical. As to matter being defined simply by its property of existing outside the mind, this was later a subject of dispute among Leninists, as it suggested that matter must be characterized by its relation to the experiencing subject, so that mind enters into the concept of matter as its correlative. In the same way Lenin uses objective to mean independent of mind. Elsewhere he says, following Lyubov Axelrod, that matter cannot be defined, as it is the broadest category of all and therefore can not be expressed in particular terms. He does not attempt to reconcile this with the statement quoted above. 720 Main currents of Marxism. An essential part of the theory of reflection is the rejection of relativism and acceptance of the traditional idea of truth as conformity to reality. Truth, says Lenin, can be predicated of sensations, concepts, and judgments. We can say of any product of cognitive activity that it is true or false, i.e. right or wrong. Reflection of reality, that it presents the world as it is in itself independent of our knowledge, or that it gives a distorted picture of the world. But the objectivity of truth does not conflict with its relativity, as Engels' asterisk showed. The relativity of truth does not mean, as, for example, pragmatists argue, that the same judgment is true or false according to who pronounces it and in what circumstances, and what benefit accrues from assenting to it at the time. Science, as Engels pointed out, can never tell us with absolute certainty the limits within which its laws are valid, and underscore consequently they are all liable to revision. This, however, does not change truth into falsehood or vice versa, but merely signifies that what was thought to be universally valid applies only in certain conditions. No truths are ultimately verified, and in that sense are relative to ADL. Knowledge, too, is relative in the sense that we can never know all about the universe, and that although our knowledge continues to expand it remains incomplete. But these reservations do not attack the concept of truth as conformity to reality. As Engels also said, the most effective criterion of truth, i.e. the best way to find out whether a judgment is true, is to put it to the test of practice. If we can apply to practical manipulations the discoveries we have made concerning natural relationships, the success of our actions will confirm that our judgments were the right ones, and failure will prove the opposite. The practical criterion can be applied equally in natural science and in social science, where our analysis of reality is confirmed if the political actions based on it are effective. This effectiveness is not utility in the pragmatist sense. Our knowledge is potentially useful because it is true. It is not true because it is underscore useful. Marxist theory, in particular, has been signally confirmed by practice. The successes of the workers' movement based on it are the best proof of its validity. Once we have recognized the objective nature of truth, the empirical principle of economy of thought is seen to be an idealist subterfuge, purporting to replace conformity with reality by an ill-defined criterion consisting in the economy of effort. It is also clear that the empiricritic's objections to Kant's philosophy are aimed from the right, i.e. from a more reactionary position than his. They challenge the distinction between the phenomenon and the noumenon, but they do so in order to show that the thing in itself is superfluous, i.e. there is no reality independent of mind. Materialists, however, criticize Kant from the opposite point of view, not for recognizing that there is a world beyond phenomena, but for holding that we can know nothing about it. There is no diff. Book 2 equals the Golden Age 721. Currnts, they contend, between the phenomenon and the thing in itself, inus. Much as there is no reality that cannot in principle be known, they condemn Kant's agnosticism, while recognizing the materialist element in his idea of the reality of the world. From the materialist point of view, reality may be divided into the known and the not yet known, but not into phenomena that can be known and things in themselves that cannot. As regards such categories as space, time, and causality, Lenin follows Engels' interpretation. Dialectical materialism does not regard causality as a functional dependence, but there is a true necessity in the relations between events. Practice is the best confirmation of the real necessity of the causal connection. Whenever we observe a regular sequence of events and are able thereby to produce a desired consequence, we demonstrate that the cause and effect relation is not the work of our imagination but a real quality of the physical world. Such connections must, however, be understood dialectically. In cases where types of events and not merely single events are involved, there is always a mutual interaction, though one element retains its primacy, not defined more closely, over the other. Time and space are neither the product of an organizing perceptual force, nor a priori forms of sensibility, nor autonomous entities independent of matter. They are objective qualities of physical being. Thus the relations of succession in time and arrangement in space are real properties of the world, but do not possess the status of independent metaphysical entities. Lenin holds that dialectical materialism as expounded by him is not only an effective weapon in the practical sense but is also the only philosophy consistent with the present state of natural and social science. It is because the physicists themselves do not understand this that science is, or appears to be, in a crisis. Modern physics is in travail, it is giving birth to dialectical materialism. V8, Ibid, p. 313. Scientists must realize that dialectical materialism is the only way out of the trouble they have got into through ignorance of Marx and Engels. It will soon triumph even though some scientists oppose it, the reason for their attitude being that most of them are servants of the bourgeoisie, though they have achieved great things in specialized fields. Lenin's book is of interest not for its own merits but for its influence on the development of philosophy in Russia. As philosophy it is crude and amateur-ish, based on vulgar common sense arguments eked out by quotations from Engels. Only 2 sentences by Marx are quoted in the whole book, and unbelievable abuse of Lenin's opponents. It shows complete failure to understand their point of view, and reluctance to make the effort to do so. It adds hardly anything to what is contained in the passages quoted from Engels and Plekhanov. The main difference being that Engels has a sense of humor and Lenin none. He makes up for it with cheap mockery and invective, decrying his adversaries. 722 main currents of Marxism. As reactionary madmen and lackeys of the clergy, Engels' arguments are vulgarized and turned into cut and dry catechetical forms. Sensations are copies or mirror reflections of things. Philosophical schools become parties, etc. The exasperation which pervades the book is typical of a primitive thinker, who cannot understand how anyone of sound mind can seriously maintain, as Lenin supposes, that by the power of his own imagination he has created the earth, the stars, and the whole physical universe, or that the objects he is looking at are in his head when any child can see that they are not. In this respect, Lenin's battle with idealism is similar to that of certain unsophisticated Christian apologists. Lenin's attacks were answered by Bogdanov, Bazaroy, and Yushkevich. The latter, in Pillars of Philosophical Orthodoxy, 1910, attacked Plekhanov as a flat-footed ignoramus who had no more idea of philosophy than a gendarme. Both Plekhanov and Lenin, he declared, exemplified the decadence of Russian Marxism by their dogmatic self-assertion and inability to understand anyone's views but their own. Yushkevich was especially severe on Lenin's ignorance, his inability to write, and the coarseness of his language. He accused him of factual errors, of bringing the habits of the Black Hundred into Marxism, of not having read the books he quoted, etc. The definition of matter by its power to cause sensations was itself a capitulation to Marxism as applied to Plekhanov, and to Lenin who had copied from him. Neither Mach nor Burke Lay had questioned the existence of the world. The question at issue was not its existence but the validity of categories like substance, matter, and spirit. The Empiria critics, said Yushkevich, had achieved the Copernican revolution by abolishing the dualism of mind and matter. They had changed nothing in man's natural relation to the world but, on the contrary, restored the spontaneous value of realism by freeing it from metaphysical fetishes. Lenin in fact confused epistemological realism with materialism. He repeats several times that realism consists of recognizing objective material reality independent of the subject, but if so, nearly every Catholic philosopher is a materialist. The whole theory of reflection was a repetition of the naive pre-Democratian belief in images that detach themselves mysteriously from the object and strike upon one's eye or ear. No one can say what the similarity is supposed to be between the thing in itself and a purely subjective image of it, or how the copy can be compared with the original. Materialism and Empiria criticism had no particular influence before the Revolution or directly after it, though a second edition appeared in 1920. Later it was proclaimed by Stalin to be a fundamental epitome of Marxist philosophy, and for about 15 years, together with a short work by Stalin himself, it was the chief source of philosophical learning in the Soviet Union. Slight as its value was, it represented one of the last points of contact between Orthodox Leninist Book 2 *, The Golden Age 723. Marxism and European philosophy. In later decades there was virtually no contact, even in the form of polemics, between Leninism and non-Marxist thought. The official Soviet criticism of bourgeois philosophy took for granted that the latter in its various forms was a repetition of the idealist nonsense of Mach and of Averroes, which had been annihilated by Lenin's refutation. The importance of Lenin's book, however, must be seen in the political context. It does not appear that when writing it he had any intention of enriching, supplementing, or heaven forbid reforming Marxism. He was not in search of answers to any philosophical questions, for all the important ones had been solved by Marx and Engels. In his preface he mocks at Lunacharsky for saying, "Perhaps we have gone astray, but we are seeking." Lenin was not seeking. He believed firmly that the revolutionary movement must have a clear-cut, uniform Weltanschauung, and that any pluralism in this respect was a grave political danger. He also believed that idealism of any kind was a more or less disguised form of religion, which was invariably used by exploiters to delude and stupefy the masses. And Lenin and religion. Lenin regarded religion as a key issue in the party's ideological activity, since the adversary was a mass phenomenon and not merely a group of theoreticians, like the Empiria critics. His own attitude towards it was absolutely clear as a matter of philosophy, but his tactics were relatively flexible and changeable. Lenin was brought up in an unbigoted religious atmosphere. He lost his faith at the age of 15 or 16, before he had any contact with Marxism. From then on he took atheism for granted as scientifically self-evident, and at no time argued the case for it on merits. The problems of religion, in his view, presented no substantive difficulties but were matters of education, politics, and propaganda. In Socialism and Religion, 1905, Works, Volume 10, and some later writings he argues that religious beliefs are an expression of the impotence of the oppressed and poverty-stricken masses, an imaginary compensation for their sufferings. Spiritual booze, as he puts it, p. 83, coarsening in his usual way the language of Marx and Engels. 8.same_time. Religion and the of keeping the masses humble and submissive, an ideological not to keep the exploiters in power and the masses in a state of misery. The Orthodox Church was a glaring example of the conjunction of spiritual and aesseas. Lenin also laid stress on the need to exploit the attitude of the regime towards religious sectarians. The party pro-Rom, the outset of religious tolerance, the right of the individual to profess any faith he chose, and also the right to carry on atheistic propaganda, church and state were to be separated, and public teaching. 724 main currents of Marxism. Akspecializen en rondemil shet somik de tijd carrying on is. Being rea. NPNAL. Clerical, and this world outlook RMAO of elites. Enter TF. However, anti-religious propaganda must be linked with the class struggle and not treated as an end in itself in the spirit of bourgeois free thought. Whatever his tactical concessions, Lenin was on political grounds an implacable opponent of religious belief. Hence the violence of his attack on the Empiria critics, whose philosophy coincided in part with that of the God builders. The latter were only trying to add rhetorical and sentimental trim mings to Marxism, but in Lenin's eyes they were engaged in a perilous compromise with religion. In his main philosophical work, in Letters to Gorky, and on other occasions he argued that religion stripped of its cruder superstitions and using the language of social progress was even more dangerous than the besotted Orthodox Church which brutally proclaimed its union with Tsarist despotism. Religion in a humanist disguise was all the better able to conceal its class content and delude the unwary. Thus, while Lenin was prepared to promise with believers on tactical grounds, his mind was firmly made up on the question of substance and he refused to admit any suggestion that the party's worldview could leave any room whatsoever for religious faith. Lenin's position in these matters was in accordance with the Russian free thinking tradition. The link between the Orthodox Church and the Tsarist bureaucracy was manifest. When the Soviet government came to power, most, though not all, churchmen were hostile to it. Owing to this and to the basic principles of Leninism, the fight against the church soon took on wider dimensions than those indicated in the party's programs. The government did not confine itself to expropriating church estates and secularizing schools, years which in any case were regarded as bourgeois reforms and not specifically socialist. The church was in practice deprived of all public functions and prevented from teaching, publishing books and periodicals, and educating the clergy. Monasteries and convents were for the most part dissolved. The treatment of religion as a private affair vis-a-vis the state could not apply in a one-party system in which party membership was, in the vast majority of cases, a precondition of state service. Persecution of the church and the faithful varied in intensity according to political circumstances. It was much relaxed, for instance, during the war of 1941-5, but the principle that the socialist state must strive in every way to eradicate religious prejudices has remained in Book 2 *The Golden Age 725. Force and is wholly in accordance with Lenin's doctrine. This separation of ad state is only workable when the state is LA and does not as such profess any particular world BV. The SOV8. In itself as the organ of the proletariat and atheism as an AIE of the one and only proletarian ideology, can no more accept the principle of this establishment than, say, the Vatican with its similarly built-in ideology. Lenin and the other Marxists always held that there was no difference in this respect between a proletarian and a bourgeois state, both of which were bound to support a philosophy that represented the interests of the ruling class. But for this very reason the separation of church and state, which Lenin used as a battle cry against the Tsardom, was contrary to his theory of the relations between ideology, classes, and the state and could not be maintained after the Bolsheviks seized power. On the other hand, the nature and scale of anti-religious measures was of course not prescribed by the doctrine and varied according to circumstances. G. Lenin's dialectical notebooks. Apart from occasional passages in articles and speeches, Lenin wrote nothing further on purely philosophical subjects. His article of 1921 on the significance of militant materialism is in the nature of a propaganda directive. That of 1913 on the three sources and three component parts of Marxism is a popular exposition and has no claim to originality. However, there appeared posthumously in the Soviet Union a volume entitled Philosophical Notebooks. Works, Volume 38, consisting of extracts made by Lenin from various works and manuals, chiefly in 1914-15, together with approving or exasperated comments, and some philosophical observations of his own. In certain cases it is not clear whether the notes are summaries of what he has read or represent his own position. The book is of interest inasmuch as the principal notes are concerned with the dialectic and to some extent tone down the crude formulas of materialism and empiria criticism. They show, in particular, the influence of Lenin's wartime reading of Hegel's logic and lectures on the philosophy of history. These convinced him that the Hegelian dialectic was of great importance in the development of Marxism. He even wrote that capital could not be understood without a thorough study of Hegel's logic, and added with irreproachable consistency, so, after half a century, no Marxist has yet understood Marx. This boutade should not be taken literally, for it is hard to believe that Lenin did not think he himself had understood Marx until 1915, but it shows to what extent he was fascinated by Hegel's speculation. As the notebooks show, Lenin was most interested by the question of unity, virility and individuality in Hegel's logic and by the dialectic considered as 726 main currents of Marxism. 9. A theory of unity and conflict of opposites. He sought to discover in Hegel's dialectic the themes which asterisk could be taken over and used by Marxism after the transposition to a materialist basis. As to the question of abstraction and the relation between direct perception and universal knowledge, Lenin emphasized everything in Hegel that was opposed to Kant's doctrine, for example, that the thing in itself was completely indefinite and was therefore nothing, and pointed out the autonomous cognitive function of abstract thinking. According to Lenin, logic, dialectic, and the theory of knowledge were all the same thing, whereas materialism and empiria criticism concentrated on combating the subjective interpretation of sensations and seemed content to regard them as the source of all knowledge of the world. That both books raise the case that I'll read et so take it be an area 8th. 8 Hertbreerinea, pe all creakinarity equals r and ft temninile all registered. Petit the concrete in all its RSE. Since there is always a certain tension or contradiction between the particular and the abstract components of knowledge, it is always possible in the cognitive process to absolutize the latter at the expense of the former, i.e., to think in idealist terms. D. Book 2 equals the Golden Age 727. The second important subject of the notebooks is the conflict and unity of opposites. The whole of the dialectic, Lenin claims, can be defined as the science of the unity of opposites. Among the 16 elements of the dialectic, which he enumerates, the conflict of opposites appears in various forms as the main motif. Every single thing is the sum and unity of opposites. Every property of things turns into its opposite. Content conflicts with form. Features of lower stages of development are reproduced in higher ones by the negation of the negation, etc. All these ideas are expressed in very brief and general terms and are therefore not suited to over-precise analysis. Lenin does not inquire how contradiction, a logical relationship, can be a property of objects themselves, nor does he explain how the introduction of abstractions into the content of Porpian fits into the theory of reflections. Ob. That. Any reach es dash at universal underscore meth oe o skis b. Aspectivo, Tyrolized logic of the world, and that. i.e. treated Hegel's logic as ironical of a materialistic transformation. An interpretation of Hegelianism that, at redeem of the eight, is not merely an assertion that everything changes, but an attempt to interpret human knowledge as a per underscore perpetual interplay between subject and object, in which the question of the PSTETTR wished mainly to serve the party in its critique of Leoncy while party philosophers used materialism and empiriocriticism to combat all doctrines suspected of idealism. They quoted the notebooks to emphasize the difference between Marxism and mechanicism, especially in the campaign against Bukharin and his followers in the 1930s. There was of course no question of admitting that the two texts were in any way inconsistent with each other. Later, when the teaching of dialectical materialism in the Soviet Union departed from the schema laid down by Stalin, the notebooks were used as the new basis and the 16 elements took the place of Stalin's four main features of the dialectic. However, materialism and empiriocriticism is still revered as the philosophical foundation of Leninism, a status conferred on it by Stalin. It has had a deplorable effect in furnishing texts for the stifling of all independent philosophical thought and in establishing the party's dictatorship over science and culture in every sphere. As Valentinov and others pointed out, the extreme obstinacy with which Lenin defended materialism was rooted not only in Marxism but in the tradition of the Russian materialists, especially Chernyshevsky, whose philosophy, 728 main currents of Marxism, was a popularization of Feuerbach. Comment on these lines was also heard in the Soviet Union in the 1950s, but was condemned as it suggested that Leninism was a specifically Russian philosophy and not the infallible, universally valid continuation of Marxism. Apart from the question of the influence of Russian sources, it is clear that Lenin's philosophy was closely linked with his political program and the idea of a revolutionary party, and that he himself was fully aware of this. A party of professionals in which all theoretical questions were strictly subordinated to the struggle for power could not safely countenance philosophic pluralism or be neutral in ideological questions. For the sake of its own success it must possess a clearly defined doctrine or body of inexpugnable dogma, binding upon its members. Party discipline and cohesion demanded that any risk of laxity, vagueness, or pluralism in theoretical matters should be eliminated. That the ruling ideology must be strictly materialist was ensured by Marxist tradition and by the need to combat religious thought in all its forms as an obstacle to revolution, as well as to avoid an ontologically neutral philosophy. Lenin castigated, in friend and foe alike, any tendency to compromise even verbally with religion, or to sidestep ontological questions on the ground that they were wrongly formulated or insoluble. Marxism, he believed, was a ready-made answer to all the major questions of philosophy and admitted of no doubts. Any attempt to shelve philosophical questions was a threat to the party's ideological unity. Thus, his course, uncompromising materialism was not only the effect of a particular tradition but was part and parcel of its technique for action. The party must have the sole right to decide all ideological questions, and from this point of view Lenin well understood the danger that idealism presented to his political program. The idea of totalitarian power, embracing every aspect of cultural life, was gradually taking shape in his mind and was eventually put into practice. It was well served by his philosophy, which was not concerned with ticketing and solving problems but with imposing a dogmatic intellectual system on the socialist movement. In this way the fury of his philosophical attacks and lack of interest in others' arguments had their roots in his political doctrine. Even for Leninists, however, materialism and empiriocriticism was ambiguous on two important points. Firstly, as already mentioned, Lenin held, unlike Engels and Plekhanov, that objectivity, i.e. independence of the subject, was the only attribute of matter that materialists as such were bound to recognize. This statement was evidently designed to free Marxist philosophy from any dependence on changing scientific theories, especially in physics, as matter suffered no harm from any attributes that science might bestow or take away. From it, science presented no danger to materialism. But this gain was achieved by emptying matter of all content. If matter is defined simply by the fact of being something other than the perceiving subject, it is clear that this can. Book 2 * The Golden Age 729. Equally be said of any substance that is regarded as differing from the content of perception. Matter becomes simply another term for everything, without implying any of the attributes spatial, temporal, or dynamic that we generally associate with materiality. Secondly, this definition readmits the vague dualism that it purports to exclude. If everything outside the subject is material, then either the subject itself is not material or we must extend the definition of matter to comprise subjective phenomena. The formula that matter is primary and mind secondary appears to presuppose that mind and matter are different, and is thus contrary to materialist monism. Lenin's work does not answer these problems or deal with them consistently, and there is no point in trying to probe more closely. The obscurities of his text are not due so much to inherent philosophical difficulties as to Lenin's indolent and superficial approach and his contempt for all problems that could not be put to direct use in the struggle for power. 18. The fortunes of Leninism, from a theory of the state to a state ideology. 1. The Bolsheviks and the war. Years 1908 to 11 were a period of catastrophic decline and disintegration in the Russian social democratic movement. After the post-revolutionary repressions there was a temporary stabilization of the Tsarist regime, as civil liberties were considerably increased and attempts were made to base the weakened social structure on other foundations than the bureaucracy and the army. Stolypin, the prime minister, introduced reforms designed to create a strong class of peasantry with medium-sized holdings. These measures aroused the alarm of socialists, especially those of the Leninist persuasion, who realized that if the agrarian question could be solved under capitalism by means of reform, the revolutionary potential of the land-hungry masses would be irretrievably lost. In an article of April 29, 1908 entitled On the Beaten Track, Works, Volume 15, pages 40 ff, Lenin recognized that Stolypin's policy might succeed and might establish a Prussian road of capitalist development in agriculture. If this happened, Marxists who are honest with themselves will straightforwardly and openly throw all agrarian programs on the scrap heap altogether, and will say to the masses, the workers have done all they could to give Russia not a junker but an American capitalism. The workers call you now to join in the social revolution of the proletariat, for after the solution of the agrarian question in the Stolypin spirit there can be no other revolution capable of making a serious change in the economic conditions of life of the peasant masses. Stolypin's policy did not last long enough to bring about the hoped for results, which might have completely altered the later course of events. Lenin wrote after 1917 that the revolution could not have succeeded had the Bolsheviks not taken over the SR program of confiscating the land and sharring it out to the peasants. Despite the assassination of Stolypin in 1911, for some years Russia was clearly moving in the direction of a bourgeois state with the rudiments of a constitutional monarchy. This development led to new divisions Among the Social Democrats, in addition to the Itzovists, i.e. those Bolsheviks, 73 degrees. Book 2 *, The Golden Age 731. Who believed exclusively in illegal revolutionary action, Lenin at this time incessantly attacked the liquidators, a term more or less synonymous with the Mensheviks. He accused Martov, Patrasoi, Dan, and most of the other Menshevik leaders of wishing to liquidate the illegal party organization and replace it by a formless legal assembly of workers, geared to a reformist struggle within the existing order. The Mensheviks did not in fact wish to wind up the party's illegal activity, but they attached much more importance to peaceful methods and to the legal development of workers' organizations, hoping that, when the autocracy was overthrown, the Social Democrats would be in a similar position to their brothers in Western Europe. Meanwhile, the old intra-party divisions continued to exist. The Mensheviks accepted the Austrian recipe for the national question, ex-territorial autonomy, while the Bolsheviks advocate self-determination including the right of secession. The Mensheviks maintained their links with the Bund and the Polish socialists, both of which Lenin regarded as organs of bourgeois nationalism. However, Plekhanov, unlike most of the Menshevik leaders, was against the policy of the liquidators, and accordingly Lenin dropped his campaign of abuse and polemics against him and reverted to a kind of shaky alliance with the veteran of Russian socialism. The various dissensions resulted in a new and final split in the party. In January 1912, the Bolshevik conference at Prague declared itself to be a general party congress, elected its own central committee, and broke with the Mensheviks. Besides Lenin, Zinoviev, and Kamina, the central committee included Roman Malinovsky, the Okhrana agent, against whom Lenin was repeatedly warned by the Mensheviks. He called these warnings the filthiest slander they could collect in the garbage heaps of the Black Hundred newspapers. The Liquidators and Malinovsky's Biography, May 1914, Works, Volume 20. p. 204. Malinovsky was indeed an obedient executor of Lenin's orders, as the Okhrana had instructed him to be, and he had no ideological or political ambitions of his own. Shortly after the Prague conference, Stalin was co-opted onto the Central Committee at Lenin's instance, thus making his debut in the field of Russian social democratic politics. Lenin spent the last 2 years before the outbreak of war at Krakow and the nearby resort of Voronezh, whence it was easier to maintain contact with the organization in Russia. The Bolsheviks neglected no opportunity of legal action. From 1912 they published Pravda in St. Petersburg, the paper appeared after the February Revolution and has been the party daily ever since. There were a few Bolshevik members of the Duma, who cooperated with the Mensheviks until forbidden to do so by Lenin. The outbreak of war found Lenin at Voronezh, arrested by the Austrian police. He was set free a few days later thanks to the intervention of the PPS 752 main currents of Marxism and the Vienna Social Democrats. He then returned to Switzerland, where he remained until April 1917, fulminating against the opportunist traders who had wrecked the International and working out directives for revolutionary social democracy in the new situation. Lenin was the first and only important leader of social democracy in Europe to proclaim the slogan of revolutionary defeatism. The proletariat in each country should endeavor to bring about the military defeat of its own government so as to turn the imperialist war into a vil war. Out of the ruins of the International, most of whose leaders had gone over to the service of the imperialists, there must be created a communist international to direct the revolutionary struggle of the proletariat. These appeals might well have seemed idle dreams, as only a handful of socialists were prepared to support them. Most social democrats took the view that they should suspend the class struggle and rally to the defense of their country. Among the Russians who thought in this way was Plekhanov, who, while continuing to profess himself a Marxist, wholeheartedly accepted the patriotic viewpoint. This sharply put an end to the truce between him and Lenin. And Plekhanov and Patrasov were once more decried as clowns and lackeys of the reactionary leader Purishkevich. Lenin took a similar view of all socialist leaders who based their attitude on the principle of national self-defense, such as Hindman in Britain and Guesde and Hervé in France. Naturally there were no aggressors among the belligerent powers. By degrees, however, anti-war groups were formed in all countries, mostly by socialists who had formerly occupied a central position, Bernstein, Koskai, and Ledbour in Germany, Ramsay MacDonald in Britain. Here too belonged most of the former Mensheviks, headed by Martov and Axelrod, and also Trotsky. For a time, despite their fundamental differences, Lenin's group sought to come to terms with these pacifists. Owing principally to the efforts of Swiss and Italian socialists, an international conference was held at Zimmerwald in September 1915 and adopted a compromise anti-war resolution. Zimmerwald was regarded for a while as the embryo of a new international movement, but after the Russian Revolution the divergences between the center and the Zimmerwald left proved stronger than the conflict between the pacifists and the social chauvinists, as the defenders of their country at any price were called. The Zimmerwald left, consisting of 7 out of the 38 delegates, in addition to signing the general resolution, issued one of their own, calling on socialists to resign from imperialist governments and found a new revolutionary international. At an early stage Lenin attacked the anti-war, pacifist social democrats almost as fiercely as he did the social chauvinists. His main objections were, firstly, that the centrists wanted peace through international arbitration and agreement, not by waging a revolutionary war against their own governments. This meant a return to the pre-war order and a quest for peace by bourgeois. Book 2 *, The Golden Age 733. Methods. The centrists were evidently lackeys of the bourgeoisie, and they failed to see that the only way to stop imperialist war was by a revolution that would at least overthrow the 3 great continental empires. Secondly, the pacifists wanted peace without annexations or indemnities, by which they meant only to cancel wartime annexations, thus preserving the old empires. With all their nationalist oppression, the revolutionary objective must be, however, to invalidate all annexations and secure the right of all peoples to self-determination and, if they so desired, to form their own national states. Lenin was on strong ground in condemning socialists who invade against annexation and oppression, but only when perpetrated by their national enemies. The Germans were full of indignation at the treatment of subject nationalities in Russia, but said nothing about conditions in the Reich and Austria-Hungary. Russian and French socialists demanded freedom for the subjects of the Central Powers, but kept quiet about those of the Tsar. Finally, although the pacifists condemned chauvinism in words, they could not make up their minds to break with the opportunists once and for all, but dreamed of reuniting with them and resurrecting the corpse of the International. This point is especially important, as on the occasion of all previous disputes and splits within the party, Lenin showed equal ferocity against his opponents and against appeasers in his own camp, who hesitated to break completely with the opposition and thus sacrificed their principles to a hankering for organizational unity. The centrists condemned Lenin's attitude as fanatical and sectarian, and it is true that on several occasions it appeared to have reduced him to the lead heirship of a helpless, isolated group. In the end, however, he was proved right. Inasmuch as no other tactics could have produced such a centralized, discus blind party as the Bolsheviks, and at the critical moment a more loosely organized party could not have mastered the situation and seized power. E.S. Lenin wrote what is perhaps the most well known of his works, Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism. Edelstadt AIA 1917. This pamphlet, the economic portions of which, in CEE and Lenin's main sources, Hobson and one article basis for the new tactics that was contaminates C. Lajlashur and Pyritruing. Isis Nicolinus character. And uneven. Development of imperialism and inlet. Foundation for the TAC. Eper ASEE on communist parties, the right. CNT air to or underscore I of IES. Immense, so E. PAE. FSESD. This was a OA or lines of the tactics he had been preaching in Russia for years, to support all claims and all movements against the Tsarist autocracy, so as to exploit their sources of energy and seize power. 734 main currents of Marxism. At the critical moment, the victory of the Marxist party was the final aim. But it could not be achieved by the proletariat alone. Lenin soon came to the conclusion, in fact, that a revolution could not be carried out by the working class. EEAE Apnis Namansort 11 Pete. Nearly all the successes of Comet Pierre Cocktail Pierre Teslery. The question of relations with the peasantry was at this time one of the main points of disagreement between Lenin and Trotsky. Up to the outbreak of war, Trotsky lived chiefly in Vienna, where from 1908 onwards he edited his own journal Pravda. In 1912 he accused the Bolsheviks of stealing its title. He worked with the Mensheviks from time to time on various questions but did not join them, as he held different views of the coming revolution, prophesying that it would evolve into a socialist phase. He made repeated but unsuccessful efforts to restore party unity. From 1914 he belonged to the anti-war wing and joined Lenin in attacking social patriotism. He also drafted the Zim Mirwald Manifesto. Together with Martov he published a journal in Paris too, which Lunacharsky and other leading social democratic intellectuals contributed. From the Second Congress until 1917, when he joined the Bolsheviks, he was the object of exceptional hostility on Lenin's part, whether or not they agreed on actual issues. Lenin described him, according to circumstances, as a noisy phrasemaker, a play actor, an intriguer, a go-between, and a Yanushka. Little Judas, a hypocritical character in Saltykov-Shchedrin's novel The Goloflev Family. He lost no opportunity of saying that Trotsky was a man with a principle, dodging between one group and another and only caring that he should not be found out. In 1911 he wrote, "It is impossible to argue with Trotsky on the merits of the issue, because Trotsky holds no views whatever. We can and should argue with confirmed liquidators and its ovists, but it is no use arguing with a man whose game is to hide the errors of both these trends. In his case the thing to do is to expose him as a diplomat of the smallest caliber." Trotsky's Diplomacy on a Certain Party Platform, December 21, 1911, Works, Vol. V7. p. 362. In 1914 he repeated the same idea. Trotsky, however, has never had any physiognomy at all. The only thing he does have is a habit of changing sides, of skipping from the liberals to the Marxists and back again, of mouthing scraps of catchwords and bombastic parrot phrases. The breakup of the August Bloc, March 15, 1914, Works, Volume 20, p. 160. As for Trotskyism itself, from the Bolsheviks Trotsky's original theory has borrowed their call for a decisive proletarian revolutionary struggle and for the conquest of political power by the proletariat, while from the Mensheviks it has borrowed repudiation of the peasantry's role, on the two lines in the revolution, November 20, 1915, Works, Volume 21, p. 4.19. Book 2 The Golden Age 735. Trotsky in fact shared Lenin's view that the party must be the guiding force in the revolutionary struggle and not an adjunct to the bourgeoisie. Like Lenin, he was against both liquidators and its ovists, and he foresaw, sooner than Lenin, the revolution in two stages. However, he did not believe in the revolutionary potential of the peasantry, and he thought the proletariat would prevail in Russia thanks to a general European revolution. Ought to the revolutions of 1917. Variali lived in the expectation of a revolution. The outbreak in February 1917 took place without Dia 2 IL and 35.50. Tis. All of them some weeks before, Trotsky had settled in the United States in the belief that he was leaving Europe forever. Lenin, in January 1917, gave a lecture in Zurich on the 1905 revolution which contained the words, "We of the older generation may not live to see the decisive battles of this coming revolution were," Volume 23 p. 253, Imopanaji Daklayila, it's Alinio Adi. Lenin arrived in Petrograd in April. The Germans had given him a safe conduct, together with a few dozen repatriates of various political parties. His adversaries used the pretext to brand him as a German agent. Lenin accepted German aid not, of course, in order to help the Kaiser's war but in the hope that revolution would spread from Russia to the rest of European letters from me. Before he left Switzerland, he formulated his basic strategy. ISS Bourgeois. 1. NS of the proletariat was. I-10 could not give in. 7,360 main currents of Marxism. The revolution, which would give power to the proletariat supported by the indigent, semi-proletarian part of the peasantry. These maxims were devil. Op-ed, immediately alter his return to Russia, in the famous April Theses. Now, support for the war or the provisional government, power for the proletariat and the poor peasants, replacement of the parliamentary republic by a republic of Soviets, abolition of the police, army, and bureaucracy. All officials to be elective. And removables. Confiscation of large estates, Soviet, control of all social production and distribution, re-establishment of the international, and adoption by the party of the designation communist. These slogans with their clear demand for an immediate transition to the socialist phase of the revolutions were opposed not only by the Mensheviks, who saw them as a complete denial of the socialist tradition, but also by many Bolsheviks. Lenin's firmness, however, prevented all hesitation. At the same time he made it clear to his followers that the provisional government could not be overthrown at once, as it was supported by the Soviets. The Bolsheviks must first gain control of the Soviets and get a majority of the working masses on their side, convincing them that the imperialist war could only be ended by a dictatorship of the proletariat. D. July Lenin revoked the slogan "All power to the Soviets," having decided that the Bolsheviks could not gain a majority in them for the time being, and that the dominant Mensheviks and S.R.S. had gone over to the counter-revolution and become the servants of Tsarist generals. The peaceful road to revolution was thus closed. The revocation of the slogan took place after the Bolshevik show of fury which, though Lenin strenuously denied this in later years, was Probably a first attempt to seize power. Threatened with arrest, Lenin fled from Petrograd and went into hiding in Finland, directing the party's activity and at the same time writing the State and Revolution an extraordinary semi-anarchist blueprint for a proletarian state in which power was to be directly exercised by the whole people in arms. The basic ideas of this program were not only soon falsified by the course of the Bolshevik Revolution, but were derided by Lenin himself as anarcho-syndicalist fantasies. General Kornilov's unsuccessful push increased the general confusion and made things easier for the Bolsheviks. Lenin's policy was for the party to aid in the resistance to Kornilov but not to drift into supporting Kerensky's government. As he wrote in a letter to the Central Committee on August 30th, the development of this war alone can lead us to power, but we must speak of it as little as possible in our propaganda, remembering very well that even tomorrow events may put power into our hands, and then we shall not relinquish it. Works, Volume 25, p. 289. In September the Bolsheviks gained a majority in the Petrograd Soviet, and Trotsky became its chairman. In October a majority of the Central Committee, Book 2 the Golden Age voted for an armed rising. Zinoviev and Kamina dissented, and made their attitude publicly known. The seizure of power in Petrograd was comparatively easy and bloodless. The Congress of Soviets, which assembled on the following day, with the Bolshevik majority, passed a decree on the land question and a decree calling for peace without annexations or indemnities. A purely Bolshevik government was in power and, as Lenin had promised, it had no intention of letting go. NRE doubt that Lenin's insurrectionary policy and all his calculations were based on the firm expectation that the Russian Revolution would touch off a world revolution or at least a European one. This view was in fact shared by all the Bolsheviks. There was no question of socialism in one count. Try for the first few years after the revolution. In a farewell letter to Swiss workers in 1917, Lenin wrote that in view of Russia's agrarian character and the mass of unsatisfied peasant aspirations, a Russian revolution might, by reason of its scale, be the prelude to a world socialist revolution. But this might soon disappear from Lenin's speeches and articles, and for the next few years they are full of confidence that proletarian rule in Western Europe is just round the corner. In September 1917 he wrote, the maturing and the inevitability of the worldwide socialist revolution is beyond doubt. If the proletariat gains power, it will have every chance of retaining it and of leading Russia until there is a victorious revolution in the West, the Russian Revolution and Civil War. Works, Volume 26, pages 40-1. Almost on the eve of the October Revolution he wrote, doubt is out of the question. We are on the threshold of a world proletarian revolution, the crisis has matured, Ibid, p. 77. After the revolution, he declared to the Third Congress of Soviets on January 24, 1918, today we see that the socialist revolution is maturing by the hour in all countries of the world, Ibid, p. 471. In August 1918, we already see how frequent the sparks and explosions of the revolutionary conflagration in Western Europe have become, inspiring us with the assurance that the triumph of the world work ERS revolution is not far off. Works, Volume 28, p. 54. On October 3, 1918, the crisis in Germany has only begun. It will inevitably end in the transfer of political power to the German proletariat, Ibid, p. 101. On November 3, 1918, the time is near when the first day of the world revolution will be celebrated everywhere, p. 131. On March 6, 1919, at the First Congress of the Third International, the victory of the proletarian revolution on a world scale is assured. The founding of an international Soviet republic is on the way, p. 477. On 12 July 1919, at the party's Moscow conference, he predicted that next July we shall welcome the victory of the world Soviet Republic, and that victory will be full and irreversible. Works, Volume 29, p. 4.93. These prophecies were based not only on the observation of events, the RIS ing tide of revolution and the outbreaks in Bavaria, Hungary, and Estonia, but 738 main currents of Marxism. Also on Lenin's conviction that the European war could only be stopped by overthrowing capitalism. In a speech on July 3, 1918 he said, as reported in Pravda, that the war was becoming hopeless. This hopelessness was in earnest. That our socialist revolution had a very good chance of holding on until the world revolution broke out, and the guarantee of this was the war, which only the working masses could end. Ibid, Volume 27, p. 502.4t is also beyond doubt that Lenin did not believe in the permanence of victory in one country. At the Third Congress of Soviets in January 1918 he said, the final victory of socialism in a single country is of course impossible. Ibid, Volume 26, p. 470. In an article on March 12, 1918, salvation lies only along that road of world socialist revolution upon which we have set out. Ibid, Volume 27, p. 161. In a speech on May 26, 1918, we do not shut our eyes to the fact that in a single country, even if it were a much less backward country than Russia, even if we were living in better conditions than those prevailing after 4 years of unprecedented, painful, severe, and ruinous war, we could not carry out the socialist revolution completely, solely by our own efforts. Ibid, p. 412. In a speech on July 23, 1918, aware of the isolation of its revolution, the Russian proletariat clearly realizes that an essential condition and prime requisite for its victory is the united action of the workers of the whole world, or of several capitalistically advanced countries, p. 545. When these hopes were disappointed and it became clear that the European proletariat either did not wish to follow the Bolshevik example or would fail in its revolutionary attempts, and that the war could be brought to an end by other means than revolution, the party was confronted with the question of what to do with the power it had conquered. There was no question of giving up that power or, in practice, of sharing it with other socialist forces. The short episode of the left S.R.S. was insignificant and did not deserve the description of participation in power. The dispute over socialism in one country broke out after trademark Lenin's death. Stalin in his fight with Trotsky completely falsified the back underscore ground to the problem, but he was probably more faithful to Lenin's ideas than Trotsky. The point at issue was not whether socialism should or should not be built in a country that found itself in isolation for various historical reasons, but whether the building of socialism in Russia should be subordinated to the cause of world revolution or vice versa. This question was of decisive importance for the policy of the Soviet state, especially, but not only, its foreign policy and the fixing of goals for the coming turn. Trotsky could point to many statements by Lenin showing that he regarded the Russian Revolution as a prelude to world revolution, and Soviet Russia as the advance guard of the international proletariat. Naturally Lenin never disavowed anything he had said on the subject, and Stalin did not do so expressly either. Instead, he misrepre. Book 2 * The Golden Age 739. Centered the argument as though it was a question of whether socialism could be built in one country, implying that Trotsky was abandoning the cause of socialism in Russia. As regards Lenin, it must be recognized that after the Civil War, his attention was almost wholly taken up by the problems of peaceful construction, and in his last years his policy was that of a head of state and not the leader of a world revolution. It is true that in a speech on November 29, 1920, he said, "As soon as we are strong enough to overcome capitalism as a whole, we shall immediately seize it by the scruff of the neck." Works, Volume 31, p. 4.4. And no doubt he really meant this, but when he wrote that communism equals the Soviets plus electrification of the whole country, he clearly meant the electrification of Russia and not of Western Europe. His change of front was not accompanied by any express theoretical justification. Stalin's attempt to contrast Lenin's position with Trotsky's on this point was purely demagogic, as the question did not exist in Lenin's day in the form in which Stalin put it. Stalin, however, was not only more cautious than Trotsky in his estimate of the prospects of world revolution, but also interpreted more logically Lenin's dictum that Soviet Russia was the advance guard of the revolution, for if Soviet Russia is the world proletariat's most precious possession, clearly whatever is good for the Soviet state is good for the world proletariat. There could of course be a problem of what to do if the immediate interest of the Soviet state conflicted with the immediate interest of a revolutionary movement in another country. But in such cases Stalin's strategy of never sacrificing Soviet interests to the uncertain fortunes of a foreign revolution was in accordance with Lenin_'s principles. There is, indeed, no better proof that Lenin acted in this way than the story of the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk. This humiliating capitulation of the young republic to the Germans was forced through by Lenin despite the infuriated opposition of his own party and nearly the whole of Russia. To patriots outside the Bolshevik party it was a national disgrace, to Bolsheviks, a betrayal of the world revolution and a recantation of Lenin's frequent assurances before October 1917 that there could be no question of a separate peace with German imperialism. The treaty was a defeat, and Lenin never tried to pretend otherwise. He was not in the habit, as Stalin later was, of representing every setback as a brilliant triumph. Lenin was fully conscious of the dilemma as he explained to the party. He must either save Bolshevik power by ignominious peace, or wage a revolutionary war against Germany with every likelihood that Russia would be defeated and Bolshevik power destroyed. The lesson was a bitter one, as is shown by the frequency of his references to the treaty during the rest of his life. But his action in forcing the Central Committee to accept it despite the initial opposition of a large majority, with Bukharin as one of its main leaders, was 740 main currents of Marxism. The first clear instance of the policy later followed by Stalin. The interests of the Soviet state and Bolshevik power are paramount, and must never be put at risk for the sake of a problematical world revolution. Almost immediately after the revolution the question of the legitimacy of the new authority was unambiguously resolved in accordance with Leninist principles. The elections to the Constituent Assembly, preparations for which had been made before the revolution, took place towards the end of November, and the Bolsheviks received about a quarter of the votes. This was the only instance in Russian history of an election held on a basis of equal, universal suffrage, and it took place when the popularity of the Bolsheviks was at its peak. The assembly, when it met on January 18, 1918, was dispersed by armed sailors, and thus ended the history of Russian parliamentary democracy. Both before and after the dispersal of the assembly, Lenin repeatedly declared that to give it power signified a return to the rule of the bourgeoisie and the big landowners. In point of fact, it had an SR majority, expressing the wishes of the peasant masses. In a speech on 14 December 1917, Lenin had said, "We shall tell the people that their interests are superior to the interests of a democratic institution. We must not return to the old prejudices, which subordinate the interests of the people to formal democracy." Works, Volume 26, p. 356. Again, on December 26, he stated that the slogan "All power to the Constituent Assembly," which disregards the gains of the workers' and peasants' revolution, has become in fact the slogan of the cadets and Kaildanids and of their helpers. Every direct or indirect attempt to consider the question of the Constituent Assembly from a formal, legal point of view, within the framework of ordinary bourgeois democracy and disregarding the class struggle and civil war, would be a betrayal of the proletariat's cause, and the adoption of the bourgeois standpoint, pages 381-2. In saying this, Lenin was only repeating his long-standing belief that it was none of the people's business to decide what its interests were. He had indeed no intention of returning to the old prejudices. For a time, however, he believed that if a dictatorship had to be exercised against the peasantry, i.e. the bulk of the Russian people, it could still be a dictatorship supported by the great majority of the proletariat. This illusion too was dispelled before long. At the outset, however, the new state could count on support from a majority of the workers and peasants, otherwise it could not have survived the appalling hardships of the Civil War, when, as Lenin freely admitted, the future of Soviet power more than once hung by a thread. The superhuman energy that the Bolshevik party displayed in those years, and the sacrifices it was able to elicit from the workers and peasants, saved Soviet power at the cost of economic ruin, immense human suffering, the loss of millions of lives, and the barbarization of society. In the last phase of the struggle, the revolution encountered a further defeat. In Book 2 = The Golden Age 741. The Polish War, which finally destroyed the hope that the Soviet system could be transplanted to Europe at an early date. As taught reasons for the success of the October Revolution, Lenin made no attempt to present the matter in traditional Marxist terms but referred to Russia's backwardness, the unsatisfied peasant demands, and the war situation. On April 23, 1919 he wrote, "It was easier for the Russians to begin the great proletarian revolution, but it will be more difficult for them to continue it and carry it to final victory, in the sense of the complete organization of a socialist society. It was easier for us to begin, firstly, because the unusual for 20th century Europe political backwardness of the Tsarist monarchy gave unusual strength to the revolutionary onslaught of the masses. Secondly, Russia's backwardness merged in a peculiar way the proletarian revolution against the bourgeoisie with the peasant revolution against the landowners. The Third International and its place in history, Works, Volume 29, p. 310. On July 1, 1921, at the Third Congress of the Comintern, he put the matter even more clearly. We were victorious in Russia, and with such ease, because we prepared for our revolution during the imperialist war. That was the first condition. 10 million workers and peasants in Russia were under arms, and our slogan was, an diet peace at all costs. We were victorious because the vast mass of the Ants were revolutionarily disposed against the big landowners. Secondly, we were victorious because we adopted the agrarian program of the socialist revolutionaries instead of our own, and put it into effect. Our victory lay in the fact that we carried out the socialist revolutionary program, Works, Volume 32. pp. 473-475. Lenin had indeed realized for a long time that if the Russian communists had to wait, like the Western parties, for the contradiction between relations of production and productive forces to mature to the requisite point, they could say goodbye to the hope of a proletarian revolution. He was fully aware that the course of events in Russia bore no relation to the traditional Marxist schemata, though he did not consider the theoretical problem in all its bearings. The massive strength of the Russian Revolution lay not in the class conflict between workers and bourgeoisie but in the aspirations of the peasants. The wartime debacle, and the longing for peace. It was a communist revolution. Underscore in the sense that it transferred state power to the Communist Party, but not in the sense of confirming Marxist predictions as to the fate of capitalist society. 3. The beginnings of socialist economy. TUR economy history. Of Soviet Russia under Lenin is divided into two periods, that of war communism and, from the spring of 1921, the new economic policy, and EP. The term war communism was coined during the second 74.2 main currents of Marxism period, and is misleading in that it suggests a temporary policy resulting from the Civil War and the need to adopt extraordinary measures to feed the country in its state of economic ruin. History books not infrequently put the matter in this way and suggest, further, that the NEP was planned in advance but could not be put into effect owing to the exceptional circumstances of the war. In other words, it was not a retreat and a confession of error, but a return to the previously chosen path from which the party had been temporarily forced to deviate. In actual fact, both the course of events and Lenin's account of them make it clear that war communism was thought of from the beginning as the economic system to be maintained until the complete victory of communism, while the NEP was an admission of defeat. The key question in devastated Russia was of course the production of food, especially grain. War communism consisted primarily of requisitioning from the peasants. All food surplus here. Rather, all foodstuffs that the local authorities or the requisitioning squads regarded as surplus. Thus it was impossible to calculate accurately the quantity of stocks and surpluses on millions of small farms. The requisition system not only turned the peasant masses against the government and led to bribery and coercion on a vast scale, but ruined agricultural production and thus undermined the whole system of power. Lenin believed, however, that in a country of small farmers free trade in grain, as a principle rather than a temporary measure, was tantamount to the restoration of capitalism, and that those who proposed it in the name of economic recovery were no better than allies of Kolakowski. In a speech on May 19, 1919 he referred to this historical epoch, when the struggle of the oppressed working people for the complete overthrow of capital and the abolition of commodity production, present authors italics, stands in the forefront. Works, Volume 29, p. 352, and declared that free trade in grain was Kolakowski's policy. On July 30th of that year, in a speech on the food situation, he re-emphasized the point, stating that the question of free trade was decisive in the final battle with capitalism, and that there cannot be any concessions here, in this particular sphere, as free trade was the economic standby of Denikin and Kolakowski. We know that one of the main sources of capitalism is freedom to trade in grain in the country, and it is the source that has been the ruin of all previous republics. Today the last decisive battle against capitalism and against freedom to trade is being fought, and for us this is a truly basic battle between capitalism and socialism. If we win in this fight, there will be no return to capitalism and the former system, no return to what has been in the past. Such a return will be impossible so long as there is a war against the bourgeoisie, against profiteering and against petty proprietorship. Ibid. Pages 525, 526. Similarly, in an article written but not published at this time, he wrote, "Freedom to trade in grain is a return to capitalism, to the full power of Book 2 equals the Golden Age 743. The landowners and capitalists, to a savage struggle between people for profit, to the free enrichment of the few, to the poverty of the masses, to eternal bondage." Ibid. p. 570. While, then, Lenin did not envisage an immediate transition to collective or state farming, he was in no doubt that rural production must from the outset be under direct state control, and that free trade in commodities meant the ruin of socialism. His intention from the start was that agricultural production should be based on police coercion of the peasants and on the direct confiscation of produce in the form of quotas, which were supposed, though this was impossible to work out in practice, to leave the peasants enough seed corn for the following year and a minimum on which to feed themselves. The transition to NEP was due to the catastrophic failure of this policy, a failure predicted by the Mensheviks and S.R.S., who for their pains had been denounced, imprisoned, and murdered as henchmen of the White Guards. Lenin sounded the retreat at the party's 10th Congress, in March 1921. He announced that small farming would have to go on for many years, and the unrestricted trade slogan will be inevitable. It is apt to spread because it conforms to the economic conditions of the small producer's existence. Works. Volume 32, p. 187. He acknowledged that in the nationalization of trade and in this try the party had gone further than theoretical or practical considerations justified, and declared that we must satisfy the middle peasantry economically, and not go over to free exchange, otherwise it will be impossible economically. Impossible in view of the delay in the world revolution, to preserve the rule of the proletariat in Russia. Ibid. p. 225. As Lenin emphasized soon afterwards, the NEP was meant as a serious long-term policy, consisting not only of replacing the appropriation of surpluses by a uniform grain tax, but of numerous other measures: wide concessions to foreign capital in Russia, aid to co-operatives, the leasing of state factories to private persons, relief to private traders, and the distribution of state products through private merchants. Greater independence and initiative for state enterprises as regards the use of financial and material resources, and the introduction of material incentives into production. Commodity exchange is brought to the fore as the principal lever of the new economic policy. Ibid. p. 433. Lenin made no secret of the fact that a disastrous error had been committed. We expected, or perhaps it would be truer to say that we presumed, without having given it adequate consideration, to be able to organize the state production and the state distribution of products on communist lines in a small peasant country directly, as ordered by the proletarian state. Experience has proved that we were wrong. It appears that a number of transitional stages were necessary: state capitalism and socialism, in order to prepare by many years of effort for the transition. 744 main currents of Marxism to communism, not directly relying on enthusiasm, but aided by the enthusiasm engendered by the Great Revolution, and on the basis of personal interest, personal incentive and business principles, we must first set to work in the small peasant country to build solid gangways to socialism by way of state capitalism. Pravda, 18. October 1921. In attempting to go straight over to communism we, in the spring of 1921, sustained a more serious defeat on the economic front than any defeat inflicted upon us by Kolakowski, Denikin, or Pilsudski. This defeat was much more serious, significant and dangerous. It was expressed in the isolation of the higher administrators of our economic policy from the lower and their failure to produce that development of the productive forces which the program of our party regards as vital and urgent. The surplus food appropriation system in the rural districts. This direct communist approach to the problem of urban development hindered the growth of the productive forces and proved to be the main cause of the profound economic and political crisis that we experienced in the spring of 1921. Address dated October 17, 1921. Works, Volume 33, pp. 58, 63-4. After the Brest Treaty, the NEP was a second major demonstration of Lenin's extraordinary ability to sacrifice doctrine to the retention of power. It excited less opposition in the party, as all could see that the country was on the brink of an abyss, but it was nonetheless a retreat towards capitalism, a case, as Lenin put it, of regular pour mieux solder. In the preceding years he had supposed that all important economic problems could be solved by police and military terror. This had been the Jacobins' policy. He believed that it had brought excellent results, but like them he found himself on the edge of a precipice. Though he was able to draw back at the last moment, his economic directives during the period of war communism were simple. They consisted of shooting, imprisonment, and intimidation. It turned out, however, that Marxist doctrine was quite right. Economic life has its own laws, which cannot be set aside by terror. In time of famine and the breakdown of society, the execution of profiteers will not put an end to profiteering. For the dictatorship of the proletariat and the dictatorship of the party. The new situation, however, brought about other changes that were bound to arouse dissension in the party. All the pre-revolutionary promises had suddenly became scraps of paper. Lenin had undertaken to abolish the standing army and the police, to equalize the pay of high officials and specialists on the one hand and skilled workers on the other. He had promised that the people in arms would exercise direct rule directly after the revolution, and long before NEP, it was evident that these were utopian dreams. An army with a Book 2 *, the Golden Age 745. Cadre of professional officers had to be organized at once on a basis of rank and strict discipline, like any other army. Trotsky revealed his genius as the chief organizer of the Red Army, and was the main architect of victory in the Civil War. The methods used were drastic enough. Hostages were taken and executed. Deserters and those who harbored them were shot, as were soldiers for offenses against discipline, etc. But such methods would not have been possible without a large, trustworthy force under arms, to keep an army together by intimidation and terror. There must be enough people willing to apply that terror in a situation where counter-terror is also powerful. It was necessary, immediately after the revolution, to establish a force of political police, which was efficiently created by Felix Dzerzhinsky. It soon became clear that production could not be organized without privileges for specialists, and that it could not be based on intimidation alone. As early as April 1918, Lenin recognized, in the immediate tasks of the Soviet government, that it was necessary to compromise in this respect and to depart from the principles of the Paris Commune. Lenin also proclaimed from the beginning of the revolution that it was important to learn from the bourgeoisie. Stroeve in his time had been branded as a renegade for saying the same thing. Those who thought socialism could be built without learning from the bourgeois, so Lenin told the Central Executive Committee on April 29, 1918, had the mentality of Central African natives. Works, Volume 27, p. 310. In his writings and speeches he devoted more and more attention to civilization, cultura, i.e. the technical and administrative skills necessary to run industry and the state. He emphasized that communists must stop being arrogant, must admit their ignorance and learn these skills from the bourgeoisie. Lenin was always highly distrustful of communists except for the purpose of political agitation and fighting. In 1913, when he heard that Gorky had consulted a Bolshevik doctor, he wrote at once urging him to find a real doctor and not a comrade, who was sure to be an ass. In May 1918 he bethought himself of a better model than the Paris Commune, namely Peter the Great. While the revolution in Germany is still slow in coming forth, our task is to study the state capitalism of the Germans, to spare no effort in copying it and not shrink from adopting dictatorial methods to hasten the copying of it. Our task is to hasten this copying even more than Peter hastened the copying of Western culture by barbarian Russia, and we must not hesitate to use barbarous methods in fighting barbarism, left-wing childishness and the petty bourgeois mentality. Works, Volume 27, p. 340. The principle of unity of control in industry was soon introduced, and dreams of the collective administration of factories were condemned as a syndicalist deviation. Thus the new society was to be built by means of increasing technical and administrative knowledge on the one hand, and coercion and intimidation on the other. The NEP brought no relaxation of political and police terror, nor 7,460 main currents of Marxism was it intended to. The non-Bolshevik press was closed down during the Civil War, and was never again permitted to appear. The opposition socialist parties, the Mensheviks and S.R.S., were terrorized and liquidated. The autonomy of the universities was finally suppressed in 1921. Lenin constantly repeated that the so-called freedom of the press was a bourgeois deceit, like freedom of assembly and the right to form parties, since in a bourgeois society the common PLE had no printing presses and no rooms in which to assemble. Now that the Soviet system had given these facilities to the people, the latter obviously could not allow the bourgeoisie to use them for deceptive purposes, and as the Mensheviks and S.R.S. had sunk to the position of bourgeois parties, they too must submit to the dictatorship of the proletariat. The closure of Menshevik newspapers in February 1919 was justified by Lenin on the ground that the Soviet government, right at the time of the last, decisive, and sharpest armed clash with the landlord and capitalist troops, cannot put up with people who are unwilling to endure great sacrifices alongside the workers and peasants, fighting for their just cause. Works, Volume 28, p. 447. At the 7th Congress of Soviets in December 1919 he declared that when Mordov accused the Bolsheviks of representing a minority of the working class, he was speaking the language of the wild beasts of imperialism. Clemenceau, Wilson, and Lloyd George. The logical conclusion was that we have to be on the alert and to realize that the Chikha is indispensable. Works, Volume 30, p. 239. The dissolution of non-Bolshevik organizations and periodicals, the ex-school Zion Fro in Russia. This clement measure was still employed. Of hundreds of the country's chief intellectuals, purges in all cultural institutions, the atmosphere of terror in every walk of life. All this had the unplanned but natural effect that social conflicts came to be reflected within the Bolshevik Party itself, and this, in turn, led to the application within the party of the same principle of despotic rule as the party exercised over the rest of society. The Civil War had brought economic ruin and general exhaustion, and the working class, drained of its strength, was unresponsive to appeals to show the same enthusiasm and self-sacrifice in the cause of peaceful construction as it had on the field of battle. That the Bolsheviks represented the whole working class had been an axiom. Since 1918, it was unverifiable, as no institutions existed for the purpose. The proletariat, however, began to display anger and discontent, most forcefully in the Kronstadt Rising of March 1921, which was suppressed with heavy blood shed. The sailors of Kronstadt, like the great majority of the working class, were in favor of Soviet power, but they did not identify it with the despotism of a single ruling party. They wanted rule by the Soviets as opposed to party rule. Within the party itself, proletarian discontent was reflected in the strong work ERS opposition, represented in the Central Committee by Alexander Shlyap, Nikoi, Alexandra Kalante, and others. This group wanted economic. Book 2 *, The Golden Age 747. Management to be entrusted to a general organization of workers, i.e. trade unions. They called for the equalization of pay, and protested against despotic methods of control within the party. In short, they wanted the kind of dictatorship of the proletariat that Lenin had written about before the revolution. They believed that democracy for the workers and democracy within the party could be safeguarded even when there was no democracy for anyone else. Lenin and Trotsky no longer entertained any such illusion. They branded the workers' opposition as an anarcho-syndicalist deviation, and its spokesmen were eliminated from party work on various pretexts, though they were not imprisoned or shot. The episode gave rise to a general debate on the place and function of trade unions in the Soviet system. 3 years earlier, in March 1918, Lenin had inveighed against the Mensheviks for saying that in the interests of preserving and strengthening the class independence of the proletariat, the trade unions should not become state organizations. This view was and is either a bourgeois provocation of the crudest kind or an extreme misunderstanding, a Slav-ish repetition of the slogans of yesterday. The working class is becoming and has become the ruling class in the state. The trade unions are becoming and must become state organizations which have prime responsibility for the reorganization of all economic life on a socialist basis. Works, Volume 27, p. 215. The idea of turning the trade unions into state organizations followed logically from the theory of the proletarian dictatorship. Since the proletariat was identified with state power, it was clearly nonsense to imagine that the workers would have to defend their interests against the state. Trotsky held to this view, but Lenin changed his mind on both points in the above quoted passage. Having decided in 1920 that the Soviet state was suffering from bureaucratic distortion, he attacked Trotsky for holding the views he had himself recently advanced, and declared that it was the business of the trade unions to defend the ERS state but also to defend the workers against their own state, or rather its abuses. At the same time, he was violently opposed to the idea that the unions should take over the state's function of managing the economy. Meanwhile, Lenin took steps to prevent opposition groups from arising in future within the party. Rules were adopted prohibiting the formation of intra-party factions, and empowering the Central Committee to expel from its midst members who had been elected at the party congress. In this way, by a natural progression, the dictatorship first exercised over society in the name of the working class, and then over the working class in the name of the party, was now applied to the party itself, creating the basis for a one-man tyranny. Another theme which becomes more and more prominent in Lenin's last years is that, just mentioned, of bureaucratic distortion. He complains more and more frequently that the state apparatus is expanding indefinitely without 748 main currents of Marxism need, and at the same time is incapable of getting anything done, that every thing is muddle and red tape, that civil servants refer the most trifling cases to high party officials, and so on. It seems never to have occurred to Lenin that the root of these troubles lay in the fact that the whole system was based, as he constantly emphasized, on force and not on law. He demanded that PLE be imprisoned right and left for inefficiency, and then wondered why they were afraid to take decisions and referred them higher up whenever they could. He demanded vigilant supervision and exhaustive records, and yet was astonished at the amount of pen pushing. His statement that socialism equals Soviet power plus electrification is often quoted, less often his statement, just after the revolution, that what socialism implies above all is keeping account of everything. Meeting of the Central Executive Committee, November 17, 1917, Works, Volume 26, p. 288. He created a system in which, depending on the whim of a local party or police authority, any criticism might be regarded as counter-revolutionary and expose its author to imprisonment or death, and at the same time he urged the working people to be fearless in their criticism of the state apparatus. His diagnosis of the cancer of bureaucracy was a simple one. It was due to lack of education, culture, and administrative ability. There were two remedies, also simple, to imprison the inefficient, and to create new supervisory bodies of honest officials. He attached great importance to the Workers' and Peasants' Inspectorate, Rabkrin, headed by Stalin, which was appointed to supervise all branches of the administration and other supervisory bodies, and on the honesty of which, in his view, the success of the fight against bureaucracy ultimately depended. This body, besides adding to the burden of terror and issuing incompetent instructions in all directions, was used by Stalin, who became Secretary General of the party in 1922, as a stick to beat his opponents and a weapon in intra-party struggles. This, of course, Lenin did not foresee. He had applied his final cure to bureaucracy in the shape of an additional link in the bureaucratic chain which, as he well knew, was fastened upon the country irrevocably. The hierarchy grew and grew. It had powers of life and death over every citizen. It was at first directed by sincere communists, but in course of time absorbed the mass of careerists, parasites, and sycophants who, over the years, modeled the style of government in their own image. The last 2 years of Lenin's life were overshadowed by physical infirmity, due to sclerosis and a succession of strokes, despite which he continued fighting to the end. His famous testament, consisting of notes written into C.M. for 1922 and January 1923 in preparation for the party congress, was concealed from the Soviet public for the next 33 years. The notes express his feeling of helplessness at the difficulties of the state and the approaching struggle for power in the party hierarchy. He criticizes Stalin for concentrating excessive power in his own hands and for being high-handed, capricious, and, Book 2 The Golden Age 749, disloyal, and therefore unfit to remain in the office of Secretary General. Lenin Also enumerates the faults of Trotsky, Vyazov, Zinoviev, and Kameny, and criticizes Bukharin for un-Marxist views. He blames Orджonikidze, Stalin, and Dzerzhinsky for great Russian nationalism and the brutality of the methods used in the invasion of Georgia. He speaks of the need to provide the non-Russians with a real safeguard against the truly Russian bully, and predicts that, given the apparatus which we took over from Tsarism and slightly anointed with Soviet oil, the promised freedom to secede from the Union will be a mere scrap of paper, unable to defend the non-Russians from the onslaught of that really Russian man, the great Russian chauvinist, in substance a rascal and a tyrant, such as the typical Russian bureaucrat is. Works. Volume 36, pages 605-6. These appeals, warnings, and reproaches were of little practical importance. Lenin called for the protection of national minorities and the right of self-determination immediately after the Red Army, with his blessing, had invaded Georgia, with its democratically elected Menshevik government. He hoped to prevent factional strife by enlarging the Central Committee, as though its size could make any difference when he himself had virtually put an end to democracy within the party. He criticized all the main party leaders and called for Stalin's replacement, but who did he think should be the new Secretary General Trotsky, with his excessive self-assurance, Bukharin, who was not a Marxist, Zinoviev or Kameny, whose treason in October 1917 was no accident, or Vyazov, who could not be relied on in important political matters? Whatever Lenin's political intentions were, the testament today reads like a cry of despair. Lenin died on January 21, 1924. There is no evidence to support Trotsky's later suggestion that he was poisoned by Stalin. The new state was to develop along the lines he had inculcated. His embalmed corpse, exhibited to this day in the mausoleum in Moscow, aptly symbolizes the new order which, he was soon to embrace all mankind. 5. The theory of imperialism and of revolution. H.G. Main currents of Marxism. Last point is stressed by Lenin in his attack on Kolakowski, who had argued that it was possible to foresee the world economic system passing into a phase of ultra-imperialism in which the great powers and the great international cartels would stabilize the partition of the world and thus eliminate the risk of war. Kolakowski put this forward as a general hypothesis and not something that was bound to occur, but Lenin was scandalized by the idea of capitalism without wars, a state of affairs in which revolutions too would be much less likely. Kolakowski's stupid fable was anti-Marxist and a symptom of opportunism. Imperialism could not exist without wars, for there was no other way of regulating and eliminating the inequalities of world development. Hence, in his article The Military Program of the Proletarian Revolution, 1916, Lenin drew the conclusion that socialism could not triumph simultaneously in all countries. The revolutionary process would begin in one or several countries, and this would lead to further conflicts and wars. Book 2, copyright The Golden Age, 751. By 1916, however, Lenin had taken the argument a stage further. In the discussion on self-determination summed up he wrote, "To imagine that social revolution is conceivable without revolts by small nations in the colonies and in Europe, without revolutionary outbursts by a section of the petty bourgeoisie with all its prejudices, without a movement of the politically non-conscious proletarian and semi-proletarian masses against oppression by the landowners, the church, and the monarchy, against national oppression, etc. To imagine all this is to repudiate social revolution. Whoever expects a pure social revolution will never live to see it. The socialist revolution in Europe cannot be anything other than an outburst of mass struggle on the part of all and sundry oppressed and discontented elements. Inevitably sections of the petty bourgeoisie and of the backward workers will participate in it. Without such participation mass struggle is impossible, without it no revolution is possible, and just as inevitably will they bring into the movement their prejudices, their reactionary fantasies, their weaknesses and errors. But objectively they will attack capital." Works, Volume 22, pp. 355-6. It is not clear whether Lenin was fully aware of the consequences of this theory or the extent to which it diverged from Marxist tradition. At all events, it laid down firmly that a socialist uprising could only take place when there were numerous unsatisfied claims and aspirations of the kind which Marxists assign to the bourgeois phase of development, i.e. primarily those of the peasants and subject nationalities. This means that as capitalism approaches the situation foreseen by Marx, in which society consists only of the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, a socialist revolution becomes less and less likely. Lenin's state meant that unsatisfied peasant and national claims and the presence of survivals of feudalism might assist the proletariat, reinforcing it with the energy of non-proletarian demands, was of course not in conflict with the strategy of Marx and Engels, who adopted a similar position on various occasions, for example in their hopes for a proletarian revolution in Germany in 1848 or a Russian revolution in the 70s, or their view that the Irish question would strengthen the hand of the British working class. Marx and Engels, it is true, did not put forward any precise theory as to how such alliances would operate, nor was it clear how their hopes were to be theoretically reconciled with the general theory of socialist revolution. But the statement that a proletarian revolution could not happen at all without the reinforcement due to survivals of feudalism was a novelty in Marxism and a complete departure from the traditional theory. Lenin was no doubt right when he accused the leaders of the Seconds on International of being revolutionary in words and reformist in action. He alone thought seriously of the seizure of power, and, what is more, he thought of nothing else. His position was clear: power must be seized wherever it was. 752 main currents of Marxism. Politically possible to do so. He did not indulge in theoretical calculations as to whether productive forces had matured to the point of a socialist uprising. His calculations were all concerned with the power situation. He himself could rightly be accused of being a determinist in words and a realpolitiker in action. Sometimes, though not often, he repeated the determinist catechism: every thing that takes place in history takes place of necessity. That is elementary. The Russian brand of Sieticum, February 1, 1915, Works, Volume 21, p. 120, but this determinism only served to convince himself and others that the communist cause was historically bound to triumph. It was not applied to any specific political acts. He even jettisoned the idea, which had been regarded as one of the rudiments of Marxism, that all countries must go through the capitalist stage of development. At the Second Congress of the Comintern on July 26, 1920, he declared that backward peoples might bypass the capitalist phase and proceed direct to socialism, with the aid of the proletariat in the advanced countries and of Soviet power. Without this, indeed, it would have been hard to justify the exercise of Soviet authority over dozens of primitive tribes and small nations who belong to the Russian Empire. See Evolodii, Jal and Suf Situatiotel. Disticate the Old Government, Works, Volume 21, pages 213-14. Ryuel J. Mealy Reed. Hence his anger at Sug. Just finds that capitalism might avoid wars and aha preclude, in all probability, the chance of a revolutionary situation arising. Hence S. Lykewix disseticize that. Book 2 ** The Golden Age, 53. ET equals high, YZZ. Product of class. Interest. Lenin frequently quoted Clausewitz's remark that war is simply the continuation of policy by other means, and on the strength of this dictum the Prussian general of Napoleonic times is credited with formulating the main thesis of dialectics with reference to wars, Ibid, p. 219. A. IET it. Lenin's statements on this subject are numerous and perfectly clear, though not often quoted by his present-day disciples. It is absurd to divide wars into defensive and aggressive. Speech on October 14, 1914, Works, Volume 36, p. 297. It is not the defensive or offensive character of the war, but the interests of the class struggle of the proletariat, or to put it better the interests of the international movement of the proletariat that represent the sole criterion for considering and deciding the attitude of the Social Democrats to any particular event in international relations, bellicose militarism and the anti-militarist tactics of social democracy, August 1908, Works, Volume 15, p. 199. As if the question were, who was the first to attack, and not what are the causes of the war? What are its aims? Which classes are waging it? Open letter to Boris Severin, December 1916, Works, Volume 23, p. 198. Trey Hiridarathi what was, or 1 NW. The Proletarian Revolution and the Renegade Koskai, 1918, Works, Volume 28, p. 286. Underscore EETNOEEA rated I. Serving.to conceal the alas asterisk character of wars but that the working alas organ equals. Lenin does not shrink from this conclusion. For instance, if socialism is victorious in America or in Europe in 1920, and Japan and China, let us say, then, move their Bismarcks against us if only diplomatically at first we certainly would be in favor of an offensive revolutionary war against them, the COL. Lapse of the Second International, Works, Volume 21, p. 221n. In a speech on 754 main currents of Marxism. December 1920 Lenin declared that war was bound to break out soon between the USA and Japan and that, while the Soviet state could not support either against the other, it should play one off against the other and exploit the war in its own interest. Works, Volume 31, p. 443. At the Seventh Party Congress in March 1918 he proposed a resolution to the effect that the Congress will empower the Central Committee of the party both to break all the peace treaties and to declare war on any imperialist power or the whole world when the Central Committee of the party considers that the appropriate moment for this has come. Works, Volume 27, p. 120. This, it is true, was drafted in the atmosphere of Brest-Litovsk, but it is general in application and is wholly in accordance with Lenin's doctrine. As the proletarian state is by definition in the right vis-a-vis capitalist states, and since the question of aggression is beside the point in judging a war, it is clearly the right and duty of the former state to attack the latter for the sake of the world revolution whenever occasion offers. All the more so as peaceful coexistence between capitalism and socialism was, in Lenin's opinion, impossible. In the speech on December 6, 1920, already quoted, he declared, I said that we had passed from war to peace, but that we had not forgotten that war will return. While capitalism and socialism live side by side, they cannot live in peace. Works, Volume 31, p. 457. Such were the simple ideological foundations of the foreign policy of the socialist state. The new state by definition represented the leading force in his story. Whether attacking or defending itself, it was acting in the name of progress. International law, arbitration, disarmament talks, the outlawing of war, all these were deceptions as long as capitalism existed, and afterwards they would not be necessary, for wars were as impossible under socialism as they were inevitable under capitalism. 6. Socialism and the dictatorship of the proletariat. A.R. How Ch. Lenin's whole activity was subordinated to the struggle for the ultimate aim, i.e. the building of a socialist society. He did not concern himself before the war with specifying what that society would be like. His writings contain scattered references to familiar socialist ideas such as the collectivization of property, the abolition of wage labor and of the commodity economy, etc., but he does not go into details. He did, however, explain before the Revolution what he meant by the dictatorship of the proletariat, and the terms in which he did so remained unaltered throughout his career. In The Victory of the Cadets and the Tasks of the Workers' Party, 1906, he expressed himself several times with emphasis, dictatorship means unlimited power based on force, and not on law. Works, Volume 10, p. 216. Authority unlimited, outside the law, and based on force in the most direct sense of the word is dictatorship. Ibid. Book 2 ** The Golden Age 755. p. 244. The scientific term dictatorship means nothing more nor less than authority untrammelled by any laws, absolutely unrestricted by any rules whatever, and based directly on violence. The term dictatorship has no other meaning but this. Mark this well, cadet gentlemen. Ibid. p. 246. To make clear that his views had not changed, Lenin repeated the above statements in 1920. Dictatorship was the directest form of coercion, and the dictatorship of the proletariat was the exercise of force by the proletariat against the exploiters it had overthrown. As to how that force would be organized, Lenin gave the answers in his pamphlet The State and Revolution, directed against the leaders of the Second International. On the eve of the creation of the Third International, which he had in mind as early as 1915, and in the hope that revolution would soon break out all over Europe, Lenin thought it necessary to expound once again the Marxist theory of the state and of the changes that socialism would involve in the functioning of state institutions. According to Marx and Engels, Lenin points out, the state is the result of irreconcilable class antagonisms, but not in the sense that it harmonizes them or arbitrates between them. On the contrary, the state as such has hitherto always been the instrument whereby the possessing classes have coerced the oppressed classes. Its institutions cannot be neutral in the class conflict, but are only the legal expression of the economic oppression of one class by another. Since the whole function of the bourgeois state is to perpetuate the exploitation of the working class, the institutions and organs of that state cannot be used to emancipate the workers. The suffrage in bourgeois states is not a means of relieving social tension, let alone of enabling the oppressed classes to gain power. It is merely a way of maintaining the authority of the bourgeoisie. The proletariat cannot free itself except by destroying the state apparatus. This is the main task of the revolution, and must be clearly distinguished from the withering away of the state in accordance with Marxist theory. The bourgeois state must be smashed here and now. The withering away applies to the proletarian state after the revolution, i.e. at a future time when all political authority will be done away with. Lenin refers particularly to Marx's article on the Paris Commune and his critique of the Gotha program, and also to essays and letters by Engels. Reformism in the socialist movement and the idea of using the bourgeois state to serve the interests of the proletariat are, he declares, contrary to the basis of Marxism. They are delusions or deceitful maneuvers of opportunists who have renounced the revolution. The proletariat needs a state. This is where the anarchists go wrong, but it must be a state that tends to wither away and destroy itself. To overcome the resistance of the exploiters in the transitional period, the length of which cannot be foreseen, there must be a dictatorship of the proletariat which, unlike all previous forms of state, will be the dictatorship of the 750 main currents of Marxism. Great majority of society over the remnants of the possessing classes. During this period the freedom of capitalists must be limited, while full democracy will be possible only when classes have been done away with altogether. During the transition the state will be able to function without difficulty, as the majority will have no trouble crushing the minority of exploiters and will have no need of a special police machine. The experience of the Paris Commune serves to illustrate the general features of communist state organization. In such a state, the standing army will be disbanded and the people will be armed instead. All state officials will be elected and dismissed by the working people. The police as such will not be needed, as their functions, like those of the army, will be performed by the whole of the population that is capable of bearing arms. In addition, the organizational functions of the state will become so simple that they can be performed by anyone who knows how to read and write. No special skill will be required for the running of society in general, and there will therefore be no separate caste of officials. Simple administration and accounting will be performed by all citizens in turn, at a wage equal to that of manual workers. Lenin lays great stress on this. Everyone will be in equal degree a servant of the state, paid on an equal basis and equally obliged to work. They will be alternately manual workers and officials, so that nobody will become a bureaucrat. Given the simplicity of administration, equality of pay, and the election and removability of public officers, there will be no risk of the formation of a parasitic caste of bureaucrats alienated from society. To begin with, there must be political compulsion, but as the state withers away, its functions will gradually lose their political character and become matters of pure administration. Orders will no longer be given from the top. Necessary central planning will be combined with broad territorial autonomy. In materials relating to the revision of the party program, written in April-May 1917, Lenin spoke of public education to be administered by democratically elected organs of local self-government, the central government not to be allowed to interfere with the arrangement of the school curriculum, or with the selection of the teaching staffs, teachers to be elected directly by the population with the right of the latter to remove undesirable teachers, etc. Works, Volume 24, p. 473. The final objective is the complete abolition of the state and of all constraint. This will be possible as people get accustomed to the principles of voluntary coexistence and solidarity. Crimes and excesses are due to exploitation and poverty, and so will gradually disappear under socialism. This conviction of Lenin's was practically universal among socialists. Lenin's utopia, described in these terms while the European war was raging, may well seem astoundingly naive to those who read it after 50 years of Soviet power. It had about as much to do with the state that was soon to come. Book 2 *, The Golden Age 757. Into existence as Thomas More's fantasies had with the England of Henry Vill. But it is a sterile exercise to point out the grotesque divergences between programs and their fulfillment half a century later. Lenin's utopia is in general accord with Marx's ideas, but as compared with Lenin's own earlier writings, not to speak of the later ones, it presents one striking difference, viz. That it says nothing whatever about the party. There is no reason to doubt that Lenin penned his fantasy in good faith. It should be recalled that when he did so he believed, wrongly, that there was about to be a world revolution. But he apparently did not perceive that the picture he drew was manifestly contrary to his own doctrine of revolution and of the party. The dictatorship of the majority was supposed to be exercised through a political organization imbued with a scientific understanding of his story. This qualification, which cuts across the idea of a transitional proletariat state, is not mentioned at all in the State and Revolution. At the time of writing the book, Lenin evidently envisaged that the whole people, armed and liberate, would directly perform all functions of administration, economic management, the police, the army, the judiciary, etc. He also believed that restraints on freedom would apply only to the former privileged classes, while the workers and laboring peasants would be perfectly free to regulate their lives as they chose. However, the nature of the system that developed after the revolution was not merely the result of historical accidents connected with the Civil War and the halting of the revolutionary movement outside Russia. The system, with all its despotic and totalitarian features, the distinction is important, was prefigured in its main lines by the Bolshevik doctrine as Lenin had worked it out. Over the years, though naturally the consequences were not fully realized or predicted, the basic principle laid down by Lenin in different forms on many occasions since 1903 was that categories such as freedom and political equality were not intrinsic values but only instruments of the class struggle, and it was foolish to advocate them without considering what class interests they served. In practice, the proletariat can retain its independence only by subordinating its struggle for all democratic demands, not excluding the demand for a republic, to its revolutionary struggle for the overthrow of the bourgeoisie, the socialist revolution, and the right of nations to self-determination. April 1916, Works, Volume 22, p. 149. Under the bourgeois system, the difference between a despotism and a democracy was only significant insofar as the latter facilitated the working class struggle. It was a secondary difference, one of form only. Universal suffrage, a constituent assembly, a parliament are merely a form, a sort of promissory note, which does not change the real state of affairs. The state, lecture delivered. Aired on July 11, 1919, Works, Volume 29, p. 485. This is true a fortiori of the post 758 main currents of Marxism. Revolutionary state. Since the proletariat is in power, no consideration is important in itself except the maintenance of that power. All organizational questions are subordinate to the preservation of the dictatorship of the proletariat. The dictatorship of the proletariat will not provisionally, but permanently, abolish the parliamentary system and the separation of the legislative power from the executive. This is to be the main difference between the Soviet Republic and the parliamentary regime. At the 7th Congress of the Russian Communist Party, Bolshevik, in March 1918, Lenin presented a draft program embodying this principle: abolition of parliamentarism as the separation of legislative from executive activity, union of legislative and executive state activity, fusion of administration with legislation. Works, Volume 27, p. 154. In Other words, the rulers determine the laws by which they rule and are not controlled by anyone. But who are the rulers? In the same draft, Lenin emphasizes that freedom and democracy are not intended to be for all, but for the laboring and exploited masses and for the sake of their liberation. At the outset of the revolution, Lenin hoped for support not only from the proletariat but from the working peasants as opposed to the kulaks, but it soon became clear that, while the whole of the peasantry supported the revolution against the big landowners, they were much less enthusiastic for the next phase. The party placed its hopes from the beginning on kindling the class struggle in the countryside, and tried to rouse the poor peasants and farm laborers against the richer peasants, inter alia by the so-called committees of the poor. The results were meager, and it was clear that the common interest of the peasants as a class was generally stronger than the conflict between poor peasants and kulaks. Lenin soon began to speak for preference of neutralizing the peace entry as a whole, and at the 10th Party Conference in May 1921, on the eve of NEP, he declared, "We tell the peasants frankly and honestly, without any deception, in order to hold the road to socialism, we are making a number of concessions to you, comrade peasants, but only within the stated limits and to the stated extent, and, of course, we ourselves shall be the judge of the limits and the extent." Works, Volume 32, p. 419. The first transitional slogan, that of the dictatorship of the proletariat and the needy peasants, was never more than a delusion or a propaganda device. The party in due course openly admitted that the dictatorship of the proletariat was exercised over the whole peasantry, which thus had no say in deciding the matters that concerned it most, though it was still an obstacle that had to be taken into account. The situation was indeed obvious from the beginning, as the November elections showed. If the peasants had had a share in power, the country would have been governed by the S.R.S., with the Bolshevik minority in opposition. Book 2 *, The Golden Age 759. The proletariat thus shared its dictatorship with nobody. As to the question of the majority, this never troubled Lenin much. In an article, Constitutional Illusions, August 1917, Works, Volume 25, p. 201, he wrote, "See time of Petition Cites. _" that it was clear from the beginning, however, that the proletarian minority was to exercise power not in the manner described in the state and revolution, but in accordance with the principle that the proletariat is represented by the party. Lenin did not shrink from using the phrase dictatorship of the party. This was at a time when the party still had to answer its critics and was sometimes cornered into frankness. In a speech on July 31, 1919, he declared, "When we are reproached with having established a dictatorship of one party and, as you have heard, a united socialist front is proposed, we say, yes, it is a dictatorship of one party. That is what we stand for, and we shall not shift from that position, because it is the party that has won, in the course of decades, the position of vanguard of the entire factory and industrial proletariat." Works, Volume 29, pp. 535. In a document on the trade unions in January 1922, after mentioning the contradictions arising from the backwardness of the masses, he declared, "The aforementioned contradictions will inevitably give rise to disputes, disagreements, friction, etc. A higher body is required with sufficient authority to settle these at once. This higher body is the Communist Party and the International Federation of the Communist Parties of all countries, the Communist International." Works, Volume 33, p. 193. From the theoretical point of view, the matter was elucidated by Lenin's famous pamphlet Left-Wing Communism and Infantile Disorder, 1920, from which it appeared that there was no problem at all. The mere presentation of the question dictatorship of the party or dictatorship of the class, dictatorship, party, of the leaders, or dictatorship, party, of the masses, testifies to most incredibly and hopelessly muddled thinking. T is common knowledge that the masses are divided into classes, that as a rule and in most cases, at least in present-day civilized countries, classes are led by political parties. That political parties, as a general rule, are run by more or less stable groups composed of the most authoritative, influential, and experienced members, who are elected to the most responsible positions, and are called leaders. All this is elementary. All this is clear and simple. Why replace this with some kind of rigmarole, some new volaptic? 7,600 main currents of Marxism. The Russian Bolshevik cannot help regarding all this talk about from above, or from below, about the dictatorship of leaders or the dictatorship of the masses, etc., as ridiculous and childish nonsense, something like discussing whether a man's left leg or right arm is of greater use to him. Works, Volume 31, pages 44, 49. In thus ruling the issue out of court, Lenin implied that there was no problem about the relationship between a class and a party, or a party and its leaders, and that government by a handful of oligarchs can properly be called government by the class they claim to represent, although there is no institutional means of telling whether the class wants to have them as its representatives or not. Lenin's argument is so crude that it is difficult to believe he meant it seriously. In the above passage he was replying to the German Spartacists, who had criticized him on similar lines to Rosa Luxemburg, yet it harmonizes well enough with his general style of thought. Since nothing really exists except class interests, any alleged problem concerning the independent interests of a governing group or apparatus is a false problem. Apparatuses represent classes. That is elementary, and everything else is childish nonsense. Lenin was quite consistent in such matters. According to the state and Rev. Olution, only an ignoramus or a crafty bourgeois could suggest that the workers are incapable of directly and collectively managing industry, the state, and the administration. 2 years later, it turned out that only an ignoramus or a crafty bourgeois could suggest that the workers were capable of directly and collectively managing industry, the state, and the administration. Obviously, industry requires single managers, and it is absurd to talk of collegiality. Opinions on corporate management are all too frequently imbued with a spirit of sheer ignorance, a spirit of opposition to the specialists. We must get the trade unions to regard this task in the spirit of the fight against the survivals of the celebrated democracy. All these outcries against appointees, all this old and dangerous rubbish which finds its way into various resolutions and conversations must be swept away. Speech to 9th Congress of RCP, B, March 29, 1920, Works, Volume 30, pages 458-9. Does every worker know how to run the state? People work in the practical sphere know that this is not true. We know that workers in touch with peasants are liable to fall for non-proletarian slogans. How many of the workers have been engaged in government? A few thousand throughout Russia and no more. If we say that it is not the party but the trade unions that put up the candidates and administrate, it may sound very democratic and might help us to catch a few votes, but not for long. It will be fatal for the dictatorship of the proletariat. Speech to Congress of Miners, January 23, 1921, Works, Volume 52, Pages 61-2. But the dictatorship of the proletariat cannot be exercised through an organization embracing the whole of that class. It can be exercised only by a vanguard that has absorbed the revolutionary energy of the class. Speech. Book 2 equals the Golden Age 761. On the Trade Unions, the Present Situation and Trotsky's Mistakes, December 30th. 1921, Ibid, p. 21. It thus appears, thanks to a peculiar dialectic, that a proletarian government would be the ruin of the dictatorship of the proletariat, a perfectly plausible conclusion, given Lenin's interpretation of the latter term. It also appears that true democracy means the abolition of all institutions that have hitherto been regarded as democratic. On this last point Lenin's language was not quite consistent. At times he extolled Soviet power as the highest form of democracy, since it meant rule by the people, while at others he stigmatized democracy as a bourgeois invention. This led to amusing contradictions, as in his speech to the Third Congress of Soviets on January 25, 1918, democracy is a form of bourgeois state championed by all traitors to genuine socialism, who now find themselves at the head of official socialism and who assert that democracy is contrary to the dictatorship of the proletariat. Until the revolution transcended the limits of the bourgeois system, we were for democracy, but as soon as we saw the first signs of socialism in the progress of the revolution we took a firm and resolute stand for the dictatorship of the proletariat. Works, Volume 26, p. 473. In other words, traitors to socialism assert that democracy is the opposite of dictatorship, but we have abandoned democracy for dictatorship, which is its opposite. Such awkwardnesses indicate that Lenin was conscious of the daily erosion of what few democratic institutions remained, but wished from time to invoke the virtuous-sounding name of democracy. Directly after the revolution, the traditional democratic freedoms which the Bolsheviks had insistently demanded until they came to power turned out to be weapons of the bourgeoisie. Lenin's writings confirm this repeatedly as far as freedom of the press is concerned. Freedom of the press in bourgeois society means freedom for the rich systematically, unremittingly, daily, in millions of copies, to deceive, corrupt and fool the exploited and oppressed mass of the people, the poor, how to guarantee the success of the Constituent Assembly, 28 September 1917, Works, Volume 25, p. 376. As against this, freedom of the press means that all opinions of all citizens may be freely published, Ibid, p. 377. This was so on the eve of the revolution, but a few days after it things were different. Earlier on we said that if we took power, we intended to close down the bourgeois newspapers. To tolerate the existence of these papers is to cease being a socialist. Speech to the Central Executive Committee, November 17, 1917, Works, Volume 26, p. 285. Lenin promised and kept his word that we shall not allow ourselves to be deceived by such high-sounding slogans as freedom, equality and the will of the majority. Works, Volume 29, p. 351. At the present time, when things have reached the stage of overthrowing the rule of capital all over the world, or at all events in one country, all those who in such a political situation talk about freedom in general, who in the name of this freedom, 7,602 main currents of Marxism, oppose the dictatorship of the proletariat, are doing nothing more nor less than aiding and abetting the exploiters, for unless freedom promotes the emancipation of labor from the yoke of capital, it is a deception. Speech on May 19, 1919, Works, Volume 29, p. 352. The point was put most clearly and concisely at the Third Congress of the Comintern. Until the final issue is decided on the general scale, this awful state of war will continue. And we say a law here. Come a law here, we do not promise any freedom, or any democracy. July 5, 1921, Works, Volume 32, p. 495. The whole question of representative institutions, civil rights, the rights of minorities, or of the majority, control over government, constitutional problems in general, all these are silenced by the maxim, a law here, come a law here, and the war is to go on until communism triumphs the world over. In particular, and this is the heart of the matter, the whole idea of law as a system of social mediation ceases to exist. Since law is nothing but the instrument whereby one class oppresses another, there is clearly no essential difference between the rule of law and rule by direct compulsion. All that matters is which class has the upper hand. In a letter to D.I. Kurski in May 1922, Lenin wrote, "The courts must not ban terror, but must formulate the motives underlying it, legalize it as a principle, plainly, without any make-believe or embellishment." In an accompanying draft amendment to the criminal code he proposed the wording, propaganda or agitation that objectively serves or is likely to serve the interests of that SEC of the international bourgeoisie which refuses to recognize the rights of the communist system of ownership that is superseding capitalism, and is striving to overthrow that system by violence, either by means of foreign intervention or blockade, or by espionage, financing the press, and similar means, is an offense punishable by death, which, if mitigating circumstances are proved, may be commuted to deprivation of liberty, or deportation, SC from Russia. Visilka Ziegrani Works, Volume 33, pages 358-9. At the 11th Congress of the R.C.P.B. Lenin declared that the Mensheviks and S.R.S. who maintained that the NEP was a retreat towards capitalism and that this proved the bourgeois character of the revolution, would be shot for making such statements. Ibid, pages 282-3. Foundation Zero Legislation. Potic S. Eng. Is SS. A law may provide J. Aldi. VN aim. LLS mean, G and put to D. Enya. Et ad EI. Book 2 asterisk the Golden Age 763. System was presented as the supreme embodiment of popularly and severing kind tiefdom garatiatri domain Lenin's day. However, the leaders had to answer socialist critics both in Russia and in the rest of Europe, who protested strongly at the idea that the dictatorship of the proletariat involved the destruction of democracy. Kolakowski's onslaught on the Soviet system in its dictatorship of the proletariat, 1918, drew a furious reply from Lenin. In the Proletarian Revolution and the Renegade Kolakowski, 1918, he repeated his attack on ignoramuses, who talked of democracy irrespective of its class content, willfully obscuring the fact that bourgeois democracy was for the bourgeoisie and proletarian democracy for the proletariat. Kolakowski had argued that when Marx spoke of a dictatorship of the proletariat he had in mind the class content of the regime and not its methods of government. Democratic institutions, in Kolakowski's view, were not only compatible with proletarian rule but were a condition of it. To Lenin, all this was nonsense. Since the proletariat was governing, it must govern by force, and dictatorship was government by force and not by law. 7. Trotsky on dictatorship. Kurnrts's next pamphlet, Terrorism and Communism, was answered by Trotsky in a work bearing the same title. An English translation appeared in 1921. as He equals defensive Leninism, his revealing work is in some ways even more emphatic than Lenin's utterances. Trotsky, who had foreseen in 1903 that degree comets be call it the totalitarian system true, the pamphlet was written during the Civil War and the war with Poland, concerning which Trotsky says with remarkable naivete, we hope for the victory, for we have every historical right to it, but it clearly aspires to be a work of general theory. The many quotations from Trotsky's previous speeches show that he is not merely exaggerating his thesis in the heat of the moment. He presents the general principles of the dictatorship of the proletariat in the same way as Lenin. Bourgeois democracy is achieved. Serious issues in the class war are decided not by votes but by force. In 764 main currents of Marxism. Time of revolution, the right course is to fight for power and not wait foolishly for a majority. To reject terror is to reject socialism. He who wills the end must will the means. Parliamentary systems have had their day. They mainly reflected the interests of the intermediate classes, while in the revolutionary era it is only the proletariat and the bourgeoisie that count. Talk of equality before the law, civil rights, it is, at the present day, nothing but metaphysical claptrap. It was right to disperse the constituent assembly, if only because the electoral system was overtaken by the rapid course of events, and the assembly did not represent the people's will. It was right to shoot hostages. A law here come a law. Here freedom of the press could not be permitted, as it aided the class enemy and its allies, the Mensheviks and the S.R.S. It was idle to talk about truth and who was right. This was not an academic debate, but a fight to the death. The rights of the individual were irrelevant nonsense, and as for us, we were never concerned with the Kantian priestly and vegetarian Quaker prattle about the sacredness of human life, the defense of terrorism, p. 60. The Paris Commune had been defeated because of sentimental and humanitarian qualms. In a dictatorship of the proletariat, the party must be the highest court of appeal and have the last word in all important matters. The revolutionary supremacy of the proletariat presupposes within the proletariat itself the political supremacy of the party, with a clear program of action and a faultless internal discipline. Ibid. p. 100. The dictatorship of the Soviets became possible only by means of the dictatorship of the party. p. 101. Tokakujetsby Heretstet Violency Successi Yolnitsky did not succeed in crushing the German communists, but Hitler did. It would thus follow from Trotsky's rule that Hitler expressed the interests of historical development. Book 2 *, The Golden Age 765. Stalin liquidated the Trotskyists in Russia, and they disappeared so evidently. Stalin, and not Trotsky, stood for historical progress. See MEIPOT. Not only questions of principle in the trade union movement, but serious conflicts of organization within it are decided by the Central Committee of our party. The unions are the organs of production of the Soviet state, and assume responsibility for its fortunes, not opposing themselves to it, but identifying themselves with it. Unions. Ebedi Burin most difficult. The equals the defense of terrorism, p. 102. The state is, of course, organized in the interest of the working masses. This, however, does not exclude the element of compulsion in all its forms, both the most gentle and the extremely severe. Ibid. p. 122. In the new society, compulsion will not only not disappear but will play an essential part. The very principle of compulsory labor service is for the communist quite unquestionable. Solution of economic. The correct for the as the socialist capitalist property, pages 124-7. Labor must be militarized. We oppose capitalist slavery by socially regulated labor on the basis of an economic plan, obligatory for the whole people and consequently compulsory for each worker in the country. The foundations of the militarization of labor are those forms of state compulsion without which the replacement of capitalist economy by the socialist will forever remain an empty sound. G.social.onion equals SEGEHLEGRE. FO Sutmedigrect. As the state of proletarian dictatorship considers equals itself here. Justifies in doing and does, pages 129-30. We can have no way to socialism, except by the authoritative regulation of the economic forces and resources of the country, and the centralized distribution of labor power in harmony with the general state plan. Prescribator state. Consider Send. Every worker. To the place where his work. Is necessary, p. 131. Young. C.P. Citizens J. Erat ITI. 766 main currents of Marxism. It would be difficult indeed to put the matter more plainly. The state of the proletarian dictatorship is depicted by Trotsky as a huge permanent concentration camp in which the government exercises absolute power over every aspect of the citizens' lives and in particular decides how much work they shall do, of what kind and in what places. Individuals are nothing but labor units. Compulsion is universal, and any organization that is not part of the state must be its enemy, thus the enemy of the proletariat. All this, of course, is in the name of an ideal realm of freedom, the advent of which is expected after an indefinite lapse of historical time. Trotsky, we may say, provided a perfect expression of socialist principles as understood by the Bolsheviks. It should be noted, however, that we are not told clearly what, from the Marxist point of view, is to replace the free hiring of labor which, according to Marx, is a mark of slavery, as it means that a man has to sell his labor power on the market, i.e. treat himself as a commodity and be so treated by society. If free hiring is abolished, the only ways of inducing people to work and produce wealth are physical compulsion or moral motivation, enthusiasm for work. The latter was, of course, much extolled by both Lenin and Trotsky, but they soon found that it was chimerical to rely on it as a permanent source of effort. Only compulsion was left, not capitalist compulsion based on the necessity to earn a living, but sheer physical force, the fear of imprisonment, physical injury, and death. 8. Lenin as an ideologist of totalitarianism. Oduchin Buletin J. Although Sparkriley with true Mises logic, had maintained, like Trotsky, that this meant the working class defending itself against itself, which was absurd. IADM. Book 2 *, The Golden Age 767. Kursi exit more bureau racy. Any illusion that AE party itself could be an enclave of free speech and free criticism, suppressed in society at large, was doomed to early disappointment. Lenin himself, as we have seen, never regarded cliques or disputes within the party as a healthy sign. As early as 1910, at grips with the Atzovists and the slogan of complete freedom of revolutionary and philosophical thought, he wrote, "This slogan is thoroughly opportunist. In all countries this kind of slogan has been put forward in the socialist parties only by opportunists and in practice has meant nothing but freedom to corrupt the working class with bourgeois ideology. Freedom of thought, read, free. DOM of the press, speech, and conscience, we demand from the state, not from a party, together with freedom of association, the V. Faction, September 1910. Works, Volume 16, p. 270. This, of course, referred to the bourgeois state. Once the authority of the state was identified with that of the party, the rules applying to freedom of criticism must evidently be the same for both. The Gleichschaltung of the party took longer, but was equally inevitable. The matter was settled in principle at the 10th Congress, in March 1921, by Lenin's attack on factionalism and the luxury of studying shades of opinion, and his statement that we must make it quite clear that we cannot have arguments about deviations and that we must put a stop to that. Works, Volume 32, pages 177-8. For some years after Lenin's death, it was impossible completely to prevent the overt formation of groups and platforms within the party, or rather the party apparatus, but before long genuine or imaginary deviations were dealt with by the punitive arm of the state, and the ideal of unity was achieved by police methods. If it can be said, however, that Lenin's doctrine and the style of thought that went with it laid the foundations of the totalitarian system, this is not on account of the principles invoked to justify the use of terror and the stifling of civil liberty content like Z's loans of iron untrennrenets and rept were in any items. 7608 Main currents of Marxism. Spheroplotus relating pietosify anyone who claimed to belong to no party, or declared himself neutral, was a secret enemy. Attacking the Railwaymen's Union shortly after the revolution, on December 1, 1917, Lenin told the Congress of Soviets of Peasants' Deputies, at a time of revolutionary struggle, when every minute counts, when dissent and neutrality allow the enemy to put in his word, when he will certainly be heard, and when no haste is made to help the people in their struggle for their sacred rights, cannot call such a stand neutrality. It is not neutrality. A revolutionary would call it incitement. Works, Volume 26, pages 329-30. There were no neutrals in politics, or anywhere else. Whatever question Lenin was concerned with at any time, all that interested him was whether it was good or bad for the revolution or, afterwards, for the Soviet government. His 4 short articles on Tolstoy, written in 1910-11 after the latter's death, are a typical example. His central theme is the existence of 2 aspects in Tolstoy's work: the first reactionary and utopian, moral perfection, charity towards all, and non-resistance to evil; the second progressive and critical, description of the oppression and misery of the peasants, the hypocrisy of the upper classes and the church, etc. The reactionary aspect of Tolstoy's doctrine was emphasized by reactionaries, but the progressive aspect might afford useful material for the purpose of arousing the masses, although the political struggle was already much wider in scope than Tolstoy's criticism. Lenin's article of 1905, Party Organization and Party Literature, was used for decades, and is still used, to justify ideologically the enslavement of the written word in Rus. SIA. It has been argued that it refers only to political literature, but this is not so. It relates to every kind of writing. It contains the words, down with non-partisan writers. Down with literary supermen. Literature must become part of the common cause of the proletariat, a cog and a screw of one single great social democratic mechanism set in motion by the entire politically conscious vanguard of the entire working class. Works, Volume 10, p. 45. For the benefit of hysterical intellectuals who deplore the seemingly bureaucratic attitude, Lenin explains that there can be no mechanical leveling in the field of literature. There must be room for personal initiative, imagination. Nonetheless, literary work must be part of the party's work and controlled by the party. This, of course, was written during the fight for bourgeois democracy, on the assumption that Russia would in due course enjoy freedom of speech, but that literary members of the party would have to display party-mindedness in their writings. As in other cases, the obligation would become general when the party controlled the apparatus of state coercion. Lenin's often quoted speech to the Komsomol Congress on October 2, 1920, deals with ethical questions on similar lines. We say that our morality is, Book 2 *, The Golden Age 769, entirely subordinated to the interests of the proletariat's class struggle. Morality is what serves to destroy the old exploiting society and to unite all the working people around the proletariat, which is building up a communist society. To a communist, all morality lies in this united discipline and conscious mass struggle against the exploiters. We do not believe in an eternal morality, and we expose the falseness of all the fables about morality. Works, Volume 31, pages 291-4. It would be hard to interpret these words in any other sense than that everything which serves or injures the party's aims is morally good or bad respectively, and nothing else is morally good or bad. After the seizure of power, the maintenance and strengthening of Soviet rule becomes the sole criterion of morality as well as of all cultural values. No criteria can avail against any action that may seem conducive to the maintenance of power, and no values can be recognized on any other basis. All cultural questions thus become technical questions and must be judged by the one unvarying standard. The good of society becomes completely alienated from the good of its individual members. It is bourgeois sentimentalism, for instance, to condemn aggression and annexation if it can be shown that they help to maintain Soviet power. It is illogical and hypocritical to condemn torture if it serves the ends of the power, which, by definition, is devoted to the liberation of the working masses. Utilitarian morality and utilitarian judgments of social and cultural phenomena transform the original basis of socialism into its opposite. All phenomena that arouse moral indignation if they occur in bourgeois society are turned to gold, as if by a Midas touch, if they serve the interests of the new power. The armed invasion of a foreign state is liberation, aggression is defense, tortures represent the people's noble rage against the exploiters. There is absolutely nothing in the worst excesses of the worst years of Stalinism that cannot be justified on Leninist principles, if only it can be shown that Soviet power was increased thereby. The essential difference between the Lenin era and the Stalin era is not that under Lenin there was freedom in the party and society and that under Stalin it was crushed, but that it was only in Stalin's day that the whole spiritual life of the peoples of the Soviet Union was submerged in a universal flood of mendacity. This was due, however, not only to Stalin's personality but also, if one may so put it, to the natural development of the situation. When Lenin spoke of terror, bureaucracy, or an anti-Bolshevik rising by the peasants, he called these things by their names. Once the Stalinist dictatorship set in, the party, though attacked by its enemies, had no mistakes whatever to its discredit. The Soviet state was flawless, and the people's love for the government was unbounded. The change was natural in the sense that in a state where every vestige of institutional control over the government had been done away with, the latter's only justification was that, as a matter of foreordained principle, it embodied the interests and aspirations of the working people. This may 770 main currents of Marxism be called an ideological form of legitimacy, distinct from the charisma, which belongs to a hereditary monarchy or from a properly elected regime. The Omnipotence of the lie was not due to Stalin's wickedness, but was the only way of legitimizing a regime based on Leninist principles. The slogan constantly met with during Stalin's dictatorship, "Stalin is the Lenin of our day," was thus entirely accurate. Gmirt won the Bolshevik ideology. To her with Koskaya and Rosa Luxemburg, Martov was the third eminent critic of Bolshevik ideology and tactics in the years immediately after the Rev. Alyashia. It represents a social democratic view similar to Koskaya's. Martov claimed that the assumption of power by the Bolsheviks in Russia had little in common with the proletarian revolution as traditionally understood by Marxists. The successes of Bolshevism were not due to the maturity of the working class, but to its disintegration and the demoralization of war. The pre-war working class, educated in socialism for years or decades by the parties, had been depraved by the years of slaughter, and altered in character by the influx of the rural element, a process which had taken place in all the belligerent nations. The former authority of ideas had vanished. Crude, simple maxims were the order of the day. Actions were dictated by direct material needs and the belief that all social questions could be solved by force of arms. The socialist left had been defeated in its attempt at Zimmerwald to save what remained of the proletarian movement. The fact that Marxism had disintegrated during the war into social patriotism on the one hand and Bolshevik anarcho-Jacobinism on the other was only a confirmation of the Marxist theory that consciousness depends on social conditions. The ruling classes, by means of their armies, were perpetrating mass destruction, pillage, forced labor, etc. In the midst of this general regression, world Bolshevism had arisen on the ruins of the socialist movement. Contrasting the promises in Lenin's The State and Revolution with post-revolutionary reality, Martov nevertheless takes the view that the true sense of Bolshevism does not lie in the restriction of democracy. Plekhanov's old idea that the revolution should for a time deprive the bourgeoisie of electoral rights could have been applied if there had existed other forms of institutional democracy. The ideology of Bolshevism is based on the principle that scientific socialism is true and must therefore be imposed on the masses who, deluded by the bourgeoisie, cannot understand their own interests. For this purpose it is necessary to destroy parliament, the free press, and all representative institutions. This doc. Book 2 * The Golden Age heft. Trine, Martov says, is in accordance with a certain strain in the tradition of utopian socialism, measures similar to those of the Bolsheviks figured in the program of the Bobovists, Weitling, Cabet, or the Blanquists. They are, however, contrary to dialectical materialism. From the principle that the working class is spiritually dependent on the society in which it lives, the utopians drew the inference that society must be transformed by a handful of conspirators or an enlightened elite, with the laboring masses playing the role of a passive object. But the dialectic view, expressed, for example, in Marx's third thesis on Feuerbach, is that there is a constant interaction between human consciousness and material conditions, and that as the working class struggles to alter these conditions it changes itself and achieves spiritual liberation. The dictatorship of a minority cannot educate either society or the dictators themselves. The proletariat can only take over the achievements of bourgeois society when it becomes capable of taking the initiative as a class, and it cannot do so in conditions of despotism, bureaucracy, and terror. The Bolsheviks, Martov continues, are not entitled to appeal to Marx's formulas concerning the dictatorship of the proletariat and the destruction of the former state machine. Marx attacked the electoral law in the name of university or sal eligibility and popular sovereignty, not the despotism of a single party. He called for the abolition of the anti-democratic institutions of the democratic state police, standing army, centralized bureaucracy, but not the abolition of democracy as such. The dictatorship of the proletariat meant to him not a form of government but a particular kind of society. The Leninists, on the other hand, proclaim the anarchist slogan of smashing the state machine and are seeking at the same time to rebuild it in the most despotic form possible. The dispute between Lenin and Martov thus ended at the point where it had begun in 1903. When Martov spoke of working class rule he meant what he said, whereas in Lenin's view the working class left to itself could only produce bourgeois ideology, and to give it real power would amount to restoring capitalism. As Lenin wrote quite rightly in August 1921, the slogan "More faith in the forces of the working class" is now being used, in fact, to increase the influence of the Mensheviks and anarchists, as was vividly proved and demonstrated by Currnts in the spring of 1921, New Times and Old Mistakes in a New Guise, Works, Volume 33, p. 27. Martov wanted the state to take over all the democratic institutions of the past and increase their scope. Lenin's state was communist only inasmuch as the communists had a monopoly of power in it. Martov believed in cultural continuity. To Lenin, the only culture that should be taken over from the bourgeoisie consisted of technical and administrative skills. However, Martov was mistaken when he accused the Bolsheviks of expressing in their ideology the hunger of the demoralized masses for material goods. This view was occasioned by the mass plundering which marked the main currents of Marxism. First phase of the revolution, but neither Lenin nor any other Bolshevik leader regarded plundering as an expression of communist doctrine. On the contrary, Lenin maintained that increased labor productivity was the hallmark of socialist superiority, and he relied mainly, if not wholly, on technical progress to bring about socialism. He wrote, for instance, that if scores of regional electric power stations were constructed which, however, would take at least 10 years, even the most backward parts of Russia would pass straight to socialism without any intervening stage. The Tax in Kind, May 1921, Works, Volume 32, p. 350. It was in fact the Bolsheviks who established the idea that global production indices are the basic evidence for the success of socialism, although of course not in so many words. They sanctified the principle of production for its own sake, irrespective of whether it makes life better for the producers, i.e. the whole working community. This was an important aspect, though not the only one, of the cult of state power as the supreme value. 10. Lenin as a polemicist. Lenin's genius. Tuesday. Great bulk of Lenin's published work consists of attacks and polemics. The reader is invariably struck by the coarseness and aggressiveness of his style, which are unparalleled in the whole literature of socialism. His polemics are full of insults and humorless mockery. He had in fact no sense of humor at all. It makes no difference whether he is attacking the economists, the Mensheviks, the cadets, Koskay, Trotsky, or the workers' opposition. If his opponent is not a lackey of the bourgeoisie and the landowners, he is a prostitute, a clown, a liar, a pettifogging rogue, and so on. This style of controversy was to become obligatory in Soviet writing on topics of the day, though in a stereotyped, bureaucratic form devoid of personal passion. If Lenin's opponent happens to say something he agrees with, the man is forced to admit whatever it is. If a dispute breaks out in the enemy camp, one of its members has blurted out the truth about another. If the author of a book or article does not mention mentioned something that Lenin thinks he ought to have mentioned, he has hushed it up. His socialist adversary of the moment fails to understand the ABC of Marxism. If, however, Lenin changes his mind on the point at issue, the one who fails to understand the ABC of Marxism is he who maintains what Lenin was maintaining the day before. Everyone is constantly suspected of the worst intentions. Anyone who differs from Lenin on the most trifling matter is a cheat, or at best a stupid child. The purpose of this technique was not to satisfy any personal dislike, still less to arrive at the truth, but to achieve a practical object. Lenin himself confirmed this, blurted it out, as he would have said of anyone else, on an Zion in 1907. On the eve of reunion with the Mensheviks of Central Book 2 *, The Golden Age 773. Committee had brought Lenin before a party tribunal for impermissible attacks on them. He had said in a pamphlet, among other things, that the St. Petersburg Mensheviks had entered into negotiations with the Cadet Party for the purpose of selling workers' votes to the cadets, and had bargained with the cadets to smuggle Prolashchit, their man, into the Duma, in spite of the workers, with the aid of the cadets. Lenin explained his action to the tribunal as follows. The wording I.e. that just quoted is calculated to evoke in the reader hatred, aversion, and contempt for people who commit such deeds. Such wording is calculated not to convince, but to break up the ranks of the opponent, not to correct the mistake of the opponent, but to destroy him, to wipe his organization off the face of the earth. This wording is indeed of such a nature as to evoke the worst thoughts, the worst suspicions about the opponent, and indeed, as contrasted with the wording that convinces and corrects, it carries confusion into the ranks of the proletariat. Works, Volume 12, pp. 424-5. Lenin, however, is not expressing penitence for this. In his opinion, it is right to incite to hatred instead of appealing to argument, unless the adversary is a member of the same party, and at the time of the remarks complained of, the Bolsheviks and Mensheviks were two separate parties on account of the split. He rebukes the Central Committee for remaining silent about the fact that at the time the pamphlet was written a united party did not exist in the organization from which it emanated, not formally, but in essence, and whose aims it served. It is wrong to write about party comrades in language that systematically spreads among the working masses hatred, aversion, contempt, etc. for those who hold other opinions. But one may and one must write in that strain about an organization that has seceded. Why must one? Because when a split has taken place, it is one's duty to wrest the masses from the leadership of the seceding section. Ibid. P. 425. Are there any limits to a permissible struggle stemming from a split? No party standard set limits to such a struggle, nor can there be such limits, for a split implies that the party has ceased to exist. P. 428. We may thank the Mensheviks for provoking Lenin to this avowal, which is confirmed by the activity of his whole life. No holds are barred, and all that counts is to achieve one's object. Unlike Stalin, Lenin was never actuated by motives of personal revenge. He treated people and, as it should be emphasized, included himself exclusively as political tools and instruments of the historical process. This is one of the most salient features of his personality. If political calculation so required, he could pelt a man with mud one day and shake hands with him the next. He vilified Plekhanov after 1905, but ceased to do so at once when he found that Plekhanov was opposed to the liquidators and the imperial critics and was, with the prestige of his name, a valuable ally. Up to 1917 he hurled anathemas at Trotsky, but all this was forgotten when Trotsky became a Bolshevik and proved 774 main currents of Marxism to be a highly gifted leader and organizer. He denounced the treachery of Zinoviev and Kamina in publicly opposing the plan for an armed uprising in October, but afterwards he allowed them to occupy high positions in the party and the Comintern. When someone had to be attacked, personal considerations went by the board. Lenin was capable of shelving disputes if he thought it possible to agree on basic issues. For example, he overlooked Bogdanov's philosophical errors until the latter opposed him over the question of the party being represented in the Third Duma, but if the dispute concerned something he considered important at the time, he showed the adversary no mercy. He derided questions of personal loyalty in political quarrels. When the Mensheviks accused Malinovsky, one of the Bolshevik leaders, of being an Okhrana agent, Lenin rebutted these base slanders with the utmost ferocity. After the February Revolution it came to light that they were true, whereupon Lenin attacked Rodzianko, the president of the Duma. Rodzianko, it appeared, had been informed of Malinovsky's role and had brought about his resignation from the Duma, but had not told the Bolsheviks, who at this time were covering Rodzianko's party with abuse, on the ground, forsooth, that when he received the information from the Minister of the Interior he had given his word of honor not to reveal it. Lenin was full of pseudo-moral indignation at the fact that the Bolsheviks' enemies had abstained from helping them on the ridiculous pretext of honor. Another characteristic of Lenin's is that he often projected his hostility into the past in order to show that the opponent had always been a villain and a traitor. In 1906 he wrote that Struve had been a counter-revolutionary as early as 1894, The Victory of the Cadets and the Tasks of the Workers' Party, Works, Volume 10, p. 265, although no one could have supposed this from Lenin's arguments with Struve in 1895, when they were still collaborating. For years Lenin regarded Kolakowski as a theorist of the highest authority, but after Kolakowski took up a centrist position during the war, Lenin denounced him for having shown opportunism in a pamphlet of 1902, The State and Revolution, Works, Volume 25, p. 479, and claimed that he had not written as a Marxist since 1909, preface to a pamphlet by Bukharin, December 1915, Works, Volume 22, p. 106. Throughout 1914-18, in his attacks on the social chauvinists, Lenin invoked the Basely Manifesto of the Second International, which called on parties to have nothing to do with the imperialist war, but after the final breach with the Second International it appeared that the manifesto was a deception by renegades. Notes of a Publicist, 1922, Works, Volume 33, p. 206. For many years Lenin insisted that he did not stand for any separate trend within the socialist movement, but that he and the Bolsheviks held to the same principles as the Social Democrats of Europe, ESP, Chile, Germany. But in 1920, in left-wing communism and infantile disorder, it was revealed that Bolshevism as a brand of political thought had existed. Book 2 *, The Golden Age IOS. Since 1903, which indeed was the case, Lenin's retroactive view of history was, of course, nothing in comparison to the systematic falsification of Stalin's day, when it had to be shown at all costs that the current assessment of individual ALS and political movements was equally valid for all past years. In this respect, Lenin only made a modest beginning, and often adhered to a rational mode of thought. For instance, he maintained to the end that Plekhanov had rendered great services in popularizing Marxism and that his theoretical works should be reprinted, although Plekhanov at the time was wholly on the side of the social chauvinists. Since Lenin was interested only in the political effect of his writings, they are full of repetitions. He was not afraid to repeat the same ideas again and again. He had no stylistic ambitions, but was merely concerned with influencing the party or the workers. It is noteworthy that his style is at its coarsest in factional dispute and when he is addressing party activists, but that he speaks to the workers in much milder terms. Some of his works addressed to them are masterpieces of propaganda, such as the pamphlet Political Parties in Russia and the Tasks of the Proletariat, May 1917, which gives a concise and lucid account of the position of the respective parties on the main questions of the hour. In theoretical debates, too, he was more concerned to overwhelm the adversary with words and abuse than to analyze arguments in detail. Materialism and Empiria criticism is an outstanding example, but there are many others. In 1913, Stroop published a book entitled The Economy and Prices, in which he argued that value in Marx's sense, independent of price, was a metaphysical and non-empirical category and was economically superfluous. This was not a new idea, but had been put forward by many critics from Conrad Schmidt onwards. Lenin commented in these terms: how can one help calling this most radical method most flimsy? For thousands of years mankind has been aware of the operation of an objective law in the phenomenon of exchange, has been trying to understand it and express it with the utmost precision, has been testing its explanations by millions and billions of day-by-day observations of economic life, and suddenly a fashionable representative of a fashionable occupation, that of collecting quotations, I almost said collecting postage stamps, comes. Worth is a phantom, Socialism de Mal 1966 along and does away with all this. Isht again, March 1914, Works, Volume 20, p. 200. Lenin proceeds to explain, price is a manifestation of the law of value. Value is the law of price, i.e. the generalized expression of the phenomenon of price. To speak of independence here is a mockery of science, Ibid, p. 201. Then the summing up, expelling laws from science means, in fact, smuggling in the laws of religion and the judge meant, does Mr. Stroop really think he can deceive his readers and disguise his obscurantism with such crude methods? Ibid, pages 202, 204. This is a typical 77.0 main currents of Marxism. Example of Lenin's treatment of an adversary. Stroop had said that value can not be calculated independently of price. Lenin says that to speak of independence is a mockery of science. There is no attempt to meet the real argument, which is drowned in a welter of verbiage and abuse. It should be repeated, however, that Lenin did not exempt himself from this purely technical, instrumental attitude towards people and affairs. He had no thought of personal gain. Unlike Trotsky, for instance, he was in no way a poser, and was not given to theatrical gestures. He regarded himself as an instrument of the revolution and was unshakably convinced that he was in the right, so convinced that he was not afraid to stand alone, or almost alone, against his political opponents. He resembled Luther in the steadfastness of his belief that God, or rather history, spoke through his lips. He rejected with scorn the reproach made, for example, by Ledbour at Zimmerwald, that he was calling on the Russian workers to shed blood while himself remaining safely in a foreign country. Such objections were absurd from his point of view, since it was to the advantage of the revolution that he should operate from abroad. Given Russian conditions, there could not be a revolution without the emigration. In any case, no one could accuse him of personal cowardice. He was capable of assuming the heaviest responsibility, and always took up a clear-cut attitude in any dispute. He was certainly right in reproaching the leaders of all other socialist groups with being afraid to seize power. The others found it safer to put their faith in historical laws. Lenin, who was not afraid, played for the highest stakes, and won. Why did he win? Certainly not because he correctly foresaw the course of events. His prophecies and estimates were often wrong, sometimes glaringly so. After the defeat of 1905, he believed for a long time that another upsurge was imminent. When he realized, however, that the tide of revolution had subsided, and that there would have to be long years of work in reactionary conditions, he immediately drew all the inferences from the situation. When Wilson was elected President of the United States in 1912, he declared that the two-party system in America was bankrupt vis-a-vis the socialist movement. In 1913, he stated no less categorically that Irish nationalism was extinct in the working class. After 1917, he expected a European revolution any day, and thought he could run the Russian economy by means of terror. But all his misjudgments were in the direction of expecting the revolutionary movement to be stronger, and to manifest itself earlier than it actually did. They were fortunate errors. From his point of view, since it was only on the basis of false estimates that he decided on an armed insurrection in October 1917, his mistakes enabled him to exploit the possibilities of revolution to the full, and were thus the cause of his success. Lenin's genius was not that of foresight, but of concentrating at a given moment all the social energies that could be used to seize power, and Book 2 * the Golden Age Hoy, subordinating all his efforts and those of his party to this one aim. Wevetites. Currnts ae, here saic snebespazija elid. Clone t8. Img secure power toward them salai zalone, the awud not shave assigned ethics. The new Oromi policy, in critical situations Lenin committed violence on the party, and his cause prevailed as a result. World communism as we know it today is truly his work. Neither Lenin nor the Bolsheviks made the revolution. Since the turn of the century it had been clear that the autocracy was in a precarious state, though no historical laws prescribed the manner of its downfall. The February revolution was due to the coincidence of many factors: the war, peasant demands, memories of 1905, the conspiracy of the liberals, support from the Entente, the radicalization of the working masses. As the revolutionary process developed, the slogan was that of Soviet power, and those who supported the October Revolution wanted power for the Soviets, not for the Bolshevik party. But Soviet power was an anarchist utopia, the dream of a society in which the mass of the people, most of it ignorant and illiterate, would in permanent mass rallies decide all economic, social, military, and administrative questions. It can hardly be said that Soviet power was even overthrown. The slogan "the Soviets without the communists" was frequently used in popular anti-Bolshevik revolts, but it meant nothing in practice, and the Bolsheviks knew this. They were able to enlist support for themselves as a Soviet government, and to canalize the energies of the Revolution at a time when they were the only party prepared to govern single-handed. Nonetheless, the actual revolutionary process was much more Soviet than specifically Bolshevik, and for some years the culture, mood, and habits of the new society reflected the fact that it originated in an explosion in which the Bolsheviks were the best organized force but were by no means a majority of society. The revolution was not a Bolshevik coup d'état, but a true revolution of the workers and peasants. The Bolsheviks alone were able to harness it for their own ends. Their victory was at once a defeat for the revolution and a defeat for communist ideas, even in their Bolshevik version. Lenin described the dangers ahead with admirable clarity at the 11th Party Congress in March 1922, the last he attended. Speaking of the communist weakness vis avis the culture inherited from Tsarist times, he said, if the conquering nation is more cultured than the vanquished nation, the former imposes its culture upon the latter, but if the opposite is the case, the vanquished nation imposes its culture upon the conqueror. Has not something like this happened in the capital of the RSFSR? Have the 4,700 communists, nearly a whole 778 main currents of Marxism, army division, and all of them the very best, come under the influence of an alien culture? True, there may be the impression that the vanquished have a high level of culture, but that is not the case at all. Their culture is miserable, insignificant, but it is still at a higher level than ours. Works, Volume 33 p. 288. This is one of Lenin's most penetrating observations on the state he had created. The slogan learned from the bourgeoisie was put into practice in a way that was both tragic and grotesque. With enormous labor and only partial success, the Bolsheviks set about assimilating, as they are still doing, the technical achievements of the capitalist world. With no labor at all, they adopted swiftly and completely the methods of government and administration of the Tsarist chinovniks. The revolutionary dreams have survived only in the form of phraseological remnants decorating the regime's totalitarian imperialism. Selective bibliography. SSWS. I. The Second International. Beer, Max, 50 Years of International Socialism, London 1937. Bronthal, J. Geschichte Internationale, 2 volumes, Hanover, 1961-3. Cole, GDH, A History of Socialist Thought, Volume 3, The Second International, London, 1956. Computer Morel, ACA, Encyclopédie Socialiste, Syndicalité Coopérative Internationale. Ouvrière, 8 volumes, Paris, 1912-13. Van den Esch, Patricia, L'Oxime Internationale, Paris, 1957. Haupt, G. L'Oxime Internationale, 1889-1914. Étude critique de sources, essays. Bibliographiques, Paris Lahaye, 1964. Jal, James, The Second International, London, 1955. Settembrini, D. Socialismo y Rivalidad dopo Marx, Naples, 1974. Il German Orthodoxy. Koskay, Works. Karl Marx 6 Kono Michelaren, Stuttgart, 1887. Thomas More und seine Utopie, Stuttgart, 1888. Die Klassendienstbahn 1789, Stuttgart, 1889. Das Erfurter Programm in seinem Grundstleichen erläutert, Stuttgart, 1892. Many Impressions, Last ed. Hanover, 1964. Die Vorläufer den Sozialismus, Stuttgart, 1895. Die Grafrage, Stuttgart, 1899. Bernstein und das Sozialdemokratische Programm. In Antikritik, Stuttgart, 1899. Ethik und die Materialistische Geschichtsauffassung. Ein Versuch, Stuttgart, 1906. ENG Trans. Chicago. 1918. Patriotismus und die Sozialdemokratie, Leipzig, 1907. Der Ursprung des Christentums, Stuttgart, 1908. Der Weg zur Macht, Berlin, 1909. Der Politische Massenstreik, Berlin, 1914. Demokratie oder Diktator, Berlin, 1918. Terrorismus und die Kommunismus, Berlin, 1919. Von der Demokratie zur Staatssklaverei, Berlin, 1921. Die Materialistische Geschichtsauffassung, Berlin, 1927. On Koskay. Blumenberg, Werner, Karl Koskay's literarisches Werk, The Hague, 1960, Bibliography. Ein Leben für den Sozialismus. Erinnerungen an Karl Koskay, Hanover, 1954. Matthias, E. Koskay und der Koskayanismus, in Marxismus Studien, Volume 2, Tübingen, 1957. N.A. 780 Selective Bibliography. Waldenberg, Marek, Uzlata Upadek Gorola Koskayigo, Koskay's Rise and Decline, Volumes I and 2, Krakow, 1972, with a copious bibliography. Mering, Franz, Gazamel Tripton, ed. T. Hole. H. Kook, and J. Schliffstein, East Berlin. 1960 ff. Schliffstein, J. Franz Mering. Sen Marxistische Schaffen 1891-1919, East Berlin, 1959. Kunau. Die Marxgeschichts-Gesellschafts und die Staatstheorie, Volumes I and 2. Berlin, 1922-1. Ursprung der Religion und die Gottesglaubens, Berlin, 1924. 3 Rosa Luxemburg. Works. Die Industrielle Entwicklung Polens, Leipzig, 1898. Sozialreform oder Revolution, Leipzig, 1899. Massenstreik, Partei und die Gewerkschaften, Hamburg, 1906. Die Accumulation de Kapitals, Berlin, 1913, ENG Trans. London, 1951. Junius, Die Kreis der Sozialdemokratie, Zurich, 1916. Gemacht haben. Die Accumulation de Kapitals oder was die Epigonen aus der Marxistischen Theorie. In Antikritik, Leipzig, 1921. Einführung in die Nationalökonomie, HRSG. Von P. Levi, Berlin, 1925. Die Russische Revolution. In Kritische Würdigung, aus dem Nachlass HRSG. Und Angel. Von Paul. Levi, Berlin, 1932, ENG Trans. Ann Arbor, 1961. Politische Schriften, HRSG. Und Angel. Von Ossip K. Flechtium, 3 volumes, Frankfurt, Vienna, 1966-8. In English. Selected Political Writings, ed. R. Looker, London, 1972. On Rosa Luxemburg. Syokaz, Adam, Rosa Luxemburg Rewolowski Rosicka, Rosa Luxemburg and the Russian Revolution, Paris, 1961. Freilich, Paul, Rosa Luxemburg, Diedenke und die Tat, Paris, 1939, ENG Trans. London, 1940. Kaulik, Tadeusz, Rosa Luxemburg. Theoria Accumulacji Imperialismu, Rosa Luxemburg. Theory of Accumulation and of Imperialism, Warsaw, 1971. Nettel, J.P., Rosa Luxemburg, Volumes I and 2, London, 1966, with a copious bibliography. Roland Holst, Henriette, Rosa Luxemburg, Ihr Leben und die Worken, Zurich, 1937. For Bernstein and Revisionism. Works. Die Voraussetzungen des Sozialismus und die Aufgaben der Sozialdemokratie, Stuttgart. 1899. Many Impressions, E.N.G. Trans, by E.C. Harvey under title Evolutionary Socialism. London, 1909. Zur Geschichte und die Theorie des Sozialismus, Berlin, 1901. Der politische Massenstreik und die politische Lage der Sozialdemokratie in Deutschland, Breslau. 1905. Geschichte Berliner Arbeiterbewegungen, 3 volumes, Berlin, 1907-10. Sozialismus und die Demokratie in der großen Englischen Revolution, 2nd ed., Stuttgart, 1908, last. ed., Hanover, 1964. Erinnerungen, Berlin, 1929. Selective Bibliography 781. On Bernstein. Angel, Pierre, Edouard Bernstein et al. Evolution du Socialisme Allemand, Paris, 1961. Gay, Peter, The Dilemma of Democratic Socialism, London, 1952. Meyer, T.H., Bernstein's Constructive Sozialismus, Berlin Bonn, 1977, with a copious bibliography. V7 French Marxists. Jors. Bloom, L., Jean Jors, Paris, 1937. Challet, F., Jors, Paris, 1936. Hampton, J. Jean Jors, 1943. Jors, J., Evers, ed. Max Boniface, Paris, incomplete, 9 volumes appeared 1931-9. Levy, Louis, Anthology de Jean Jors, Paris, 1946. Rappaport, C., Jean Jors, V. Hum, L.E. Penseur, L.E. Socialist, Paris, 1915. Lafargue, Paul, L.E. Droit à la Paris, Paris, 1883. Idealisme et Materialisme dans la Conception de l'Histoire, Lille, 1901. L.E. Determinisme économique de Karl Marx, Paris, 1928, is ed., 1907. Critiques littéraires, Paris, 1936. Varlet, J., ed., Paul Lafargue, Theoretician du Marxisme, Paris, 1933, an anthology. Stahls. G., Paul Lafargue, Theoretician, Militant du Socialisme, Paris, 1937. Sarl, Georges. L'Illusion du Progrès, Paris, 1947, is ed., 1908. Reflexions sur la violence, Paris, 1908, E.N.G. Trans, with an introduction by E.A. Schills, Glencoe. Il 1950. La Decomposition du Marxisme, 1908, 2nd ed. Paris, 1910. Materials d'une théorie du prolétariat, Paris, 3rd ed., 1919. Freund, M., Georges Sarl. Der Revolution der Conservatismus, Frankfurt am Main, 1932. Gorley. G. L.E. Pluralisme démocratique de Georges Sarl, Paris, 1962. Horowitz, Il Radicalism and the Revolt Against Reason, London, 1961. Perrin, G. Georges Sarl, 1927. Roth, J.J. The Roots of Italian Fascism, Sarl and Surlismo in, Journal of Modern History, Volume 39 March 1967. 8 Antonio Labriola, Antonio, Delicacies en on Moral Consciousness, Naples, 1873. Lockenstein Materialista della Storia, Materialist Concept of History, 2nd ed., Bari, 1938. Scritti Vari de Filosofia e Politico, Various Writings on Philosophy and Politics, Bari, 1906. Opere, Works, 3 volumes, Milan, 1959. Dalpain, Luigi, Antonio Labriola. La Vita e il Pensiero, Antonio Labriola. Life and Thought. Rome, 1935. 9/11 Polish Marxists. Brzozoski, Stanislaw, Kultura i Culture and Life, Lemberg, 1907. Idee, Ideas, Lemberg, 1910. Listy, Letters, ed. M. Sroka, Volumes IN2, Krakow, 1970. Kelly's Krause, Casimir's, Pismoby Brain, Selected Writings, Volumes IN2, Warsaw, 1962, includes. Complete Bibliography. 782 Selective Bibliography. Kaulik, Tadeusz, Krzyzewicki, Warsaw, 1965. Krzyzewicki, Ludwig, Giota, Works, Warsaw, 1957 ff. Stowar, A. O. Brzozowski Mayanskis, on Brzozowski and Other Essays, Warsaw, 1961. Suchodolski, B. Stanislaw Brzozowski. Rizw 6J Ideology, Stanislaw Brzozowski. Evolution of his Ideology, Warsaw, 1933. Wielki, Andrzej, Stanislaw Brzozowski Drogi Myśli, Stanislaw Brzozowski The Paths of Thought, Warsaw, 1977. 12 Austro-Marxists, Kantians in Marxism. Texts. Adler, Max, Causality und die Teleologie im Streit die Wissenschaft, in Marxstudien, Volume I. Vienna, 1904. Der Sozialismus und die Intellektuellen, Vienna, 1910. Marxistisches Probleme, Stuttgart, 1913. Der Soziologische Lehre von Karl Marx, Leipzig, 1914. Politik und die Moral, Leipzig, 1918. Demokratie und die System, Vienna, 1919. Die Staatsauffassung des Marxismus, Vienna, 1922, Last ed., Darmstadt, 1964. Das Soziologische Cancerkenntniskritik, Vienna, 1924. Kant und der Marxismus. Gesammelte zur Erkenntniskritik und die Theorie des Sozialen. Berlin, 1925. Lehrbuch der Materialistischen Geschichtsauffassung, Volume I, Berlin, 1930, Volume 2, Vienna, 1969. Das Rätsel der Gesellschaft, Vienna, 1936. Bauer, Otto, Die Nationalitätenfritte und die Sozialdemokratie, Vienna, 1907. Großkapital und die Militarismus, Vienna, 1911. Nationalkampf oder Klassenkampf, Vienna, 1911. Bolschewismus oder Sozialdemokratie, Vienna, 1920. Das Weltbild des Kapitalismus, Jena, 1924. Sozialdemokratie, Religion und die Kirche, Vienna, 1927. Inauswahl USA im Lebenswerk MIT im Lebensbild Otto Bauers, ed. Julius Bronthal. Vienna, 1961. Cohn, H., Kant's Begründung der Ethik, Berlin, 1877. Ethik der Reinen Willens, Berlin, 1904. Hilferding, R., Bombarks Marxkritik, in Marxstudien, Volume I, Vienna, 1904. Das Finanzkapital, Vienna, 1910. Renner, Karl, Staat und die Nation, Vienna, 1899. Mehrarbeit und die Mehrwert, Vienna, 1902. Die Soziale Funktion der Rechtsinstitut, Vienna, 1904. Der Deutsche Arbeiter und der Nationalismus, Vienna, 1910. Staatswirtschaft, Weltwirtschaft und die Sozialismus, Berlin, 1929. Staudinger, F., Ethik und die Politik, Berlin, 1899. Kulturgrundlagen der Politik, Volumes IN2, Jena, 1914. For Leander, K. Kant und der Sozialismus, Berlin, 1900. Kant und Marx. Ein Beitrag zur Philosophie des Sozialismus, Tübingen, 1911. Kant, Fichte, Hegel und der Sozialismus, Berlin, 1920. Marx, Engels und die Lasalle als Philosophin, Berlin, 1921. Von Machiavelli bis Lenin, Leipzig, 1926. Waldman, L. System des moralischen Bewusstseins, Die Iseldorf, 1808. Der Historische Materialismus, Die Iseldorf, 1900. Selective Bibliography 783. Austromarxismus, ed. H. J. Sandkeeler und die Art de la Vega, Frankfurt, Vienna, 1970, an anthology. Marxismus und die Ethik, ed. Art de la Vega und H. J. Sandkeeler, Frankfurt, 1970, an anthology. Works on Austromarxism. Heindel, Peter, System und die Ideology. Der Austromarxismus im Spiegel der Philosophie Max. Adlers, Vienna, Munich, 1967. Koski, Benedikt, Geistige Strömungen im Österreichischen Sozialismus, Vienna, 1953. Lessler, N. Zwischen Reformismus und Bolschewismus. Der Austromarxismus als Theorie und Praxis, Vienna, Frankfurt, Zurich, 1968. Steiner, H. Bibliography zur Geschichte der Russischen Arbeiterbewegung, Volumes 1 and 2. Vienna, Frankfurt, Zurich, 1967. XIT 18 Russian Marxism. Axelrod, L. Filosofsky Okierki, Philosophical Essays, St. Petersburg, 1906. Orthodox, O Problemach Idealisme, On Problems of Idealism, Odessa, 1905. Axelrod, P.B., Historisches Polaszini Iwiese mit Nashini Liberal Neue Sozialistiskoi. Demokratie I. Rossi, Historical Situation and Mutual Relationship of Liberal and Socialist. Democracy in Russia, Geneva, 1898. Rabaki I. Class I. Revolution Odvishini W. Rossi, The Working Class and the Revolutionary Movement in Russia, St. Petersburg, 1907. Avarish, P. The Russian Anarchists, Princeton, 1967. After Convoy, A. Prowaskostani Protokratii, The Origins of Plutocracy, 2 volumes, Frankfurt, 1973. Baron, S. H. Plekhanov. The Father of Russian Marxism, Stanford, 1963. Berdiv, N. The Origin of Russian Communism, London, N.T. Billington, J. Michailovsky and Russian Populism, Oxford, 1958. Bogdanov, A. Empirio-Monism, 3 volumes, St. Petersburg, 1905. Vera Inaka, Faith and Science, Moscow, 1910. Kratky Kurs Ekonomikis Koinaki, Short Course of Economic Science, Moscow, 1897. Osnovny Elementi Historiskogo Uzglad N. A. Prirodu, Essential Elements of the Historical View of Nature, St. Petersburg, 1899. Conquest, R. Lenin, London, 1972. Dan, F. Prowaskostani Bolshevism, The Origin of Bolshevism, New York, 1946. Deutscher, I. The Prophet Armed. Trotsky 1879-1921, London, 1954. Fomina, V.A., Filosofsky Evakyati G.B. Plekhanova, Philosophical Views of Plekhanov, Moscow, 1955. Grill, D. Lenin's Rival. Bogdanov and the Sane Philosophy, Cologne, 1966. Heimson, L.H., The Russian Marxists and the Origins of Bolshevism, Cambridge, Massachusetts, 1955. Hare, R. Portraits of Russian Personalities Between Reform and Revolution, London, 1959. Izglobany. Spornik Stady Zero Ruskoy Revolucji, From the Depths. A collection of essays on the Russian Revolution, Paris, 1967, is ed. 1918. Kindersley, R. The First Russian Revisionists. A Study of Legal Marxism in Russia, Oxford, 1962. Klein, G.L. Religious and Anti-Religious Thought in Russia, Chicago, 1968. Kuchertsuski, J. The Origins of Modern Russia, New York, 1948. Lenin, V.L., Sakhainania, Works, 55 volumes, 5th ed., 1959-65, English translation, London. 1960-70. Essentials of Lenin, London, 1947. Losky, N.O., History of Russian Philosophy, New York, 1969. Lunacharsky, A.W., Sobrany Sakhainania, Collected Works, 8 volumes, Moscow, 1963-7. Martov, L., Zapisky Sozialdemokrata, Notes of a Social Democrat, Berlin, 1922. History Rossiyskoy Sozialdemokratia, The History of Russian Social Democracy, Moscow, 1923. 784, Selective Bibliography. Morovoy Bolshevism, World Bolshevism, Berlin, 1923. Meyer, A. Leninism, New York, 1962. Okierki po Philosophia Marxisma. Filosofsky Spornik, Essays on the Philosophy of Marxism. A. Philosophical Collection, St. Petersburg, 1908. Okierki Filosofsky Collectivisma, Essays on the Philosophy of Collectivism, St. Petersburg. 1909. Purvis, A. L. Helphand, Rossiya I Revolucia, Russia and Revolution, St. Petersburg, 1906. Pipes, R. Social Democracy and the St. Petersburg Labor Movement 1885-1897. Cambridge, Massachusetts, 1963. Narodnictvo, A Semantic Inquiry, in Slavic Review, September 1964. Struve. Liberal on the Left 1870-1905, Cambridge, Massachusetts, 1970, with a complete bibliography. Ed. Revolutionary Russia, Cambridge, Massachusetts, 1968. Plekhanov, G.B., Sakhainania, Works, 26 volumes, Moscow, 1922-7. Essays in the History of Materialism, London, 1934. Selected Philosophical Works, Moscow, 1961. In Defense of Materialism, Trans. A. Rothstein, London, 1947. The Role of the Individual in History, London, 1959. Art and Social Life, ed. A. Rothstein, London, 1953. Problemi Idealisma, Problems of Idealism, St. Petersburg, 1903. Rosenberg, A. A History of Bolshevism from Marx to the First Five-Year Plan, London, 1934. Scapiro, L. The Communist Party of the Soviet Union, London, 1960. And Redaway, P. eds. Lenin, The Man, The Theorist, The Leader, London, 1967. Schaebert, P. Von Bakuninzio Lenin, Volume I, Leiden, 1956. Schub, D. Lenin. A Biography, New York, 194.9, New ed., London, 1966. Struve, P.B., Kritischewski Zamotki Kavo Proso Obi Ekonomikiskom Razvitide Rossi, Critical Remarks. On the Question of Russia's Economic Development, St. Petersburg. 1894. Treadgold, D.W., Lenin and his rivals, 1898-1906, London, 1955. Trotsky, L.D., Sakhanovia, Works, 21 Voss, Moscow, 1925-7, incomplete. Ulam, A.B., Lenin and the Bolsheviks, London, 1965, 2nd ed. 1969. Valentinov, N., Philosopskie Postroenie Marxism. Kritischski Okierki, Philosophical Basis of Marxism. Critical Essays, Moscow, 1908. Emak I Marxism, Emak in Marxism, Moscow, N.D. Vystriki S. Leninim, Encounters with Lenin, with a foreword by L. Skapiro, London, 1968. Vika. Spornik Stady Zero Ruskoy Intelligentsti, Signposts. A collection of essays on the Russian Intelligentsia, Moscow, 1909, reprinted Frankfurt, 1967. Venturi, F., Roots of Revolution, London, 1960. Walicki, A., The Controversy over Capitalism. Studies in the Social Philosophy of Russian Populism, Oxford, 1969. Rozicka Filosofia I mysl Spotezna Odios Wisenia du Marxismu, Russian Philosophy and Social Thought from the Enlightenment to Marxism, Warsaw, 1973. Wolf, B.D., Three Who Made a Revolution. A Biographical History, New York, 1948. Yasur, A., Bogdanov et Sunsuver, in Kayaz du Monde Russe et Soviétique, Volume X, 1969. Bibliography of Bogdanovo's works. La Const de la Révolution de 1905. La Controverse Lenin Bogdanov, Thesis, Paris, 1967, not published except in Hebrew. Yushkevich, P. Stalby Philosopskoy Orthodoxy, The Pillars of Philosophical Orthodoxy, St. Petersburg, 1910. Zeman, Z.A.B. and Charlam, W.B., The Merchant of Revolution. The Life of A.L. Helphand. Purpose, 1867-1924, London, 1965. Zenkovsky, V.B., A History of Russian Philosophy, trans. G. L. Klein, 2 volumes, New York. 1953. Insertiaki. The. Breakdown. A. 4. 7. A. E. E. Equals. B. Aiken. O. E. Equals. P. S. E. A. And. Plus S. E. O. E. Yen. I. A. Preface. SS. SS. Tuesday present volume deals with the evolution of Marxism in the last half century. Writing it has involved special difficulties, one of which is the sheer bulk of the available literature. No historian can be fully acquainted with it, and it is therefore, so to speak, impossible to do everyone justice. Another difficulty is that I am not able to treat the subject with the desirable detachment. Many of the people mentioned in this volume I know or have known personally, and some of them are or were my friends. Moreover, in describing the controversies and political struggles in Eastern Europe in the later 1950s, I am writing about events and issues in which I myself took part, so that I appear in the invidious role of a judge in my own cause. At the same time, I could not pass over these matters in silence. The upshot is that the most recent period, which is the one I know best from my own experience, is treated less fully than any other. The last chapter, which deals with this period, could be expanded into a further volume, but, setting aside the difficulties already mentioned, I am not convinced that the subject is intrinsically worthy of treatment at such length. 787. Bibliographical note. Sources of quotations used in the text. Adorno, Theodore W., Negative Dialectics, The Seabury Press, New York, 1972, Routledge and Keegan. Paul, London, 1973. Goldman, L., The Hidden God, trans. Thody, International Library of Philosophy, Routledge and Keegan Paul, London, 1974. Horkheimer, Max, and Theodore W. Adorno, Dialectic of Enlightenment, trans. John Cummings. The Seabury Press, New York, 1972, Allen Lane, The Penguin Press, London, 1973. Korsch, Karl, Marxism and Philosophy, trans. F. Halliday, New Left Books, London, 1970. Lukács, George, The Meaning of Contemporary Realism, The Merlin Press, London, 1970. Mao Zedong, Anthology of His Writings, ed. And Fremantle, Mentor Books, New American Library, New York, 1962. 4 Essays on Philosophy, Peking, 1966, Collitz, London, 1967. Quotations from Chairman Mao Zedong. Ed. Stuart Scram, Pall Mall Press. London, 1968. Mao Zedong Unrehearsed, ed. And trans. Stuart Scram, Pelican Books, London, 1974. And As Chairman Mao Talks to the People, Pantheon Books, New York. 1975. Marcuse, Herbert, One-Dimensional Man, Routledge and Keegan Paul, London, 1964. 5 Lectures, Allen Lane, The Penguin Press, London, 1970. Snow, Edgar, The Long Revolution, Hutchinson, London, 1973. Stalin, Joseph, Collected Works, Volume 7 and 8, English ed., 13 volumes, Lawrence and Wishart. London. 195,375. Trotsky, Leon, Their Morals and Ours, ed. George Novak, Pathfinder Press, New York. 1969. In Defense of Marxism, New Park Publications, London, 1971, Pathfinder Press. New York. 1971. Writings of Leon Trotsky, 1929-1940, 12 volumes, Pathfinder Press, New York, 1971-7. Wolfe, Robert P., Barrington Moore, J.R., and Herbert Marcuse, Critique of Pure Tolerance. Jonathan Cape, London, 1969. Standove, A.A., On Literature, Music, and Philosophy, Lawrence and Wishart, London, 1950. 788. I. The First Phase of Soviet Marxism. The Beginnings of Stalinism. 1. What was Stalinism? A. O.T. A. Lugo-Tischli Logics of Theses. In Stalin. The. In short, Stalin's rule was a monstrous but accidental phenomenon. There was never such a thing as Stalinism, or a Stalinist system, and in any case the negative manifestations of the personality called fade into insignificance beside the glorious achievements of the Soviet system. Although this version of events is doubtless not taken seriously by its authors or by anyone else, controversy still prevails as to the meaning and scope of the term Stalinism, which is in current use outside the Soviet Union. The Soviet states and _political. Exhaustio Maldrikivil were the same reasons. 789. 790 Main currents of Marxism. incidentally, are regularly advanced by Trotskyists to explain the degeneration of Russia's post-revolutionary government. C. M. Or any Marxist hipster, G7 inism p. View Alpin on this basis, however, it may be debated how far and in what sense Stalinism was historically inevitable, i.e. was the political, economic, and ideological complexion of Soviet Russia already determined before Stalin's rise to power, so that Stalinism was only the full development of Leninism. The case also remains, how far and in what sense have all these characteristic features of the Soviet state persisted to the present day? From the point of view of terminology, it is of no special importance whether we can find the meaning of Stalinism to the last 25 years of the dictator's life or extend it to cover the political system prevailing at the present time. But it is more than a purely verbal question whether the basic features of the system that took shape under Stalin have altered in the last 20 years, and there is also room for argument as to what its essential features were. Iron initial wave of changes of the post-Stalinist era. The first of these points has been to some extent established in previous chapters, where Lenin was shown to be the creator of totalitarian doctrine and of the totalitarian state in embryo. Of course, many events in the Stalin era can be attributed to chance, or to Stalin's own peculiarities: careerism, lust for power, vindictiveness, jealousy, and paranoid suspicion. The mass slaughter of communists in 1936-9 cannot be called a historical necessity, and we may suppose that it would not have taken place under a tyrant other than Stalin himself. But if, as in the typical communist view, that slaughter is regarded as the true, negative significance of Stalinism, it follows that the whole of Stalinism was a deplorable accident, the implication being that everything is always for the best under communist rule until prominent communists start being murdered. This is hard for the historian to accept, not only because he is interested in the fate of lions who were not party leaders or even party members, but also because the sanguinary terror on a huge scale which occurred in the Soviet Union at certain periods is not a permanent or essential feature of totalitarian despotism. The despotic system remains in force irrespective of whether, in a particular year, official murders are counted in millions or only in tens of thousands. Book 3 The Breakdown 791. Whether torture is used as a matter of routine or only occasionally, and whether the victims are only workers, peasants, and intellectuals or include party bureaucrats as well. The history of Stalinism, despite arguments over points of detail, is generally known and is adequately described in many books. As in the previous 2 volumes of this work, the main theme is the history of doctrine. Political history will be dealt with cursorily, so far as is necessary to indicate the broad framework within which ideological life developed. Trademark TRTHE studying Schellexer. The SS of Aok. THA. FO. LEFO Radaperdic. IAT. Tunistrel III. 5. A adding more. Or list. That. Current pronouncement of the authority in case. 4. Stalin. Himself, for instance, up to June 1950 to be a Marxist meant, among other things, accepting the philological theories of N. Weimar, while after that date it meant rejecting them utterly. You were a Marxist not because you regarded any particular ideas Marx's, Lenin's, or even Stalin's as true, but because you were prepared to accept whatever the supreme authority might proclaim today, tomorrow, or in a year's time. This degree of institutionalization and dogmatization had never been seen before and did not reach its acme until the 30s, but its roots can be clearly traced in Lenin's doctrine. Since Marxism is the worldview and instrument of the proletarian party, it is for the latter to decide what is Marxism and what is not, regardless of any objections from outside. When the party is identified with the state and the apparatus of power, and when it achieves perfect unity in the shape of a one-man tyranny, doctrine becomes a matter of state and the tyrant is proclaimed infallible. Indeed, he really is infallible as far as the content of Marxism is concerned, for there is no Marxism but that which the party asserts in its capacity as the mouthpiece of the proletariat, and the party, having once achieved unity, expresses its will and its doctrine through the leadership embodied in the dictator's person. In this way the doctrine that the proletariat is historically the leading class and, in contrast to all other classes, the possessor of objective 792 main currents of Marxism. Truth is transformed into the principle that Stalin is always right. This, in fact, is not too grave a distortion of Marx's epistemology combined with Lenin's notion of the party as the advance guard of the workers' movement. Though here, Prol 5 party equals T is significant that he chose this term rather than speaking of Marxism and Leninism, which would have suggested two separate doctrines. The compound expression signified that Leninism was not a distinct trend within Marxism as though there might be other forms of Marxism that were not Leninist but was Marxism par excellence, the sole doctrine in which Marxism was developed and adapted to the new historical era. In actual fact Marxism-Leninism consisted of Stalin's own doctrine plus quotations selected by him from the works of Marx, Lenin, and Engels. It should not be supposed that anyone was free, in Stalin's day, to quote at will from Marx, Lenin, or even Stalin himself. Marxism-Leninism comprised only the quotations currently authorized by the dictator, in conformity with the doctrine he was currently promulgating. In arguing that Stalinism was a true development of Leninism do not mean to belittle Stalin's historical importance. After Lenin, and alongside Hitler, he certainly did more to shape the present-day world than any other individual since the First World War. Nevertheless, the fact that it was Stalin and not any other Bolshevik leader who became sole ruler of the party and state can be accounted for by the nature of the Soviet system. The view that his personal qualities, while they had a great deal to do with his victory over his rivals, did not themselves determine the main lines of the development of Soviet society, is supported by the fact that throughout his earlier career he did not belong to the extremist wing of the Bolshevik party. On the contrary, he was something of a moderate, and in intra-party disputes he often stood on the side of common sense and prudence. In short, Stalin as a despot was much more the party's creation than its creator. He was the personification of a system which irresistibly sought to be personified. To the stages of Stalinism. For one's a mania of Soviet historians to divide all epochs into stages, but the procedure is justified in some cases, especially where the delimitation is based on ideological grounds. Since Stalinism was an international and not merely a Soviet phenomenon. Book 3 * The Breakdown 793. Its variations must be considered not only from the point of view of Russian internal policy and sectional strife, but also from that of the Comintern and international Bolshevism. There are, however, difficulties of correlating the respective periods, and also of nomenclature. Trotskyists and ex-communists are in the habit of distinguishing leftist and rightist stages of Soviet history. The period immediately after 1917, dominated by the Civil War and by hopes of world revolution, is referred to as leftist and is followed by the rightist period of the NEP, when the party acknowledged the temporary stabilization of capitalism in the world at large. Then comes a swing to the left in 1928-9. When the party declared that the stabilization was at an end, the tide of revolution set in once more, social democracy was denounced and combated as social fascism, and Russia witnessed the beginning of mass collectivization and forced industrialization. This stage is supposed to have ended in 1935, when a rightist policy was once more adopted under the slogan of the Popular Front against fascism. These successive shifts of policy are associated with sectional and personal infighting among the Russian leaders. The rule of Stalin, Zinoviev, and Kamina led to the political elimination of Trotsky. Then, Zinoviev and Kamina were ousted in favor of Bukharin, Rykov, and Tomsky. Then, in 1929, Bukharin was cast out and effective dissidents within the Bolshevik Party came to an end. This chronology is full of difficulties, however, even apart from the vague and arbitrary use of the terms left and right. As to the latter point, it is not clear why the slogan of social fascism was leftist while the attempt to compromise with Chiang Kai-shek was rightist, or why it was leftist to persecute peasants on a vast scale but rightist to use economic methods for political ends. It can of course be laid down that the more a policy involves terror, the more leftist it is. This principle is frequently applied at the present day, and not only in communist publications, but it is hard to see what it has to do with the traditional idea of leftism. Apart from this, there is no clear correlation between changes in Comintern policy and the different phases of Soviet internal policy and ideology. The so-called leftist assertion that European social democracy was a branch of fascism was coined by Zinoviev and was current at least as early as 1924. The Comintern's fight against social democracy was intensified in 1927, long before the forced collectivization of the Russian peasantry entry was thought of. In 1935, when the campaign against social democracy was called off and clumsy efforts were made to patch up an alliance, there had already been a wave of mass political repression in the Soviet Union, and another, more terrible one was about to commence. In short, it makes no sense to present the history of the Soviet Union in terms of artificial criteria of left and right, which in some cases lead to absurd results. 794 Main currents of Marxism. Nor is it correct to interpret changes in the Politburo as historical turning points. During the period after Lenin's death, certain political and ideological features became steadily more prominent, while others fluctuated in importance according to circumstances. The totalitarian character of the regime 1. The progressive destruction of civil society and absorption of all forms of social life by the state increased almost without interruption between 1924 and 1953 and was certainly not diminished by the NEP, despite concessions to private ownership and trade. The NEP, as we saw, was a retreat from the policy of running the whole economy by means of the army and police, and was necessitated by the imminent prospect of economic ruin. But the use of terror against political opponents, the increased severity and intimidation within the party, the suppression of independence and enforcement of servility in philosophy, literature, art, and science, all this continued to be accentuated during the whole period of the NEP. From this point of view, the 30s were only an intensification and consolidation of the process which began in Lenin's lifetime and under his direction. The collectivization of agriculture, with its countless victims, indeed, constituted a turning point, but this was not because it involved a change in the character of the regime or a swing to the left, but because it enforced the basic political and economic principle of totalitarianism in a single sector of key importance. It completely dispossessed the most numerous social class in Russia, established state control of farming once and for all, annihilated the last section of the community that was in any degree independent of the state, laid the basis for the oriental cult of the satrap with unlimited power, and, by means of famine, mass terror, and the death of millions, destroyed the spirit of the population and broke down the last vestiges of resistance. This was undoubtedly a milestone in the history of the Soviet Union, but it was no more than the continuation or extension of its basic principle, namely the extermination of all forms of political, economic, and cultural life that are not imposed and regulated by the state. The Comintern, meanwhile, had been transformed in a few years into an instrument of Soviet foreign policy and espionage. Its policy twisted and turned in accordance with Moscow's assessment, correct or otherwise, of the international situation, but these changes had nothing to do with ideology, doctrine, or the difference between left and right. Similarly, it would be naive to inquire whether, for instance, the Soviet Union's pact with Chiang Kai-shek or Hitler, the massacre of Polish communists by Stalin, or Soviet participation in the Spanish Civil War, were in accordance with Marxism or Beto-Kenda leftist or rightist policy. All these moves can be judged in the light of how far they served to strengthen the Soviet state and increase its influence, but any ideological grounds it is to defend them were invented for the purpose. And Book 3 * the breakdown 795 have no bearing on the history of ideology, beyond showing how completely it was degraded to the role of an instrument of Soviet raison d'etat. Ph. Ether period Tron 1953 to the * present has features of its own which we all consider in due as to which particular Bolshevik leader is in power. This is in general of minor importance. The Trotskyists, and of course, Trotsky himself, regarded his removal from power as a historical turning point. But there is no reason to agree with them, and, as we shall see, it can well be maintained that Trotskyism never existed, but was a figment invented by Stalin. The disagreements between Stalin and Trotsky were real to a certain extent, but they were grossly inflated by the struggle for personal power and never amounted to two independent and coherent theories. This is even more true of the disputes between Zinoviev and Trotsky, and the later conflict between Zinoviev and Trotsky on the one hand and Stalin on the other. Stalin's conflict with Bukharin and right-wing deviationism was more substantial, but even this was not a dispute over principles but only as to the method and timetable for putting them into effect. The debate on industrialization in the 20s was certainly of great importance as regards practical decisions in industry and agriculture, and consequently the lives of millions of Soviet PLE, but it would be an exaggeration to see it as a basic doctrinal dispute or as involving the correct interpretation of Marxism or Leninism. All the Bolshevik leaders without exception changed their attitude to the question so radically that it is pointless to speak of Trotskyism, Stalinism, or Bukharinism as coherent bodies of theory or variations of basic Marxist doctrine. In this matter, the historian of ideologies is interested in aspects that are, in themselves, secondary. Doctrinal standpoints are of more significance to him than the fate of millions of people. This, however, is not a question of objective importance, but merely of professional concern. 790 Main currents of Marxism. 3. Stalin's early life and rise to power. Anarchy. The great majority of Bolshevik leaders, the future communist ruler of all the Russias was, if not a proletarian, at any rate a man of the people. Joseph Yusuf Jugashvili was born on December 1879 in the small Georgian town of Gori. His father, Vissarion, was a shoemaker and drunkard, his mother illiterate. Vissarion moved to Tiflis, where he took a job in a shoe factory, and died there in 1890. His son attended the parish school at Gori for 5 years and was admitted in 1894 to the theological seminary at Tiflis, the only school in the Caucasus at which an able youth of his social condition could, in practice, receive further education. The Orthodox seminary was at the same time an organ of Russification, but, like many Russian schools, it was also a hotbed of political unrest, where Georgian patriotism flourished and socialist ideas were disseminated by many exiles from Russia proper. Jugashvili joined the socialist group, lost any interest he may have had in theology, and, in the spring of 1899, was expelled for failing to attend an examination. Traces of his seminary background can be discerned in his later writings, with their biblical tags and fondness for a catechetical style that lends itself well to propaganda. In articles and speeches he was in the habit of posing questions which he would then repeat verbatim in his answers. He also made his articles more assimilable by numbering each separate concept and statement. From his seminary days onward, Stalin was associated with various rudimentary socialist groups in Georgia. The Russian Social Democratic Party did not yet exist, though a formal decision to establish it was taken at the Minsk gathering in March 1898. For some months in 1899 to 1900 he worked as a clerk at the Tiflis Geophysical Observatory, after which he devoted himself entirely to political and propaganda activities, both legal and illegal. From 1901 he wrote articles for the clandestine Georgian socialist paper Bordzilla, The Struggle, and spread propaganda among workers. Towards the end of that year he became a member of a committee to direct party work in Tiflis. In April 1902 he was arrested for organizing a workers' demonstration in Batum. He was sentenced to exile in Siberia, but escaped from his place of detention, or while on the way there, and was again in the Caucasus at the beginning of 1904, living as MEM. of the underground with forged papers. Meanwhile the Social Democratic Party had held its second Congress and had split into the Bolshevik and Menshevik factions. Stalin soon declared for the Bolsheviks and wrote pamphlets and articles supporting Lenin's idea of the party. The Georgian Social Democrats were nearly all Mensheviks. Their leader was Nokzhavdanya, the most prominent Caucasian Marxist. During and after the 1905 revolution Stalin worked for a time at Baku as a party activist with duties covering the whole Caucasus area. Book 3 equals the breakdown F297. It was some years, however, before he played a part in Bolshevik activities. In Russia proper, he attended the party conference at Tammerfors in December 1905, and in April 1906 he was the only Bolshevik to attend a unity congress at Stockholm. His credentials for so doing were disputed by the Mensheviks. However, until 1912 the real scene of his activity was the Caucasus. At Tammerfors he had his first meeting with Lenin, whose doctrine and leadership he never seriously challenged. At Stockholm, however, while siding with Lenin on all other questions, he took the line that the party program should advocate the division of land among the peasants, and not its nationalization as Lenin contended. Stalin's writings at this period contain nothing original or worthy of note. They are popular propaganda articles reproducing Lenin's slogans on current topics. Much space is given to attacking the Mensheviks, and there is of course criticism of the cadets, the Recallists, Etzovists, liquidators, anarchists. The only article of any length, Anarchism or Socialism, appeared in Georgian. In 1906, from 1905 onward Stalin also wrote articles in Russian. It is a rather clumsy exposition of the social democratic worldview and its philosophical premises. In 1906-07 Stalin is known to have been one of the organizers of expropriations, i.e. armed raids for the purpose of filling the party coffers. This activity was forbidden and condemned, despite Lenin's opposition, at the party's fifth Congress in London in April 1907, but the Bolsheviks continued to practice it until it gave rise to a major scandal some months later. In recent years several historians have examined allegations made originally by Zhavdanya and, after Stalin's death, by Orlov, a former high official of Soviet intelligence, to the effect that Stalin was in the service of the Okhrana, the Tsarist secret police, for some years after 1905. But the evidence for this charge is slight, and it is rejected by most historians, including Adam Ulam and Roy Medvedai. Between 1908 and the February Revolution Stalin spent most of his time in prison and exile, from which he escaped on every occasion except the last. 1913-17, he acquired the reputation of a skillful, stubborn, and indefatigable revolutionary, and did his best to salvage the party's Caucasian organization. During the calamitous years after 1907, like many other leaders inside Russia, he did not take a keen interest in the theoretical debates and squabbles among the émigrés. There is some evidence that he took a skeptical view of Lenin's materialism and empiriocriticism, which he afterwards extolled as the supreme achievement of philosophical thought, and that in the darkest days of 1910 he made genuine efforts to restore unity with the Mensheviks. In January 1912, when Lenin called an all-Bolshevik conference at Prague to set the seal on the breach with the Mensheviks, Stalin was in exile at Vologda. The 798 main currents of Marxism conference elected a central committee of the party, to which Stalin was later co-opted at Lenin's suggestion, thus making his debut on the all-Russian political scene. After escaping from Vologda, Stalin was once more arrested and deported, and escaped again. In November 1912 he traveled outside Russia for the first time in his life, spending a few days at Krakow in Austria and Poland, where he met Lenin. He returned to Russia but in December went abroad again, this time to Vienna for 6 weeks, the longest period he was ever to spend on foreign soil. In Vienna he wrote for Lenin an article on Marxism and the national question which appeared in 1913 in the journal Prosveshchenie Enlightenment, and which constitutes his earliest claim, and one of his principal ones, to celebrity as a theoretician. It does not add anything to what Lenin had said on the question, except for defining a nation as a community possessing a single language, territory, culture, and economic life, thus excluding, for example, the Swiss and the Jews. The article was written as an attack on the Austro-Marxists, especially Springer, Renner, and Bauer, and on the Bund, the General Jewish Workers' Union of Russia. As Stalin could read only Russian and Georgian, he was probably helped by Bukharin, then in Vienna, to select quotations from the Austro-Marxist writers. In opposition to the latter's ideas of national cultural autonomy based on self-determination by the individual, Stalin argued for the right of national self-determination and political separation on a territorial basis. However, like Lenin, he emphasized that while the Social Democrats recognized the right of every people to form a state of its own, this did not mean that they would support separatism in every case. The deciding factor was the interest of the working class, and it must be remembered that separatism was often used as a reactionary slogan by the bourgeoisie. The whole debate was of course conducted on the assumption of a bourgeois revolution, like all socialists at that time, except Trotsky and Purpose: Stalin expected Russia to undergo a democratic revolution, followed by many years of bourgeois republican rule, but he held that the proletariat must take a leading part in bringing the revolution about, and not play second fiddle to the bourgeoisie or act merely as a servant of its interests. The article on nationality was the last that Stalin wrote before the February Revolution. Soon after his return from Vienna, in February 1913, he was again arrested and sentenced to 4 years deportation. This time he did not try to escape but remained in Siberia, reappearing in Petrograd in March 1917. For some weeks, until Lenin arrived, he was effectively in charge of the party in the capital city. Together with Kamina, he took over the editorship of Pravda. His attitude towards both the provisional government and the Mensheviks was a good deal more conciliatory than Lenin's, and he incurred the latter's censure by toning down the articles that Lenin was sending from Switzerland. However, Book 3 *, The Breakdown 799. After Lenin's return to Russia and the presentation of his April thesis, Stalin, with some hesitation, accepted the policy of working for a socialist revolution and government by the Soviets. By contrast, during the first few weeks in Petrograd he was still writing in terms of a bourgeois revolution, peace with the Central Powers, confiscation of the big estates, and a policy of exerting pressure on the provisional government but not attempting its overthrow. Only after the July crisis, at the conference of the party organization in Petrograd, did Stalin speak clearly of transferring power to the proletariat and the poor peasantry. At this time the slogan "all power to the Soviets" was abandoned, as the latter were dominated by Mensheviks and SRS. By the time of the October Revolution, Stalin was unquestionably among the chief party leaders, alongside Lenin, Trotsky, who joined the Bolsheviks in July 1917, Zinoviev, Kameny, Sverdlov, and Lunacharsky. As far as we know, he did not take part in the military organization of the uprising, but in Lenin's first Soviet government he was made Commissar for Nationalities. During the party crisis over the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, supported Lenin against the left-wing Bolsheviks who were pressing for a revolutionary war with Germany. However, he believed, as Lenin did, that the European Revolution would break out any day, and that accepting the German peace terms was no more than a temporary tactical retreat. As an expert on nationality affairs, Stalin at this time made speeches to the effect that self-determination must be understood dialectically, in other words, used as a slogan when it suited the party but not otherwise. At the Third Congress of Soviets at the beginning of 1918 he explained that self-determination, properly speaking, was for the masses and not the bourgeoisie, and must be subordinated to the fight for socialism. In articles published in that year he emphasized that the secession of Poland and the Baltic states was a counter-revolutionary move and played into the hands of the imperialists, as these countries would form a barrier between revolutionary Russia and the revolutionary West. On the other hand, the struggle of Egypt, Morocco, or India for independence was a progressive phenomenon as it tended to weaken realism. All this was fully in accord with Lenin's doctrine and with party ideology. Separatist movements are progressive when directed against bourgeois governments, but once the proletariat is in power, national separatism automatically and dialectically changes its significance, since it is a threat to the proletarian state, socialism, and world revolution. Socialism, by definition, can not practice national oppression, and thus what appear to be invasions are in fact acts of liberation, as, for instance, when the Red Army under Stalin's orders marched into Georgia, which at the time, 1921, had a Menshevik government on a basis of representative democracy. Notwithstanding this, the slogan of national self-determination, which was never revoked, contributed largely to the Bolshevik victory in the Civil War, as the White Commanders, 800 main currents of Marxism, made no secret of the fact that their purpose was to restore Russia, one and indivisible, without any loss of her pre-revolutionary territory. Stalin played an important part in the Civil War, though his achievements were overshadowed by Trotsky's. The roots of the conflict between the two men no doubt go back to this period with its personal jealousies and recriminations who did most to bring about victory at Tsaritsyn, whose fault was the defeat before Warsaw, etc. In 1919 Stalin became Commissar for the Workers' and Peasants' Inspectorate. This institution, as we have seen, represented a desperate and hopeless attempt by Lenin to protect the Soviet system from the inroads of bureaucracy. The inspectorate, composed of genuine workers and peasants, had unlimited powers of supervision over all other branches of the state administration. Far from curing the situation, it made things worse, since in the absence of any democratic institutions the inspectorate became simply an additional tier of the bureaucratic edifice. Stalin, however, was able to make use of it to strengthen his control of the apparatus, and his tenure of the commissarship was undoubtedly a factor that helped him in his rise to supreme power. At this stage an important, though not original, observation should be made. In later years, when the whole history of the party was rewritten under Stalin's orders and for his own glorification, he was presented, or rather presented himself, as having been Lenin's second in command from his early youth. In every field of action he was the leader, the chief organizer, the inspiration of his comrades, and so forth. In a party questionnaire he claimed to have been expelled from the seminary for carrying on revolutionary activity. No doubt he discussed forbidden subjects while there, but in fact he was expelled for failing to attend an examination. According to this fantastic version, he was Lenin's closest confidant and helper from the very moment the party was founded. The infant socialist movement in the Caucasus had thriven under his brilliant leadership. Later on, the whole party regarded him without question as the rightful and natural successor to Lenin, and so on. He was the brains of the revolution, the architect of victory in the Civil War, the organizer of the Soviet state. In the hagiography composed by Beria, the year 1912 is singled out as the turning point in the history of the Russian party, and therefore in the history of mankind, as it was then that Stalin became a member of the Central Committee. On the other hand, Trotsky and the many other communists who had son to hate Stalin were at pains to belittle his role in the history of Bolshevism, and to depict him as a second-rate apparatchik who, by a mixture of cunning and good fortune, managed in due course to climb onto a pedestal from which it proved impossible to dislodge him. Neither of these versions can be accepted as the truth. Certainly, before 1905, Stalin was an obscure local figure, and there were many in his own area who, Book 3 *, The Breakdown 801, were more esteemed and played a more important part than he. Nonetheless, by 1912 he had made himself one of the 6 or 7 most prominent Bolshevik leaders, and in Lenin's last years, although less well known than Trotsky, Zinoviev, or Kameny, and certainly regarded by no one as Lenin's natural successor, he was one of a small group ruling over the party in Russia, and, at the time of Lenin's death, in practice although not in theory, he enjoyed greater power than anyone else in the country. From the documents now available we know that even before the revolution, Stalin's comrades noticed qualities that later turned him into a pathological despot. Some were mentioned in Lenin's testament. He was known to be brutal, disloyal, arbitrary, ambitious, envious, intolerant of opposition, a tyrant to his subordinates. Until he had wiped out the whole of the Bolshevik old guard, no one in the party took him seriously as a philosopher or theoretician. From this point of view he was outclassed not only by Trotsky and Bukharin but by a host of party ideologists. Everyone knew that Stalin's articles, pamphlets, and speeches contained nothing original and showed no sign that they were intended to. He was not a Marxist theoretician, but a party propagandist like hundreds of others. Later, of course, in the delirium of the personality cult, any scrap of paper he had ever written became an immortal contribution to the treasury of Marxism-Leninism, but it is perfectly clear that his whole reputation as a theoretician was nothing but a part of the ordained ritual and was forgotten within a short time of his death. If his ideological writings had been those of a man with no political claim to fame, they would scarcely deserve mention in the history of Marxism. But since, during his years of power, there was scarcely any other brand of Marxism than his, and since the Marxism of those days can hardly be defined except in relation to his authority, it is not only true, but is actually a tautology to say that for a quarter of a century he was the greatest Marxist theoretician. In any case, Stalin had many qualities that were useful to the party, and it was not only due to chance that he made his way to the top and eliminated his rivals. He was a tireless, shrewd, and efficient worker. In practical matters he knew how to disregard doctrinal considerations and discern clearly the relative importance of issues. He neither panicked, except in the first days of Hitler's invasion, nor lost his head from success. He was adept at distinguishing real from apparent power. He was a poor speaker and a dull writer, but he could say things in a plain way so that the ordinary party member could grasp them, and his pedantic habits of repetition and the numbering of points gave his exposés an appearance of force and clarity. He bullied subordinates, but he could use them as well. He knew how to adapt his style to different interlocutors, whether party members, foreign journalists, or Western statesmen, and could at will play the part of a strategist, an intrepid fighter for the proletarian cause, or the 802 main currents of Marxism. No-nonsense boss of his country. He had the rare skill of contriving to receive the credit for all successes and to blame all failures upon others. The system he helped to establish enabled him to become a tyrant, but it must also be said that he worked long and hard to achieve that result. Lenin undoubtedly valued Stalin's efficiency and powers of organization. Although Stalin occasionally disagreed with Lenin, he was always behind him at times of crisis. Unlike most of the front-rank Bolsheviks, he had no intellectual leanings, which Lenin could not endure. He was a matter-of-fact actor who did not mind taking on hard and ungrateful tasks. And, although in a belated moment of vision Lenin realized what a dangerous man he had raised to the summit of power, there is some truth in Stalin's retort to his opponents, when they at last decided to drag Lenin's estimate out of the archives and invoke it against him. Yes, said Stalin, Lenin did accuse me of brutality, and am brutal where the revolution is concerned, but did Lenin ever say that my policy was wrong? To this the opposition had no answer. There is no reason to doubt that Stalin was Lenin's personal choice for Secretary General of the party in April 1922, and there is no evidence that any of the other leaders objected to his nomination. It is quite true, as Trotsky afterwards pointed out, that nobody regarded the creation of this post and Stalin's appointment to it as signifying that he was to be Lenin's heir, or that the holder of the Secretary Generalship would in practice be the supreme ruler of the Soviet party and state. All important decisions were still taken by the Politburo or the Central Committee, which ran the country through the intermediary of the Council of People's Commissars. The new office was not the highest individual post in the party hierarchy, and there was indeed no such post. The Secretary General's function was to supervise the current work of the party bureaucracy, ensure coordination within the machine, control senior appointments, etc. With hindsight it is possible to see clearly that when all other forms of political life have been destroyed and the party is the only organized force in the country, the individual in charge of the party machine must become all-powerful. This is what actually happened, but no one perceived it at the time. The Soviet state was without precedent in history, and it is not astonishing that the actors on the political stage did not foresee the denouement of the play. Stalin as Secretary General was able to put his own men in the majority of local party posts and even central ones, except those of the highest rank, and his power was enhanced by the function of organizing conferences and congresses. This, of course, was a gradual process. The first few years still witnessed intra-party disputes and the formation of rival groups and opposition platforms, but as time went on these became more infrequent and tended to be confined to the very highest level. As we have seen, during Lenin's lifetime there were opposition groups within the party, reflecting the discontent of some communists at the increase in Book 3 The Breakdown 803. Despotic and bureaucratic methods of government. The workers' opposition, whose best-known spokesmen were Alexander Shlyapnikov and Alexandra Galante, believed in a literal dictatorship of the proletariat, i.e. that power should actually be exercised by the whole working class and not only by the party. They did not by any means advocate a return to state democracy, but they fondly imagined that the Soviet system could preserve democratic forms of life for the privileged minority, i.e. the proletariat, after having abolished such forms. As far as the great majority were concerned, especially the peasants and intellectuals, other opposition groups wanted to restore democracy within the party. Though not for those outside it, they protested at the growing power of the bureaucracy, the system of nomination to all posts, and the reduction of intra-party discussions and elections to an empty ritual. Armed asterisk force. In accordance with this program, Sultan Galiev tried to form a Muslim party separate from the Russian one, and even an independent Tatar Bashkir state. Ha-Enikti. 504 Main Currents of Marxism. SFT. Krugstad and his cause was soon forgotten. In a speech in June 1923 Stalin said that he had been arrested less because of his pan-Islamic and pan-Turkic views than because he had conspired against the party with the Basmash rebels of Turkestan. The episode is worth remembering on account of the striking resemblance between Sultan Galiev's ideas and subsequent Maoist doctrine, or some ideologies of the Muslim socialist type. As to those opposition groups which advocated democracy for the party or the proletariat, they were speedily and unanimously crushed by the leaders, including Lenin, Trotsky, Stalin, Zinoviev, and Kameny. The prohibition of splinter groups, and the right of the Central Committee to expel party members who joined them, were proclaimed at the 10th Congress in 1921. It was indeed clear, as the defenders of party unity pointed out, that under a one-party system separate groups within the party were bound to become the mouthpieces of all social forces which would in the old days have formed parties of their own. Hence, if factions were allowed, there would virtually be a multi-party system. The inevitable conclusion was that a party ruling despotically must itself be despotically ruled, and that, having destroyed democratic Tuitions in society at large, it was idle to think of preserving them within the party, let alone for the benefit of the whole working class. Nonetheless, the process of transforming the party into a passive instrument, meant in the hands of the bureaucracy, took longer than the destruction of democratic institutions within the state, and was not completed until the late 20s. In 1922-3 there were strong currents of rebellion against the growing tyranny within the party, and no one was so skillful in repressing them as Stalin. Having successfully achieved control over the information that reached Lenin, who was ill and infirm, Stalin ruled the party with the aid of Zinoviev and Kamina and systematically excluded Trotsky from power. The latter was in a losing position from an early stage, despite his oratorical skill and his prestige as the architect of victory in the Civil War. He did not dare to appeal to open ion outside the party, as this would have conflicted with the principle of Soviet power, and it proved easy to mobilize against him the party bureaucracy, which was the only active force in political life. Trotsky had joined the Bolsheviks at a late stage and was distrusted by the old-timers, who also disliked his excess of rhetoric and his haughty, arrogant manners. Stalin, Zinoviev, and Kamina skillfully exploited all Trotsky's weaknesses, his Menshevik past, his hankering after the militarization of labor, a policy which Stalin never formulated in such despotic terms, his criticism of the NEP, his old quarrels with Lenin. Book 3 equals the breakdown 805. And the charges that Lenin had trumped up against him in former times. As commissar for the armed forces and a member of the Politburo, he still appeared powerful, but by 1923 he was isolated and helpless. All his former conversations were turned against him. When he came to realize his situation, he attacked the bureaucratization of the party and the stifling of intra-party democracy. Like all overthrown communist leaders, he became a Democrat as soon as he was ousted from power. However, it was easy for Stalin and Zinoviev to show not only that Trotsky's democratic sentiments and indignation at party bureaucracy were of recent date, but that he himself, when in power, had been a more extreme autocrat than anyone else. He had supported or initiated every move to protect party unity, had wanted, contrary to Lenin's policy, to place the trade unions under state control and to subject the whole economy to the coercive power of the police, and so on. In later years, Trotsky claimed that the policy, which he had supported, of prohibiting fractions was envisaged as an exceptional measure and not a permanent principle. But there is no proof that this was so, and nothing in the policy itself suggests that it was meant to be temporary. It may be noted that Zinoviev showed more zeal than Stalin in condemning Trotsky. At one stage he was in favor of arresting him and thus supplied Stalin with useful ammunition when the two ousted leaders tried, belatedly and hopelessly, to join forces against their triumphant rival. For socialism in one country. Tuesday doctrine of socialism in one country, formulated towards the end of 1924, against Trotsky and his idea of permanent revolution, was for a long time regarded as a major contribution of Stalin's to Marxist theory, with the corollary that Trotskyism constituted a rival body of coherent dogma, a view that Trotsky himself apparently came to share. In reality, however, there was no basic political opposition between the two men, let alone any theoretical disagreement. As we have seen, the leaders of the October uprising believed that the revolutionary process would soon spread to the principal European countries, and that the Russian Revolution had no hope of permanent success except as a prelude to world revolution. None of the Bolshevik leaders in the early days held or expressed any view other than this. Some of Lenin's statements on the subject were so unequivocal that Stalin later had them expunged from his works. However, as hopes of a world revolution receded and the communists failed in their desperate efforts to bring about an uprising in Europe, they also agreed that the task immediately before them was to build a socialist society. Though no one knew exactly in what this ought to consist, two basic principles continued to be accepted: that Russia had begun a process which, by the laws 806 main currents of Marxism of history, must finally embrace the whole world, and that, as long as the West was in no hurry to start its own revolution, it was for the Russians to set about the socialist transformation of their own country. The question whether socialism could in fact be built once and for all was not seriously considered, as no practical consequences depended on the answer. When Lenin perceived, after the Civil War, that you could not make corn grow by issuing decrees or even by shooting peasants, and when he accordingly instituted the NEP, he was certainly concerned with building socialism and was more interested in the internal organization of the state than in stirring up revolution abroad. When Stalin, in the spring of 1924, published his article The Foundations of Leninism, his first attempt to codify Lenin's doctrine after his own fashion, he reiterated points that were generally accepted, and attacked Trotsky for underestimating the revolutionary role of the peasantry and holding that the revolution could originate in one class ruled by the proletariat. Leninism, he argued, was the Marxism of the age of imperialism and proletarian revolution. Russia had become the native country of Leninism because it was ripe for revolution owing to its relative backwardness and the many forms of oppression from which it suffered, and Lenin had foreseen the transformation of the bourgeois revolution into a socialist one. However, Stalin emphasized, the proletariat of a single country could not bring about final victory. In the autumn of the same year, Trotsky published a collection of his own writings dating from 1917, with a preface designed to prove that he was the only statesman faithful to Leninist principles, and to discredit the then leaders, especially Zinoviev and Kamina, for having shown a hesitant and even hostile attitude towards Lenin's insurrectionary plan. He also attacked the Comintern, of which Zinoviev was then the chief, for the defeat of the uprisings in Germany and for failing to exploit the revolutionary situation. Trotsky's criticism provoked a collective answer by Stalin, Zinoviev, Kamina, Bukharin, Rykoi, Krupskaya, and others, blaming him for all past errors and defeats, accusing him of arrogance and of quarreling with Lenin, and belittling his services to the revolution. It, moreover, in a country with a huge peasant majority, the WOE, Sutter po ALD auction unless it were supported by the internation, PDT, at equals whose victory alone could consolidate that 6 Russia. Question OOE transformation OT the bourgeois revolution OA socialist 6. Meanwhile loblication, 1. M could not be definitive 1I. Book 3 the breakdown 807. TTS completion in concerning questions of Leninism, 1926, Stalin criticized his own theory of the spring of 1924, saying that a distinction must be drawn between the possibility of finally building socialism in one country and the possibility of finally protecting oneself against capitalist intervention. In conditions of capitalist encirclement there could be no absolute guarantee against intervention, but a fully socialist society could nevertheless be constructed. The point of the controversy about whether socialism could be finally built in one country or not resided, as Deutsch well observes in his Life of Stalin, in the latter's desire to transform the psychology of party workers. In claiming that the Russian Revolution was self-sufficient, he was less concerned with theory than with countering the demoralization produced by the failure of world communism. He wished to assure party members that they need not be troubled as regards the uncertain support of the world proletariat, since their own success did not depend on it. He wanted, in short, to create an atmosphere of optimism, without, of course, abandoning the consecrated principle that the Russian Revolution was the prelude to a worldwide one. It is possible that if Trotsky had been in charge of Soviet foreign policy and the Comintern in the 1920s, he would have taken more interest than Stalin did in organizing communist risings abroad, but there is no reason to think his efforts would have had any success. Naturally, he used every defeat of communists in the world to accuse Stalin of neglecting the revolutionary cause. But it is not at all clear what Stalin could have done if he had been actuated by the internationalist zeal which Trotsky accused him of lacking. Russia had no means of ensuring a German communist victory in 1923 or a Chinese one in 1926. Trotsky's later charge that the Comintern failed to exploit revolutionary opportunities because of Stalin's doctrine of socialism in one country is completely devoid of substance. Thus there is no question of two essentially opposite theories, one asserting and the other denying that socialism could be built in one country. In the Ori, everyone accepted the need to support world revolution and also the need to build a socialist society in Russia. Stalin and Trotsky differed to some extent as to the proportion of energy that ought to be devoted to one task or the other, and both men did their share to inflate these differences into an imaginary theoretical antithesis. Still less is it possible to believe the assertion frequently made by Trotskyists. 808 Main currents of Marxism. That intra-party democracy was of the essence of their system. Trotsky's attacks on bureaucratic rule within the party began, as we have seen, when he himself was effectually deprived of power over the party apparatus. As long as he was still in power, he was one of the most autocratic champions of bureaucracy and of military or police control over the whole political and economic system. The bureaucratization against which he later inveighed was the natural and inevitable result of destroying all democratic institutions in the state, a process into which Trotsky threw himself with zeal and which he never afterwards repudiated. 5. Bukharin and the NEP ideology. The economic controversy of the 1920s. The controversy over Soviet economic policy in the 1920s was much more genuine than the issue of socialism in one country, which was rather a disguise for faction than a key to the solution of any practical or theoretical problem. Even the famous debate on industrialization, however, does not deserve to be presented as a clash between two opposite principles. All agreed that Russia must be industrialized. The point in dispute was the speed of the process and the connected issue, fraught with doom, of Soviet agriculture and the government's relations with the peasantry. These matters, however, were of fundamental practical importance, and different points of view concerning them led to different political decisions of great importance to the whole country. Bukharin, the chief ideologist of the NEP, inaugurated in 1921, enjoyed great popularity in party circles and was regarded as a first-class theoretician. After the fall of Zinoviev and Kamina in 1927, he became the most important man in the party after Stalin. Nikolai Ivanovich Bukharin, B 1888, D13 or March 14, 1938, belonged to the generation that entered the socialist movement during or shortly after the 1905 revolution. Born and brought up in Moscow, a member of the intellectual class, his parents were teachers. He joined the socialist group while still at school and was a Bolshevik from the outset of his political career. He joined the party when just over 18, at the end of 1906, and carried out propaganda work in Moscow. Indigo 7, he enrolled at the university as a student of economics, but politics took up most of his time and he never completed the course. In 1908 he was already in charge of the small Bolshevik organization in Moscow. Arrested in autumn 1910 and sentenced to deportation, he escaped and spent the next 6 years as an émigré in Germany, Austria, and the Scandinavian countries, where his writings gained him the reputation of an expert Bolshevik theorist in the sphere of political economy. In 1914 he finished a work entitled The Economics of the Rentier Class, The Austrian Schools Theory. Book 3 * The Breakdown 809. Of Value and Profit. This was first published in full in Moscow in 1919, and an English version, The Economic Theory of the Leisure Class, appeared in 1927. The book is a defense of Marxian doctrine and an attack on the theory of value of the marginalists, especially B. Humboldt. As the title suggests, Bukharin argued that the Austrian school of economic theory was an ideological X-rays of the mentality of the parasitic dividend-drawing bourgeoisie. As far as the defense of Marx goes, his work added nothing to Hilferding's earlier criticism. On the outbreak of war in 1914, he was deported from Vienna to Switzerland, where he worked on the economic theory of imperialism. At this time he was involved in controversy with Lenin, who accused him of Luxemburgist errors over the national and peasant questions. Bukharin held, in the light of classic Marxist schemata, that the national question was becoming less and less important, and that the purity of socialist class policies should not be sullied by doctrines of national self-determination, which was both utopian and contrary to Marxism. In the same way he disapproved of the party bidding for peasant support in its revolutionary policy, as Marxism taught that the class of small farm ERS was doomed to disappear anyway and that the peasantry was historically a reactionary class. In the future, however, Bukharin was to be noted chiefly as an exponent of precisely the opposite deviation. In Switzerland and afterwards in Sweden, Bukharin wrote Imperialism and World Economy, first published in full in Petrograd in 1918. Lenin saw the manuscript and used it freely for his imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. Bukharin himself made much use of Hilferding's analysis, but he also emphasized that as capitalism develops, the economic role of the state grows in importance and leads to a new social form, that of state capitalism, i.e. an economy centrally planned and regulated on the scale of a national state. This meant the extension of state control to ever wider areas of civil society and the intensification of human slavery. The Moloch of the state was capable of functioning without internal crises, but only by encroaching on more and more aspects of private life. Bukharin, however, disagreed with Koskai's and Hilferding's expectation of an ultra-imperialist phase in which the necessity of war would be obviated by a centralized organization of the world economy. State capitalism, he thought, was feasible on a national scale but not on a global basis. Hence, competition, anarchy, and crises would continue, but would take on increasingly international forms. It followed also, and here Bukharin agreed with Lenin, though for slightly different reasons, that the cause of the proletarian revolution must now be envisaged in the context of the international situation. At a somewhat later date, Lenin criticized the young Bukharin for his semi-anarchist view that the proletariat would have no need of state power after the revolution, a utopian idea very similar to that expounded in Lenin's State and Revolution in 1917. 810 Main currents of Marxism. Towards the end of 1916, Bukharin went to the United States, where he held discussions with Trotsky and endeavored to persuade the American left of the rightness of the Bolshevik view on questions of war and peace. Returning to Russia after the February Revolution, he soon took his place among the party leaders and gave wholehearted support to Lenin's April theses. During the crucial months before and after October, he was chiefly active in Moscow as an organizer and propagandist. Soon after the revolution, he became editor-in-chief of Pravda, a position he held until 1929. Sharing the general view that the fate of the Russian Revolution depended on whether it could set fire to the West, Bukharin stoutly opposed Lenin's policy of a separate peace with GER. Many. During the first dramatic months of 1918, he was one of the leaders of the left communists who pressed for a continuance of the Revolutionary War, despite Lenin's sober appraisal of the technical and moral condition of the army. Once peace was concluded, however, he stood by Lenin in all important economic and administrative questions. He did not support the left opposition's protest against the employment of bourgeois specialists and experts in industry, or against the organization of the army on a basis of professional competence and traditional discipline. During the period of war communism, a misleading term, as we have seen, Bukharin was the chief theoretical advocate of an economic policy based on coercion, requisitions, and the hope that the newborn state could manage without a market or a monetary system and would organize socialist production in no time. During the years before NEP, in addition to his work Historical Materialism, which we shall discuss presently, he published 2 books, expounding the party's economic policy, The Economics of the Transition Period, 1920, and, with the Preobrazhensky, The ABC of Communism, 1919. English trans. 1922, these works enjoyed semi-official status as an authoritative account of Bolshevik policies at the time. Not only did Bukharin, like Lenin, jettison his utopian doctrine that the state would vanish immediately after the revolution, but he insisted on the necessity of an economic as well as a political dictatorship of the proletariat. He also reiterated his view regarding the evolution of state capitalism in the advanced countries. Lenin used this term to refer to private industry in socialist Russia, a fact which gave rise to some verbal misunderstanding. Bukharin stressed the notion of equilibrium as a key to the understanding of social processes. He argued that once the capitalist system of production has lost its equilibrium as evidenced by the revolutionary process with its inevitable destructive consequences, this can only be restored by the organized will of the new state. Hence the state apparatus must take over all functions connected with the social organization of production, exchange, and distribution. In practice, this means the statization of all economic activity, the militarization of labor, and a general rationing system. Book 3, The Breakdown, 6811. In short, the application of coercion throughout the economy. Under communism, there can be no question of the spontaneous working of the market. The law of value ceases to operate, as do all economic laws independent of human volition. Everything is subject to the planning power of the state, and political economy in the old sense ceases to exist. And, although the organization of society is essentially based on coercion vis the peasants, compulsory REQ position, and the workers, militarization of labor, there is clearly no exploitation of the working class, as it is impossible by definition for that class to exploit itself. Ukarin, Hiklenify Yenagarded the Sispacey IC _AE equals 10 M1 coercion 5. Trotsky Pathisati Barat Etharthnusisin called SNUally for the Maiho. SAE, Lati Ana. 2, equals. Dixir indeed, once the market is abolished, there is no longer any free sale of labor or competition between workers, and police coercion is therefore the only means of allocating human resources. If hired labor is eliminated, only compulsory labor remains. In other words, socialism as conceived by both Trotsky and Bukharin at this time is a permanent, nationwide labor camp. Trotsky, it is true, had doubts for a time in 1920 as to the efficacy of an economy based on nothing but terror, and proposed that the requisition of grain should be replaced by a tax in kind. But he soon changed his mind, and during the NEP period he was one of the chief opponents of a loose economy, with substantial concessions to the peasantry and with free trade as the principal mode of exchange between town and countryside. Bukharin's views, on the other hand, evolved in the opposite direction. In 1920 the idea of a planned economy belonged to the realm of fantasy. Russia's industry lay in ruins, there was barely any transport, and the one pressing problem was how to save the towns from imminent starvation, not how to bring about a communist millennium. When Lenin, in this catastrophic situation, beat a retreat from his economic doctrine and made up his mind to a long period of coexistence with a peasant economy, free trade in farm products, and the toleration of small-scale private industry, Bukharin likewise abandoned his earlier stand and became a fervent advocate and ideologist of the NEP, in opposition first to Trotsky and then to Zinoviev, Kamina, and Preobrazhensky. From 1925 onwards he was Stalin's chief ideological supporter against the opposition. Like Lenin, he had come to recognize that the whole program set out in the economics of the transition period was a delusion. He did not concern himself with the millions of victims who had paid with their lives for the leader's brief moment of frenzy. 812 Main currents of Marxism. Bukharin's arguments for returning to a market economy while, of course, maintaining state ownership of the banks and main industries were chiefly economic but to some extent also political. Throughout the NEP period, 1921-8, his economic utterances expressed the views of a substantial majority of the political leadership, including Stalin. Once was to Duno im MPO Osli, du GC. El Pro as heir to, 5 Mercy of the peasants, as Eta, ITIJ. Stronger in IE star J-ship. Preobrazhensky, who was regarded as a Trotskyist in economic affairs and who led the theoretical opposition to Stalin's and Bukharin's policy of concessions to the peasants, argued as follows. The principal task of a socialist state in its initial phase is to create a strong industrial base and ensure the necessary degree of accumulation. All other economic aims must be subordinated to the development of industry, and particularly the manufacture of industrial equipment. Capitalist accumulation was facilitated by plundering colonies. The socialist state has no colonies and must achieve industrialization from its own resources. State industry, however, cannot of itself create a sufficient basis of accumulation but must draw upon the resources of small producers, i.e. in practice the peasantry. Private holdings must be the object of internal colonization. Preobrazhensky admitted frankly that it was a matter of exploiting the peasant, extracting the maximum amount of surplus value from his labor to increase investment in industry. The colonization process was to be achieved mainly by fixing the price of industrial products at a high level in relation to the prices paid by the state for farm produce. This must be reinforced by other forms of economic pressure on the peasantry, so as to extort the maximum aid to industry in the shortest possible time. The party leaders, on the other hand, were pursuing a policy which encouraged accumulation on the part of small producers and neglected industry, especially heavy industry, for the sake of the peasants' well-being. Moreover, the chief beneficiaries of this policy were the Kulaks, the class of rural exploiters, for, as everything was being done to increase agricultural productivity regardless of the claims of industry, the relative strength of classes, and the dictatorship of the proletariat, naturally credits. Book 3 * the breakdown 813. And facilities went by preference to those peasants who promised the biggest deliveries. This was bound to strengthen the Kulaks, who, economically at first, and soon politically too, would start to undermine the power of the proletariat. There could be no compromise between the two rival policies. Those who, like the existing government, wished to satisfy all the peasants' economic demands. To induce them to sell grain would have to pursue a corresponding foreign trade policy and import consumer goods for the peasants instead of producer goods for industry. The whole trend of development would be distorted in the interest of a class other than the proletariat, and the result would be a threat to the existence of the socialist state. Arguing on these lines, Preobrazhensky and the whole left opposition pressed for the collectivization of agriculture, though they did not explain clearly by what means it was to be achieved. Euro in 1925, UI State 1. Transformed in IT Branklov State Industry, only thus could socialism purge the economy of alien elements and liquidate class divisions. But all this depended on industry being adequately developed. In the last resort, the triumph of a new form of society was a function of the productivity of labor in that society. Socialism would win because it had the power eventually to achieve greater productivity than capitalism and a more efficient development of productive forces. Thus the victory of socialism depended on socialist industrialization. Socialism, indeed, had all the advantages on its side. Technical advances could be brought into immediate and universal application, unhampered by the obstacles that private ownership created. The centralization of the economy prevented the waste which was due to competition. Industry was not at the mercy of consumers' whims, and nationwide norms ensured a higher level of productivity. The complaint that centralization and standardization killed initiative and meant more monotonous work was nothing but a reactionary hearing for pre-industrial production. In L0 is a false uniform, automatic mechanism, and for this purpose there must do chairs. To abandon the fight was to acquiesce in the return of capitalism. Sky did not, like Preobrazhensky, speak of the objective law of socialist accumulation and the need to extort the maximum amount of surplus value from the peasants for the sake of industrial investment, but his call for an economic offensive against capitalist elements came to the same thing. Trademark EF equals Sryotmiete book Basamal being basically sent shiny. Ion. Hi. 2DSC Siciliajuans case and be near Artant. 814 main currents of Marxism in the economy. To exply. Staliads Bolith. Dito time supporters. Dlar.th80. NEAESC. G. EO48E9. Oft equal Soviet stated the opposition were constantly demanding that capitalist elements should be kept in check, but they did not say what should be done if increased government pressure, albeit economic, only deprived the peasantry of incentive, and how the state could then ensure food production and deliveries by any other method than a return to police coercion. Seem, Roy Anderbeth the I Mary Hectare would. I.e. Josie Esius Tesla Nellery Tresk Nadla. Proved, the economic development of the country should depend not on the maximum exploitation of the peasantry but on preserving the market as a link between the state and rural economies and hence between the working class and the peasants. The rate of accumulation depended on the efficiency and rapidity of circulation, and it was to this that efforts should be directed. If the peasant were deprived of all his surpluses by coercion or economic means, he would produce no more than he could eat himself, hence to coerce the peasantry entry was against the manifest interest of the state and proletariat. The only way to increase farm production was to provide material incentives. Certainly, this would be to the Kulaks' advantage, but the development of commercial cooperatives would make it possible to bring the whole peasantry, including Kulaks, into a state-controlled system that would promote the growth of the economy as a whole. The development of industry depended on the rural market. Accumulation by the peasants meant increased demand for industrial products, and it was therefore in the whole country's interest to permit accumulation by peasants of all categories. Hence Currnts appealed to the peasants in 1925, get rich. A slogan that was often quoted later as a glaring proof of his unorthodoxy. In his view, the policy of declaring war on the better-off peasants and stirring up class conflict in the countryside would ruin not only agriculture but the whole economy. Poor peasants and farm laborers must be helped not by ruining the Kulaks but by the state using the latter's resources, which it must first allow them to accumulate. Consumers and marketing cooperatives would in time lead naturally to the development of producer cooperatives. The Trotskyist policy, on the other hand, would mean disaster in both agriculture and industry. It would alienate the whole peasantry from the state, and thus destroy the dictatorship of the proletariat. Moreover, the artificial raising of the price of industrial goods to a high level in order to exploit the countryside, as proposed. Book 3 The Breakdown 815. By Preobrazhensky and Vyatakov, would not only hit the peasants but the workers as well, since the bulk of these goods were consumed by the urban population. As for the opposition's attacks on bureaucratic degeneration in the government machine, this danger indeed existed, but it would be 100 times worse if their policy towards the peasants were adopted. A return to the methods of war communism would mean creating a whole class of privileged functionaries for the main purpose of coercing the countryside, and this huge apparatus would be far more expensive than all the losses resulting from a lack of organization in agriculture. The cure for bureaucracy was to encourage the population to form voluntary social organizations in various spheres of life. The remedy proposed by the opposition was the exact reverse of this, and would be worse than the disease. In this controversy with the left opposition, Bukharin did not advocate any steps that would have led to an extension of democracy within the state or party. On the contrary, he attacked Trotsky, Zinoviev, and Kamina as leaders of faction and splitters of party unity. It was, he reminded them, the ABC of Leninism that the dictatorship of the proletariat entailed the existence of a GLE ruling party and that party must be united and not permit the existence of fractions, which must lead to the development of separate parties. All the oppositionists had been well aware of this until recently, and no one would be deceived by their sudden transformation into Democrats. In the debate on industrialization, both sets of adversaries, of course, claimed that objectively their opponent's policy would lead to the restoration of capitalism. According to Bukharin, Preobrazhensky wanted the socialist state to imitate capitalism in achieving accumulation by exploiting and ruining small-scale producers. The dictatorship of the proletariat would be destroyed if its basis, in alliance with the peasantry and especially the middle peasantry, was undermined. Meanwhile, internal colonization meant an attack not only on the Kulaks but on the whole countryside, if only because all sections of the peasantry were equally affected by the ratio between industrial and agricultural prices. Against this, the left contended that the Stalin-Bukharin policy would steadily increase the economic power of private owners, especially the kulaks, and that the weakening of socialist industry and the working class could only end by destroying the dictatorship of the proletariat. The opposition also held that industry, and especially heavy industry, was the key to socialist development. Bukharin maintained, on the other hand, that the exchange of goods between town and country was the main lever, that production was not an end in itself but a means to consumption, and that the opposition were echoing to Baranovsky's theory, in relation to the capitalist system, that there could be an economy in which production goes on creating an ever-increasing market for itself regardless of the volume of demand. As things then were in 816 main currents of Marxism, Russia, rural accumulation was by no means contrary to the workers' interest, but coincided with it. To this the opposition replied that there could be no identity of interest between exploiters and the exploited, and that since the Kulak was an exploiter by definition, to assist him to accumulate wealth was to foster the class enemy. In this way there took shape, as it were, two variants of Bolshevism, both, of course, constantly appealing to pronouncements by Lenin. Lenin had said that there must be an alliance with the middle peasantry, but he had also spoken of the danger presented by the kulaks. Roughly speaking, Bukharin's case was that the kulaks could not be abolished without at the same time destroying the middle peasants, while the opposition held that the middle peasants could not be aided without also aiding the kulaks. These were two ways of expressing the same fact, with opposite political intentions. The opposition looked for support among the many communists who were indignant at the rise of a class of well-to-do netmen while the workers were in a state of misery, and who took seriously and literally the slogans of egalitarianism and the dictatorship of the proletariat, so that it was natural for the Trotsky Zinoviev group to make common cause eventually with the remnants of the old workers' opposition. They were chiefly interested in the question of power, dictatorship, and heavy industry as an index of power. Bukharin, on the other hand, was concerned with effectively increasing welfare, and was prepared to tolerate the class of materially privileged netmen if their activity meant a better deal for the whole population, including the working class. Throughout the debate, which was to decide the fate of millions of individuals, Stalin supported Bukharin's position but did not commit himself to completely, leaving it to Bukharin or Rykov to make the ideological declarations. He took note of Bukharin's blunder in inviting the peasants to get rich, an expression that touched many communists on the raw but treated it as a slip of the tongue, not to be compared with the monstrous crimes of the opposition. Stalin never advanced too far in discussion, but it could be seen that up to 1928 there was no disagreement in economic policy between him and Bukharin. Stalin too repeated Lenin's words concerning the need for a lasting alliance with the middle peasants and attacked the ultra-left opposition for its revolutionary adventurism and the shocking notion of internal colonization. He got the upper hand in the political and organizational dispute with the opposition, not only thanks to his dominant position in the party machine but because it was easy to show how all the oppositionists were violating principles that they had recently been shouting from the housetops. It was no trouble to prove that Trotsky's love of democracy was of extremely recent date, and when he and Zinoviev conspired together against Stalin the latter had only to quote the insults they had been hurling at each other the day before. As for Dimmock, Book 3 ** the breakdown 817. Racy within the party, none of those who were now defending it could refer to his own past without embarrassment. As Stalin put it at the 14th Congress in December 1925, are not the comrades of the opposition aware that for us Bolsheviks formal democracy is an empty shell, but the real interests of the party are everything. Works, English ed., Volume 7, 1954, p. 394. A few months later he gave a more exact definition of party democracy. What does inner party democracy mean? Inner party democracy means raising the activity of the party masses and strengthening the unity of the party, strengthening conscious proletarian discipline in the party. Report to Leningrad Party Organization. April 13, 1926. Works, English ed., Volume 8, 1954, p. 153. Stalin, however, was not so incautious as to speak of a party dictatorship, though neither Lenin nor, apparently, Bukharin shrank from this. Instead he referred to the dictatorship of the proletariat under the party's leadership. At a session of the Executive Committee of the Comintern of December 7, 1926, and on other occasions, he declared that Trotsky, by maintaining that socialism could not be built in one country, was inviting the party to relinquish power. Trotskyist historians still brood regretfully over the events of the 1920s and speculate as to how Trotsky might have avoided various false moves and regained power by this or that political alliance or combination. It does not seem, however, that this was a real possibility at any time after 1923. Trotsky might indeed have made timely use, in public, of Lenin's testament to discredit Stalin. He not only failed to do so, but afterwards deprived himself of the possibility by denying the authenticity of the testament when it was published abroad. Possibly Stalin might have been overthrown in 1924, but this would have been of little benefit to Trotsky, as he was detested by the other leaders, who only showed readiness to conspire with him after they themselves were dislodged from power. Economic and fiscal policy did not in fact remain unaltered during the NEP period, but moved in the direction of increased pressure on the peace entry. Apart from Bukharin, the advocates of NEP in the top ranks of the party were Rykov, who succeeded Lenin as premier, and Tomsky, in charge of the trade unions. Both these were prominent Bolsheviks in their own right and were by no means puppets of Stalin. However, from an early date Stalin brought into the leadership men like Molotov, Voroshilov, Kalinin, and Kaganovich, who signified nothing in themselves and showed him unquestioning obedience. The uncertainty and ambiguity of economic policy, even NEP enthusiasts could not, in the last resort, altogether give up the idea of a class struggle in the countryside, led to an impasse from which there was no satisfactory way out. Substantial concessions to the peasants in 1925 led to an increase in farm production, but by 1927 the output of grain had still not reached its pre-1914 level, while the demand for food was increasing with the progress of industry. 818 main currents of Marxism and urbanization. Smallholders had little grain to dispose of, and the kulaks were not in a hurry to sell either, as there was nothing to buy with the money they received. Hence, in 1927, Stalin made up his mind to adopt extreme years of confiscation and coercion. Bukharin at the outset approved this policy, and revised his own program in the direction of more planning, more investment in heavy industry, a greater degree of state interference with the market, and, finally, an offensive against the kulaks. This was not enough to satisfy the left opposition, but the fact was of little consequence as their positions had, meanwhile, been destroyed. The increased economic and administrative pressure on the peasants led to a drastic fall in deliveries and a worsening of the already serious food situation. Stalin talked more and more of the Kulak danger and the growing strength of the class enemy, but in February 1928 he was still insisting that rumors of the abandonment of NEP and the liquidation of the Kulaks were counter-revolutionary twaddle. Barely 4 months later, however, he announced that the time was ripe for the mass organization of collective farms. At the plenum of the Central Committee in July he endorsed all the SES of Preobrazhensky that he had till then violently attacked. Russia could only achieve industrialization by means of internal accumulation. The only solution was to fix prices at a level that would make the peasants pay through the nose for industrial goods. At the same time he continued to uphold the principle of a lasting alliance with the middle peasants and avert that small-scale agricultural production was still a necessity. Nonetheless, Bukharin, Rykov, and Tomsky rebelled against the new policy, whereupon Stalin branded them as a new, right-wing opposition. He informed the Politburo of this sad development at the beginning of 1929, and the world at large soon afterwards. In the autumn of 1928 he had referred in speeches to the rightist danger but declared that unanimity reigned in the Politburo. The right-wing deviation consisted, it was explained, of slowing up industrialization, deferring collectivization to an indefinite future, re-establishing complete freedom of trade, and repudiating the use of extraordinary measures, i.e. requisitions, arrests, and police pressure against the kulaks. It soon appeared also that the rightists were in error concerning the international situation. They still believed in the stabilization of world capitalism, and refused to fight against the social democratic left. Book 3 equals the breakdown 819. Such was the setting for the mass collectivization of Soviet agriculture. Probably the most massive warlike operation ever conducted by a state against its own citizens. Attempts to use coercion in moderation having proved fruitless, Stalin decided at the end of 1929 to embark at once on full collectivization, accompanied by the mass liquidation of the kulaks as a class. A few months later, in March 1930, when this policy had already led to catastrophic results, the peasants destroyed grain and slaughtered livestock on a huge scale. Stalin decreed a temporary lull and, in an article dizzy with success, blamed the excessive zeal and haste of some party officials and the violation of the voluntary principle. This caused the party and police apparatus to hesitate, with the result that numerous collective farms disbanded of their own accord. There was nothing for it but to revert to the policy of coercion, which turned the country into an inferno. Hundreds of thousands, and finally millions, of peasants, arbitrarily labeled kulaks, were deported to Siberia or other desolate areas. Desperate revolts in the villages were bloodily suppressed by the army and police, and the country sank into chaos, starvation, and misery. In some cases the inhabitants of whole villages were deported or starved to death. In the mass convoys, hastily organized, thousands were done to death or suc. Come to cold and privation. Half-dead victims roamed the countryside vainly, pleading for succor, and there were cases of cannibalism. To prevent the starving peasants from fleeing to the towns, an internal passport system was introduced, and unauthorized change of residence was made punishable with imprisonment. Peasants were not allowed passports at all, and were therefore tied to the soil as in the worst days of feudal serfdom. This state of things was not altered until the 1970s. The concentration camps filled with new hordes of prisoners sentenced to hard labor. The object of destroying the peasants' independence and herding them into collective farms was to create a population of slaves, the benefit of whose labor would accrue to industry. The immediate effect was to reduce Soviet agriculture to a state of decline from which it has not yet recovered, despite innumerable measures of reorganization and reform. At the time of Stalin's death, almost a quarter of a century after mass collectivization was initiated, the output of grain per head of population was still below the 1913 level. Yet throughout this period, despite misery and starvation, large quantities of farm produce were exported all over the world for the sake of Soviet industry. The terror and oppression of those years cannot be expressed merely by the figures for loss of human life, enormous as these are. 820 main currents of Marxism. It is widely held that in adopting the new course and the policy of forced collectivization, Stalin was simply taking over the Trotsky Preobrazhensky program after first eliminating its authors. This was Bukharin's charge from the outset, and it was believed by many of the former opposition who hastened to beg Stalin to pardon them on the ground that there was no longer any fundamental clash of policy. Those, such as Radek, who succeeded in this, were able to serve the state for a few years longer, though they did not escape final destruction. Several Marxist thinkers have seen the situation in the same light, from Leszek to Roy Medvedev. Trotsky, however, who was expelled from the Politburo in autumn 1926 and from the party a year later, deported to Alma-Ata at the beginning of 1928, and exiled to Turkey with the consent of the Turkish government in February 1929, did not share the view that Stalin's policy was identical with his own. The Stalinist bureaucracy, he wrote, had indeed been forced by opposition pressure to adopt left-wing objectives, but it had put them into effect in a ruthless and opportunist way. The opposition believed in collectivization, but not in mass coercion. The kulaks should have been checked and combated by economic means. This was also the line subsequently taken by all Trotsky's followers. Their contention, however, is a very weak one. Trotsky, it is true, never spoke of forced collectivization, but then neither did Stalin. Anyone who knew the history of those years only from Stalin's speeches and articles would unquestionably suppose that the peasants flocked into the collective farms for the sake of a better life, that the revolution from above was greeted with unbridled joy, and that the only sufferers from stern measures were a handful of incorrigible saboteurs, enemies of the working people and of the government that infallibly expressed that people's interests. What is true is that Stalin put the opposition's program into effect by the only possible means. All the economic inducements they suggested were tried before Stalin resorted to out-and-out coercion. Tax and price incentives, and a policy of limited terror, had been applied in the previous 2 years, but the only effect had been that grain deliveries fell and were likely to fall still further. No further means of economic pressure remained, and there were only two alternatives, either to go back to the NEP in its full form and permit free trade, relying on the market to ensure food production and delivery, or to pursue the course already embarked on and eliminate the whole independent peasantry by the mass use of troops and police terror. In choosing the latter policy, Stalin gave effect to the demands of the left in the only feasible way. Why did he do so? The first alternative was not excluded by any laws of his Tory, and there was no fatal compulsion to take the second road. Nonetheless, there was a logic in the Soviet system which operated strongly in the direction that was actually chosen. The ideology in force was far more consonant with a Book 3 *, the breakdown 621. Slave economy based on terror than with the return to market conditions, even under state control. as long as the bulk of the population was economically more or less independent of the state, and even kept the state in some degree of dependence on itself, the ideal of an indivisible dictatorship could not be fully realized. Marxist-Leninist doctrine taught, however, that socialism could only be built up by a completely centralized political and economic power. The abolition of private ownership of the means of production was the supreme task of humanity and the main obligation of the most progressive system in the world. Marxism held out the prospect of the merging or unification of civil society with the state through the dictatorship of the proletariat, and the only way to such unity was by liquidating all spontaneous forms of political, economic, and cultural life and replacing them by forms imposed by the state. Stalin thus realized Marxism-Leninism in the only possible way by consolidating his dictatorship over society, destroying all social ties that were not state-imposed, and all classes, including the working class itself. This process, of course, did not take place overnight. It required, first, the political subjugation of the working class and then of the party. All possible nuclei of resistance had to be crushed, and the proletariat deprived of all means of self-defense to repetible to equals. This was done at an early stage and quite efficiently. The working class was thus paralysed, and not only fatigued but the rapid progress of totalitarianism prevented it from subsequently taking effective action, in spite of occasional desperate attempts. In this sense it may be said that the Russian working class created its own despots, regardless of their individual class origins. In the same way the intelligentsia for many years labored unconsciously to destroy itself by hesitancy and submission in the face of unremitting blackmail from the extreme left. Thus was fulfilled the prophecy of the Mensheviks, who in 1920 compared the brave new world announced by Trotsky to the building of the pyramids by Egyptian slaves. Trotsky, for many reasons, was ill-suited to carry out his own program. Stalin was Trotsky in actu. The new policy meant the political downfall of Bukharin and his allies. At 822 main currents of Marxism. The outset of the controversy, the right still had firm political positions and fairly widespread support in the party, but it soon appeared that all their assets were nothing compared to the power of the Secretary-General. Rightist deviation became the main target of attack by Stalin and his henchmen. The Bukharinites, the last opposition group in the party who fought for principles of government and not merely for personal power, were, in the course of 1929, thrust out of all the posts they occupied in the state bureaucracy. This did not signify by any means that the left opposition were restored to favor. None of them were brought back into their old posts, though Stalin took on a few for minor duties. The capable Radek was kept on for a few years as government panegyrist. The Bukharinites did not dare appeal to opinion outside the party any more than the leftists had done, though in their time there was more possibility of doing so. Nor did the Bukharinites even dare to organize fractional activity. It was only a short time, after all, since the struggle with Trotsky and Zinoviev, in which they had inveighed against fractionalism and exalted party unity. As for one-party rule, it was questioned neither by the left opposition nor by the right. All were prisoners of their own doctrine and their own past. All had worked with a will to create the apparatus of violence that crushed them. Bukharin's hopeless attempt to form a league with Kamina was no more than a pitiful epilogue to his career. In November 1929 the deviationists performed a public act of penance, but even this did not save them. Stalin's victory was complete. The collapse of the Bukharinite opposition meant the triumph of autocracy in the party and in the country. In December 1929 Stalin's 50th birthday was celebrated as a major historical event, and from this point, we may date the cult of personality. Trotsky's prophecy of 1903 had come true. Party rule had become central committee rule, and this in turn had become the personal tyranny of a dictator. The destruction of the Soviet peasantry, who formed 3/4 of the population, was not only an economic but a moral disaster for the entire country. Tens of millions were driven into semi-servitude, and millions more were employed as executants of the process. The whole party became an organization of torturers and oppressors. No one was innocent, and all communists were accomplices in the coercion of society. Thus the party acquired a new species of moral unity, and embarked on a course from which there was no turning back. At this time also, what remained of independent Soviet culture and the intelligentsia was systematically destroyed. The regime was entering the phase of final consolidation. Bukharin's personal fate from 1929 to his judicial murder in 1938 was of no consequence to the history of the Soviet Union or of Marxism. After his downfall he worked for a time as director of research under the Supreme Economic Book 3 equals the breakdown 823 Council and published occasional articles in which he tried, as Stephen F. Cohen points out in his excellent biography, to voice an occasional, muted note of criticism. He remained a member of the Central Committee and, after a further public recantation, became editor of his Vestia in 1934. At the Writers' Congress in August of that year he made a speech which was liberal for the times, and in 1935 he was effective chairman of the commission which drafted the new Soviet Constitution. This document, promulgated in 1936 and in force until 1977, is mainly if not wholly Bukharin's work. Arrested in February 1937, Bukharin was sentenced to death in the last of a series of monster show trials. His biographer calls him the last Bolshevik, a description which is true or false according to the meaning we attach to it. It is true if we mean by Bolshevik one who accepted all the principles of the new order, the unlimited power of a single party, unity within the party, and ideology excluding all of ERS, the economic dictatorship of the state, and who also believed that it was possible, within this framework, to avoid despotism by an oligarchy or an individual, to govern without the use of terror, and to preserve the values that the Bolsheviks had championed during the struggle for power, namely, govern meant by the working people or the proletariat, free cultural development, and respect for art, science, and national traditions. But if Bolshevik means all this, it simply means a man incapable of drawing logical conclusions from his own premises. If, on the other hand, Bolshevik ideology is not just a matter of generalities but involves accepting the inevitable consequences of one's own principles, then Stalin was right to boast himself the most consistent of all Bolsheviks and Leninists. Theoretical controversies in Soviet Marxism in the 1920s. 1. The intellectual and political climate. As we may have seen, the N.L. years from 1921 to 1929 were by no means a period of freedom in the intellectual sphere. On the contrary, independent art, literature, philosophy, and the humane sciences were subjected to ever increasing pressure. Where the less in these estels equals to Dr. subsequently Carson. Any iter pes delined as follows by unseen registered trademark. The neck equals B equals period. Writers and artists were required to show to value regime. For some years, too, private publishing firms were in operation. In 1918 to 20, Non-Marxist works were still published, for example, those of Berdyaev, Frank, Leszek, Novgorodtsev, and Askoldov, and one or two home Masperi. Articles appeared, such as My/I Slovo and MYSL. This shows how baseless was the later argument that increased repression was necessary because of the acute threat to Soviet power. The years of relative cultural freedom were those of the Civil War, when the threat to the regime was much greater than subsequently, and, in the same way, a certain degree of relaxation in cultural matters took place in 1941 and after, when the country's fate hung in the balance. In 1920, however, the university chairs of philosophy were suppressed, and in 1922 all non-Marxist philosophers, including those mentioned above, were expelled from the country. 824. Book 3 equals the breakdown. 825. In art and literature, the 1920s were marked by many valuable achievements. Outstanding writers who identified with the revolution gave it a kind of authenticity by their work. These included Babel, the young Fatayev, Pilniak, Mayakovsky, Yesenin, Artem Vegioli, and Leonov. Their creativity is proof of the fact that the revolution was not a mere coup d'état but an explosion of forces truly present in Russian society. But other writers who by no means favored the Soviet system were also active at this time, for example, Pastor, Nak, Akhmatova, and Zamyatin. In the 30s all this came to an end. Indeed, it is hard to say whether it was safer in that period to identify with the revolution or to be a bourgeois survival. Many of the former class of writers were murdered, Babel, Pilniak, Vegioli, or committed suicide, Mayakovsky, yes. And of the second category some, such as Mandelstam, died in labor camps, but others survived the years of persecution and heartbreak, Akhmatova, Pasternak, or managed to emigrate, Zamyatin. Those who chose to become panegyrists of Stalin's tyranny, Fatayev, Shalikov, Olesha, Gorky, generally sacrificed their talent in the process. The first years after the Civil War witnessed an upsurge in all forms of culture. The names of the great producers and directors Meyerhold, Pudovkin, Eisenstein belong to the world history of theater and the cinema. Current Western fashions, especially of a more or less avant-garde type, were embraced eagerly and without fear of the consequences. Soviet adherents of Freud, such as I.D. Yermakov, stressed the materialist and determinist aspects of psychoanalysis. Trotsky himself showed a favorable interest in Freudianism. J.B. Watson's works on behaviorism appeared in Russian translation. As yet there were no ideological attacks on new developments in natural science. The theory of relativity was received with favor by commentators who argued that it confirmed dialectical materialism by asserting that time and space are forms of the existence of matter. Progressive trends in education were also welcomed, especially Dewey's emphasis on the free school as opposed to discipline and authority. At the same time, Victor M. Shulgin, for example, held out the prospect that schools would wither away under communism. It was indeed not incongruous with Marx's doctrine that all old world institutions should be doomed to wither away: the state, the army, the school, nationality, and the family. Views such as these expressed a naive avant-garde spirit of communism which itself was destined soon to wither away for good and all its adherents believed that a new world was coming into existence in which effete institutions and traditions, sanctities and taboos, cults and idols would collapse into dust before the triumphant power of reason. The world proletariat, like another Prometheus, would create a new age of humanism. This iconoclastic fervor attracted many Western intellectuals of the literary or artistic avant-garde, such as the French surrealists, who saw in communism the political 626 main currents of Marxism, embodiment of their own struggle against tradition, academism, authority, and the past in general. The cultural atmosphere of Russia in those years had an adolescent quality, common to all periods of revolution, the belief that life is just beginning, that the future is unlimited, and that mankind is no longer bound by the shackles of history. N.O. Lon. Dyency. C. Universities were founded right and left, but many did not last long, as the figures show. Before the war, Russia had 97 places of higher learning. In 1922 there were 278, but in 1926 there were again only half as many, 138. At the same time workers' faculties, Raviki, were founded, providing crash courses to prepare workers for higher education. Initially, Soviet cultural policy under Lunacharsky was content with limited objectives. It was impossible to remove all bourgeois scholars and teachers from academic institutions at a stroke, as this would have virtually put an end to learning and education. The universities, from the outset, were more subjected to political pressure than the academy and research institutes, as is still the case today. There is naturally less strict control over bodies that are not engaged in teaching the young. In the 1920s the Academy of Sciences retained a considerable measure of autonomy, while the universities lost it at an early date, their governing bodies being packed with representatives of the Commissariat for Education and party activists from the workers' faculties. Profs. Sarial chairs were assigned to politically reliable individuals without academic qualifications. TS was s. possible. To strictly a professional qualifications. The principles that still hold good today were introduced at an early date. However, the intensity of political pressure varied in different fields. At the outset there was practically no science as far as the content of natural science was concerned. In the humanities, it was strongest in ideologically sensitive areas, namely philosophy, sociology, law, and modern history. Works by non-Marxists on the history of the ancient world, Byzantium, or Old Russia were still allowed to appear in the 1920s. As to the non-Russian peoples of the Soviet state, while their right of self-determination soon proved to be a mere scrap of paper, as Lenin had Book 3 The Breakdown 827. Dict. They received the benefits of universal education through the medium of their own tongue, and Russification was not at first a significant factor. Evo. Ironotably sulfura. Liquidator Communisirka Dimitit Mozioui Bioth. These bodies were supported by Bukharin as long as he remained in power, and were several times purged of left-sig or right-wing deviationists. Euroayat Yoyarandis handed into creation of this time was he Napspisal Institute, i.e. History of Communism, and inaugurated a first-class critical edition of the works of Marx and Engels, the MEGA edition. Its director, D.B. Ryazanov, was dismissed from his post in the 1930s, like practically all genuine Marxist intellectuals, and probably fell a victim to the purge, though some say that he died a natural death at Saratov in 1938. The principal Marxist historian of the 1920s was Mikhail N. Pokrovsky, an eminent scholar and a friend of Bukharin. He was for some years deputy commissar for education under Lunacharsky, and was the first director of the Red Professors Institute. He taught history in the classic Marxist style, endeavoring to show that detailed analysis invariably confirmed the general tenets of Marxism, the decisive role of technology and class conflicts, the subordinate importance of individuality in the historical process, and the doctrine that all nations went through essentially the same phases of evolution. Kolakowski wrote a history of Russia that was much admired by Lenin, and had the good fortune to die in 1932, before the Great Purges. Subsequently, his views were branded as incorrect and he was accused of denying the objectivity of historical science, for instance in the often quoted statement that history is nothing but politics projected into the past. He was, however, a genuine historian and a conscientious sifter of evidence, unlike the party champions of scientific objectivity. The accusations against him and his school were mainly connected with the growing influence of nationalism in state ideology and the cult of Stalin as the supreme authority on history. Kolakowski, it was said, showed lack of patriotism and his researches underestimated the role of Lenin and Stalin. 828 main currents of Marxism. The charge was true insofar as Kolakowski did not glorify the conquests of Tsarist Russia, as became de rigueur in later years, or extol the virtues and general superiority of the Russian people. As naturally subject to the strictest control from the very beginning. Nevertheless, Team IEP Jouts EMAND, as long as fractional strife continued, EAC. Group Pre-INE party history in the light most favorable to itself. Trotsky put about one version of the revolution, Zinoviev another. Various manuals appeared, all of course written by party activists or historians under orders, for example, A.S. Bubnov, V. I. Nevsky, N. Popov. But not precisely the same in content. For some time the most authoritative version was that by E. Yaroslavsky, first published in 1923 and revised several times, in accordance with power shifts among the leaders. Eventually it was replaced by a collective work with Yaroslavsky as editor, but despite all his efforts it was found to be marred by serious errors, i.e. it was not sufficiently laudatory of Stalin, part Vestorian Dactuous degraded to the status of a political weapon at E.S., C, e.g., and the less valuable material in the CEE was also published in the 20s, chiefly in the form of memoirs and contributions to specialized journals. Hegel and Gorsti, E. appeared in Beredinsys Psycho 1938, who perished in the Great Purge like so many others. He was head of the Department of Legal Studies in the Communist Academy, and his general theory of law in E.S., Pub, published in a German translation in 1929, is regarded as typical of Soviet ideal. Pashakonidze's theory was indeed strongly rooted in Marxist teaching and was in accordance with the interpretation of Marx advanced at the time by Lukes and Kors, S. Rennerin. Book 3 ** The Breakdown 629. IEEE. Hate According to Leszek's argument in his analysis of reification, it follows from Marx's social philosophy that law is a form of the reified and fetishistic character of personal relations in a society dominated by commodity exchange. When social life returns to its unmediated form, human beings will not be obliged, or even able, to conduct their relationships through abstract legal rules, iladi indivi. Similar conclusions were drawn from Marxist theory by another legal theoretician of the 1920s, Petri Stukat, who contended that law as such is an instrument of the class struggle and must therefore exist as long as said last antagonism continues. In socialist society it is an instrument for suppressing the resistance of hostile classes, and in a classless society there can be no further need for it. Stukat, who represented Latvia in the Comintern, was for many years an officer in the Soviet secret police. In literature and other areas less sensitive politically than party history, the state and party leaders for the most part saw no harm in allowing a certain pluralism within the limits of general loyalty to the regime. Neither Lenin, Trotsky, nor Bukharin sought to impose a straitjacket on literature. Lenin and Trotsky were old-fashioned in their personal tastes and had no time for avant-garde literature or for proletkult. Bukharin had some sympathy for the latter. But Trotsky, who published several articles on literary topics, stated flatly that there was not and could not be any proletarian culture. The proletariat, he argued, could not produce any culture at the present time because it was not educated, and, as for the future, socialist society would not create a class culture of any sort but would raise the whole of human culture to new levels. The dictatorship of the proletariat was only a short, transient phase after which the glorious classless society would set in a society of supermen, any one of whom could become the intellectual equal of Aristotle, Goethe, or Marx. In Trotsky's view it was wrong to canonize any particular literary style, or label creative forms as progressive or reactionary regardless of their content. The imposition of a uniform pattern on art and literature and their transformation into media for the glorification of the state, the party, and Stalin was a natural effect of the development of totalitarianism, but the creative intelligentsia, or at least large sections of it, helped considerably in the process. In the time when various literary and artistic schools were in competition and were tolerated on condition of general loyalty to the regime, almost everyone of them canvassed the party for support against its rivals. This applied especially 830 main currents of Marxism to literature and the theater. In this way writers and others seeking a only for their views accepted and encouraged the baneful principle that it was for the party and state authorities to permit or prohibit this or that form of art. The destruction of Soviet culture was in part the work of its own representatives. There were, however, exceptions. For instance, the formalist school of literary criticism flourished in the 1920s and was respected as an important humanistic trend. It was condemned at the end of the decade, but several of its members refused to bow to political pressure and police sanctions and had to be forced into silence. It is noteworthy that, as a result of this tenacity, formalism continued to exist as an underground current and reappeared 25 years later, during the partial thaw after Stalin's death, as a strong, untarnished intellectual movement, though of course some of its leaders had meanwhile died of natural causes or otherwise. OOSI. The initiative of interdependence as strict discipline became once more the rule, and, in this respect Soviet schools differed from Tsarist ones only in the immensely increased emphasis on indoctrination tretusquis puritanical sexualities. Their slogans to the Y.S. Rodsky, at the time of the Civil War, was well aware that an efficient army needs absolute discipline, a strict hierarchy. Book 3 ** The Breakdown 831. And a professional officer corps, dreams of a people's army based on brotherhood, equality, and revolutionary zeal were soon recognized to be utopian. The state also set out from the beginning to destroy the influence of the church and religion. This was manifestly in accord with Marxist doctrine and also with the state's object of destroying all independent education. We have already seen that, although the Soviet regime proclaimed the separation of church and state, it has never succeeded, and cannot succeed, in making this principle a reality, for it would mean that the state took no interest in the religious views of its citizens and assured them all of equal rights whether they belong to any denomination or none, while the church or churches would be recognized as subjects of private law. Once the state had become an appanage of the party with its anti-religious philosophy, this separation was impossible. The party's ideology became that of the state, and all forms of religious life or force became anti-state activity. The separation of church and state means that believers and non-believers have equal rights and that the former have as much chance of exercising power as atheistic party members. It is sufficient to state this principle to realize how absurd it is in Soviet conditions. A state which, from the outset, professed adherence to a basic philosophy or ideology from which its legitimacy was derived could not be neutral vis-a-vis religion. Accordingly, throughout the 20s the church was persecuted and prevented from preaching Christianity, though the intensity of the process varied at different times. The regime succeeded in persuading part of the hierarchy to give ground. It made no concessions on its own part, so one can hardly speak of a compromise, and in the later 20s, after many recalcitrant priests had been murdered, a fair proportion of those who remained professed loyalty and instituted prayers for the Soviet state and government. By then, after innumerable executions, the dissolution of monasteries and convents, expropriations and deprivation of civil rights, the church was only a shadow of what it had been. Nevertheless, anti-religious propaganda has remained to this day an important element in party education. The League of Militant Atheists, set up in 1925, under Yaroslavsky's leadership, harried and persecuted Christians and other believers in every possible way, and was supported by the state in doing so. The most powerful educative force in the new society was, however, the system of police repression. Although this fluctuated in intensity, it was always the case that any citizen, at any time, could be subjected to repressive measures at the will of the authorities. Lenin had laid down that law in the new society must have nothing to do with law in the traditional sense, i.e. it must not be allowed to limit government power in any way. On the contrary, since law under any regime was nothing but an instrument of class oppression, so the new order adopted a corresponding principle of revolutionary legality, which meant that the authorities did not have to bother with legal forms, rules of evidence, the 832 main currents of Marxism, rights of accused persons, etc., but could simply arrest, imprison, and do to death anyone who might seem to present even a potential danger to the dictatorship of the proletariat. The Chaikat, forerunner of the KGB, was empowered from the beginning to imprison anyone without the sanction of the judiciary, and decrees were issued immediately after the revolution to the effect that various loosely defined categories of people, speculators, counter-revolutionary agitators, agents of foreign powers, etc., were to be shot without mercy. It was not stated what categories were to be shot mercifully. This meant in practice that local police authorities had absolute powers of life and death over every city. Then, concentration camps, the term was actually used, were set up in 1918, under the authority of Lenin and Trotsky, for various types of class enemy. Initially, these camps were used as places of punishment for political adversaries, cadets, Mensheviks, and S.R.S., later Trotskyists, and other deviationists, priests, former Tsarist officials and officers, and members of the property-owning classes, common criminals, workers who committed breaches of labor discipline, and recalcitrants of all kinds. Only after some years did the camps become an important factor in the Soviet economy by virtue of providing slave labor on a massive scale. At different times the terror was directed especially against one or another social group, according to what the party chose to regard as the chief danger of the moment, but from the outset the system of repression was completely above the law, and all decrees and penal codes served merely to authorize the use of arbitrary power by those who already possessed it. Show trials began at an early stage, for example, those of S.R.S. and priests, a grim warning of things to come was the trial at Shukti in May 1928 of some dozens of engineers working in the Donetsk coal basin, in which the evidence was trumped up from beginning to end and was based on extorted confessions. The victims, accused of sabotage and economic counter-revolution, were convenient scapegoats for the regime's economic setbacks, its organizational blunders, and the wretched state of the population. 11 were sentenced to death and many to long terms of imprisonment. The trial was meant to serve as a warning to all members of the old intelligentsia that they could not expect indulgent treatment from the state. The record of the proceedings has been admirably analyzed by Solzhenitsyn, and presents a picture of the absolute degradation of legal concepts under the Soviet regime. There is no evidence that any of the party leaders at any time protested or attempted to prevent repressions or obviously fake trials, as long as none of the victims was a Bolshevik. The opposition groups only began to complain when the terror affected their own members, who were devoted party activists. But by that time complaints were of no avail. The police apparatus was completely in the hands of Stalin and his helpers, and on the lower levels it took precedence of the party bureaucracy. It cannot be said, however, that the police, Book 3 equals the breakdown 833, ever controlled the party as a whole, for Stalin ruled supreme throughout the period as head of the party, not of the police. It was through the police, however, that he governed the party. To Bukharin as a philosopher, one of the distinguishing features of communism was the conviction of the importance of philosophy in political life. From the very beginning, i.e. from Plekhanov's early writings, Russian Marxism showed the tendency to develop into an integral system, embracing and answering all questions of philosophy, sociology, and politics. Although individuals differed as to what the true philosophy consisted in, they were all agreed that the party must and did have a clearly defined philosophical outlook, and that this outlook could tolerate no rival. 5. Exordiae, the party authorities lost no time after the revolution in concerning themselves with philosophical education. There was, however, as yet, no codified philosophy. Apart from Marx and Engels, Plekhanov was regarded as the main authority. Lenin's work on empirical criticism by no means enjoyed the status of a canonical text to which all were obliged to refer. Equal sway, v. Il Pepes RR, EYBI, Airy, was better equipped for the task than most others, as during the years in emigration he had studied non-Marxist sociological works such as those of Weber, Rutu, Stambeiler, and others. Fmeg Stte Pepe 1 Hotheomofeld historical. Many years it was used as a basic text in the theoretical training of party cadres, and its importance lies in this fact rather than in its intrinsic merits. True, Mitak is as a class seriatai as are all social iniquity, but it is 834 main currents of Marxism, a theory entrusted to the proletariat, which has wider mental horizons than the bourgeoisie, because its aim is to change society and it is therefore able to look into the future. Thus only the proletariat can produce, and has in fact produced, a true science of social phenomena. This science is historical materialism, or Marxist sociology. The term sociology was not approved of by Marxists, and Lenin rejected it on the ground that sociology as such not Merely this or that theory was a bourgeois invention. However, Bukharin evidently wished to acclimatize a term already in use to denote a particular field of scientific inquiry. Degree. Ca. We should at our causally determines there is no such thing as chance in any objective sense. What we call chance is the intersection of two chains of causation, only one of which is known to us. The category of chance is merely an X-phrase sign of our ignorance. As the law of necessity applies to all social phenomena, it is possible to predict the course of history. Such predictions are not yet so exact that we can foretell the dates of particular events, but this is only because of the imperfectness of our knowledge. The conflict between materialism and idealism in sociology is a particular instance of a basic philosophical controversy. Materialism asserts that man is a part of nature, that mind is a function of matter and thought and activity of the physical brain. All this is contradicted by idealism, which is nothing but a form of religion and has been effectively refuted by science. For who could take seriously the crazy theory of solipsism, or Plato's notion that there are no such things as people or peers, but only ideas of them? In the social sphere, then, the same question arises as to the primacy of spirit or matter. From the point of view of science, that is of historical materialism, material phenomena, namely productive activities, determine spiritual phenomena such as ideas, religion, art, law, etc. We must, however, take care to observe the way in which general laws operate in the social context, and not simply transpose the laws of natural science into social terms. Dilati on lentiderator denali / /atziersri and mn. Vfat but thatial venaceris interconnected and saffect ones another listicide. May. Book 3 * the breakdown 835. Flights and struggles, for in society as everywhere else, all equilibrium is unstable and is eventually overthrown, and the new equilibrium must be based on new principles. Se changes are Itatai are instance, water is heated and, at a given movement, reaches boiling point and turns into steam. A qualitative change. We may note in passing that none of the classic Marxist writers, from Engels to Stalin, who repeated this example, observed that water does not have to reach a temperature of 100 degrees centigrade to evaporate. Social revolution is a change of the same sort, and this is why the bourgeoisie rejects the dialectical law of change by qualitative leaps. The relations of production determine thought, but, as human beings produce commodities in mutual dependence on one another, society is not merely a collection of individuals but a true aggregate, every unit of which affects every other. Geography, for instance, can at most affect the rate at which peoples evolve, but does not explain evolution itself. Demographic changes depend on technology and not the other way about. As for racial theories of evolution, they were decisively refuted by Plekhanov. In the last resort, all aspects of human culture can be explained by technological change. The organization of society evolves according to the condition of productive forces. Taunermtanius Nibalageslo, for example, did religion come into being? Very simply, in primitive society there was a ruler of the tribe, and people transferred this concept to their own selves, thus arriving at the idea of a soul that rules the body. Then they transferred the soul to the whole of nature and endowed the universe with spiritual qualities. Finally, these fantasies were used to justify class divisions. Again, the idea of God as an unknown power reflects the dependence of capitalists on fate, which they cannot control. Art is likewise a product of technical development and social conditions. Savages, Bukharin explains, cannot play the piano, for if there is no piano one cannot play on it, or compose works for it. Decadent modern art, impressionism, futurism. Expressionism expresses the decline of the bourgeoisie. Despite all this, the superstructure is not without importance. The bourgeois state, after all, is a condition of capitalist production. The superstructure affects the base, but at any given moment it is in the last resort conditioned by the forces of production. Et. 836 Main currents of Marxism. UST Asa Carpenter. Making a chair conforms to certain technical load, so the proletariat builds communism on the basis of knowledge concerning the interdependence of members of society, but this has nothing to do with ethics. In general, the whole dialectic may be reduced to an unending process of the disturbance and restoration of equilibrium. Irian resembra per post. Etinisi agonius has at self ecom dialectials. Do we not learn from physics that everything affects everything else, and nothing in nature is isolated? All social phenomena can be explained by the conflict of opposing forces because of man's struggle with nature. Bukharin seems to believe, nevertheless, that when communism is finally built, social equilibrium will be established once and for all. At present, however, we are in a revolutionary era, which inevitably involves a regression in technical matters. Production relations are simply the coordination of human beings, considered as living machines, in the labor process. The fact that people think and feel while engaged in this process does not mean that production relations are spiritual in character. Everything spiritual owes its existence to material needs and is subservient to production and the class struggle. It is not the case, for instance, as Kunow and Baranovsky assert, that the bourgeois state performs functions that are for the benefit of all classes. True, the bourgeoisie is compelled in its own interest to organize active ideas in the sphere of public utility, for example, to build roads, maintain schools, and promote scientific knowledge, but all this is done purely from the point of view of the capitalist class interest, and thus the state is nothing but an instrument of class domination. Besides the law of equilibrium, Bukharin formulated in historical materialism several other laws of social life. One of these, the law of the materialization of social phenomena, was to the effect that ideologies and the various forms of spiritual life are embodied in things, books, libraries, art galleries, in which have an existence of their own and become a point of departure for further evolution. Bukharin's book is of an extremely simplistic kind, in some ways even more so than Lenin's Came-period criticism. Lenin at least tried to argue, though his arguments were logically valueless, but Bukharin has not even this to his credit. The work is a series of principles and fundamental points, enunciated dogmatically and uncritically, without any attempt to analyze the concepts used or to refute the objections to historical materialism that occur as soon as the doctrine is formulated and have repeatedly been advanced by critics. Bukharin's examples illustrate the level of his reasoning, as when he tells us that the dependence of art on social conditions is proved by the fact that no one can. Book 3 * the breakdown 837. Play the piano if there are no pianos. Other instances of primitive thought are the childish belief that science in the future will be able objectively to predict the date of social revolutions in the light of technological development, or the scientific law that people write books, or baseless fantasies on the origin of religion, etc. The characteristic feature of this manual, as of much subsequent Marxist literature is its incessant use of the term scientific, and the insistent claim that its own statements possess this quality in an exceptional degree. Bukharin does not explain clearly what he means by the law of equilibrium. We are told that equilibrium in society is constantly being disturbed and to be restored, and that this equilibrium depends on the accordance of production relations with the level of technology, but there is no indication of the criteria to be used in determining whether this accord exists at a given time. In practice, Bukharin seems to equate the disturbance of equilibrium with revolution or social upheaval of any kind. The law of equilibrium thus appears to mean that crises and revolutions have occurred in history and will no doubt do so again. It did not enter Bukharin's head that the study of social phenomena is itself a social phenomenon and, as such, helps to bring about historical change. He believed that the proletarian science of the future would be able to analyze and predict historical events in the same way as astronomy informs us of planetary movements. Thanks to his political position, Bukharin's standardized version of Marxism was long regarded as the most authoritative statement of the party's world outlook, though it never became binding on the faithful in the way that Stalin's works were to do. Historical materialism in fact contains almost everything that Stalin put into his own manual. Stalin did not mention the law of equilibrium, but he took over Bukharin's laws of the dialectic, numbering them for good measure, and explained historical materialism as an application or special case of the general principles of philosophical materialism. This approach, for which a basis can be found in Engels and especially Plekhanoi, was presented by Bukharin as the essence of canonical Marxism. Later, when Bukharin fell from grace and mechanism was officially condemned, it became the task of party philosophers to show that there was a close connection between his mechanistic errors and his right-wing deviation in politics, and that his ignorance of dialectic, which Lenin had justly blamed, was 838 main currents of Marxism, the root cause of his defense of the Kulaks and opposition to collectivization. This kind of link between philosophy and politics, however, is quite baseless and artificial. The vague generalities in Bukharin's work do not provide any ground for specific political conclusions, except for such propositions as no one disputed then or later, for example, that the socialist revolution of the proletariat must eventually conquer the world, that religion must be combated, and that the proletarian state must foster the growth of industry. As for more precise conclusions, the most contradictory aims could be and were deduced with equal logic from the same theoretical formulas. Doctrine, in fact, was ancillary to politics. If on the one hand the base determined the superstructure, but on the other hand the superstructure reacted upon the base, then to whatever extent and by whatever means the proletarian state endeavored to regulate economic processes, it would always be acting in accordance with the doctrine. Bukharin accused Stalin of disturbing the economic balance between town and countryside, but his law of equilibrium supplied no clue as to when and in what conditions the existing equilibrium should be maintained or overthrown. Until final stabilization is attained under communism, equilibrium will remain subject to disturbance, and such policies as Stalin's revolution from above, le. The forced expropriation of the peasantry, may be perfectly in accordance with the thesis of the general trend of society towards equilibrium, for the object of that policy was to eliminate contradictions between state industry and private agriculture, and hence to remove factors of imbalance. Cohen rightly observes that Bukharin wrote his handbook at a time when he himself exemplified what was hailed in party language an extremely voluntaristic attitude to economic phenomena, i.e. he believed that the whole of economic life could be perfectly well regulated by administrative and coercive means, and that after the victory of the proletariat all economic laws would be dialectically superseded. Later he abandoned his war communism outlook and became the ideologist of the NEP, but he made no alteration to the thesis of historical materialism, and it was therefore absurd to detect in that work the inspiration of his policy in 1929. Nor, for that matter, can the ideas of war communism be deduced from it. Either, we can only say once again that such vague philosophical statements can be used to justify any policy or, which comes to the same thing, that they do not justify one more than another. 3 philosophical controversies, Debordin versus the Mechanists. Independently of Bukharin's intention, his book contributed to a lively dispute in the 1920s between two opposed camps, the dialecticians and the mechanists. The controversy was reflected in the pages of the monthly pod Xenomena Marxisma, under the banner of Marxism this journal, founded in Book 3 * the breakdown 639. 1922, played an important part in the history of Soviet philosophy and was one of the party's theoretical organs. The first issue contained a letter from Trotsky, which, however, consisted merely of generalities. The articles published were all by professed Marxists, but in the first few years readers were given sound information on contemporary philosophy outside Russia, for example, that of Husserl, and the general level of exposition was a great deal higher than in the standard philosophical writings of later years. Ovenison, Age of Novi A. and Will AAA, he knowledge and EET trait TE, AE, Het PA, II mechanist outlook might be called negative, while the dialecticians ascribed immense importance to philosophy and regarded themselves as specialists. The mechanists, however, had a much better idea of what science was about. The dialecticians were ignoramuses in the sphere and confined themselves to general formulas about the philosophical need to generalize and unify the sciences. On the other hand, they knew more than the mechanists about the history of philosophy. Even Twilly the party condemned both camps, and created a dialectical synthesis of both forms of ignorance. The mechanists accepted Marxism but maintained that the scientific world view had no need of a philosophy, as it merely represented the sum total of all the natural and social sciences. In one of the journal's first numbers there, in a more or less acute form, dislike of philosophy as such was typical of the whole mechanist camp. Its best known adherents were Ivan Skvortsov, Spinov, 1870-1928, and Arkady K. Timir-Yazef, 1880-1955, son of an eminent physiologist. Lyubov Axelrod, whose views we have discussed elsewhere, also professed a mechanist worldview, but, as a disciple of Plekhanov, she adopted a less extreme position than others of the group. The mechanists, with some support from Engels' works, held that from the Marxist point of view there was no such thing as a science of sciences which would dictate to particular sciences or claim a right to judge their findings. The dialectic as understood by the opposing camp was not only superfluous but, contrary to scientific investigation, it consisted of introducing into the world picture entities and categories unknown to science, a Hegelian inheritance that 640 main currents of Marxism was equally alien to the ascent revolutionary spirit of Marxism and to the interests of socialist societe. EVE differ IE of backslash. Divtitious, catetes tremethus idealists all changes could be finally reduced to SAE AAA terms, and the view that this did not how for example, to living. I centoling de mere trademark scientific investigation holy haze s. ER yet if it all Hegel's dialect categories were irable to empiri. ER data. The position of the dialecticians was clearly being undermined by the progress of natural science, which was proving slowly but surely that all processes in the universe could be expressed in physical and chemical terms. The belief in irreducible qualitative differences and the discontinuity of natural processes was nothing short of reactionary, as was the dialecticians' claim that chance was something objective and not merely a term for our ignorance of particular causes. The dialectician's hand was much strengthened in 1925 by the publication of Engels' Dialectics of Nature, which provided ample ammunition against mechanism and philosophical nihilism and in favor of the demand for a philosophical and dialectical interpretation of the sciences. Even stronger support came in 1929 with the publication of Lenin's Philosophical Notes, which emphasized the need for a materialistic version of the Hegelian dialectic, and enumerated a long list of dialectical categories, and declared that the principle of unity and the conflict between opposites was central to Marxism. Abram Bicevich Hebring S83151903, born in Kovno, he joined the Social Democratic movement as a youth and was an émigré in Switzerland from 1903. He was at first a Bolshevik but afterwards joined the Menshevik group. After the revolution he was for some years a non-party Marxist, but re-entered the party in 1928. In 1907 he wrote an introduction to the philosophy of dialectical materialism, which was not published until 1915, many times reprinted. It was a staple of Russian philosophical education in the 1920s. Although not a party member, he lectured at the Communist Academy and the Red Professors Institute and published several works. From 1926 he was chief editor of Pod. Book 3 * The Breakdown 841. Xenomena Marxisma. From this time on the journal ceased to publish articles by the Mechanists and became purely an organ of the dialecticians. Although not an original writer, de Boron was well versed in philosophy. He expresses few ideas that cannot be found, for example, in Plekhanov, but compared to later Soviet philosophers he and his followers had a fair knowledge of the history of philosophy and were well able to turn it to polemical use. De Boron's introduction is a typical product of the Plekhanov school of Marxism. It contains no analysis of concepts but only a string of unsupported assertions, which are supposed finally to resolve all the problems that beset pre-Marxian philosophy. However, de Boron, like Plekhanov, emphasizes the link between Marxism and the whole of past philosophy, exalting the importance of Bacon, Hobbes, Spinoza, Locke, Kant, and especially Hegel in paving the way for dialectical materialism. He criticizes idealism, empiricism, agnosticism, and phenomenalism on the lines laid down by Engels and Plekhanov, as may be seen from the following extract. If, then, from the metaphysician's point of view, everything is but nothing becomes, from the point of view of phenomenalism everything becomes but nothing is, i.e., nothing really exists. The dialectic teaches us that the unity of being and non-being is becoming. In concrete materialistic terms this means that the basis of everything is matter in a state of constant development. Thus changes are real and concrete. And, on the other hand, what is real and concrete is changeable. The subject of the process is absolutely real being, the substantive all as opposed to the phenomenalistic nothing. The contradiction between the quality-less, unchanging stance of the metaphysicians on the one hand, and, on the other, the subjective and changing states that are supposed to exclude the reality of substance, is resolved by dialectical materialism in the sense that substance, matter, is in a perpetual state of motion and change, that qualities or states have objective significance and that matter is the cause and the foundation, the subject of qualitative changes and states. Introduction to the Philosophy of Dialectical Materialism, 4th ed., 1925, pp 226-7. This passage is typical of de Boron's style in the book quoted and in his other works. Dialectical materialism teaches that dialectical materialism takes over the correct portions of this or that philosophy. Subjective idealists are wrong because they do not recognize matter. Objective idealists are wrong because they do not realize that matter is primary and mind secondary, and so forth. In every case a particular conclusion is stated, usually in extremely vague terms, and there is no attempt to support it by argument. It is not explained how we know that the phenomenalists are wrong, rather than their opponents. Dialectical materialism tells us so, and that is all there is to it. The opposition between the dialectic and metaphysics is that the former 642 main currents of Marxism teaches us that all things are connected and nothing is isolated, everything is in a state of constant change and development. This development is the result of real contradictions inherent in reality itself, and takes the form of qualitative leaps. Dialectical materialism states that everything is knowable, that there are no things in themselves beyond our knowledge, that man comes to know the world by acting upon it, and that our concepts are objective and comprehend the essence of things. Our impressions are objective too, that is to say they reflect objects, although, here de Boron follows Plekhanov in the error denounced by Lenin, they do not resemble them. The congruity between impressions and objects lies in the fact that identities and differences in objects are matched by identities and differences in their subjective reflections. This is what Mach and his Russian followers Bogdanov and Valentinov deny. According to them only psychic phenomena are real, so that the world outside us does not exist. But in that case there are no laws of nature, and therefore nothing can be predicted. Although their writings were dogmatic, simplistic, and of poor quality, de Boron and his followers had the merit of emphasizing historical studies and training up a generation of philosophers with a fair knowledge of classical literature. Moreover, while stressing the qualitative novelty of Marxism they also drew attention to its roots in tradition, especially the link with Hegel's dialectic. According to de Boron, dialectical materialism was a synthesis of the Hegelian dialectic and the materialism of Feuerbach, wherein both these elements were transformed and raised to a higher level. Marxism was an integral worldview which comprised dialectical materialism as a general methodology of knowledge and also two more specific aspects, the dialectic of nature and the dialectic of history, otherwise historical materialism. As Engels had stated, the term dialectic could be used in a threefold sense. The objective dialectic was the same thing as the laws or dialectical forms of reality. Dialectic could also mean a description of those laws or, thirdly, a way of observing the universe, i.e., logic in a broad sense. Changes were subject to a general regularity which applied equally to nature and to human history, and the study of this regular ity, i.e. philosophy, was therefore a synthesis of all science. In order for scientists to be correctly oriented from the methodological point of view and to understand the meaning of their own observations they must recognize the primacy of philosophy, to which they supplied material for generalizations. Thus, Marxism called for a constant exchange between philosophy and the exact sciences. Philosophy was empty without the material provided by the natural and social sciences, but the sciences were blind without philosophy to lead them. OLL. Ist must look I, Boats. Book 3 * The Breakdown 843. De Boron claimed that all crises in natural science were due to the fact that Physicists were not acquainted with Marxism and did not know how to apply dialectical formulas. He also believed, like Lenin, that the development of science would, spontaneously and continuously, lead to the emergence of Marxist philosophy. For these reasons de Born and his followers accused the Mechanists of falling into pernicious error when they insisted on the autonomy of science and its independence of any philosophical premises. Materialism, thus conceived, had more in common with empiricist neutralism than with any ontological doctrine, and recalled Engels' remarks about the kind of materialism that is nothing more than the observation of nature without any outside element whatever. Natural science, de Born maintained, must recognize a philosophical basis of some kind, and therefore any attempt to deprive philosophy of its guiding role, or to ignore it altogether, would mean in practice subjection to bourgeois and idealist doctrines. All philosophical ideas were class-based, either bourgeois or proletarian, and so by attacking philosophy the Mechanists were supporting the enemies of socialism and the working class. As for denying the existence of qualitative leaps and maintaining that all development is continuous, did not this amount to rejecting the idea of revolution, which was a leap par excellence? In short, the Mechanists were not only wrong philosophically but were political revisionists as well. The dialecticians endowed Soviet Marxism with a stock of basic terms, statements, and dogmas which, even though their authors were later condemned, passed into the canon of state ideology and remained binding for decades. Erat, oist heimlichcy was viate tantermologis vidi went tamtum. And omnis pis ae elens ca. Imagined, however, that as logic abstracts from the content of concepts it must be contrary to the dialectic, for the latter requires us to study phenomena in the concrete and in their mutual relations, whereas logic isolates them, and also in motion, which formal logic does not recognize. These absurdities were partly due to ignorance, but were partly based on some remarks by Engels. In an article of 1925 on Lenin, de Born wrote that formal logic could not take account of the fact that the world was both uniform and manifold, and in Dialectical Materialism and Natural Science in the same year he declared that 844 main currents of Marxism. Formal logic served only to build metaphysical systems and had been put out of court by Marxism, since the dialectic taught that form and content must interpenetrate each other. The sciences could not advance on the basis of formal logic, as each of them was only a collection of facts and only Marxist dialectic could link these facts into a systematic whole. If the physicists would read Hegel instead of sticking to their crawling empiricism, they would soon see how the dialectic helped them to make progress and to overcome their various crises. Engels, the creator of theoretical natural science, had, all along, absorbed the dialectic from Hegel, holding as he did that it was for philosophy to rule the sciences. De Born was naturally incensed by Leszek's history and class consciousness, which questioned the possibility of a dialectic of nature on the ground that the dialectic was an interaction of subject and object in progress towards unity. By taking this line, de Born argued, Leszek had unmasked himself as an idealist, who thought that cognition was the substance of reality. In an article published in 1924 in the Austrian journal Arbiter Literatur, de Born denounced Leszek's errors and his disrespectful attitude to Engels and therefore to Marx. What was more, Leszek had stated that Marxist orthodoxy consisted merely in acknowledging Marx's methods, whereas method, for a Marxist, was inseparable bound up with content. As for Leszek's identity of subject and object, this was rank idealism and contrary to the express statements of Engels, Lenin, and Plekhanov. All the subject did was to reflect the object, and to hold otherwise was to jettison objective reality. In attacking mechanism, crawling empiricism, and the autonomy of the sciences, and defending Hegel, qualitative leaps, and real contradictions, de Born was supported by a large group of like-minded scholars and co-religionists. The most active of these were G.S. Tymiński, who translated and commented on Spinoza's works. The commentary, though very schematic, was instructive and useful from the factual point of view. I.K. Lupol, an aesthetic philosopher and historian of philosophy, V.F. Asmus, N. A. Carey, I.1. Gogol, and Y.E. Sten, as Medvedev states in his book on Stalinism, gave Stalin lessons in philosophy in 1925-8 and tried to get him to understand the Hegelian dialectic. Most of the group, though not all, perished in the great purges of the 1930s. In the later 20s, however, the dialecticians held the field and obtained complete control over Soviet philosophical institutions. At a conference of teachers of Marxism-Leninism in April 1929, de Born presented his philosophical program and repeated his denunciation of the heretics. The Communist Academy fully supported him and issued a decree condemning mechanism. Previously the conference itself, at de Born's instance, had passed a resolution which confirmed the role of Marxism-Leninism as the theoretical weapon of the dictatorship of the proletariat, called for the application of Marx. Book 3 *, the breakdown 6845. His methods in natural science, and condemned the Mechanists for revisionism, positivism, and vulgar evolutionism. The custom of deciding philosophical questions by voting at party assemblies, or gathering subject to party control, was by this time well established and surprised nobody. The Mechanists defended themselves in the discussion and even counterattacked, charging their opponents with cultivating an idealist dialectic, seeking to impose imaginary schemata on nature, directing their fire against mechanism only and ignoring the problems raised by idealism, and diverting attention from the practical tasks imposed by the party. This defense was of no avail, however, and the Mechanists were branded not only as schismatics but as representatives, in the philosophical field, of the right-wing deviation which was just then being attacked by Stalin. After this victory the de Bornists held sway in all institutions connected with teaching and popularizing philosophy or publishing philosophical works, but their triumph did not last for long. Despite all their efforts the dialecticians, it appeared, had not measured up to the party's expectations in philosophical matters. In April 1930, at a second philosophical conference in Moscow, de Born and his group were attacked by a band of younger party activists from the Red Professors Institute, who accused them of showing insufficient party spirit. This criticism was repeated in June in an article by M. B. Meiden, P. F. Uden, and V. L. E. B. N. Raltsevic, which appeared in Pravda and was endorsed editorial. The party authorities I.N. EIR publications contained Koskiist errors. 846 main currents of Marxism. Concerning the dictatorship of the proletariat, right-wing opportunist errors in cultural matters, Bogdanovist errors as regards collectivism and individualism. Menshevik errors as to the conception of productive forces and production relations, semi-Trotskyist errors concerning the class struggle, and idealist errors as to the interpretation of the dialectic. The de Bornists had unduly glorified Hegel, they had dissociated method from worldview, the logical from the historical, and had belittled Lenin's importance in questions of natural science. True, the chief danger of the moment was Mechanist revisionism, as it furnished a theoretical basis for the right-wing deviation that sought to defend Kolakowski within the party, but the struggle must be conducted unflinchingly on both fronts, as the two forms of revisionism really constituted a single block. All these criticisms were further developed in a lecture at the Communist Academy by Maiden, who himself aspired at this time to become the leader of the philosophical front. The lecture referred repeatedly to the links between Menshevizing idealism and Trotskyism. To be sure, as the Mechanists supplied a philosophical front for Bukharin and his pro-Kolak deviation, it was natural to infer that the Debarnists, while pretending to be orthodox, were supporting the left-wing deviation of Trotskyism. According to Maiden, both groups had put about the vicious slander that in philosophical and theoretical matters Lenin merely echoed what Marx and Engels had said, as though Stalin had not proved that Lenin represented a qualitatively new stage in the history of Marx. His theory by developing it, making it deeper and more concrete. The deviationists had also neglected Lenin's principle that philosophy and all the sciences, including natural science, must be imbued with party spirit. Maiden quoted an article by Gurev to the effect that while Plekhanov had made many political and philosophical mistakes, his writings, as Lenin had testified, were among the best works of Marxist literature. This, said Maiden, showed that the Debarnists were taking up the cudgels for the whole Plekhanov, as a Menshevik. They even dared to assert that Lenin was a pupil of Plekhanov in philosophy, whereas in reality he was the most consistent and orthodox Marxist after Marx and Engels. Plekhanov, on the other hand, did not understand the dialectic correctly. He was sunk in formalism, inclined to agnosticism, and influenced by Feuerbach, Chernyshevsky, and formal logic. The root of the Debarnist errors, however, lay in separating theory from practice. Their battle against the Mechanists was a sham fight, as was shown by the fact that, although it had continued for years, not a single Mechanist had admitted that he was mistaken. In fact, there was little to choose between the two groups, as both the Menshevizing idealists and the Menshevizing Mechanists took a disparaging view of Lenin's philosophy. The purging of Soviet philosophy was completed by a decree of the party's Central Committee published in Pravda on January 25, 1931, which condemned Book 3 The Breakdown 847. The errors of Pod Znamena Marxism, and briefly summarized the criticisms already formulated. Deborin, Lupol, and some other members of the group hastened to form self-criticism and to thank the party for helping them to see the light. Sten, Lupol, Kerry, Tyminsky, and many others perished in the purges of the 1930s. Deborin survived, though he was dismissed from the editorship of Pod Znamena Marxism. The editorial board was in fact completely changed. He was not expelled from the party, and in subsequent years published many articles of irreproachable Stalinist orthodoxy. He survived into the Khrushchev era, and in the last years of his life worked for the rehabilitation of his many pupils and colleagues who had fallen victim to the purges. Asmus also survived into the post-war period. He died in 1975, and was subjected to further attack in the 1940s. From 1931 onwards, the history of Soviet philosophy under Stalin is largely a history of party ukases. In the next 2 decades, a younger generation of careerists, informers, and ignoramuses monopolized the philosophical life of the country, or rather completed the extinction of philosophical studies. Those who made a career in this field generally did so by betraying their colleagues, or parroting the party slogans of the moment. As a rule, they knew no foreign languages and had no idea of Western philosophy, but they were more or less word perfect in the works of Lenin and Stalin, from which their knowledge of the outside world was mainly derived. The condemnation of Menshevizing idealists and Mechanists led to a flood of articles and dissertations whose authors echoed the party decrees and vied with one another in expressing indignation at the insidious plots of the philosophical saboteurs. What was the real point of the whole discussion, if that is the right name for it? Obviously it had nothing to do with any particular philosophical or even political outlook. The association of mechanism with Bukharin's policy or of Menteizing idealism with Trotsky's was a fabrication of the most arbitrary kind. The condemned philosophers did not belong to any opposition groups, and there was no logical connection between their views and those of the oppositionists. The accuser's argument ran that the Mechanists absolutized the continuity of development by denying qualitative leaps, and were therefore on the side of Bukharin, while the Debarnists overemphasized leaps and thus represented the revolutionary adventurism of the Trotskyists, but this is based on such flimsy analogies as not to be worth discussing. The Mechanists, it is true, invited condemnation by insisting on the independence of science vis-a-vis this philosophy, which meant in practice denying the right of an infallible party to pronounce on the correctness of scientific theories and tell scientists what subjects they should investigate and what their results should be. No such 848 main currents of Marxism charge, however, could be leveled against the Debarnists, who appeared to be Leninists of the purest type. Deborin at an early date recanted his Plekhanovian error concerning hieroglyphs and attacked the Mechanists for holding this doctrine, which contradicted the theory of reflection. The Debarnists paid due homage to Lenin, and the party spokesman had the greatest trouble finding quotations to buttress their attacks, which therefore consisted almost entirely of vague, incoherent generalities. The Debarnists underestimated Lenin, overestimated Plekhanov, did not understand the dialectic, lapsed into Trotskyism, Menshevism, etc. The point was not simply that the party claimed at this stage that such and such philosophical views were right and that the Debarnists had expressed views different from them. A was not the sub. Falpi of philosoph was greater. The pillars on which all philosophical culture is based, logic and the history of philosophy, were swept away. Philosophy was deprived of even the humblest technical support, in a way that did not apply altogether to the historical sciences, despite the extent of their corruption. The significance of Stalinism for philosophy does not lie in any particular conclusions that were forced upon it, but in the fact that servility became practically its whole raison d'etre. A.R. Marxism as the ideology of the Soviet state. 1. The ideological significance of the Great Purges. Tuesday 1930s in the Soviet Union witnessed the crystallization of a new version of Marxism as the official and canonical ideology of the totalitarian socialist state. In the years following collectivization, the Stalinist state went through a series of defeats and misadventures, while the population was subjected to one wave of repression after another. Kratik Titiki and Lektaniriomiated. As the objectives were had down arbitrarily, without any serious elanaida on the presumption that everything could be done by force and that there were no fortresses that Bolsheviks could not storm. Nonetheless, Stalin was constantly dissatisfied with production targets and kept boosting them to still greater heights. Most of the aims, of course, proved unattainable, even in heavy industry, which the maximum human and financial effort was devoted. The results were sometimes half, a quarter, or an eighth of what they were supposed to be. The cure for this was to arrest and shoot statisticians and falsify their findings. In 1928-30 Stalin closed down almost all economic and statistical journals, and most statisticians of importance, including N.D. Kondratiev, were executed or thrown into jail. It also became customary from this time on to calculate the national income in such a way as to count the same products 2 or 3 times at different stages of manufacture, thus producing meaningless totals, which were periodically vaunted as proof of the superiority of socialism. Fig. Years for agriculture were systematically faked, as collectivization wrought more and more havoc in the countryside. How far Stalin or the other leaders were aware of the true state of the economy is not clear. Meanwhile the ranks, 849, 850 main currents of Marxism, of industrial workers were rapidly swelled by recruits from the rural sector. To compensate for the sufferings of society there were constant arrests and trials of engineers or agricultural experts on grounds of sabotage, failing to achieve impracticable norms. In 1932-3 there ensued a famine in which millions perished, by comparison the famine of 1891-2, which turned the whole generation of the intelligentsia into radicals and did much to foster the growth of Marxism, was a setback of insignificant proportions. Stalinist propaganda repeated without ceasing that the country was full of wreckers and saboteurs, aristocrats, disloyal intellectuals of the pre-war Trotskyists, and agents of the imperialist powers. Starving peasants could be and were sentenced to concentration camps for stealing a handful of grain from the collective farm. The slave labor camps proliferated and became an important factor in the state economy, especially in regions where conditions were most arduous, as in the mines and forests of Siberia. Nevertheless, at the cost of indescribable suffering, exploitation, and oppression, amid the chaos of fictitious planning and the flood of official lies, Soviet industry did in fact progress, and the second five-year plan, 1933-7, was much more realistic than the first. The fact that in those years the Soviet Union laid the basis of its present-day industrial power is still invoked by communists as a historical justification of Stalinism, and many non-communists take a similar view, believing that Stalinist socialism was necessary to enable backward Russia to modernize its industry with speed. Anticipating our argument to some extent, this may be answered as follows. The Soviet Union did indeed build up a considerable industrial base, especially in heavy industry and armaments, during the 1930s. It did so by methods of mass coercion and complete or partial enslavement, which had as side effects the ruin of the nation's culture and the perpetuation of a police regime. In these ways Soviet industrialization was probably the most wasteful process of its kind in history, and there is no proof at all that progress could not have been achieved without human and material sacrifices on this scale. History records various methods of successful industrialization, all of which have been costly in social terms, but it is hard to point to any case in which the cost was as heavy as in socialist Russia. The further argument, often adduced, that the course followed by Western Europe could not have been repeated on the periphery of the industrial world because the big capitalist centers had already consolidated their position, is refuted by the example of peripheral countries such as Japan, Brazil, and most recently Iran, which have all succeeded in industrializing themselves by means different from Russia's, albeit with considerable sacrifice. Russia before 1917 was a country of rapid and intensive industrialization, a process which the revolution delayed for many years. The graph of industrial development rose markedly in the last 2 decades of Tsarist rule. It fell catastrophically after the revolution, and it was Book 3 * the breakdown 851. A long time before the various indices, some recovering faster than others, once again reached their pre-war levels and continued to rise. The intervening period was one of social disintegration and the destruction of millions of lives, and it is mere fantasy to suggest that all this sacrifice was necessary to enable the country to resume its pre-revolutionary development. If one takes the view that historical processes have an immanent purpose, independent of human intention, or a hidden meaning that is only discernible with hindsight, it must be said that the meaning of the Russian Revolution did not consist in industrialization, but rather in the coherence and expansive energy of the Russian Empire, for in this respect the new regime has indeed been more efficient than the old. After the resistance of all social classes, proletariat, peasantry, and intelligentsia had been successively overcome, after all forms of social life not ordained by the state had been crushed out of existence, and the opposition within the party destroyed, it was time to subdue the last element that might, though it did not in practice threaten the completeness of totalitarian rule, under a single despot, namely the party itself, the instrument which had been used to stifle and destroy every other rival force in the community. The destruction of the party was achieved during the years 1935-9, and established a new record in the conflict between the Soviet regime and its own subjects. In 1934, Stalin was at the height of his power. The party's 17th Congress at the beginning of the year was an orgy of flattery and worship. There was no active opposition to the adored dictator, but there were many in the party, especially old Bolsheviks, who paid him due honor but were not bound to him heart and soul. They had risen by their own efforts, not merely by his favor, and might therefore be a dangerous source of unrest or revolt in time of crisis. Hence, as a potential opposition, they must be destroyed. The first pretext for their extermination was the murder, on December 1, 1934, of Sergei Kirov, a secretary of the Central Committee and head of the party organization. In Leningrad, most historians, though not all, agree that the real author of the crime was Stalin, who at one stroke got rid of a possible rival and created a pretext for mass repression. The witch hunt that followed was aimed in the first place at former oppositionists within the party, but soon also at the dictator's faithful servants. Zinoviev and Kamina were arrested and sentenced to prison. Mass executions took place in larger cities throughout the country, but especially in Leningrad and Moscow. The terror reached a paroxysm in 1937, the first year of the Great Purge. August 1936 saw the first of the major show trials, at which Zinoviev, Kamina, Smirnov, and others were sentenced to death. A second trial in January 1937 brought to light the treason of Radek, Pyatakov, Sokolnikov, and others. In March 1938 the accused included Bukharin, Rykoy, Krestinsky, Rakovsky, and Yagoda, the last named having been head of the 852 main currents of Marxism, NKVD, Security Service, in 1934-6 and organizer of the earlier purges. Shortly before, in 1937, Marshal Tykayevsky and several other top army leaders were tried in secret and shot. The accused in all the public trials confessed to fantastic crimes, describing one after another how they had intrigued with foreign intelligence services, conspired to murder party leaders, offered parts of Soviet territory to the imperialist powers, murdered and poisoned their fellow citizens, sabotaged industry, deliberately caused famines, etc. Almost all were sentenced to death and executed out of hand, a few who, like Radek, only received prison sentences were done to death soon after their trials. The inferno of the Great Purges has often been described by historians, novelists, and memoir writers. The show trials were only the visible fragment of a mass operation of genocide, with the party as its principal victim. Millions were arrested, hundreds of thousands executed. Torture, previously used sporadically, and, as a rule, for the purpose of getting at the truth, now became a routine method of extracting thousands of false confessions to the most improbable crimes. Torture had ceased to be a part of Russian judicial procedure in the 18th century, though it was afterwards used in exceptional circumstances, such as the Polish insurrections or the 1905 revolution. Investigating officers were free to devise and inflict all manner of physical and mental suffering to induce people to admit to crimes which the persecutors well knew to be totally imaginary. Those few who did not succumb to such measures generally broke down when told that if they refused to confess their wives and children would be killed, a threat which was sometimes carried out. No one felt safe, for no degree of subservience to the tyrant was a guarantee of immunity. In some cases, the party committees of whole regions were slaughtered and were followed into the grave by their own successors in office, whose hands still reeked from the execution. Among the victims were almost all the old Bolsheviks, all Lenin's closest associates, former members of government and of the Politburo and the party secretariat, activists of every rank, scholars, artists, writers, economists, military men, lawyers, engineers, doctors, and in due course, when they had done their stint, the agents of the purge themselves, whether senior officers of the security service or especially zealous party members. The officers' corps of the army and navy was decimated, a major cause of Soviet defeats in the first 2 years of the war with Germany. Quotas of arrests and executions were assigned to particular areas by the party authorities. If the police did not fulfill these, they were liable to be executed themselves. If they did, they might in time be brought to account for exterminating party cadres. With a macabre humor typical of Stalin, this charge was brought against some, such as Postishi, who had distinguished themselves in the campaign of mass murder. Those who performed their task badly might be shot for sabotage. Those who did it too well might be suspected of showing zeal to cover up their own disaffection. In a Book 3 *, The Breakdown 853 speech in 1937, Stalin said that many wreckers were doing precisely this. The purport of the trials and investigations was to show that almost the whole original nucleus of the party, including Lenin's closest collaborators, were a band of spies, imperialist agents, and enemies of the people, whose one idea was and had always been to destroy the Soviet state. Before an astonished world, every imaginable crime was confessed to by the accused themselves at the great show trials of Al. The Grand Guignol victims. Bukharin was the only one who, though he admitted general responsibility for the alleged crimes of the mythical counter-revolutionary organization, refused to confess to such damning charges as espionage and plotting to assassinate Lenin. While expressing penitence for all his misdeeds, he added, in a phrase epitomizing the atmosphere of the trials, "We rebelled by criminal methods against the joyfulness of the new life." Apparently, Bukharin was not physically tortured, but was threatened with the murder of his wife and small son. The first effect of the purges was to create a desolation, not only in the party, but in every aspect of life in the Soviet Union. The bloodbath accounted for a large majority of the delegates, for the most part loyal Stalinists, who had attended the 17th Congress, which had done little but vote adulatory addresses to the leader. A whole series of eminent artists perished, and over a third of all Soviet writers. The whole country was in the grip of a monstrous fit of madness, induced apparently, but the appearance was deceptive, by the will of a single despot. Foreign communists in Russia fell victim to the purges also. The Poles suffered most. In 1938, a resolution of the Comintern dissolved the Polish Communist Party, which was illegal in Poland, on the ground that it was a hotbed of Trotskyists and other enemies, and its cadres in the Soviet Union were decimated by arrests and executions. Almost all the leaders were imprisoned, and only a few regained their liberty some years later. The fortunate ones were those who could not make their way to Russia when summoned, as they were in prison in Poland. The few who actually disobeyed the summons were publicly declared to be agents of the Polish police, and were thus delivered into the latter's hands, a device frequently used in the 30s against deviationist members of underground communist parties in other countries. Besides Poles, victims of the purges were many Hungarian communists, including Balkan Yugoslavs, Bulgarians, and Germans. Some of the latter, who survived till 1939, were, in due course, handed over by Stalin to the Gestapo. The concentration camps were full to bursting. Every Soviet citizen had got used to the fact that being arrested and sentenced to death or to an arbitrary and indefinite term of imprisonment had nothing to do with whether a man's work was good or bad, whether he did or did not belong to any kind of opposition, or even whether he did or did not love Stalin. The climate of atrocity. 854 Main currents of Marxism brought about a kind of universal paranoia, a monstrous but unreal world in which all previous criteria, even those of ordinary despotism, had ceased to be applicable. UL Orgiotis and OSA. As most populated ed, Ito Devabidli. Many Soviet citizens had displayed military courage and had risked their lives in battle. Why did no one raise a hand against the tyrant? Why did all go willingly to the slaughter? I. Contest 2. X18 Me propagandary. Hundreds o San Mol. Why the tremendous effort to induce unknown victims to sign fantastic admissions which would be buried in police files and not used for any public purpose? Why those very years STA is. S. Arsenal Eden I5S. 0094 UD, WW. Book on the Moscow trials, published in Polish, advanced the remarkable theory that they were an act of revenge by the Mensheviks against the Bolsheviks. This because the victims were nearly all old Bolsheviks, while Vyshinsky, the chief prosecutor, was an ex-Menshevik, and the main party propagandist of those days, David Zaslavsky, had been a member of the Jewish Bund. This is as fanciful as the explanation that Deutscher afterwards put forward in the third vol. Book 3 *, The Breakdown 855. UME of his Life of Trotsky, The Prophet Outcast, 1963, pages 306-7, namely that the higher Soviet bureaucracy were not content with their privileges, great though these were, because they could not accumulate wealth or bequeath it to their children, and there was therefore a risk, as Trotsky feared, that they would seek to destroy the system of social ownership. Stalin, according to Deutscher, was aware of this danger and used terror to prevent the new privileged class from consolidating itself and ruining the system. This, in effect, is a paraphrase of the Stalinist version that the victims intended to restore capitalism in Russia. However, in his Life of Stalin, 194.9, Deutscher adopted what is more or less the general view of historians. Stalin wanted to destroy all The alternative governments or party leaders, there was no longer an active opposition, but a sudden crisis might bring one to life, and he must therefore crush any possibility of a rival center of power within the party. It may be said that the great purges were a macabre irrelevancy, in the sense that the purpose they served could quite well have been attained by other means. Yet they were, so to speak, part of the natural logic of the sister/few. And AA/IG Zambil. CT. THEHCER Ben, tough state and must have no other loyalty, not in OT state's ideology. This may seem paradoxical, but it is not surprising to anyone who knows a system of this type from within. All forms of revolt against the ruling party, all deviations and revisionism, fractions, cliques, rebellions all alike had appealed to the ideology of which the party was the custodian. Consequently, that ideology had to be revised so as to make it clear to all that they were not entitled to appeal to it independently, just as in the Middle Ages unauthorized persons were not allowed to comment on the scriptures, and the Bible itself was at all times liber hereticarum. The party was essentially an ideological body, that is to say one whose members were linked 856 main currents of Marxism by a common faith and shared values. But, as always happens when ideologies are turned into institutions, that faith had to be vague and indefinite enough to be used to justify any political move while maintaining that there was no real change of doctrine. Inevitably, those who took the faith seriously wanted to interpret it for themselves and to consider whether this or that political step was in accordance with Stalin's version of Marxism-Leninism. But this made them potential critics and rebels against the government, even if they swore fealty to Stalin, for they might always invoke yesterday's Stalin against today's, and quote the leader's words against himself. The purge, therefore, was designed to destroy such ideological links as still existed within the party, to convince its members that they had no ideology or loyalty except to the latest order from on high, and to reduce them, like the rest of society, to a powerless, disintegrated mass. This was a continuation of the same logic that began with liquidating the liberal and socialist parties, the independent press and cultural institutions, religion, philosophy, and art, and finally fractions within the party itself. Wherever there was any ideological link other than loyalty to the ruler, there was a possibility of fractionalism even if it did not actually exist. The object of the purge was to eradicate this possibility, and in that object it was successful, but the principles which dictated the hecatomb of the 1930s are still in force and have never been abandoned. Loyalty to Marxist ideology as such is still a crime and a source of deviations of all kinds. Even so, the fact that the Holocaust was not resisted by the Soviet public or even by the party seems to suggest that a purge was not necessary, at all events. On that scale, the party, it would seem, was already close enough to the ideal condition of a sack of potatoes, as Marx said of the French peasants, and was neither desirous nor capable of producing any center of independent thought. On the other hand, we do not know whether, but for the purge, it might not have done so at a time of crisis, for example, in the most dangerous moments of the war with Germany. Of 38 cents TEME of them had objected to fake trials and executions as long as the sufferers were not party. Book 3 * the breakdown 857. Members, all of them accepted, actively or passively, that in principle there was nothing wrong in judicial murder. They all agreed, too, that at any given moment it was for the party leaders to decide who was a class enemy, a friend of the Kulaks, or an imperialist agent. The rules of the game, which they had accepted, were being brought to bear against them, and Elia Beta Mamir at RGE trademark. Primiples that might have tottered das Resistenzen. During the war, in one of Stalin's prisons, the Polish poet Alexander Wood encountered an old Bolshevik, the historian I.M. Stedlov, and asked him why all the protagonists of the Moscow trials had confessed to the most ludicrous charges. Stedlov replied simply, "We were all of us up to the elbows in blood." As to the third question, it may at first seem that we have to do with collective hallucination. Even supposing Stalin had good reasons for massacring communists, why was it necessary to make countless insignificant people confess under torture that they had plotted to sell Uzbekistan to the British, or been agents of Pilsudski, or tried to murder Stalin? But there was a grain of method even in this madness victim struck. Anyone can be forced by torture to confess to anything, but as a rule, in the 20th century at least, torture is used to obtain true information. In the Stalinist system, both the torturers and their victims knew perfectly well that the information was false, but they insisted on the fiction, as in this way everyone helped to build an unreal ideological world, in which universal fiction took on the guise of truth. A similar regime of organized make-believe prevailed in many other fields. For example, in the system of general elections, it might have been thought that the government could have spared itself the trouble and expense of these performances, the absurdity of which was obvious to all, but they were impotent because they turned every citizen into a participant and co-author of the same fiction, the official reality which, by that very fact, ceased to be completely spurious. The fourth question again presents us with a baffling phenomenon. The information that reached the West from the Soviet Union was, of course, fragmentary and uncertain. The regime had done a thorough job of restricting contacts and 858 main currents of Marxism, limiting the flow of news in either direction. Foreign travel by Soviet citizens was strictly controlled in the state interest, and any unauthorized communication to foreigners was treated as espionage or treason. Nevertheless, the Soviet state could not cut itself off entirely from the world. Some information about the police terror filtered through to the West, though nobody realized its scope. Moreover, the Moscow trials were prepared hastily and clumsily, and the contradictions and absurdities that emerged were pointed out in some Western newspapers. What, then, was the explanation for the indulgent attitude that Western intellectuals took up towards Stalinism, when they did not actively support it? The honest and incorruptible British socialists, Sidney and Beatrice Webb, visited the Soviet Union more than once during the height of the terror, and produced an enormous book on the new civilization. The Soviet system, they declared, was the embodiment of man's dearest longing for justice and happiness, in glaring contrast with Britain's corrupt and crumbling pseudo-democracy. They saw no reason to doubt the genuineness of the Moscow trials, or the perfection of Russia's first democratic government. Others who bellied the system and swallowed the fiction of the trials were Leon Feuchtwanger, Romain Rolland, and Henry Barbusse. Among a few who did not join in the chorus was André Gide, who visited the USSR in 1936 and described his impressions. Naturally he saw nothing of the atrocities, he was surrounded by flattery and was only shown delusive achievements of the regime. But he realized that the facade concealed a system of universal mendacity. Some Polish writers also saw through the make-believe, as did the British journalist Malcolm Muggeridge, Winter in Moscow, 1934. The reaction of Western intellectuals was a remarkable triumph of doctrine, near ideology over common sense and the critical instinct. True, the years of the purges were also those of the Nazi threat, and this may explain up to a point how many thinkers and artists brought up in a left-wing or liberal tradition saw in Russia the only hope of saving civilization from the menace that hung over it. They were prepared to forgive the proletarian state a great deal if it could be relied on to provide a bulwark against fascist barbarism. They were the more readily bamboozled because Nazism, unlike Stalinism, scarcely bothered to conceal its evil face from the world. It proclaimed openly that its intention was to create an all-powerful German giant, grinding other nations into the dust and reducing inferior races to slavery. Stalin, on the other hand, continued to preach the socialist gospel of peace and equality, liberation of the oppressed, internationalism, and friendship among peoples. Westerners whose profession was to think critically found this verbiage more convincing than any facts, ideology, and wishful thinking were stronger than the most manifest reality. It is important to notice, in considering the purges, that Stalin's Russia was at no time governed by the police, nor was the police ever above the party. Book 3 The Breakdown 859. This was an alibi used by would-be reformers after Stalin's death, who maintained that their task was to restore party supremacy. True, the police under Stalin could arrest and murder party members at will, but not on the highest level, where all such procedures had to be ordered or approved by the top party authorities and in particular by Stalin himself. Stalin used the police to rule the party, but he himself ruled both party and state in his capacity as party leader, not as a security chief. This point is well brought out by Jan Jaroslawski in his study of the party's functions in the Soviet system. The party, embodied in Stalin, did not abandon supreme power for a single moment. When the post-Stalin reformers demanded that the party should be above the police, they meant only that party members should not be arrested without the approval of the party authorities. But this had always been so, since even if the police at a certain level arrested party leaders of equal seniority, they did so under the eye of party leaders of a still higher grade. The police were an instrument in the party's hands. A police system in the strict sense, i.e. one in which the police have a completely free hand, did not and could not prevail in the Soviet state, as it would have meant that the party had lost power, and this could not happen without causing the whole system to collapse. This also explains the special part played by ideology, both under Stalin and at the present day. Ideology is not simply an aid or adjunct to the system, but an absolute condition of its existence, irrespective of whether people actually believe in it or not. Stalinist socialism created an empire ruled from Moscow, the basis of whose legality is entirely derived from ideology, in particular, from the doctrine that the Soviet Union embodies the interests of all working people and especially the working class everywhere, that it represents their desires and aspirations, and that it is the first step towards a world revolution that will liberate the toiling masses wherever they may be. The Soviet system could not do without this ideology, which is the sole raison d'être for the existing apparatus of power. The apparatus is essentially ideological and internationalist in character and could not be replaced by the police, the army, or any other institution. This is not to say that the policy of the Soviet state at any given moment is determined by ideology, but the ideology must be there to justify it when required. Ideology is built into the system and consequently plays a quite different part in the Soviet Union as compared to states where the basic principle of legitimacy is derived from popular elections or the charisma of a hereditary monarchy. A system of the Soviet kind enjoys the advantage that it does not have to justify its actions to the public. By definition, it represents their interests and desires, and nothing can alter this ideological fact. However, it is also exposed to errors from which democratic structures are immune, namely, it is extremely 860 main currents of Marxism, sensitive to ideological criticism. This means, among other things, that the intelligentsia plays a part that is not paralleled elsewhere. A threat to the intellectual validity of the system, or the advocacy of a different ideology, represents a mortal danger. The totalitarian state can never become completely invulnerable or stamp out critical thought altogether. It may appear all-powerful, as it dominates all aspects of life, but it is also weak inasmuch as any crack in the ideological monolith is a threat to its existence. It is hard, moreover, to maintain a system in which ideology is deprived of its own inertial movement and reduced to nothing more or less than the actual dictates of the state authority. The logic of Stalinism is that truth is what the party, i.e. Stalin, says at any given moment, and the effect of this is to empty ideology of its substance altogether. On the other hand, ideology must be presented as a general theory with a consistency of its own, and as long as this is done, there is no guarantee that it may not acquire a momentum of its own and be used as actually happened in the post-Stalinist period against its chief spokesman and sole authorized interpreters. In the late 1930s, however, this danger appeared highly remote. The system had been brought to an almost ideal state of perfection, in which civil society hardly existed anymore and the population seemed to have no other purpose than to obey the behests of the state personified in Stalin. An essential instrument for the destruction of social ties was the universal system of spying on one's neighbor. Every citizen was under a legal and moral obligation to do so, and tale-bearing was the chief method of getting on in life. The continuing slaughter made room for many who aspired to join the privileged ruling class, and were prepared to demonstrate their fitness by destroying others. In this way, too, huge numbers of people became accessories to crime for the sake of personal advancement. The ideal of Stalinist socialism appeared to be a situation where everyone in the country, except Stalin, was an inmate of a concentration camp and also an agent of the secret police. It was hard to achieve this ultimate perfection, but the trend towards it in the 1930s was very strong. 2. Stalin's codification of Marxism. In the 30s, every branch of culture in the Soviet Union was strictly regimented, and independent intellectual life practically ceased to exist. Belles lettres were gradually but effectively reduced to an adjunct of politics and propaganda, with the sole purpose of glorifying the system and its leader and unmasking class enemies. In 1932, talking to a group of writers at Gorky's home, Stalin described authors in general as engineers of men's souls. This flattering term duly became the official formula. Films and the theater were. Book 3 * The Breakdown 861. Treated in the same way, though the latter suffered less. A traditional repertoire of plays was allowed to subsist insofar as the authors, mostly classical Russian dramatists, could be described as progressive or even partially progressive. This let in Gogol, Ostrovsky, Saltykov-Shatrin, Tolstoy, and Chekhov, and, even in the worst years, excellent production could be seen on the Russian stage. Novelists, poets, and film directors vied with one another in Byzantine adulation of Stalin. This reached its peak in the post-war years, but was already highly developed in the period we are considering. Sent et redi presianad cogiment hinted dry for an equals superiors abert. As codi into. Ailing to appreciate the After Traun Iberally, contemporational alter Trounsen at th at turn of Torth, Rahem Lucralismo PSD. Gert 7 equals Trisik and Ideal at RPO ASME. IAIOU. Alter became AAI. AGOEL like an IDTECA Exixisi lead. 1 ANC and S4. Trotskyism, it had long ceased to be part of the communist movement and had become an advanced detachment of the counter-revolutionary bourgeoisie. It was a monstrous lie to suggest that Lenin before the war did not understand that the bourgeois democratic revolution was bound to develop into a socialist one, and that he afterwards picked up this idea from Trotsky. Stalin's letter. Works, English ed., Volume 13, 1955, pp 86ff, laid down the rules of Soviet historiography once and for all. Lenin had always been right, the Bolshevik Party was and had always been infallible, even though at times enemies crept into 862 main currents of Marxism. The fold and tried unsuccessfully to divert it from the correct path. All non-Bolshevik groups in the socialist movement had always been hotbeds of sun or, at best, breeding grounds of pernicious error. This judgment set the seal on Rosa Luxemburg's historical reputation, and also disposed finally of Trotsky TID2FC editil 0 Ipirndain Mevenfe. OFS Almi. Moreno Kiwaspai Stamandin was to have been republished as a volume in the series of his collected works, had not this been discontinued after his death. The May 1 C. Ishal.Wide registered and the essay by Stalin is distinctive style is evident in several places, especially where he speaks of various traitors and deviationists as white guard pygmies, contemptible lackeys of the fascists, etc. The size of the editions could no doubt be compared only with those of the Bible in Western countries. It was published and taught everywhere without ceasing. In the upper forms of secondary schools, in all places of higher learning, party courses, etc., wherever anything was taught, the short course was the Soviet citizens' main intellectual pabulum. For any literate person it would have been an unusual feat to remain ignorant of it. Most people were obliged to read it time and again, and party propagandists and lecturers knew it were to ally by heart. The short course set up a world record in another respect also. Among books with historical pretensions there is probably none that contains so high a proportion of lies and suppressions. As the title indicates, the book is a story of the Bolshevik Party from its inception, but chapter 4 also introduces the reader to general questions of world history and expounds the correct version of Marxist philosophy and social theory. Morals are drawn liberally from historical events and shown to have formed the basis of the actions of the Bolshevik Party and the world communist movement. The historical conclusions are simple. The Bolshevik Party, under the brilliant leadership of Lenin and Stalin, unswervingly pursued from the outset the faultless policy which was crowned by the success of the October Revolution. Lenin is always depicted in the forefront of history, and Stalin directly after him. A few individuals of the Book 3 * the breakdown 863. Second or third rank who were lucky enough to die before the great purges are briefly mentioned at appropriate points in the story. As for the leaders who actually helped Lenin to create the party, carry out the revolution, and found the Soviet state, they are either not mentioned at all or are shown as double-dyed traitors and wreckers who crept into the party and whose whole career consisted of sabotage and conspiracy. Stalin, on the other hand, was from the beginning an infallible leader, Lenin's best pupil, his truest helper and closest friend. Lenin himself, the reader is given to understand, formed a plan for the development of humanity while he was still a youth, and each successive act of his life was a deliberate step in furtherance of that plan. The short course not only established a whole pattern of Bolshevik mythology linked to the cult of Lenin and Stalin, but prescribed a detailed ritual and liturgy. From the time of its publication, party writers, historians, and propagandists who touched on any part of its subject matter were obliged to adhere to every canonical formula and to repeat every relevant phrase verbatim. The short course was not merely a work of falsified history but a powerful social institution, one of the party's most important instruments of mind control, a device for the destruction both of critical thought and of society's recollections of its own past. From this point of view, the book belongs squarely within the pattern of the totalitarian state created by Stalin. To bring the system to perfection and reduce civil society to a cipher, it was necessary to root out all forms of life that were not state-controlled and might constitute a threat of any kind. It was also necessary to devise means of destroying independent thought and memory, an extremely difficult but important task. A totalitarian system cannot survive without constantly rewriting history, eliminating past events, personalities, and ideas and substituting false ones in their place. It was unthinkable in terms of Soviet ideology to say that a particular leader who had fallen a victim to the purge had once been a true servant of the party but had subsequently fallen from grace. Anyone who was proclaimed a traitor in the end must have been one from the beginning. Those who were simply done to death without being branded as traitors became unpersons and were never heard of again. Soviet readers became used to seeing editions of books that were still on sale but from which the editor's or translator's name had been carefully erased. If, however, the author himself was a traitor, then the book disappeared completely from circulation and only a few copies remained in the prohibited sections of libraries. This was so even if the book's content was irreproachably Stalinist, as, in all magical thinking, an object connected in any way with the evil spirit was contaminated forever and must be cast out and blotted from memory. Soviet citizens were allowed to remember the existence of a few traitors mentioned in the short course so as to include them in ritual combinations, but the rest of 864 main currents of Marxism, the satanic crew, were supposed to be forgotten and no one dared to speak their names. Old newspapers and journals became unclean overnight if they contained photographs of traitors or articles written by them. Not only was the past constantly revised, but an important feature of Stalinism, everybody was supposed, on the one hand, to be aware of this and of the fairly simple way in which it was done, but, on the other, to say nothing about it on pain of the direst consequences. There were in the Soviet Union many other pseudo-secrets of this kind, i.e. matters that the whole population was intended to know about, but never to mention. The labor camps were never spoken of in the newspapers, but it was an unwritten law that the citizens should know about them, not simply because such things could not be kept secret anyway, but because the government wanted people to be aware of certain facts of Soviet life while pretending to one another that no such facts existed. The object of the system was to create a dual consciousness. At public meetings, and even in private conversations, citizens were obliged to repeat in ritual fashion grotesque falsehoods about themselves, the world, and the Soviet Union, and at the same time, to keep silent about things they knew very well, not only because they were terrorized but because the incessant repetition of falsehoods which they knew to be such made them accomplices in the campaign of lies inculcated by the party and state. It was not the regime's intention that people should literally believe the absurdities that were put about. If any were so naive as to do so and to forget reality completely, they would be in a state of innocence vis-a-vis their own consciences and would be prone to accept communist ideology as valid in its own right. Perfect obedience required, however, that they should realize that the current ideology meant nothing in itself, any aspect of it could be altered or annulled by the supreme leader at any moment as he might see fit, and it would be everyone's duty to pretend that nothing had changed and that the ideology had been the same from everlasting. Stalin took care to emphasize that he himself, like Lenin, had not added anything to Marxism but only developed it. In order to realize that the party ideology at any given time was neither more nor less than what the leader said it was, the citizen had to possess a dual consciousness. In public he professed adherence to the ideology as an unchanging catechism, while in private or semi-consciously he knew that it was a completely adaptable instrument in the party's hands, i.e. Stalin's. He thus had to behave without believing, and it was the state of mind that the party sought to create and maintain in its own members and, as far as possible, in the whole population a ideator of people, lacking the bare necessities of Book 3 The Breakdown 6065. S. The short course was a perfect manual of false history and doublethink. Its lay and suppressians were too obvious to be overlooked by readers who had witnessed the events in question. All but the youngest party members knew who Trotsky was and how collectivization had taken place in Russia, but, obliged as they were to parrot the official version, they became co-authors of the new past and believers in it as party-inspired truth. If anyone challenged this truth on the basis of manifest experience, the indignation of the faithful was perfectly sincere. In this way Stalinism really produced the new Soviet man, an ideological schizophrenic, a liar who believed what he was saying, a man capable of incessant, voluntary acts of intellectual self-mutilation. As we have mentioned, the short course contained a new exposition of dialectical and historical materialism, a complete Marxist catechism for a whole generation. This work of Stalin's did not really add anything to the simplified account of Marxism that might be found, for example, in Currnts' manual. But it had the merit that everything was numbered and set out systematically. The exposé of Marxism, like the rest of the book, had a didactic purpose, and it was easy to assimilate and remember. Count, it may ms. Ron or ntwelizia Son for the omission is not explained, but, at all events, the dialectic henceforth. 6E49 comprises 4 laws and no more 18 stereo dialectics is metaphysics. 866 main currents of Marxism is present at M. Swatiriation of view for which support can be found in some statements by Engels, Plekhanov, and Bukharin. Since the material world is primary and mind is secondary, it follows that the material life of society, i.e. production and the relations of production, is also primary and is an objective reality, while the spiritual life of society is a secondary reflection of it. The logical basis of this deduction is not explained. Stalin then quotes Marxist formulas concerning the base and superstructure, classes, and the class struggle, the dependence of ideology, and all other forms of superstructure, on production relations, the renegness of attributing social changes simply to geographical or demographic conditions, and the fact that history depends primarily on technological development. Then comes an account of the 5 main socio-economic systems: primitive communal, slave-owning, feudal, capitalist, and socialist. The order in which these succeed one another is described as historically inevitable. Nothing is said about Marx's Asiatic mode of production. The probable reasons for this have been discussed elsewhere, Volume I, ch. 14, pages 350-1. The enumeration of the 5 types of society and their application to the history of every country in the world presented Soviet historians with a major problem. It was no easy matter to discern the existence of a slave or feudal society among populations that had never heard of such phenomena. Moreover, as capitalism had been established by a bourgeois revolution and socialism by a socialist one, it was natural to suppose that previous transitions had taken place in a similar way. Stalin indeed wrote, or proved, in Soviet philosophy the two terms mean the same thing where the classics of Marxism-Leninism are conserved, that the feudal system emerged from the slave-owning one as the result of a slave revolution. He had in fact made the same point in an address on February 1933, the slave-owning system was overthrown by a slave revolution, as a result of which feudal lords took the place of the old exploiters. This gave historians the additional problem of identifying the slave revolution in every case of transition from slave-owning to feudalism. Stalin's work was greeted by a chorus of ideologists as the supreme achievement of Marxist theory and a milestone in philosophical history. For the next 15 years Soviet philosophy consisted of little but variations on the theme of its superlative merit. Every philosophical article and manual dutifully enumerated the 4 marks of the dialectic and the 3 principles of materialism. Philosophers had little to do but to find examples showing that different. Book 3 equals the breakdown 867. Phenomena were interrelated, a proof of Stalin's first law, or that things changed, a proof of the second, and so on. In this way philosophy was degraded to the status of a medium for incessant flattery of the supreme leader. Everyone wrote in exactly the same style, no writer could be distinguished from another by the form or content of his work. The same soporific clichés were repeated endlessly, with no attempt at independent thought. Any such attempt, however timid and obsequious, would have exposed the author to immediate attack. To say anything of one's own in philosophy could only signify that one was accusing Stalin of having omitted something important. To write in a style of one's own was to show dangerous presumption by suggesting that one could express something better than he. Thus Soviet philosophical literature came to consist of heaps of waste paper reproducing in diluted form Chapter 4, Seconds. Shin 2 of the short course. Compared with this, even the polemics of the dialecticians and mechanists were an example of bold, creative, and independent thought. As for the history of philosophy, it became an almost forgotten subject. In the 30s a few translations of philosophical classics still appeared, but only of such authors as were classed, rightly or wrongly, as made realists or had written against religion. The Soviet reader might thus occasion see an anti-clerical pamphlet by Holbeck or Voltaire or, if he was lucky, something by Bacon or Spinoza. Hegel's works were also published, as he belonged to the canon of dialectical writers. But for about 40 years there was no chance of reading Plato, not to mention any more dangerous idealist. Professional philosophers quoted only the classics of Marxism-Leninism, namely Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin. The chronological sequence was, of course, observed when the names were cited together, but in terms of frequency of quotation the order was precisely the reverse. It might have seemed that the ideological situation resulting from the publication of the short course was one of final perfection, but the post-war years showed that it could still be improved upon. 868 main currents of Marxism. Feniatir it should be said once again that Eindert about Stalinist ideology was not its content even though it was expressed in catechetical form but the fact that there was a supreme authority from whose Judgment on ideological matters there was no appeal. Ideology was thus completely institutionalized, and virtually the whole of intellectual life was subordinate to it. The unity of theory and practice was expressed by the concentration of doctrinal, political, and police authority in Stalin's person. Dialectical and historical materialism as expounded by Stalin amounted to an unimaginative, schematic version of Marxism according to Plekhanov, Lenin, and Bukharin, a philosophy with cosmic ambitions, proclaiming that the dialectic expressed universal laws which governed every aspect of reality, and that human history was a special case of the application of these laws. This philosophy claimed to be scientific in the same way as astronomy, and declared that social processes were as objective and predictable as any other. In this respect it departed radically from the Marxian viewpoint as reconstructed by Leszek and Korsch, according to which, in the particular case of the proletarian consciousness, the social process and awareness of that process became one and the same, and knowledge of society coincided with the revo. EOE that transformed it. /EL ways ancillary to practice -4D and accordance with this view pressure was put on scholars especially after the ideological reconstruction of the Academy of Sciences in the early 30s to confine themselves to fields that might be of immediate profit to industry. This pressure applied to all the natural sciences, and even, though less severely, to mathematics. Mathematical studies were scarcely ever supervised ideologically in the Soviet Union, as even the omnis and high priests of Marxism did not pretend to understand them. Consequently, standards were upheld and Russian mathematical science was saved from temporary destruction. The unity of theory and practice, of course, applied to the humane sciences also, but in a slightly different sense. Broadies Hevenses to those of party prop. History, philosophy. And the history of literature and art were supposed to serve the party and state, i.e., to buttress the party line and provide theoretical support for current decisions. Book 3 * The Breakdown 869. The demand that natural science should confine itself to subjects of technical use was highly damaging to important branches of research, and this very soon made itself felt in technology as well. Even more pernicious, however, were attempts to exercise ideological control over the actual results of scientific investigation, in the name of Marxist correctness. In the 30s the idealist theory of relativity came under fire from a band of philosophers and half-baked physicists, led by A. Maximov. The same period saw the rise of Trofim D. Leszek, whose mission was to revolutionize Soviet biological science in accordance with Marxism-Leninism and to explode the bourgeois theories of Mendel and Th. Morgan. Leszek, an agronomist, had explored various techniques of plant breeding and decided, early in his career, to develop them into a universal theory of Marxist genetics. After 1935, together with his assistant I. Present, he attacked the modern genetic theory and claimed that hereditary influences could be almost completely eliminated by appropriate changes in environment. Genes were a bourgeois invention, as was the distinction between genotype and phenotype. It was not hard to convince the party lead, ERS and Stalin himself, that a theory which rejected the immortal substance of heredity and proclaimed that living organisms could be altered to any desired extent by environmental changes was in accordance with Marxism-Leninism. Everything changes, and was admirably suited to the ideology which maintained that human beings, especially Soviet man, could transform nature in any way they had a mind to. So Leszek rapidly secured party support and exercised a growing influence on research institutes, academicians, journals, etc. Until, as we shall see, his revolutionary theory achieved a complete triumph in 1948. Party propaganda extolled his discoveries incessantly from about 1935 onwards, and those who objected that his experiments were scientifically worthless were soon put to silence. The eminent genetician Nikolai I. Vobulov, who refused to subscribe to the new theory, was arrested in 1940 and perished in the Kolakowski concentration camp. Most Soviet philosophers, as was to be expected, joined in acclaiming Leszek's views. Today no one has any doubt that Leszek was an ignoramus and a charlatan, and his career is an instructive example of how the Soviet system functions, not only with respect to science and culture but also in the economic and administrative sphere. The self-destructive features that were to become still more evident later on were already visible. As the party exercises unlimited authority in every area of life, and the whole system is organized hierarchically with a one-way chain of command, it follows that the career of any individual depends on his obedience to authority and proficiency in the arts of flattery and denunciation. It is fatal, on the other hand, to display initiative, a mind of one's own, or even a minimal respect for truth. When the main object of those in authority is to maintain and increase their power, it is inevitable that the wrong 870 main currents of Marxism people will come to the top, both in science, especially if it is ideologically controlled, and in economic administration. Inefficiency and waste are built-in features of the Soviet system. Economic development is hampered by both the promotion of the unfit and the wholesale restriction of information on grounds of politics and security. Later attempts at rationalizing the economy have had some success, but only insofar as they departed from the totalitarian principle or the ideal of unity which the Stalinist system brought to such perfection. Acer. A. Who it was already discerned the early 30s, whence little speeches began. So Ilism, the patriotic theme, was stressed increasingly in propaganda, and Soviet and Russian patriotism coincided more and more. The glories of Russian history were revived in an appeal to national pride and self-sufficiency. Some nations, such as the Uzbeks, who had formerly written their language in Arabic script and were then given a Latin alphabet by the Soviet authorities, were now compelled to adopt a form of Cyrillic, so that 3 alphabets were used in a single generation. The idea of national cadres exercising power in the non-Russian republics of the Union soon proved to be a fiction, in practice. Though not in theory, the top posts in the party and state administration were usually held by Russians appointed from Moscow. The ideology of state power became by degrees indistinguishable from that of Russian imperialism. Marxism as the ideology of the Soviet state very soon ceased to be an independent factor in the determination of policy. Of necessity, its content had to be so vague and general as to justify any particular move in home or foreign affairs, NEP or collectivization, friendship with Hitler or war with Hitler, any toughening or relaxation of the internal regime, and so on. And indeed, since the theory states that on the one hand the superstructure is a creation and instrument of the base, but on the other it also affects the base, it can be shown that any imaginable government policy for the regulation of the economy, or for controlling culture in a greater or less degree, is in accordance with Marxism. If on the one hand individuals do not make history, but on the other exceptional individuals who understand historical necessity do play an important part, and both points of view can be supported by quotations from Marx and Engels, then it is equally in accordance with Marxism to pay divine honors to the socialist despot or to condemn this practice as a deviation. If, on the one hand, all nations are entitled to self-determination, but on the other hand the cause of world socialist revolution is paramount, then any policy, whether mild or severe, with the object of discouraging the national ASPI rations of the non-Russian inhabitants of the empire will be indubitably Marxist. Such in fact was the ambivalent basis of Stalin's Marxism, and its Book 3 * The Breakdown 871. Vague and contradictory tenets were alike put down to the dialectic. From this point of view both the function and the content of official Soviet Marxism have remained the same since Stalin's death. Marxism has become simply a rhetorical dressing for the realpolitik of the Soviet Empire. The rationale of this change was very simple. ##@ at trademark Soviet Union should be registered. Definition / there do TAC tatty WTS. 1. Tsarist Russia, like most other powers in history, supported the aspirations of smaller peoples in order to weaken its own rivals, and the Soviet Union pursued this policy from the outset, but under a different guise. Even feudal sheiks and Asiatic princes, according to Stalin, played an objectively progressive role insofar as they undermined the imperialist front. This was fully in accordance with Lenin's theory of world revolution, which admitted and even required the participation of non-socialist, non-proletarian, and, in Marxist terms, reactionary forces. From a dialectical point of view the reactionaries immediately and dialectically became progressive if their efforts were hostile to the interests of other world powers. In the same way it became axiomatic after 1917 that, as the Soviet Union was by definition the mainstay of the worldwide liberation movement, any armed incursion or seizure of foreign territory on its part was not an invasion but an act of liberation. Marxism thus provided the Soviet state with a repertoire of arguments that were far more useful as tools of imperialism than the clumsy and even absurd principles with which Tsarist Russia sought to justify its rule over alien peoples. 3. The Comintern and the ideological transformation of international communism. In the natural course of things, Stalinization spread throughout the world communist movement. For the first decade of its existence the Third International was still a forum of discussion and conflict between different forms of communist ideology, but thereafter it lost all independence and became an instrument of Soviet foreign policy, completely subordinated to Stalin's authority. The various left-wing groups and fractions that emerged within social democratic parties during the First World War were not all pure Leninists, but all agreed in condemning the betrayal of the movement by the leaders of the Second International. They all rejected reformism, and sought to revive the traditional internationalist spirit. The October Revolution had created a new revolutionary stronghold, and most of these left-wingers believed that the world communist revolution was imminent. In 1918 communist parties were formed in Poland, Germany, Finland, Latvia, Austria, Hungary, Greece, and 72 main currents of Marxism. Holland. In the next 3 years larger or smaller revolutionary parties, representing various minority groups, came into existence in all European countries. Despite many complicated disputes and schisms, there took shape in this way an international communist movement inspired by Leninist principles. In January 1919 the Bolshevik Party issued a manifesto drafted by Trotsky, and calling for the creation of a new international. A congress was held at Moscow in March, at which the project was approved by delegates of certain communist parties and left-wing social democratic groups. The Third International was not actually set up until the Second Congress, in July-August 1920. From the beginning various parties developed internal divisions and departures from the Leninist norm. On the one hand were rightist groups who geared after a reconciliation with the Social Democrats from whom they had recently split off. On the other were leftist or sectarian deviationists who, as a rule, rejected compromise tactics or association with parliamentary politics. It was against this school of thought that Lenin wrote Left-Wing Communism, an infantile disorder, given the belief prevalent among communists that, within a year the whole world, or at least Europe, would become a Soviet republic. Leftist tendencies were much stronger and more in evidence than reformist ones. AESSOLAD PAEEI. History IITI. The International was to hold annual congresses, biennial after 1924, and be governed in between times by its executive committee, which could expel sections that disregarded its instructions and could require them to cast out groups or individuals for breaches of discipline. #theses.adeptchat.the2 Gongres Aiden. Al-Tide, E. Oblique AR. Perry ES. Lee. W.S. B. 6. Eunice Muirpus. The Theses on Colonial Questions, drafted by Lenin, instructed communists in colonial and backward countries to enter into temporary alliances with national revolutionary movements. At the same time, communists must remain independent, not allowing the national bourgeoisie to get hold of the revolutionary movement, but fighting from the outset for a Soviet republic. Under their leadership the backward countries would achieve communism without having to go through a capitalist stage. Book 3 The Breakdown 873. The Congress also issued a manifesto demanding unconditional support for the cause of the Soviet Union as being the cause of the whole international. Be fulfilled by TWAETRECEPONE. Plead Leeson and Particantal. The sections must resolutely combat reformist tendencies and, whenever possible, remove reformists and centralists from workers' organizations. They must also, this was specially emphasized, carry out systematic propaganda within their country's armed forces. They must combat pacifism, support colonial liberation movements, be active in workers' organizations and especially trade unions, and make efforts to win peasant support. In Parliament, communist deputies must subordinate their whole active ITY to revolutionary propaganda. Parties must be centralized to the maximum, observe iron discipline, and periodically purge their ranks of petty bourgeois elements. They must unquestioningly support all existing Soviet republics. Each party's program must be endorsed by a Congress of the International, or by its executive committee, and all decisions of Congresses or the executive committee were binding on all sections. All parties must call themselves communist, and those that were allowed by the laws of their country to function openly must, in addition, set up clandestine organizations for action at the decisive moment. Of Organizatial. Internal struggles within the Soviet leadership were not only reflected in the International but eventually became its main concern. Each of the Bolshevik oligarchs who contended for power after Lenin's death naturally sought support among the leaders of fraternal parties, and the victories or defeats of international communism were, in turn, exploited in fractional struggles in Moscow. The first congresses of the International were held regularly in accordance. 874, Main Currents of Marxism. With the statutes. The third took place in June-July 1921, the fourth in November 1922, and the fifth in June-July 1924. By this time Russia had been through the Civil War, the NEP had entered its first phase, and Lenin had died. In Accordance with Lenin's precepts, the International busied itself from the outset with revolutionary agitation in colonial and undeveloped countries. The Indian communist Nath Roy argued that revolution in Asia should be the main objective of world communism. The stability of capitalism depended on profits from colonial territories, and it was there, not in Europe, that the future of humanity would be decided. A majority of the International, however, thought that Europe should still be the main focus of activity. The defeat of the Soviet armies before Warsaw in 1920 caused hopes of an early revolution to recede, but they did not fade completely. However, in March 1921 an attempt at revolution in Germany ended in fiasco, and the resolutions of the Third Comintern Congress in June were less optimistic as to the prospect of a world Soviet Republic. The German uprising was condemned by Lenin and Trotsky and duly criticized by the Congress. However, Paul Levi, the German communist leader, who had himself opposed the rising and was therefore expelled from the party shortly before the Congress opened, was not rehabilitated. He was again condemned, and his expulsion ratified. The new Leninist style was clearly in full operation. As the world revolution was hanging fire, the Comintern leaders decided, against strong opposition from the leftist minority, to adopt a united front policy of cooperation with the socialists. Conversations were begun before the Fourth Congress in 1922, but came to nothing. The socialists suspected, with good reason, that the united front was a ploy aimed at their destruction. A further abortive rising took place in Germany in October 1923. This time Heinrich Brandler, the new party leader, was made the scapegoat for a plan that had been wholly organized and initiated by the Comintern and the Bolshevik Party. In 1924 Trotsky accused the Comintern, then under Zinoviev's direction, of failing to exploit the revolutionary situation by seizing power in Germany. The Fifth Comintern Congress, held in mid-1924, at a time when the ruling triumvirate of Stalin, Zinoviev, and Kamina was engaged in a crucial struggle with Trotsky, passed a resolution calling for the Bolshevization of all member parties. This meant in theory that they should adopt the methods and style of the Russian party, but in practice that they should accept its authority in all matters. The Congress itself showed that Bolshevization was already well advanced. The communists of all countries unanimously condemned Trotsky at the bidding of Stalin and his associates. In the following year there was a demonstration at the Congress of the German Communist Party of what Bolshevization meant, when the Soviet delegate Manuelski, one of Stalin's chief henchmen in the Comintern, attempted to lay down the law as regards the membership of the Central Committee. As the German delegates refused to book 3 * the breakdown 875 comply, Zinoviev, chairman of the executive committee, summoned them to Moscow and ordered them to get rid of their leftist leaders, Ruth Fischer and Arkady Maslow, who had tried to maintain some semblance of autonomy vis-a-vis the Bolsheviks. Another resolution of the Fifth Congress assessed the position of the Social Democrats, stating that their role, in collusion with the bourgeoisie, was to instill democratic and pacifist illusions in the working class. As capitalism decayed, social democracy came closer and closer to fascism. The two were in fact aspects of a single weapon in the hands of capital. This was the genesis of the theory of social fascism, which a few years later became the principal guideline of Comintern policy. 4 years elapsed between the Fifth and Sixth Comintern Congresses. Stalin was probably unwilling to call one until he had finally achieved victory over Trotsky and also Zinoviev, Kameny, and their associates. Meanwhile the Comintern, in spite of its doctrine concerning social fascism, made advances to the British trade unions, which resulted in the formation, in 1925, of an Anglo-Russian committee to promote the unification of the world trade union movement. This, however, was short-lived and unsuccessful. In 1926-7 the Comintern suffered a more serious setback in China, where the small Communist Party, on Moscow's instructions, had supported the revolutionary Kuomintang in its efforts to unify and modernize China and free it from Western domination. This, in Stalin's opinion, was a bourgeois nationalist movement and was not destined to lead at once at a dictatorship of the proletariat. The Soviet Union helped with arms and military and political advisors, and in the spring of 1926, the Kuomintang was even admitted to the Comintern as a sympathizing party. However, when Chiang Kai-shek formed his government, he excluded the communists from any share in power, and in April 1927 he put down a communist rising in Shanghai with many arrests and executions. Stalin, realizing too late that Chiang had anticipated the intentions of his allies by getting his blow in first, attempted to save the situation by ordering an insurrection in Canton. This took place in December, but was quelled by another massacre. Trotsky blamed Stalin for these defeats, declaring that instead of accepting Jiang's leadership, the Chinese communists should have aimed at setting up a Soviet republic from the outset, though he did not explain how they could have prevailed against Chiang in the then state of their forces. However, the Comintern laid the blame on the Chinese party for pursuing a false policy, and its leader, Chen Tuxiu, was condemned and later expelled. The Sixth Comintern Congress, in August 1928, put a final stop to attempts at cooperating with the socialists, which in any case had been feeble and unsuccessful. The Congress declared that international social democracy and the trade unions under its control were the mainstay of capitalism, and 676 main currents of Marxism. Communist parties were ordered to concentrate all their efforts against the social fascists. The temporary stabilization of capitalism, it was proclaimed, had now come to an end, and a new revolutionary period was beginning. The communist parties in various countries duly expelled rightists and conciliators from the ranks, and the new purge claimed many victims among the leaders in GER, many, Spain, the USA and elsewhere. He treated the socialists as enemies. By the time they changed their minds, the party was already broken and helpless. By the end of 1929, after the downfall of Bukharin, who had succeeded Zinoviev as chairman of the executive committee in 1926, Stalin was the unquestioned owner of the Bolshevik party and, through it, of international communism. The Comintern lost all significance of its own and was merely a channel for the transmission of the Kremlin's orders to other parties. Its staff consisted exclusively of people loyal to Stalin and controlled by the Soviet police. Among their tasks was to recruit intelligence agents for the Soviet Union. All the fraternal parties, after repeated purges, accepted without demur Moscow's changing directives, which for the most part were dictated by Soviet foreign policy. Stalin financed the parties generously and thus increased their dependence on himself. By the mid-30s the Comintern was a mere facade, as it was no longer needed even for the purpose of securing obedience from foreign parties. The seventh and last Comintern Congress, held in Moscow in July-August 1935, proclaimed a new policy which had been foreshadowed for a year or more, that of the Popular Front against fascism. What had recently been condemned as rightist opportunism now became the official line. All democratic forces, especially the socialists, the social fascists of 2 years earlier, as well as liberals and even conservatives if need be, were to rally under communist leadership against the fascist threat. Stalin's reason for this policy seems to have been his fear that France and the other Western countries would remain neutral if Hitler attacked Russia. France, in any case, was the main target of the Popular Front policy. As far as Germany was concerned, it could only apply to powerless emigre groups, and the communist parties in other countries were too weak to effect events. In France, the Popular Front was victorious at the election in May 1936, but the communists refused to enter Leon Blum's government. In general, the policy did not last long and produced few results. Although not officially revoked, it became a dead letter when Stalin decided to book 3 * the breakdown 877. Seek a rapprochement with Nazi Germany. Meanwhile, the German Communist Party, which had been smashed and driven underground, belatedly adopted Hitler's slogans of the unity of all Germans and the liquidation of the Polish corridor. The true character of the Popular Front policy was shown up by the civil war in Spain. Some months after Franco's rebellion, Stalin decided to intervene in defense of the Republic. International brigades were formed, and, besides military advisors, the Soviet Union sent an army of political agents who purged the Republican forces of Trotskyists, anarchists, and deviationists of all kinds. International communism was by now completely Bolshevized, and in any case non-Bolshevik forms of communism had long ceased to signify. In the 20s, individuals or groups who had been expelled from their parties or had seceded in protest against Comintern policy tried from time to time to organize a non-Soviet communist movement, but these attempts never came to anything. The Trotskyists vegetated in small groups, appealing impotently to the internationalist conscience of the world proletariat. The authority of the Bolshevik Party, and the organizational principles accepted by all communists, were such that until the 1950s no dissident group achieved any support or influence. World communism marched obediently along the route prescribed by Stalin. The dissolution of the Comintern in May 1943 was a mere gesture to persuade Western public opinion of Soviet goodwill and democratic intentions. It had no other significance, as the communist parties were so well trained and so dependent on the Soviet Union for their organization and finances that no special institution was necessary to keep them in line. Giatanakhmarit studies. In the 20s, during the process of Bolshevization, the parties were dominated by various fractional and personal quarrels. These usually took the form of disputes over the correct interpretation of Lenin's political testament, but they had no permanent effect on doctrine apart from the gradual codification of Soviet-type orthodoxy. Nonetheless, the revolutionary mood of the early 20s gave rise to several theoretical documents in which Marxist doctrine as transmitted by the orthodox thinkers of the Second International was subjected to a thorough revision. The most important of these are the writings of Leszek and Korsch, both of whom were stigmatized as ultra-leftist by the Comintern. In different ways they attempted to reconstruct Marx's philosophy from the beginning, putting fresh life into the idea of the unity of theory and practice and combating the scientific outlook that prevailed among both the orthodox and the neo-Kantians. In various countries, stalwarts of the previous generation still carried on traditions of undogmatic Marxism outside the communist movement. Adler and Bauer in 878 Main Currents of Marxism. Austria, Krzyzewski in Poland, Koskay and Hilferding in Germany. Their active ITY in those years did not, however, have much effect on the evolution of doctrine. Some of them were content to repeat ideas and themes that had already been worked out, while others gradually fell away from Marxist tradition. Meanwhile, theoretical work was parleyed by the Comintern's policy of polarizing the socialist movement by combating the Social Democrats. The latter became largely divorced from Marxism and lost the need for a single binding ideology. Marxism was practically monopolized by Soviet ideologists, and became more barren with every year that passed. Only in Germany was there an important Marxist center that did not identify with communism, the Institut für Sozialforschung, founded at Frankfurt in 1923. Its members were at first strongly influenced by Marxist tradition, but the links weakened by degrees, and a pattern took shape which was later increasingly evident. On the one hand, Marxism became ossified as an institutionalized party ideology and, while politically effective, lost all philosophical value. On the other, it combined with quite different traditions to the point where it ceased to present a clear outline and became only one of many contributions to intellectual history. Around the middle 30s, however, the Marxist movement in France revived to some extent. Among its leaders were scientists, sociologists, and philosophers, not all of whom were communists: Henry Wallin, Paul Langevin, Frederick Joliot-Curie, Marcel Prenant, Armand Cavalier, and Georges Friedman. These men were to play an important part in French intellectual life after the war, either as scholars who were politically committed to communism, but not necessarily Marxist theoreticians, or as continuers of certain aspects of traditional Marxist theory, which had ceased to form a system but had penetrated intellectual life in a piecemeal fashion. G. M. E. Rowe or Hedoy. Handbook of Theonist Dialectical Materialism. In Britain, J. B. S. Haldane, the well-known biologist and author of books on the origins of life on Earth, endeavored to prove the affinity of Marxism with modern science. Another Marxist was the American geneticist H. J. Muller. In both these cases, however, Marxism figured in aspects that were not specifically Marxist. In biology, it appeared chiefly in the form of a general opposition to vitalism and finalism. Maurice Dobb, also in Britain, defended Marxist economic theory, especially in relation to the trade cycle. On the left wing of the Labour Party, Harold J. Lasky expounded in Marxist terms the theory of the state, the nature of authority, and the history of political ideas. In the later 30s, he adopted the classic Marxist theory of the state as instrument which in the last resort serves to enable one class to coerce. Book 3 * the breakdown 879. Another. He attacked contemporary liberalism as an ideology whose main purpose was to keep the exploited from being heard, and asserted that if the vital interests of the property-owning classes were threatened, they would increasingly reject liberal forms of government and resort to naked force. The growth of fascism in Europe was a natural result of the development of the bourgeois state. Bourgeois democracy was in a state of decline, and the only alternative to fascism was socialism. Nonetheless, Lasky was attached to traditional democratic liberties and believed that the proletarian revolution would leave them intact. The key to social development lay, he declared, in the attitude of the middle classes. John Strachey, at this time a communist, he later became a social democrat, discussed the same problems from an orthodox Leninist viewpoint. A gifted author at Christopher Gadwell, Suddenro. Christopher St. John equals. W.N. A.E.I. Tonvariational Brigade in Spain. Busenager. He produced a notable work anti-Flead-fisted reality study of the sources of poetry. Before becoming a communist, he wrote some detective stories and popular books on aviation. His poems were published posthumously, as were studies in a dying culture. 1938, a collection of essays on contemporary British literature and bourgeois culture in general, and an unfinished work, The Crisis in Physics, 1939, a Leninist attack on idealism, and indeterminism in modern science. The intellectual life of Western Europe, and to some extent of the USA, in the later 30s presented a curious picture. On the one hand, Stalinism was in full career, and some of its most repulsive features were laid bare for all the world to see, but, on the other, many intellectuals were attracted by communism as the only alternative to fascism and as a defense against it. All other 880 main currents of Marxism. Political groupings appeared weak, irresolute, and helpless before the threat of Nazi aggression. Marxism seemed to many to uphold the tradition of rationalism, humanism, and all the old liberal ideals, while communism was the political embodiment of Marxism and the best hope of containing the fascist onslaught. Left-wing intellectuals were drawn towards Marxism by features that had indeed been present in it from the beginning but were not specifically Marxist. As long as Soviet Russia seemed to be the main force opposed to fascism, these intellectuals endeavored to identify Soviet communism with Marxism as they understood it. In so doing, they deliberately blinded themselves to the realities of communist policy. Those who, like George Orwell, formed an idea of communism in action from empirical facts instead of from doctrinaire assumptions met with hatred and indignation, hypocrisy and self-delusion had become the permanent climate of the intellectual left. 4. The crystallization of Marxism-Leninism after the Second World War. 1. The wartime interlude. By ruin of the 1930s, Marxism had taken on a clearly defined form as the doctrine of the Soviet Party and state. Its official name was Marxism-Leninism, which, as we have explained, meant nothing more or less than Stalin's personal ideology. It included bits of theory from Marx, Engels, and Lenin, but purported to be a single doctrine which the four classical teachers had successively developed and enriched. In this way, Marx was promoted to the rank of a classic of Marxism-Leninism and a forerunner of Stalin. The true content of Marxism-Leninism was expounded in Stalin's writings, more particularly in the short course. As we have seen, the characteristic feature of this ideology, which eminently reflected the interests of the governing stratum of a totalitarian state, was its combination of extreme rigidity and extreme flexibility. These seemingly opposite qualities reinforced each other perfectly. The ideology was rigid in the sense that it was expressed in a collection of unchanging, cut and dried formulas which all were obliged to repeat without the slightest deviation. But the content of those formulas was so vague that they could be used to justify any state policy whatsoever, in all its phases and variations. The most paradoxical effect of this function of Soviet Marxism was its tile self-liquidation during the Second World War. In the second half of the 30s, Europe was paralysed by the menace of Nazi aggression. During the crises which preceded the outbreak of war, the Soviet Union with Stalin at the helm pursued a skillful and subtle policy aimed at securing its position against threats from every side. The Western powers' pusillanimity. Mao's policy of appeasement made it difficult to foresee what would happen if Germany should attack her eastern or western neighbors. After the Anschluss and the subjugation of Czechoslovakia, it was clear to most people that war was unavoidable. The German-Soviet non-aggression pact of August 1039 contained 882 main currents of Marxism, a secret protocol providing for the partition of Poland between the signatories, and assigning Finland, Estonia, and Latvia to the Soviet sphere of interest. Lithuania was added to these in a modification of the agreement on 28 September. Germany invaded Poland on September 1, the day after the Soviet Union ratified the pact, and on September 17 the Red Army marched in to liberate the Polish eastern territories, while the Soviet and German governments claimed that Poland had been annihilated once and for all. The aggressors concluded the secret agreement to aid each other in stamping out underground activity in the occupied territories. During the period of Nazi-Soviet cooperation, the Russians handed over some German communists who were imprisoned in the USSR, including the physicist Alexander Weisberg. He survived the war, however, and was thus able to write one of the first documentary accounts of Stalin's purges. The pact with Hitler brought about a transformation of Soviet state ideology. Attacks on fascism, and the word fascism itself, disappeared from Soviet propaganda. The Western communist parties, especially the British and French, were ordered to direct their whole propaganda against the war effort, and to blame Western imperialism for the fight against Nazi Germany. The unsuccessful invasion of Finland revealed Russia's military weakness to the world, and not least to Hitler, whose object from the beginning was to destroy his Soviet ally. Still more catastrophic was the disarray of the Soviet Union immediately after the German invasion on June 21, 1941. Historians still debate the causes of its astonishing unpreparedness. The purging of the best army cadres, Stalin's military incompetence and refusal to heed warnings of an early attack, and the complete psychological disarmament of the Soviet people. A week before the invasion, the government publicly condemned rumors of war as absurd are among the reasons advanced for the series of defeats that brought the Soviet state to the brink of destruction. The German-Soviet War brought about further ideological changes in the Soviet Union and the whole communist world. The Western communists no longer had to direct their fire against the anti-Nazi forces, but were free to treat fascism as a natural enemy. The Polish communists, who until June 1941 had obediently accepted the abolition of the Polish state, re-established their party and combated the Nazi invader, partly in the USSR but mainly as an underground movement in German-occupied Poland. Apart from normal cruelty and destruction, the war in Russia brought ideological atrocities of its own. The mass deportation and murder of Poles, especially the intelligentsia, from Poland's eastern territories, the massacre of Polish officers taken captive by the Russians, the resettlement en masse, while the struggle with Germany was still going on, of 8 minority peoples of the USSR and the dissolution of 4 autonomous national republics, those of the Volga Germans, the Crimean Tatars, the Kalmyks, and the Chechens and Ingushes. Countless lives were lost. Book 3 The Breakdown 883. In these deportations, and the evacuated peoples were never to return to their native homes. At NTL Altana Anadu Ocladto Dalal. And the memory of such heroes as Alexander Nevsky, Suvoroi, and Kutuzov. The Internationale ceased to be the Soviet anthem and was replaced by a hymn glorifying Russia. Anti-religious agitation was stopped, and the League of Militant Atheists was actually dissolved, while the clergy were invited to help maintain the spirit of patriotism. Whole Soviet Piotr opposite would be closer. Top truth TTWACNECs underscore. Hitbat, EOFI. At Pheasant Timrance, apart from the efforts of the Soviet state and people, other FAC tours played their part, including the vast quantity of U.S. military aid and the ideological folly of Hitler, who, dazzled by his overwhelming success in the first months of the war, subjected the conquered territories to the full rigor of Nazi doctrine, instead of posing as a liberator in Belarusia and the Ukraine. He brandished the scourge of racialism and treated the inhabitants as submen, to be exterminated or enslaved forever. The Germans did not even disband the collective farms in conquered territory, as the system made it easier for them to commandeer produce. The bestial cruelty of the Nazis convinced the whole population that there could be no greater evil than Hitlerism. The Red Army soldiers, who after the first reverses, showed outstanding courage and devotion, fought for their country's existence and not for Marxism-Leninism. Many in Russia hoped that the war would not only bring final victory over Nazism but also internal freedom or at least a relaxation of tyranny. It was natural to think so when ideological controls had been loosened so that every effort might be devoted to winning the war, but very soon after victory it was clear that such hopes were an illusion. In spite of everything, various Marxist institutions continued to function throughout the war. The only important event in the sphere of Soviet philosophy was a decree of the party's Central Committee condemning errors in the third volume of A Collective History of Philosophy edited by G.F. Alexandrov. The authors, failing to keep abreast of the times, had overpraised Hegel's role as a philosopher and forerunner of Marxism-Leninism, without taking account of his German chauvinism. This condemnation was only one of many wartime acts of anti-German propaganda, but it helped to destroy Hegel's standing in the annals of Marxist-Leninist orthodoxy. In an interview with Soviet philosophy 884 Main Currents of Marxism. First, Stalin described Hegel as an ideologist of the aristocratic reaction to the French Revolution and French materialism, and from then on this assessment became obligatory in philosophical circles. As the prospect of victory became a virtual certainty, Stalin's policy, motivated throughout by the desire for conquest and territorial expansion, concerned itself with the post-war order in Europe and the world. By the Tehran and Yalta agreements, the Western Allies gave the Soviet Union, in practice, a free hand in Eastern Europe. In addition to the outright annexation of the three Baltic states and the acquisition of territory from nearly all its neighbors, the Soviet Union, with the acquiescence of Churchill and Roosevelt, enjoyed a dominant position in Poland, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria, and, to a lesser extent, Yugoslavia. It was some years before communist rule in these countries, and also in East Germany, was finally consolidated, but the result was a foregone conclusion. Some historians argue that both the annexations and the imposition of communism on countries occupied by the Red Army were not due to imperialist designs but to a concern for security which required the Soviet Union to surround itself as far as possible with friendly, or rather subservient, states. But this is a distinction without a difference, since as long as any states are not wholly subjected to the Soviet Union there can be no absolute guarantee of its security. To be perfectly effective, the defensive process must continue until the whole world is under Soviet rule. To the new ideological offensive. At the end of the war, Soviet Russia had suffered immense casualties and was in a state of economic ruin, yet its position in the world, and consequently Stalin's personal prestige, had risen enormously. Stalin emerged from the turmoil of war as a great statesman, a brilliant strategist, and the destroyer of fascism. Once the war was over and the Soviet conquests in Europe were assured, the dictator launched a new ideological offensive to reverse the pernicious effects of wartime liberalism, to teach the Russian people that the government had no intention of abating its power, and to compel those who, thanks to the war, had seen countries other than the homeland of the world proletariat to forget about such sites as quickly as possible. A particularly drastic instance of this policy was the wholesale banishment to concentration camps of Soviet prisoners of war who had been freed and handed over by the Western Allies. The terror and authenticity of war, together with the relaxation of Marxist ideological criteria, had led to a certain cultural revival marked by the appearance of outstanding novels, for example, those of V.P. Nekrasov and A.A. Beck, as well as poems, films, and other works. Book 3 equals The Breakdown 885. Maximers' ideological campaign that set in from 19F6% words might be summed up in the maxim once used by Alexander II to the Poles, point to reveries. The object was not only to restore ideological purity but raise it to Uzid's world. Every form of intellectual life was affected in turn: literature, philosophy, music, history, economics, natural science, painting, architecture. At FME was the same in each case, to stop kowtowing to the West / It was he who, on behalf of the party, informed the All-Union Writers' Congress in August 1934 that Soviet literature was not only the greatest in the world but was the only creative and developing literature, while the whole of bourgeois culture was in a state of decay and corruption. Bourgeois novels were full of pessimism, their authors had sold out to capitalism and their heroes were mostly thieves, prostitutes, spies, and hooligans. The great body of Soviet authors is now fused with the Soviet power and the party, having the aid of party guidance and the care and daily assistance of the Central Committee and the unceasing support of Comrade Stalin. Soviet literature must be optimistic. It must be forward-looking, and must serve the cause of the workers and collective farmers. Stanov's first important move after the war was to attack two Leningrad literary journals, Zvezda, Star, and Leningrad. A resolution condemning these journals was passed by the Central Committee in August 1946. The main victims were the eminent poetess Anna Akhmatova and the humorist Mikhail Zashchenko. Stanov made a speech at Leningrad in which he violently attacked both writers. Zashchenko was a malevolent slanderer of the Soviet people. He had written a story about a monkey deciding that it would rather stay in its cage in the zoo than live at large in Leningrad, and this obviously meant that Zashchenko wanted to reduce humanity to the level of monkeys. Even in the 1920s he had turned out unpolitical art devoid of party spirit, and had wanted nothing to do with the building of socialism. He was and remained a literary slum rat, unprincipled and conscienceless. As for Akhmatova, she was a sex-crazed mystic longing for Catherine's good old days. It would be hard to say whether she is a nun or a fallen woman, better perhaps say she is a bit of each. Her desires and her prayers intertwine. The fact that Leningrad journals printed such stuff showed that literary life was in a bad way. Many writers were imitating corrupt bourgeois literature, others were using history to escape from present-day themes, and one had even dared to parody Pushkin. The business of literature was to inspire young people with patriotism and revolution. 886 Main Currents of Marxism. Missionary zeal. As Lenin had laid down, it should be political and imbued with party spirit. It should unmask the rottenness of bourgeois culture and show the greatness of Soviet man and the Soviet people, not only as they were today but as they would be in the future. Stanov's clear injunction set the course of Soviet literature for the next few years. Writers who were ideologically off-color were forced to silence, if not worse. Even the most orthodox, like Fatayev, revised their work to the new specifications. To be forward-looking literature had, in practice, to describe the Soviet system not as it was but as ideology required it to be. This resulted in a flood of saccharine literature glorifying the party and extolling the bow ties of Soviet life. The printed word was abandoned almost completely to time, servers and sycophants. Music was not spared either. In January 1948, Standov made a speech to a conference of composers, conductors, and critics, attacking the corruption of bourgeois music and calling for more of the patriotic Soviet variety. The diet occasion was afforded by the opera The Great Friendship by the Georgian composer Murdeli. This work, with the best intentions, had shown the Caucasian peoples, Georgians, lesbians, and Ossetes as having fought the Russians directly after the revolution, but soon becoming reconciled to the Soviet regime. Nothing of the kind, said Standov, all these peoples had fought for Soviet power from the very beginning, shoulder to shoulder with the Russians. The only ones who had not were the Chechens and Ingushes, who as Steinhoy did not mention on this occasion, but as everyone was well aware had been deported en masse during the Nazi-Soviet war, while their autonomous republic was raised from the map. Not content with this example, Standov launched a general attack on composers who sought inspiration in Western novelties, instead of continuing the great Russian tradition of Glinka, Tchaikovsky, and Mussorgsky. Soviet music was lagging behind other forms of ideology. Composers were succumbing to formalism, departing from musical truth and socialist realism. Bourgeois music was anti-people, being either formalistic or naturalistic, but in any case idealistic. Soviet music must serve the people. There was a need for operas, songs, and choral works, which some composers, tainted with formalism, looked down on as unimportant. Such composers looked askance at program music, yet classical Russian music was mostly of this species. The party had already overcome reactionary and formalistic tendencies in painting and had re-established a healthy tradition of Vereshchat, Gin and Rapin, but music was still backward. The classic Russian heritage was unsurpassed, and composers must have a more sensitive political ear as well as a musical one. The results of this admonition were felt without delay. It suffices to compare Khachaturian's Piano Concerto, composed before Standov's speech, with his Book 3 * The Breakdown 887. Violin Concerto. Shostakovich, criticized for his Ninth Symphony among other works, made amends by composing a note in praise of Stalin's forestry plan. And many other musicians repaired their ideological fences. The most favored form of composition at this time was an oratorio in honor of the party, the state, and Stalin. The campaign against literature and music reflected the general principles of Stalin's policy at the time, which was one of ideological intimidation and physical and moral rearmament against the eventuality of war. The doctrine was founded on a division of humanity into two camps, the corrupt and decadent world of imperialism, destined soon to collapse under the weight of its own contradictions, and the camp of peace and socialism, the bulwark of progress. Bourgeois culture was by definition reactionary and decadent, and anyone who looked for positive values in it was committing high treason and serving the interests of the class enemy. 3. The philosophical controversy of 1947. After literature, it was the turn of philosophy to be disciplined. The occasion of the campaign was History of West European Philosophy by G. F. Alexandrov, published in 1946. This was wholly orthodox in intent, full of quotations from the Marxist-Leninist classics and written in a spirit of true devotion to the party. It was a popular exposition of scant historical value, but paid ample attention to the class content of the doctrines it described. The party, however, was incensed by the fact that it covered only Western philosophy and ended its survey in 1848, thus precluding a demonstration of the incomparable superiority of Russian philosophy. In June 1947, the Central Committee organized a large-scale discussion at which Standov formulated directives for the benefit of philosophical writers. In the part of his speech devoted to Alexandrov's book, he declared that it showed a lack of party spirit. The author had failed to point out that Marxism represented a qualitative leap in the history of philosophy and the beginning of a new era in which philosophy was a weapon of the proletariat in the struggle against capitalism. Alexandrov suffered from corrupt objectivism. He had merely recorded the views of various bourgeois thinkers in a neutral spirit, instead of fighting ruthlessly for the victory of the one true, progressive Marxist-Leninist philosophy. The omission of Russian philosophy was itself a sign of deference to bourgeois tendencies. The fact that Alexandrov's fellow philosophers had not themselves criticized these glaring defects, which were only revealed thanks to the personal intervention of Comrade Stalin, was a clear indication that all was not well on the philosophical front and that philosophers were losing their Bolshevik fighting spirit. 888 Main currents of Marxism. Tretoreth property of the masses. Bourgeois philosophy had been in a state of decline and dissolution since the rise of Marxism, and was incapable of producing anything of value. The history of philosophy for the past 100 years was the history of Marxism. The compass to steer by in combating bourgeois philosophy was Lenin's materialism and empiriocriticism. Alexandrov's book showed a spirit of toothless vegetarianism, as though the issue were not the class struggle but some kind of universal culture. Ebert Hive equals TEPEST or mol. Prezel had already been settled. Marxism equals and there was .NCET to return trademark in GEIN at E868. In the new society there was no longer any class struggle, but there was still a fight of the old against the new. The form of this battle, and thus the motive force of progress and the chosen instrument of the party, was criticism and self-criticism. Such was the new dialectical law of development of progressive society. All the chief members of the philosophical front took part in the debate, echoing the party directives and thanking Comrade Stalin for his creative contribution to Marxism and for correcting the errors of Soviet philosophy. Alexandrov performed the ritual self-criticism, acknowledging that his work contained serious mistakes, but consoled by the fact that his colleagues had supported Comrade Standov's criticism. He vowed unshakable fidelity to the party, and promised to mend his ways. During the debate, Standov opposed the idea of a special journal for philosophy, under the banner of Marxism had ceased publication 3 years before, arguing that the party monthly Bolshevik covered the ground perfectly well. Finally, however, he relented and agreed to the creation of Problems of Philosophy, the first number of which appeared shortly afterwards and contained a stenographic report of the debate. The first editor was V. M. Kedrov, who specialized in the philosophy of natural science and was a man of deeper culture than most Soviet philosophers. However, he committed the grave error of publishing in the second number of the journal an article by the eminent theoretical physicist M. A. Markov entitled The Nature of Physical Cognition, which defended the views of the Copenhagen school on the epistemological aspects of quantum physics. The article was attacked by Maximov in the OFFI Chail Weekly Literary Gazette, and Kedrov lost his post in consequence. Jeheji could have relativum underdo what Soviet philosopher Sogzi. Book 3 equals The Breakdown 88G. Purity and with Mofner, the style Soviet philosophy way statistics. Without quoting long extracts it would be hard to bring home the incredible primitiveness of the Soviet philosophical output of those years to anyone who has not examined it. In general historical IES went to the wall. Scarcely any books on the history of philosophy were published, nor were translations of philosophical classics, except for Aristotle's Analytics and Lucretius de Rerum Natura. The only history that was acceptable was that of Marxism or of Russian philosophy. The former consisted of diluted expositions of the four classics, while the latter was concerned with the progressive contribution of Russian philosophy and its superiority to the West. Ernbrand, thus there were articles and booklets showing how Chernyshevsky outclassed Feuerbach and extolling Herzen's dialectic, Radishev's grace, subaesthetics, Dobroliubov's materialism. The ideological purge did not, of course, spare the study of logic, the position of which in Marxism-Leninism had been doubtful from the beginning. On the one hand, Engels and Plekhanov had spoken of the contradictions in here and in all movement and development, and it appeared from their formulas that the principle of contradiction, and hence formal logic in general, could not claim universal validity. On the other hand, none of the classics had condemned logic unequivocally, and Lenin had enjoined that it be taught at the elementary level. Most philosophers took it for granted that dialectical logic was a higher form of thought and that formal logic did not apply to the 890 main currents of Marxism. ENA of movement. It was not clear, however, in what way and to what extent this restricted logic was admissible. Philosophical writers unanimously condemned logical formalism, but none of them could explain the exact difference between this and formal logic, which was tolerated within narrow limits. In the late 40s, elementary logic was taught in the higher forms of secondary schools and in philosophical faculties. Some textbooks also appeared, one by the jurist Strgovich and another by the philosopher Asmus. Apart from the ideological trimmings, these were old-fashioned manuals, which scarcely went beyond Aristotelian syllogistics and ignored modern symbolic logic. They resembled the textbooks used in 19th century high schools. Asmus's work, however, was violently attacked for lack of party spirit and for being apolitical, formalistic, and deficient in ideology. These criticisms were made in a debate organized by the Ministry of Higher Education in Moscow in 1948. The chief ground for the charge of neglecting politics was that in giving examples of syllogistic reasoning, Asmus chose neutral propositions devoid of militant ideological content. Modern logic was a sealed book to the philosophers. It was not completely ignored, however, thanks to a small group of mathematicians who concentrated on technical problems and took care not to get involved in philosophical discussions, which could only have spelt disaster to them. Thanks to their efforts, translations of two excellent books on symbolic logic were published in 1948, Alfred Tarski's Introduction to Mathematical Logic and the Foundations of Theoretical Logic by Hilbert and Ackermann. Articles in Problems of Philosophy by otherwise unknown authors denounced these works as an ideological diversion. Some improvement in this sphere was brought in 1950 by Stalin's Essay on Philology, as the defenders of logic invoked it to support their view that logic, like language, was classless, i.e. there was not a bourgeois and a socialist form of logic but a single one valid for all mankind. The status of formal logic and its relation to dialectical logic was debated several times in and after the Stalin era. Some maintained that there were two kinds of logic, formal and dialectical, which applied to different circumstances, the former representing a lower level of cognition. Others held that only formal logic was logic in the true sense and that it did not conflict with the dialectic, which provided other, non-formal rules of scientific method. As a whole, the attacks on formalism contributed to depressing the general level of logical studies in the USSR, which was already extremely low. Soviet philosophy reached its nadir in the last years of Stalin's rule. Philosophical institutions and periodicals were run by people whose only qualifications were servility, tale-bearing, and similar services to the party. The textbooks of dialectical and historical materialism that saw the height during those years are lamentable in their intellectual poverty. Typical examples are Book 3 ** The Breakdown 89q1. Historical Materialism, edited by F.V. Konstantinov, 1951, and an outline of Dialectical Materialism by M.A. Leonov, 1948. Leonov disappeared from circulation when it was discovered that his book was largely cribbed from the unpublished manuscript of another philosopher, F.I. Kaskakik, who was killed in the war. Other members of the philosophical front besides those mentioned earlier were D. Chesnakov, P. Fedosiev, M.T. Ovkuk, M.D. Kamary, M.E. Omlyanovsky, who, like Maximov, was especially on the lookout for idealism in physics, S.A. Stepanyan, P. Utin, and M.M. Rosenthal. These last two writers compiled an authoritative concise dictionary of philosophy which ran through several editions and revisions. It is safe to say that throughout the Stalin era there did not appear in the Soviet Union a single book on philosophy worth mentioning for its own sake, and not merely as a pointer to the state of intellectual culture at the time, nor is there any philosophical writer whose name deserves to be recorded. It should be added that in this period there were institutional mechanisms that cleansed philosophical works of all original ideas and all individuality of style. Most books were discussed before publication by one philosophical group or another, and it was the participants' duty to show party vigilance by pouncing on even the most timid attempts to exceed the bounds of the schism in force. Sometimes several such operations were practiced on the same text, and the result was that all the books were virtually identical. Leonov's case, mentioned above, is remarkable inasmuch as it might be thought that plagiarism could never have been detected, so closely did the authors' styles resemble one another. For the economic debate, AR the same time as Steinboy was dealing with the philosophers, economic science also underwent an ideological purge. The occasion was afforded in this case by Varga's book, published in 1946, on the effects of the Second World War on the capitalist economy. Jan Varga, 1879-1964, an eminent economist of Hungarian origin, had lived in the Soviet Union since the fall of Belakon's short-lived communist republic and was the director of the Institute for World Economy, the purpose of which was to observe trends and predict crises in the capitalist system. In his book he sought to examine the permanent changes that the war had brought to the capitalist economy. It had obliged the bourgeois states to introduce a degree of economic planning and had vastly increased the functions of the state, especially in Britain and the USA. The question of outlets for production had ceased to be decisive, and the struggle for markets was no longer a key factor in international affairs. The export of capital, however, had taken on greater importance. It was to be expected that 892 Malin currents of Marxism, overproduction in the USA and wartime destruction in Western Europe, would combine to bring about a crisis situation which capitalism would seek to cure by the large-scale export of American capital to Europe. Varga's theories were debated in May 1947 and again in October 1948. His critics, and particularly Larly K. V. Ostrovich-Youngboy, the chief economist of the Stalin era, accused him of believing that planning was possible under capitalism, of divorcing economics from polities, and of ignoring the class struggle. He had failed to perceive the general crisis of capitalism and, instead of emphasizing the power of capital over the bourgeois state, had made the mistake of supposing that the state was in control of capital. In addition, Varga was accused of cosmopolitanism, towing to Western science, reformism, objectivism, and underestimation of Lenin. The string of accusations was a conventional one, but the gist of Varga's book was indeed inimical to Stalinist ideology. His conclusion that capitalism had at its disposal more and more ways of remedying crisis situations, instead of fewer and fewer, was manifestly contrary to Lenin's teaching and to the party line for the past 3 decades, which held that the contradictions of capitalism were becoming more acute every day and that the universal crisis was more and more intense. Varga did not perform self-criticism after the first debate, but he finally did so in 1949. He was dismissed from his main functions, and the journal he edited was closed down. He was rehabilitated after Stalin's death, however, and repeated and developed his theses in a book published in 1964, in which he criticized Stalin and the dogmatic inability of Stalin's ideologists to recognize facts that conflicted with preconceived schemata. In a manuscript that was not published in Russia but reached the West after his death, he went further still, maintaining that Lenin's plan of building socialism in Russia had proved a failure and that the bureaucratization of the Soviet system was in part due to Lenin's false prognosis. 5. Marxism-Leninism in physics and cosmology. A particularly blatant example of aggressive Stalinism was the ideological invasion of the natural sciences. Apart from mathematics, which was left unscathed, the campaign of Marxist regimentation affected all branches of science in some degree. Theoretical physics, cosmology, chemistry, genetics, medicine, psychology, and cybernetics were all ravaged by the interference which reached its peak in 1948-53. Soviet physicists, for the most part, were not anxious to engage in philosophical discussions, but in some spheres they were unavoidable. Neither the quantum theory nor the theory of relativity could be fully expounded without bringing out certain epistemological assumptions. The question of determinism, and that of the effect of observation on the object observed, obviously had. Book 3 * the breakdown 893. Philosophical bearings, and this was recognized in discussions throughout the world. Soviet Russia and Nazi Germany were the two countries in which the theory of relativity was attacked and proscribed as contrary to official ideology. In the Soviet Union, as we have seen, the campaign started before the Second World War, but it was intensified in the post-war years. In Germany, the indisputable argument against it was that Einstein was a Jew. In Russia, this point was not raised, and the critics based their opposition on the teaching of Marxism-Leninism. That time, space and motion were objective and that the universe was infinite. Stanhope, in his address to the philosophers in 1947, inveighed against the disciples of Einstein who declared that the universe was finite. The philosophical critics also argued that, since time was objective, the relation of simultaneity must be absolute and not dependent on the frame of reference as the special theory of relativity maintained. In the same way, motion was an objective property of matter, and therefore the path of a moving body could not be partly determined by the system of coordinates, an argument that of course applied against Galileo as well as Einstein. In general, since Einstein made temporal relations and movement dependent on the observer, i.e. on the human subject, he must be a subjectivist and thus an idealist. The philosophers who took part in these debates, A. Maximoy, G. Inon, M. E. Omlyanovsky, and others, did not confine their criticism to Einstein but attacked the whole of bourgeois science, their favorite targets being Eddington, Jeans, Heisenberg, Schrödinger, and all known methodologists of the physical sciences. Had not Einstein, moreover, admitted that he got his first ideas about relativity from Mach, whose obscurantist philosophy had been demolished by Lenin. However, the essential point of the debate, which also touched, but only in a secondary fashion, on the general theory of relativity and the question of the homogeneity of space, did not reside in any contradiction between the content of Einstein's theory and Marxism-Leninism. Marxist doctrine on time, space, and motion was not so precise that it could not be reconciled with Einsteinian physics without any special logical difficulty. It was even possible to contend that the relativity theory was a confirmation of dialectical materialism. This line of defense was adopted, in particular, by V. A. Fock, an eminent theoretical physicist, who at the same time produced scientific arguments for thinking that Einstein's theory was of limited validity. Lee Memory Raines. Anthony Allen. Us. In Jainism. 894 Main currents of Marxism. While capitalism was in a state of decay and disruption, belated Ruto-Soviet, uneducated people, it was to these, for instance, that Lenin chiefly appealed in his attack on empirical criticism. The theory of relating tyrants at their hand was untenable summer extentorius adion.com sensum the absoluteness of simultaneity, extension, and motion, and the uniformity of space, are assumptions of everyday life that we accept as a matter of course, and Einstein's theory violated these in the same way as Galileo's paradoxical assertion that the Earth revolves around the Sun. Thus Einstein's critics were not only speaking for Soviet chauvinism but also for the ordinary conservatism that rejects theories inconsistent with the plain evidence of our senses. Against F. quantum adherence, the epistemological interpretation of quantum mechanics accepted by the Copenhagen school found favor with some Soviet physicists. The debate was triggered off by M. A. Markov's article of 1947, already mentioned. Markov followed Bohr and Heisenberg on two basic points, which aroused the hostility of Marxist-Leninist philosophers. In the first place, as it is impossible simultaneously to measure the position and the momentum of microparticles, it is meaningless to say that a particle has a definite position and a definite momentum and that only a defect of observational technique prevents our measuring both at once. This point of view was in accord with the general empiric attitude of many physicists. The only real properties of objects are those that are empirically detectable, and to say that an object has a certain property but that there is no possibility of ascertaining it is either self-contradictory or meaningless. It must therefore be accepted that the particle does not have, simultaneously, a definite position and momentum, but that one or the other of these is attributed to it in the process of measurement. The second point of disagreement concerned the possibility of a literal description of the behavior of microobjects, which have different properties from macroobjects and therefore cannot be characterized in language, evolved to describe the latter. Thus, according to Markov, theories describing microphysical phenomena are inevitably a translation into macrophysical terms, so that the microphysical reality that we know and can speak of meaningfully is partly constituted by processes of measurement and the language used to describe them. It followed that physical theories could not be spoken of as furnishing a copy of the universe under observation, and also, though Markov did not expressly say this, that the whole concept of reality, at least as far as microphysics was concerned, was inescapably relativized in respect of cognitive activity, which was manifestly contrary to Lenin's theory of replique. Markov, therefore, was denounced by the new editors of Problems of Phi. Book 3 The Breakdown 895. Philosophy as an idealist, an agnostic, and a follower of Platonov's theory of hieroglyphs, refuted by Lenin. Editors Wiet a doctrine. I'm sit the very presence of certain physical prop. Erdés presupposes the presence of measuring devices used to detect them. It becomes impossible to apply meaningfully the concept of an objective world, observed by physics. These problems are by no means imaginary, they were and are discussed by physicists quite irrespective of Marxism-Leninism. In the Soviet Union they were debated rationally by D.I. Blokhintsef and B.A. Fock, among others, and the discussion continued into the post-Stalinist era. In the 60s, when party ideologists had less say in determining the correctness of scientific theories, it became clear that most Soviet physicists took the indeterminist view, including Blokhintsef, who had previously held out for latent parameters. In general, the so-called discussions of the Stalin period on the philosophical aspects of physics and other sciences were destructive and anti-scientific, not because they treated of unreal problems but because in the confrontation, as was usually the case of scholars on the one hand and party ideologists on the other, the latter were assured of victory by the support of the state and its police apparatus. Charges of advancing theories inconsistent, or suspected of inconsistency, with Marxism-Leninism could and sometimes did turn into charges. Under the criminal code, the great majority of ideologists were ignorant of the points at issue and skilled only in ferreting out statements at variance with the words of Lenin or Stalin. Scientists who did not believe that Lenin was the greatest authority in physics and all other subjects were unmasked in the popular press as enemies of the party, the state, and the Russian people. The debate often degenerated into a political witch hunt, the police were brought into play, and the resulting condemnations had nothing to do with rational argument. Almost all branches of modern knowledge underwent this treatment, and the party authorities regularly backed the noisy ignoramuses against scholars and scientists. If the term reactionary has any meaning, it is hard to think of a more reactionary phenomenon than Marxism-Leninism in the Stalin era, which forcibly suppressed everything new and creative in science and in every other form of civilization. Chemistry was not spared either. The years 1949 to 52 witnessed attacks in philosophical journals, and also in Pravda, against structural chemistry and the resonance theory, propounded in the 1930s by Pauling and Land and accepted by some Soviet chemists, but now denounced as idealistic, machist, mechanistic, reactionary, etc. 896 Main currents of Marxism. Still more sensitive ideological themes were involved in debates on the philosophical aspects of modern theories of cosmology and cosmogony, from which it appeared that all existing answers to the basic questions were unfavorable to Marxism-Leninism. Various theories of an expanding universe were hard to accept because they inevitably involved the question how did it start, and suggested that the universe as we know it was finite and had a beginning in time. This in turn gave support to creationism, an inference accepted by many Western authors, and nothing worse could be imagined. From the point of view of Marxism-Leninism, the supplementary theory that, while the universe went on expanding, the density of matter remained the same because new particles kept on coming into existence involved a process of constant creation ex nihilo and was thus contrary to the dialectic of nature. Hence Western physicists and astronomers who argued for either of these two hypotheses were automatically written off as defenders of religion. The alternative theory of a pulsating universe, according to which the cosmos passes through alternative phases of expansion and contraction, was free from true some implications as regards a beginning in time, but it conflicted with the Marxist-Leninist doctrine of the unidirectional evolution of matter. A pulsat in universe was a cyclic one and could not be said to develop or progress, as the second law of the dialectic required. The dilemma was a difficult one. The unidirectional principle seemed to involve the idea of creation, while the opposite theory was contrary to the principle of endless development. Those who took part in the cosmological discussions were, on the one hand, astronomers and astrophysicists, V.A.M. Bartsumian, O.Y. Schmidt, who arrived at their conclusions by scientific methods and then tried to show that they were consonant with dialectical materialism, and, on the other, philosophers who judged the issue in terms of ideological orthodoxy, that the universe was unlimited by time and space, and that it must develop eternally, were philosophical dogmas from which Marxism-Leninism could not possibly depart. In this way Soviet philosophers under the party's aegis dragooned men of learning in every field and did enormous harm to the cause of Soviet science. 6. Marxist-Leninist genetics, or all the battles between Marxism-Leninism and modern science. The dispute over genetics attracted most attention in the outside world. The way in which the official state doctrine was used to solve the problem of heredity, and the destructive effect of the debate generally, were indeed especially blatant. In the case of relativity and the quantum theory the champions of orthodoxy succeed in holding up research and in obtaining certain condemnations, but Book 3 equals the breakdown 897. They did not bring about the complete destruction of the opposition and the official and absolute prohibition of the theories complained of, as happened in the case of genetics. We have already mentioned the pre-war phase of Leszek's activity. The matter came to a climax in August 1948, at a debate in the Lenin Academy of Agricultural Sciences in Moscow. Here the Mendelist Morganist feminists were finally condemned and Leszek's view endorsed by the party's central committee, as he himself announced to the meeting. His doctrine, which the party declared to be the only one consistent with Marxism-Leninism, was that heredity was ultimately determined by environmental influences, so that in certain conditions traits acquired by individual organisms in the course of their lives could be inherited by their progeny. There were no genes, no unchanging substance of heredity, no fixed unalterable species, and there was in principle nothing to prevent science, especially Soviet science, from transforming existing species and creating new ones. Heredity, according to Leszek, was merely a property of an organism consisting in the fact that it needed particular conditions in which to live and reacted in a particular way to its environment. An individual organism in the course of its life interacted with environmental conditions and turned them into characteristics of its own that could be transmitted to its progeny, which might in turn lose those characters or acquire new ones transmissible by heredity, as external conditions might determine. The adversaries of progressive science, who believed in an immortal hereditary substance, claimed in opposition to Marxism that mutations were subject to uncontrollable accident, but, as Leszek argued at the Academy session, science is the enemy of chance and is bound to assume that all processes of life are subject to rule and can be governed by human intervention. Organisms formed a unity with their environment, and therefore there was no limit in principle to the possibility of influencing an organism through its environment. Leszek presented his theory in the first place as a development of the ideas and experiments of the agronomist Maturin, 1855 to 1935, and secondly as an example of creative Darwinism. Darwin had gone wrong insofar as he did not recognized qualitative leaps in nature and regarded the intra-species struggle, survival of the fittest, as the main factor in evolution, but he had explained evolution in purely causal terms, not resorting to teleological interpretations, and had brought out the progressive character of evolutionary processes. As to the empirical basis of Leszek's theory, biologists today have no doubt that his experiments were scientifically worthless and were either faultily conducted or interpreted in a purely arbitrary manner. This, of course, did not affect the debate in the slightest. Leszek emerged from the 1948 session as the unquestioned leader of Soviet biological sciences, the few disciples of idealists, mystic, scholastic, metaphysical, bourgeois, formal genetics were Arabica. 898 main currents of Marxism. Bly crushed. All institutions, journals, and publishing enterprises concerned with biology were put under the authority of Leszek and his helpers, and for many years there was no question of any defender of the chromosome theory of heredity, ex-hypothesis fascist, racist, metaphysician, etc., being allowed to speak in public or appear in print. Creative Maturinist biology reigned supreme, and the press was flooded with propaganda extolling Leszek and denouncing the wicked plots of the Mendeleist Morganists. The glorious triumph of Soviet science was celebrated at innumerable meetings and congresses. The philosophers, of course, at once joined in the campaign, organizing sessions and passing resolutions against bourgeois genetics and writing a multitude of articles hailing the victory of progress over reaction. Humorous journals gloried the adherents of idealistic genetics, and a song was written in praise of Leszek, marching firmly in Maturin's traces and foiling the deceits of the Mendeleist Morganists. Leszek's career continued for some years after 1948. Meanwhile, under his direction, some steppe areas were planted with forest belts to protect the fields against erosion, but the experiment proved a complete failure. In 1956, during the partial ideological thaw after Stalin's death, as a result of pressure from scientists, he was removed from the presidency of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Some years later he was restored to his various posts owing to Khrushchev's favor, but not long afterwards, to the general relief, he finally disappeared from the scene. The losses that Soviet biology suffered from his ascendancy are incalculable. 7. General effect on Soviet science. Tuesday Leszek affair illustrates a considerable degree of fortuitousness in the history of the regime's battle with culture. It is easy to see that ideology was much more clearly involved in questions of cosmogony than in the matter of the inheritance of acquired characters. The theory that the universe had a beginning in time is hard to reconcile with dialectical materialism, but this is not obviously the case with the chromosome theory of heredity, and one can easily imagine Marxism-Leninism triumphantly proclaiming that this theory resoundingly confirmed the immortal ideas of Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin. Yet, in fact, the ideological struggle was especially acute in the case of genetics, and it was here that the party's intervention took its most brutal form, whereas the agitation over cosmogony was much milder. It is hard to find any logical explanation of the difference. Much depended on accident, on who was in charge of the campaign, whether Stalin was interested in the point at issue, and so on. Nevertheless, if we take a panoramic view of the history of those years, we may perceive a certain gradation of ideological pressure, corresponding roughly. Book 3 * the breakdown 899. To the hierarchy of the sciences established by Currnts and Engels. Pressure was almost zero in mathematics, fairly strong in cosmology and physics, stronger still in the biological sciences, and all-powerful in the social and human sciences. The chronological order roughly reflected these degrees of importance. The social sciences were regimented from the outset, while biology and physics were not controlled until the last phase of Stalinism. In the post-Stalin era, it was physics that first regained its independence, biology followed after a certain time, while the humanistic sciences remained under fairly strict control. The fortuitous element in ideological supervision can also be seen in the case of psychology and the physiology of the higher nervous functions. The special feature here was that Russia was the birthplace of Ivan P. Pavlov, a scientist of world repute. Pavlov, who died in 1936, had several pupils who continued his experiments and were allowed to develop his theories independently of ideological pressure. Typically, the regime went to the opposite extreme and erected his theory into an official dogma from which physiologists and psychologists were forbidden to deviate. It is safe to say that if Pavlov had been British or American, his ideas would have been sternly condemned by Soviet philosophers as mechanistic on the ground that they explained mental functions by conditioned reflexes. He would have been accused of reducing the human mind to the lowest forms of nervous activity, ignoring the qualitative difference between men and animals, and so forth. As it was, Pavlov's theory officially represented Marxism-Leninism in the field of neurophysiology, and the ideological invasion in this field was less devastating than elsewhere. Nonetheless, the very fact that a theory, albeit based on serious scientific experiment, was erected into a state and party dogma inevitably had a cramping effect on further research. A particularly astonishing example of ideology running counter to the interests of the Soviet state was the attack on cybernetics, the science of systems of control of dynamic processes. Cybernetic studies had made a major contribution to the development of automation in all technical fields and especially in military technology, economic planning, etc., yet the champions of Marxist-Leninist purity were able for a time completely to hold up the progress of automation in the Soviet Union. In 1952-3 a campaign was mounted against the imperialist pseudoscience of cybernetics. There were indeed real philosophical or semi-philosophical problems involved, whether and how far social life could be described in cybernetic categories, in what sense mental activities were reducible to cybernetic schemata, or, conversely, in what sense certain functions of artificial mechanisms could be equated with thought, and so on. But the real ideological danger was that cybernetics was a discipline of wide scope, developed in the West and claiming, rightly or wrongly, to be a mathesis universalis, a general all-embracing theory of dynamic phenomena. For this, two main currents of Marxism was precisely what Marxism-Leninism claimed to be. According to unofficial reports, not, of course, confirmed by any public information, it was the military who finally put a stop to the campaign against cybernetics, as they realized the practical importance of the subject and were strong enough to combat the obscurantist attacks which were damaging the fundamental interests of the Soviet state. 8. Stalin on philology. In the first few days of the Korean War, when international tension was at its height, Stalin added to his existing titles as the leader of progressive humanity, the supreme philosopher, scientist, strategist, etc., the further distinction of being the world's greatest philologist. As far as is known, his linguistic attainments were confined to Russian and his native Georgian. In May 1950 Pravda had published a symposium on the theoretical problems of linguistics and Chaley the theories of SOR at trademarkism 867 equals percent 9G2, 0 MARR, a specialist in the Caucasian languages, had endeavored towards the end of his life to construct a system of Marxist linguistics and was regarded in the Soviet Union as the supreme authority in this field. Linguists who rejected his fantasies were harassed and persecuted. Hi the or plastidenkuj was a term. Oladia yayin sasam. Obi, as, socig. Change its social formations, before mankind developed spoken language it used the language of gesture, corresponding to the primitive classless society. Spoken language was a feature of class societies, and in the classless community of the future it would be replaced by a universal thought language, of which, to be sure, Mar was unable to give much account. The whole theory showed signs of paranoid delusion, and the fact that it ranked for years as linguistics its PAR excellence and the only progressive philological theory is eloquent testimony to the state of Soviet culture. SSS, G. Graduate. Book 3 * The Breakdown GOL. Fundamentally wrong, thought was linked with language and could not exist AEI. II. Stalin took occasion to repeat the Marxist theory of the base and superstructure, making clear, firstly, that the base does not consist of productive forces but of relations of production, and secondly, that the superstructure serves the base as its instrument. He went on to condemn in strong terms the monopoly position that Marxism had acquired by the suppression of free discussion and criticism in Arakcheyev regime, alluding to the despotic minister of Alexander I's reign, under which learning obviously could not develop properly. The proposition that language was not a class matter and not part of the superstructure meant simply that French capitalists and French workers both speak French, and that the Russians went on speaking Russian after the Revolution. This discovery was hailed as a historic breakthrough in the history of philology and of other sciences. A wave of academic sessions and debates swept through the country, glorifying the new work of genius. In reality, although Stalin's remarks were no more than sensible truisms, they served a useful purpose by clearing away Mare's absurdities, and they were of some benefit to the study of formal logic and semantics. Advocates of these subjects could claim that they too were not part of the superstructure and that pursuing them did not necessarily turn one into a class enemy. As for Stalin's remarks about the auxiliary function of the superstructure in relation to the base, these were a repetition of the basic doctrine, already well known to all, that culture in social countries was the handmaiden of political objectives and must not lay claim to independence. It need hardly be said that Stalin's call for free discussion and criticism had no effect whatever in other cultural fields. The Marists were ousted from the domain of linguistics, though it is not known that they suffered police repression, while elsewhere things remained as before. G. Stalin on the Soviet economy. Stalin's last theoretical work was an article in the party journal Bolshevik in September 1952, entitled Economic Problems of Socialism in the U.S.S.R. and intended as a basic document for the forthcoming 19th Congress. Its main theoretical argument was that socialism too was subject to the objective laws of economics, of which advantage should be taken in planning and which could not be arbitrarily set aside. In particular, the law of value applied under socialism, a statement which probably meant that money was in use in the Soviet Union, and that in running the economy account should be taken of profitability and the balancing of revenue and expenditure. The principle of degree nt. The objectivity of the laws of socialism Wacian impedes condemned equals. Go to main currents of Marxism. I've been equals Asako in 1950, bit A. Ingi war WLN. Asked mu. Untended, the B. Stalin's thoughts on the perfect communist society of the future were a repetition of traditional Marxist motifs. As taught subjective laws of economies, the 10 general features of Soviet culture in Stalin's last years. 2 state peculiarities of Soviet cultural life at this period were not simply due to Stalin's idiosyncrasies. They might be summed up in a word by saying that the nation's culture was that of a parvenu, its every feature expressing almost to perfection the mentality, beliefs, and taste of someone enjoying power for the first time. Stalin himself exemplified these peculiarities in a high degree, but they were also characteristic of the whole governing apparatus, which, while he reduced it to serfdom, continued to support him and maintain his supreme authority. GEINEATORY in actuals. IA lal trade OE pop. Pon ratio, and accordine es culture is one of make-believe and window dressing. A parvenu has no peace of mind as he sees Abu. Book 3 equals the breakdown 9903. Sides the continent ACTC IE bonering SLS cat is me% equals full GE. Natural resources are the finest in the world. He detests anything that TP of the asterisk avant-garde, cultural experimentation, or breed of novelty. He lives beyond restricted set of common sense maxims and is furious when they are subservience to authority with an overmastering desire to share in it. Once raised to a certain level in the hierarchy, he will grovel to his superiors and trample on those beneath him. Stalin was the idol of parvenu Russia, the incarnation of its dreams of glory. The parvenu state must have a pyramid of power and a leader who is worshipped even while he scourges his subordinates. As we have seen, Stalinist cultural nationalism developed gradually in the pre-war years, and after victory it took on gigantic proportions for 1940. The equals Press Latin Kita campaign against cosmopolitanism, a vice that was not underscore defined but evidently entailed being anti-patriotic and glorifying the West. As underscore the campaign developed, it was intimated more and more clearly that a cos underscore cosmopolitan was much the same thing as a Jew. When individuals were pilloried and had previously borne Jewish-sounding names, these were generally mentioned. Soviet patriotism was indistinguishable from Russian chauvinism and became an official mania. Propaganda declared incessantly that all important technical inventions and discoveries had been made by Russians, and to mention foreigners in this context was to be guilty of cosmopolitanism and towing to the West. The Great Soviet Encyclopedia, published from the end of 1949 onwards, is an unsurpassed example of this half-comical and underscore half-macabre megalomania. The historical section of the article on motor cars, for example, starts by saying that in 1751 Tutulian D. Shamshujanpoy, QB, of Piz, and in the Nizhny Novgorod province, constructed a self-propelling vehicle, operated by 2 men. Bourgeois, i.e. Western, culture was constantly attacked as a hotbed of corruption and decadence. Here, for example, is an extract from the entry on Bergson, French bourgeois philosopher idealist, reactionary in politics and philosophy. B.S. Philosophy of intuitionism, disparaging the role of reason and science. And his mice. Take all theory of society serve as a basis for imperialist policies. His views present a God main currents of Marxism. Glaring picture of the decay of bourgeois ideology in the imperialist age, the growing aggressiveness of the bourgeoisie in the face of increasing class contradictions, and its fear of the intensified class struggle of the proletariat. In the period of the incipient general crisis of capitalism and the intensification of all its contradictions, B appeared as a rabid enemy of materialism, atheism and scientific knowledge. In Enemy of democracy and the liberation of the toiling masses from class oppression. Disguising his philosophy with pseudo-scientific trimmings. B sought to present, as a new justification of idealism, the view of ancient mystics and medieval theologians, long since disproved by life, practice, and science, concerning cognition by inner vision. Dialectical materialism refutes the idealist theory of intuition by the indisputable fact that knowledge of the world and reality does not take place by some kind of supersensual means but through the socio-historical practice of humanity. B's intuitionism expresses the fear of the imperialist bourgeoisie before the inevitably looming collapse of capitalism, the urge to escape from the irrefutable implications of the scientific knowledge of reality and especially the laws of social development discovered by Marxist-Leninist science. An enemy of national sovereignty, B advocated bourgeois cosmopolitanism, the rule of world, capitalism, bourgeois religion, and morality. B favored the cruel bourgeois dictatorship and terrorist method of stifling the workers. Between the First and Second World Wars, this militant obscurantist argued that imperialist wars were necessary and beneficial. Here, again, is a portion of the entry on Impressionism. Decadent trend in bourgeois art in the second half of the 8th century. I was the result of the incipient decay of bourgeois art, see decadence, and the break with progressive national traditions. The adherents of I advocated an empty, anti-popular program of art for art's sake, rejected the truthful, realistic depiction of objective reality and claimed that the artist should record only his primary subjective impraise. Zion's. The subjective idealist attitude of I is related to the principles of contemporaneous reactionary trends in philosophy, Neo-Kantianism, Marxism, QV, it, which denied objectivity and the reliability of knowledge, divorced perception from reality and reason from impressions. Rejecting the criterion of objective truthfulness, indifferent to mankind, social phenomena, and the social functions of art, the adherents of L inevitably produced works in which the picture of reality disintegrated and artistic form was lost. The isolation of the Soviet Union from world culture was almost complete. Apart from a few propaganda works by Western communists, the Soviet reader was kept in total ignorance of what the West was producing in the way of novels, poetry, plays, films, not to speak of philosophy and the social sciences. The rich stores of 20th century painting in the Hermitage at Leningrad were, Book 3 * the breakdown 995, kept in cellars so as not to corrupt the honest citizen. Soviet films and plays. Unmasked bourgeois scholars who served the cause of war and imperialism, and praised the unexampled joys of Soviet life. Socialist realism reigned supreme, not, of course, in the sense of presenting Soviet reality as it actually was. That would have been crude naturalism and a kind of formalism, but in the sense of educating Soviet people to love their country and Stalin. The socialist realist architecture of the period is the most permanent monument to Stalinist ideology. Here too the ruling principle was the primacy of content over form, though no one could explain how these were distinguished in architecture. The effect, in any case, was to produce pompous facades in a style of exaggerated Byzantinism, at a time when scarcely any dwellings were being built and millions of people in large and small towns were living in crowded squalor. Moscow and other cities were adorned with huge new palaces full of false columns and spurious ornament, of a size proportionate to the magnified sense of the Stalin era. This again was a typical permanent style of architecture, which could be summed up in the motto, big is beautiful. The keystone of the whole ideology was the cult of the leader, which took on grotesque and monstrous forms at this period and has probably never been surpassed in history except by the later cult of Mao Zedong. Poems, novels, and films glorifying Stalin poured out in a constant stream. Pictures and monuments of him decorated all public places. Writers, poets, and philosophers vied with one another in inventing new forms of dithyrambic worship. Children in creches and kindergartens expressed heartfelt thanks to Stalin for their happy childhood. All the forms of popular religiosity were revived in a distorted shape. Icons, processions, prayers recited in chorus, confession of sins, under the name of self-criticism, the cult of relics. Marxism in this way became a parody of religion, but one devoid of content. Here, chosen at random, is a typical exordium from a philosophical work of the time. Comrade Stalin, the great master of the sciences, has given a systematic exposition of the foundations of dialectical and historical materialism as the theoretical basis of communism, in a study unsurpassed for its depth, clarity, and vigor. The theoretical works of Comrade Stalin were admirably described by the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party, Bolsheviks, and the Council of Ministers of the USSR. In an address to Comrade Stalin on his 70th birthday, great leader of science. Your classic works developing the theory of Marxism-Leninism in relation to the new age of imperialism, proletarian revolution, and socialist victory in our country are a tremendous achievement of humanity, an encyclopedia of revolutionary Marxism. From these works Soviet men and women and leading representatives of the working people of all countries derive knowledge and confidence and new strength in the TLE for the victory of the cause of the working class, finding in them answers to the Go-06 main currents of Marxism. Most burning problems of the contemporary struggle for communism. Comrade Stalin's brilliant philosophical work on dialectical and historical materialism is a powerful means of knowledge and revolutionary transformation of the world and an irresistible ideological weapon against the enemies of materialism and the decaying ideology and culture of the capitalist world, doomed to inevitable overthrow. It is a new, supreme stage in the development of the Marxist-Leninist worldview. In his work, Comrade Stalin has with unsurpassed clarity and conciseness expounded the basic features of the Marxist dialectical method and indicated their importance for the understanding of the regular development of nature and society. With the same depth, force, conciseness, and party political determination, Comrade Stalin formulates in his work the basic features of Marxist philosophical materialism. V.M. Posner, J.V. Stalin on the basic features of Marxist philosophical materialism, 1950. Stalin was extolled indirectly as well, through the great heroes of Russian history. Films and novels about Peter the Great, Ivan the Terrible, and Alexander Nevsky were made into tributes to his glory. However, Eisenstein's film, praising Ivan the Terrible and, at Stalin's express order, his Oprichnina, or secret police, was not screened during Stalin's lifetime because it showed how the Tsar was obliged, albeit with a heavy heart, to cut off the heads of the most inveterate conspirators, even though the spectator is left in no doubt that they were double-dyed villains who merited no less, and that Ivan did the very least that could be expected of a prudent statesman. Stalin, who was of low stature, was shown in films and plays as a tall, handsome man, considerably taller than Lenin. The hierarchical structure of Soviet bureaucracy was seen in the fact that the cult of Stalin cast its shadow on lesser mortals. In many fields of life, though not in all, there was an individual who was known to be officially the greatest in his line. Apart from the many instances in which Stalin himself held the top position as philosopher, theoretician, statesman, strategist, economist, etc., it was known, for example, who was the greatest painter, biologist, or circus clown. The circus, incidentally, had been ideologically reformed in 1949 by an article in Pravda which condemned bourgeois formalism in this domain. There were, it appeared, some performers who lapsed into cosmopolitan forms of humor, without ideological content, and tried simply to make people laugh, instead of educating them to deal with the class enemy. During this period the falsification of history and pressure on the historical sciences reached a climax. It became the task of historians to show that the foreign policy of Tsarist Russia was essentially progressive, especially its conquests, which brought the blessings of Russian civilization to other peoples. The fourth edition of Lenin's works contained some new documents but suppressed off ERS, including some unduly categorical remarks about the impossibility of build. Book 3 * The Breakdown Go 7. In Socialism in One Country, and an enthusiastic preface to John Reed's 10 Days That Shook the World. Reed, who was in Petrograd during the October Revolution, had much to say about Lenin and Trotsky but did not mention Stalin at all, so that it was an unpardonable gaffe of Lenin's to commend his book to the world. The new edition also omitted, almost in their entirety, some very valuable historical comments and notes whose authors had perished in the purges. This method of re-editing the past did not come to an end on Stalin's death. A few months later, when Beria was put to death by the new leaders, subscribers to the Great Soviet Encyclopedia found a note in the next volume, telling them to excise certain earlier pages with a razor blade and insert the new pages that accompanied the note. On turning up the place referred to, the reader found that it was the article on Beria. The substitute pages, however, were not about Beria at all but contained additional photographs of the Bering Sea. Historical archives, without exception, were in the hands of the police, and access to them was strictly regulated, as it still is today. This often proved to be a wise measure. For instance, a woman journalist once discovered in old parish archives that Lenin's mother was of Jewish extraction, and even had the naivete to attempt to publish this information in the Soviet press. This atmosphere naturally bred all kinds of scientific impostors who proclaimed their achievements in suitably patriotic language. Leszek was the most famous, but there were many others. A biologist named Olga Lupchinskaya announced in 1950 that she had succeeded in producing live cells from inanimate organic substances, and this was acclaimed by the press as a proof of the superiority of Soviet science over the bourgeois kind. Soon, however, all her experiments turned out to be valueless. After Stalin's death a still more sensational article appeared in Pravda to the effect that a machine had been constructed in a Saratov factory which gave out more energy than it consumed, thus finally disposing of the second law of thermodynamics and at the same time confirming Engels' statement that the energy dispersed in the universe must also be concentrated somewhere, in the Saratov factory, to be specific. Soon afterwards, however, Pravda had to publish a shamefaced recantation, a sign that the intellectual atmosphere had already changed. The written and spoken word faithfully reflected the atmosphere of Stalin's day. The parade of utterances was not to inform, but to instruct and edify. The Entente only reports glorifying the Soviet system or discrediting the imperialists. The Soviet Union was immune not only from crime but from natural disasters. Both were the unhappy prerogative of the imperialist countries. Virtually no statistics were published. Newspaper readers were used to gaining information from a special code that was known to all though never openly formulated. For instance, the order in which party dignitaries were named on this or that occasion was an index of how high they stood in Stalin's 908 main currents of Marxism. Favor at that moment. On the face of things it might seem that let us fight against cosmopolitanism and nationalism was the same as let us fight against nationalism and cosmopolitanism, but as soon as the Soviet reader came across the latter formulation after Stalin's death he realized that the line had changed and that nationalism was now the principal enemy. The language of Soviet ideology was composed of hints and not of direct statements. Readers of leading articles in Pravda knew that their gist was usually contained in a gle throwaway sentence amid the flood of clichés. It was not the content of particular statements that conveyed the meaning, but the order of words and the structure of the whole text. Bureaucratic monotony of language, an impersonal deadness, and an impoverished vocabulary became fixed canons of socialist culture. Many set phrases recurred automatically, so that from each word one could predict the next: the bestial face of imperialism, the glorious achievements of the Soviet people, the unshakable friendship of the socialist nations, the immortal works of the classic authors of Marxism-Leninism. Countless stereotypes of this sort became the intellectual diet of millions of Soviet people. Stalin's philosophy was admirably suited to the parvenu bureaucratic mentality, in both form and content. Pina Eo philosopher, I'm half an hour, not only in full possession of the truth but aware of all the absurd and nonsensical ideas of Cosina philosophers. Kant, for instance, said it was impossible to know anything, but we Soviet people know lots of things, and so much for Kant. Hegel said that the world changes, but he thought the world consisted of ideas, whereas anyone can see that what we have around us are not ideas but things. The Marxist said that the desk bomber dash trademark sitting at is in my head, but obviously my head is in one place and the desk in dash trademark another. On these lines philosophy became the playground of every petty OFFI equals Chale, who had the satisfaction of knowing that by repeating a few common equals sense truisms he had disposed of all philosophical problems. 11. The cognitive status of dialectical materialism. The social function of Diamat and Hizmat, as they are familiarly called, and of Soviet Marxism-Leninism in general, consists in the fact that it is an ideology used by the governing bureaucracy to glorify itself and justify its policies, including those of imperialist expansion. All the philosophical and historical principles of which Marxism-Leninism is composed reach their culmination and final meaning in a few simple propositions. Socialism, defined as state ownership of the means of production, is historically the highest form of social order and represents the interests of all working people. The Soviet system is therefore the embodiment of progress and, as such, is automatically right. Book 3 * The Breakdown 909. Against any adversary. The official philosophy and social theory are merely the self-praising rhetoric of the privileged Soviet ruling class. We may, however, disregard the social aspect for a moment and consider dialectical materialism in its Stalinist form as a corpus of statements about the universe, concentrating on the main aspects of Diamat and leaving aside the many critical remarks we have already made in connection with the views of Marx, Engels, and Lenin. We may make the following observations. Diamat consists of assertions of different kinds. Some are truisms with no specific Marxist content, while others are philosophical dogmas that cannot be proved by scientific means. Others again are nonsense, while a fourth category consists of propositions that can be interpreted in different ways, and, according to their interpretation, fall into one or other of the first three classes. Among the truisms are such laws of dialectic as the statement that every thing in the universe is somehow related, or that everything changes. No one denies these propositions, but they are of very little cognitive or scientific value. The former statement has, it is true, a certain philosophical bearing in other contexts, for example, the metaphysics of Leibniz or Spinoza, but in Marxism, Leninism it does not lead to any consequences of cognitive or practical importance. Everyone knows that phenomena are interconnected, but the problem of scientific analysis is not how to take account of the universal interconnection, since this is what we cannot do, but how to determine which connections are important and which can be disregarded. All that Marxism-Leninism can tell us here is that in the chain of phenomena there is always a main link to be grasped. This seems to mean only that in practice certain connections are important in view of the end pursued, and others less important or negligible. But this is a commonplace of no cognitive value, as we cannot derive from it any rule for establishing a hierarchy of importance in any particular case. The same is true of the proposition that everything changes. Cognitive value attaches only to empirical descriptions of particular changes, their nature, tempo, etc. Heraclitus' aphorism had a philosophical meaning in his day, but it soon sank into the category of common sense, everyday wisdom. The fact that truisms like these are represented as profound discoveries, known from no other source, led the adherents of Marxism-Leninism to claim that Marxism was confirmed by science. Since the empirical and historical sciences are concerned generally with the fact that something changes or that it is connected with something else, it is safe to assume that each new scientific discovery will confirm the truth of Marxism as thus understood. Turning to the category of unprovable dogmas, the first of these is the main thesis of materialism itself. The analytical standard of Marxism philosophy is so low that this thesis is seldom clearly formulated, but its general implication is plain enough. As we have pointed out, the statement that the world is made glow main currents of Marxism. Real by nature loses all meaning if matter is defined, after Lenin's fashion, as mere objectivity and abstraction from its physical properties, or, as Lenin also put it, as being independent of consciousness. For, leaving aside the fact that the concept of consciousness is thus included in the very concept of matter, the statement that the world is material turns out to mean only that the world is independent of consciousness. But this, if applied to the whole universe, is manifestly false, since some phenomena, as Marxism-Leninism itself admits, are dependent on consciousness, and anyway it does not make the case for materialism, since, for example, according to religious ideas God, the angels, and devils are likewise independent of human consciousness. If, on the other hand, matter is defined by physical properties, extension, impenetrability, etc., there is reason to think that some of these may not apply to micro-objects, which would thus prove not to be material in its earliest versions. Materialism assumed that all existent objects had the same properties as those of everyday life. Basically, however, its thesis was a negative one, namely that there was no reality essentially different from that which we perceive directly, and that the world was not created by a rational being. This was Engels' own formulation. The point at issue in materialism was whether or not God created the world. Clearly there can be no empirical proof that he either did or did not, and no scientific arguments can prove that God does not exist. Rationalism rejects the existence of God on the principle of the economy of thought, a principle which Lenin denied, not on the strength of any empirical information. This doctrine presupposes that we are only entitled to accept that something exists if experience compels us to do so. But this stipulation is itself debatable and rests on assumptions that are far from obvious. Without going into the issue here, we may take note that the principle of materialism, thus reformulated, is not a scientific but a dogmatic statement. The same applies to spiritual substance and the non-materiality of human consciousness. Men have always known that consciousness is affected by physical processes. It did not take much scientific observation, for instance, to discover that a man could be stunned by clubbing him over the head, and subsequent research into the mind's dependence on the body has added nothing essential to our knowledge on the point. Those who believe in a non-material substratum of consciousness do not maintain that there is no link between consciousness and the body. If they do, like Descartes, Leibniz, or Malebranche, they have to devise complicated and artificial ways of accounting for the facts of experience. They assert only that while bodily processes can suspend the operation of the human spirit, they cannot destroy it. The body is a medium through which consciousness functions, but is not an essential condition of its functioning. This assertion cannot be proved empirically, but it cannot be disproved either. Nor is it the case, as Marxists claim, that the theory of evolution has refuted the argument for a non-material. Book 3 *, The Breakdown Gill. Soul. F. The human organism has evolved by mutation from lower forms of life. It does not logically follow that the soul does not exist. If it were so, there could not be such a thing as a consistent theory combing, on the one hand, a modern view of evolution and, on the other, a non-material substratum of consciousness, or even a teleological view of the world. But there have been several such theories, from Froschumer through Bergson to Teilhard to Chardin, and it is far from clear that they involve any inconsistency. Christian philosophers have also found various ways of immunizing dogma from the theory of evolution, and while these may be open to objection, it cannot be said that they are self-contradictory. Judged by the criteria of validity that are applied in scientific work, the materialist thesis is no less arbitrary in this respect than its opposite. Among what have called the nonsensical assertions of Diomat is the state meant that impressions reflect things in the sense of resembling them, as Lenin contended against Plekhanov. It is not clear what can be meant by asserting that a process taking place in the nerve cells, or even the subjective awareness of such a process, bears a resemblance to those objects or processes in the outside world which, the theory informs us, are the cause of such changes in the nerve cells. Another nonsensical statement, never specifically endorsed by Stalin, but advanced by Plekhanov and regularly repeated in expositions of Marxism, is that formal logic applies to phenomena at rest, and dialectical logic to changes. This absurdity, which is not worth discussing, is simply the result of the Marxist-Leninist ignorance and failure to understand the terms of formal logic. Other assertions, as stated above, belong to one or other of the first three categories according to how one interprets them. Among these is the dialectic law concerning contradictions. If, as many Soviet textbooks inform us, this means that motion and change can be explained by inner contradictions, it belongs to the class of meaningless statements, since contradiction is a logical category denoting a relation between propositions, and it is impossible to say what is meant by contradictory phenomena. Impossible, at least, from the materialist point of view, in the metaphysics of Hegel, Spinoza, and some of ERS who identify logical and ontological connections, the idea of being involved in a contradiction is not meaningless. On the other hand, we interpret the statement as meaning that reality must be apprehended as a system of tensions. and opposing tendencies, this seems to be no more than a truism with no specific consequences for scientific investigation or practical action. That many phenomena affect one another, that human societies are divided by conflict and discordant interests, that people's acts often bring about results they did not intend. These are all commonplaces, and to extol them as a dialectical method, the profundity of which contrasts with metaphysical thinking, is only two main currents of Marxism. One more instance of the typical Marxist boastfulness which presents time-honored truisms as momentous scientific discoveries imparted to the world by Marx or Lenin. To this category also belongs the assertion, discussed in an earlier part of this work, that truth is relative. If this is no more than to say, as Engels noted, that in the history of science received opinions are often not abandoned altogether as a result of later research, but that their validity is recognized as there is no reason to dispute the accuracy of the statement, but it is in no way specifically Marxist. On the other hand, it means that we cannot know everything, or a judgment may be right in some circumstances but not in others. These again are ancient truisms. We did not, for example, need Marx's intellect to discover that rain is beneficial in time of drought but not in flood time. This, of course, does not mean, as has often been pointed out, that the statement rain is beneficial is true or false according to circumstances. It means that the statement is ambiguous. If it means rain is beneficial in all circumstances, it is clearly false. If it means in some circumstances, it is clearly true. If, however, we interpret the Marxist principle of the relativity of truth to signify that a statement, without changing its meaning, may be true or false according to circumstances, then this too belongs to the category of nonsense. Assuming that, with Lenin, we take the traditional view of what constitutes truth. If, on the other hand, a truthful judgment means the same as a judgment useful to the Communist Party, then the principle of the relativity of truth once more becomes an obvious commonplace. However, the question whether truth should be understood genetically or in the traditional sense has never been clearly answered in the history of Marxism. As we saw, there are strong suggestions in Marx's works that ad should be understood as meaning validity in relation to human needs. Lenin, however, was fairly explicit in his assertion of the traditional view that truth means conformity to reality. Most manuals of Diamat follow him in this, but there are also frequent signs of the more pragmatic and political view that truth is that which expresses social progress, in which case, of course, the criterion resides in pronouncements by the party authorities. The confusion is aided by the fact that Russian has two words for truth, istina and pravda, the former tending to express the traditional notion of that which is, while the latter, with moral overtones, suggests what is right and just or what ought to be. This ambiguity helps to blur the distinction between the traditional and the genetic concept of truth. As to the principle of the unity of theory and practice, this too can be understood in different ways. Sometimes it is presented simply as a norm, signifying more or less that one should think only about matters of some practical use. In this case it does not fall into any of the above-mentioned categories. Book 3 * the breakdown 913. As they are not normative. Considered as a descriptive statement, it may mean that people generally engage in theoretical reflection as a result of practical needs. This is true in a loose sense, but is not specifically Marxist. If, again, the unity of theory and practice means that practical success is a confirmation of the rightness of the thinking on which our actions are based, this is a criterion of truth which is acceptable as far as it goes, though it cannot be universal, since clearly in many fields of knowledge and science there is no such thing as practical verification. Finally, the principle can be understood in the specified Marxian sense that thought is an aspect of conduct and becomes true by being aware of this fact. But this sense, which is examined in the chapters on Marx, Gorsch, and Leszek, is practically absent from Soviet Diamat. 12. The roots and significance of Stalinism. The question of a new class. Tuesday debate, involving both communists and adversaries of communism, on the social roots and historical necessity of Stalinism began soon after Stalin's death and has continued ever since. We cannot go into all its details here, but will note the principal points. The problem of the causes of Stalinism is not the same as that of its inevitability, a question whose meaning in any case requires elucidation. Anyone who holds that every detail of history is determined by foregoing events obviously need not trouble to analyze the specific background of Stalinism, but must accept its necessity as an instance of that general principle. The principle, however, is a metaphysical postulate that there is no good reason to accept. From any analysis of the course of the Russian Revolution it can be seen that there was no fatal necessity about the outcome. During the Civil War there were many occasions when the fate of Bolshevik power hung by a thread, as Lenin himself bore witness, and no laws of history determined what the result would be. It may be assumed that if the bullet aimed at Lenin in 1918 had been deflected by an inch or two and had killed him, the Bolshevik regime would have fallen. So it would have done if he had failed to persuade the party leaders to agree to the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, and other such instances can easily be quoted. Speculation as to what would have happened in these hypotheses is of no importance at the present day and is bound to be inconclusive. The turning points in the evolution of Soviet Russia were communism, the NEP, collectivization. The purges were not due to historical laws but were all consciously willed by the rulers, and there is no reason to think that they had to happen or that the rulers could not have decided otherwise. The only meaningful form in which the question of historical necessity can plus be put in this case is, are there rational grounds for thinking that the Soviet 014 main currents of Marxism system, whose distinguishing features were the nationalization of means of production and the Bolshevik party's monopoly of power, could not have maintained itself by any means essentially different from those used and established by the Stalinist system of government? It can reasonably be argued that the answer to this question is in the affirmative. The Bolsheviks achieved power in Russia on a program of peace and land for the peasants, two slogans which were in no way specifically socialist, let alone Marxist, and the support they received was mainly support for that program. Their objective, however, was world revolution and, when that proved unattainable, the building of socialism in Russia on the basis of single party authority. After the devastation of the Civil War there were no active social forces other than the party which were capable of any was by this time the established tradition of a political, military and police apparatus responsible for the whole life of society and especially production and distribution. The NEP was a compromise between ideology and reality, arising from a recognition of the fact that the state could not cope with the economic regeneration of Russia, that attempts to regulate the whole economy by coercion were a catastrophic failure, and that help could only come from the spontaneous operation of the market. The economic compromise was not meant to involve any political concessions, but to keep the power monopoly intact. The peasantry was still unsocialized, but the only force capable of Tied was the state bureaucracy, this class was the bulwark of socialism, and the further development of the system reflected its interests and urge for expansion. The winding up of NEP and the enforcement of collectivization were certainly not part of the design of history, but were dictated by the system. And the interests of its only active element, thus continuation of NE.pu trademark, have meant that the state and bureaucracy were peasants myriad that economic policy, including export import and investment plans, must largely be subordinated to their demands. We do not know, of course, what would have happened if, instead of collectivization, the state had chosen the alternative of returning to complete freedom of exchange and a market economy. The fears of Trotsky and the left wing that this would have aroused political forces intent on overthrowing Bolshevik power were by no means without foundation. At these very least the bureaucracy's position would have grown weaker rather than stronger, and there was ground for believing that this building of a strong military and industrial state would have been postponed indefinitely. The socialization of the economy, even at enormous cost to the population, was in the bureaucracy's interest and in the logic of the system scaling their embodiment of the ruling class and of a state which had made itself virtually independent of society, performed acts which had occurred at least twice before in Russian history. He called into being a new bureaucratic caste independent of the organic. Book 3 The Breakdown Q15. Divisions of society. Andrea did Fromeal's subservience to the people as a whole. The working class, or, finally, the party's inherited ideology. This caste very soon destroyed all the westernizing elements in the Bolshevik movement, and used Marxist phraseology as a means of restoring and enlarging the Russian Empire. The Soviet system waged constant war against its own people, not because the latter showed much resistance, but chiefly because the ruling class needed a state of war and aggression to maintain its position permanent threat to the state from enemies on the lookout for the slightest weakness. Foreign agents, conspirators, saboteurs, and other bogies is an ideological means of Jews defying the bureaucratic monopoly of power. The state of war inflicts damage on the ruling group itself, but this is part of the price of government. We have already discussed the reasons why Marxism was a suitable ideology for this system, which was unquestionably a new phenomenon in history despite all the Russian and Byzantine traditions that are often invoked by historians and critics of communism. The state's high degree of autonomy vis-a-vis the civil population, the moral and mental traits of the chinovnik, etc. Stalinism came into being as a continuation of Leninism, based on the Russian tradition, and a suitably adapted form of Marxism. The importance of the Russian and Byzantine heritage is discussed by such writers as Berdiyev, Kurtzyuski, Arnold Toynbee, Richard Pipes, Tibor Samuli, and Gustav Wenner. Dindikstoy Stodlaro Methizihal Siebert Empire Soeralis, Kamin Tile Prose trademark. Idea IHE been partially applied in Yugoslavia, but the results so far are too slight and ambiguous to give a clear picture of its success. Accessible for TE how in Laltain 1 IR HYN. OETLY.NE Braze ART away. Dia 2. Competition equals art Freud Lodover of social ownership that allowed full autonomy to production units would be a return to free-for-all capitalism, the only difference being that individual factory owners would be replaced by COL. G16 Main currents of Marxism. Elective ones, i.e. producers' cooperatives. Debate Gormer Henmontage Lal Eli. As far as Marx's intention is concerned, despite all the reservations that can be culled from his writings, he undoubtedly believed that a socialist society would be one of perfect unity, in which conflicts of interest would disappear, with the elimination of their economic basis in private property. This society, he thought, would have no need of bourgeois institutions such as representative political bodies, which inevitably gave rise to bureaucracy's alienated traum, the public, and rules of law safeguarding civil liberties. The Soviet despotism was an attempt to apply this doctrine in alliance with the belief that social unity can be produced by institutional means. It would be absurd to say that Marxism was predestined to become the ideology of the self-glorifying Russian bureaucracy. Nevertheless, it contained essential features, as opposed to accidental or secondary ones, that made it V7, Law *T Degree 05. Adaptable to this purpose. Lesson IOWA EVO. BVIC Sterlan NRE 7 DWHE as Neil equals Y5, IP is null. Power in Russia was seized by a party professing Marxist doctrine. In order to stay in power, the party was obliged successively to revoke all the promises contained in its ideology, which had no doubt been sincere in the mouths of its first leaders. The result was the creation of a new bureaucratic caste enjoying a monopoly of state power and devoted by nature to the tradition of Russian imperialism. Marxism became the prerogative of this caste and an effective instrument for the continuation of imperial policies. Sinkamim PAPHCRHTOT and TOV Eaton Viocladia Matis but the dis. Book 3 equals the breakdown 917. Cushion has a much longer history, some aspects of which have been noted in previous chapters. For example, Marx's anarchist critics, especially Bakunin, claimed that an attempt to organize society on the basis of his ideas must give rise to new privileged classes. The proletarians who were to replace the existing rulers would turn traitor to their own class and create a system of privileges that they would guard as jealously as their predecessors had done. This, Bakunin maintained, was inevitable because Marxism envisaged the continued existence of the state. Wachtom Makitsky, a Polish anarchist who wrote chiefly in Russian, drew far-reaching consequences from a modified version of this idea. He argued that Marx's idea of socialism specifically expressed the interests of intellectuals who hoped to attain a position of political privilege by means of the inherited social privilege of knowledge, which they already possessed. As long as the intelligentsia were able to give their children advantageous opportunities of acquiring knowledge, there could be no question of equality, which was the essence of socialism. The working class, which was at present at the mercy of intellectuals, could only achieve its ends by depriving them of their chief capital, namely education. This argument, which to some extent recalled the syndicalism of Searle, was based on the fairly obvious fact that in any society where there is both inequality of income and a strong correlation between education and social status, the children of the educated classes have a better chance than others of rising in the social hierarchy. This hereditary inequality could only be cured by destroying the continuity of culture and separating children from their parents in order to give them a completely uniform education, so that Makitsky's utopia would sacrifice both civilization and the family on the altar of equality. There were Russian anarchist groups who also detested education as a source of privilege. Makitsky had followers in Russia and Tor. Some years after the October Revolution, the fight against his views was a recurrent propaganda theme. They were linked, not without cause, with syndicalist deviation and the activities of the workers' opposition. The problem of the development of a new class under socialism was, however, also raised from another point of view. Some, like Plekhanov, argued that an attempt to build socialism before economic conditions were ripe for it must end in a new form of despotism. Others, like Edward Abramowski, spoke of the prior necessity of a moral transformation of society. They contended that the struggle for privilege of various kinds was bound to recur under a system of nationalized ownership, if communism took over a society that had not been morally reformed and was still pervaded by the needs and ambitions inculcated by the Yellow Order. As Abramowski wrote in 1897, communism in such conditions EAT only lead to a new class structure in which the old divisions were replaced by antagonism between society and a privileged bureaucracy, and which could only maintain itself by an extreme form of despotism and police rule. G18 Main currents of Marxism. Critics of the October Revolution pointed out from the beginning that a new system of privilege, inequality, and despotism was burgeoning in Russia. The term new class was used by Kolakowski as early as 1919. When Trotsky in exile developed his critique of the Stalinist regime, he insisted, as did all orthodox Trotskyists after him, that there was no question of a new class but only of a parasitical bureaucracy. He attached great importance to this distinction, even after coming to the conclusion that the regime could not be overthrown without a revolution. The economic basis of socialism, namely, public ownership of the means of production, was, he maintained, unaffected by the bureaucratic degeneration. Consequently, there was no need for a social revolution, which had already taken place, but only for a political one which would sweep away the existing apparatus of government. Trotsky, his orthodox followers, and other communist critics of Stalinism denied the existence of a new class on the ground that the privileges of the Soviet bureaucracy were not transmitted automatically from one generation to another, and that the bureaucrats did not personally own the means of production but only exercised collective control over them. This, however, turns the argument into a question of words. If class is defined in such a way that one can only speak of a ruling and exploiting class when each of its members has a legal title, transmissible by inheritance, to the ownership of certain productive resources of society, then of course the Soviet bureaucracy is not a class. But it is not clear why the term should be restricted in this way. It was not so restricted by Marx. The Soviet bureaucracy has at its collective disposal all the productive resources of the state, though this fact is not embodied in any legal document but is simply a basic consequence of the system. Control over the means of production is essentially no different from ownership if the collective possessor is irremovable under the existing system and cannot be legally challenged by any rival. Since the owner is collective, there is no individual inheritance, and no one can bequeath to his children a particular position in the political hierarchy. In practice, however, as has often been described, privilege is systematically inherited in the Soviet state. The children of the ruling group are clearly privileged from the point of view of opportunities in life and access to restricted goods and advantages of various kinds, and the group itself is very well aware of its superior position. The political monopoly and the exclusive control of means of production support each other and could not exist beyond no consumption or what his tone equals with the goods that are produced. From this Book 3 copyright The Breakdown 919. Point of view: the Soviet class division is much more rigid and less sensitive to social pressure than any capitalist system of ownership, since in Russia there is no way in which different sections of society can express and pursue their interests through administrative and legislative bodies. True, the position of individuals in the hierarchy depends on the will and caprice of their superiors, or, in the palmy days of Stalinism, on the pleasure of a single despot. In this respect their position is not wholly secure. The situation is more like an Oriental despotism, where people in the higher ranks were equally at the tyrant's mercy and might be dismissed or executed from one day to the next. But it is not clear why the state of affairs should preclude the observer from speaking of a class, still less why it should be considered typically socialist and approve of the immense superiority of socialism to bourgeois democracy, as Trotsky's adherents claim. Jalas in his book drew attention to the variety of privileges enjoyed by the socialist ruling class, emphasizing that the monopoly of power was the basis of these privileges and not a consequence of them. With the above qualifications, there is no reason why the socialist bureaucracy should not be termed an exploiting class. Indeed, the description appears to be used increasingly often, and Trotsky's distinctions are seen to be more and more artificial. ETNSW unknown, Poridal AAA Smillies Nate Center. Isatasal Saturn Shorsage. Equals, FR iPhone Spiop Tiffers for out history. The masses had been used, under various ideological banners, to overthrow the privileged classes of the day. The result, however, was only to replace them with new masters who at once set about oppressing the rest of society no less efficiently than their predecessors. The despotism of the new class in Russia was not an exception, but an illustration of this universal law. AA to spree ARUL. The former, of course, are an important section of society, and groups of them may be strong enough to affect decisions by higher authority, especially in their own fields. But the key decisions, including those on industrial investment, imports, and exports, are Polit. G20 main currents of Marxism. Eichel and are taken by the political oligarchy. It is very implausible to suggest that the October Revolution is a special case of the transference of power to managers as a result of progress in technology and work organization. The Soviet exploiting class is a new social formation which in some ways resembles the bureaucracy of Oriental despotisms, in others the class of feudal barons, and in others again the capitalist colonizers of backward countries. Its position is determined by the absolute concentration of political, economic, and military power, to an extent never before seen in Europe, and by the need for an ideology to legitimize that power. The privileges its members enjoy in the field of consumption are a natural consequence of its role in society. Marxism is the charismatic aura with which it invests itself in order to justify its rule. 13. European Marxism during the last phase of Stalinism. The history of Marxism in the countries which fell under Soviet control as a result of the war can be roughly divided into 4 phases. In the first phase, from 1945 to 1949, the people's democracy still exhibited elements of political and cultural pluralism, which were gradually subdued by Soviet pressure. The second phase, from 1949 to 1954, saw the complete or almost complete tongue of the socialist camp as regards politics and ideology, and the far-reaching Stalinization of all aspects of culture. In the third phase, beginning in 1955, the most striking feature as far as the history of Marxism is concerned was the emergence of various revisionist, anti-Stalinist trends, chiefly in Poland and Hungary, but later also in Czechoslovakia and to some extent in East Germany. This period effectively came to an end in about 1968, when, in most of the bloc countries at least, Marxism took on a petrified and sterile form, while remaining the official ideology of the ruling party. The Stalinization and de-Stalinization of Eastern Europe proceeded in a different fashion in each country, in accordance with varying circumstances. In the first place, some of them, Poland, Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, had been on the Allied side in the war, while others were officially tied to the Axis. Poland, Czechoslovakia, and Hungary, which belonged historically to Western Christianity, had different cultural traditions from Romania, Bulgaria, and Serbia. East Germany, Poland, and Czechoslovakia had a tradition of serious philosophical studies dating back to the Middle Ages, which was lacking in sixth bloc countries. Finally, in certain countries there had been an active underground and guerrilla movement during the war, while in others, likewise under German occupation, the resistance was feeble and did not take the form of an armed struggle. In the former category were Poland and Yugoslavia, with the important difference that in Yugoslavia the communists were the most active fighters, whereas in Poland they were a small fraction of the total resistance. Book 3 * The Breakdown G21 movement, the backbone of which consisted of forces owing allegiance to the London government. All these differences had an important bearing on post-war events in Eastern Europe and the evolution of Marxism in the respective countries. They affected the speed and depth of the ideological invasion and the manner in which Stalinism was later rejected. The only country whose liberation from the German invader was due in large measure to its own communist-controlled forces was Yugoslavia, and it was only there that the communists exercised undivided power from 1945 onwards. Elsewhere in Poland, East Germany, Czechoslovakia, Romania, and Hungary social democratic or PiS and parties were allowed to function during the initial post-war years. It is quite possible that many of the East European communist leaders believed at first that their countries would be independent states, building up socialist institutions in alliance with Russia but not under its direct control. Such illusions, however, were short-lived. For the first 2 years international relations were marked by traces of the wartime alliance. The communist PAR ties maintained a show of fidelity to the Yalta and Potsdam agreements, which provided for democratic institutions, multi-party governments, and free elections in Eastern Europe. The onset of the Cold War, however, put a stop to any hopes that the area might develop independently of the Soviet Union. In 1946-8 the non-communist parties were destroyed or forcibly united with the communists, the first to suffer this fate being the East German Social Democrats. From the beginning, even when there were still genuine elements of a coalition government, the communists entrenched themselves in key positions of power, especially the police and army. Ubiquitous Soviet advisors had the final say in key questions of government, and directly organized the most savage and blatant forms of repression. In 1949, after the program suppression of the non-communist parties, after elections marked by fraud and violence, and after the coup in Czechoslovakia, the East European communists, under Stalin's close control, enjoyed virtually exclusive power. Yet at the very time when Stalinism was thus establishing itself in the satellite countries, it met with its first serious defeat in the form of the Yugoslav Schism. One of the instruments used by Stalin to exact obedience from the ruling communist parties of Eastern Europe, and from communists elsewhere, was a weakened version of the Comintern known as the Communist Information Bureau or Cominform. Set up in September 1947, the Comintern had been dissolved in 1943. This body comprised representatives of all the ruling communist parties of Eastern Europe except the Albanian and East German-IE, the Soviet, Polish, Czechoslovak, Hungarian, Romanian, Bulgarian, and Yugoslav parties, as well as the French and Italians. Its orchestrator, under Stalin, was Stanov, and it was by his orders, for instance, that the Yugoslavs attacked the French and Italian communists for not seizing power in their countries at G22 main currents of Marxism. The favorable juncture of 1944-5. Their conduct had in fact been dictated by Stalin, but they nevertheless performed the appropriate self-criticism. The Cominform's function was to transmit to communists throughout the world the behest of Soviet policy disguised as unanimous resolutions of the principal parties. There were indeed signs that some East European parties really believed themselves entitled to act as sovereign governments. Czechoslovakia and Poland displayed a rash interest in the Marshall Plan, and Bulgaria and Yugoslavia put forward a plan for Balkan Federation. All such displays of independence were swiftly crushed and the offending parties called to order. At a time when a third world war was at least not unthinkable, communists outside the Soviet Union must again be taught that there was only one authority determining correct policy, and that the slightest deviation from its orders would have unpleasant consequences. At the first session of the Cominform, Stanov described the division of the world into two political blocs as a key factor in the international situation. The Cominform also launched an international journal, of course dominated by the Soviet Communist Party, as a vehicle for the latter's propaganda directives. This journal was indeed the Cominform's chief activity. It held only two more sessions, in June 1948 and November 1949, both for the purpose of condemning the Yugoslavs. Friction between the Soviet and Yugoslav parties began in the spring of 1948. Its immediate cause was the annoyance of Tito and his colleagues at the crude and arrogant interference of Soviet advisors in Yugoslav internal affairs, especially the army and police. Stalin, outraged by this lack of nationalism, attempted to bring Yugoslavia to heel, and no doubt thought it would be an easy task. In propaganda activity the Yugoslavs had until then shown extreme subservience to Russia, but they were masters in their own house, and it turned out that the Soviet Union was very poorly represented there. One of the main bones of contention was the recruitment of Yugoslavs to the Soviet police and espionage network. Apart from some individuals who were directly on the Soviet payroll, the Yugoslavs had no thought of yielding, and the only way to reconvert them to internationalism appeared to be by armed invasion, which Stalin, rightly or wrongly, considered too risky. Of course, the Yugoslav party was officially condemned at the second session of the Cominform, from which Yugoslavia's delegates were absent. The Belgrade leaders were declared to be anti-Soviet nationalists, on grounds that were not explained, and communist Yugoslavs were called on to overthrow the Titoist CHQUE if it did not immediately toe the line. The quarrel with Yugoslavia became the main theme of the Cominform journal, and at the third and last session of that body, George Tage, the Romanian party secretary, made a speech on the Yugoslav Communist Party in the grip of murderers and spies. Book 3 * The Breakdown 923. From this it appeared that all the Yugoslav leaders had from time immemorial been agents of various Western intelligence services, that they had established a fascist regime, and that their main policy was and always had been to stir up trouble for the Soviet Union and serve the interests of American warmongers. Taking their cue from this, the communist parties of the world unleashed a hysterical anti-Yugoslav campaign. A macabre result of the schism was that the People's Democracy staged a series of judicial murders, clearly patterned on the Moscow show trials, to purge the local communist parties of Titoist or SUS pect elements. Many leading communists fell victim to these trials, which took place in Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Bulgaria, and Albania. In Czechoslovakia, the main trial, that of Slansky and others, took place in November 1952, shortly before Stalin's death, and was distinguished by clear overtones of anti-Semitism. This theme also came to the fore in the Soviet Union during Stalin's last years, culminating in the arrest, in January 1953, of a group of doctors, nearly all Jews, who were accused of plotting to murder party leaders and of ERS. Those of them who survived the tortures personally ordered by Stalin were released immediately after his death. In Poland, Gomulka, the party secretary, and other prominent figures were imprisoned but were not tried or executed. Some lesser functionaries were shot or subsequently done to death in prison. In East Germany, arrests and trials followed the general pattern, though their victims were less well known. In the remainder of the bloc, Titoists, Zionists, other imperialist agents, and fascists who had wormed their way into the party secretaryship or the Politburo confessed to being hirelings of foreign intelligence and were for the most part executed after show trials. It should not be supposed that all the victims were really tightwads in the sense of wanting a communist regime less dependent on Russia. This was true of some, but of ERS were cast as traitors for arbitrary reasons. The general purpose was to terrorize the East European ruling parties and teach them what Marxism, Leninism, and internationalism really meant, namely, that the Soviet Union was absolute master of the nominally independent bloc countries, and that the latter must obediently execute its commands. Despite the ferocity with which all forms of pressure except armed invasion were brought to bear, the Yugoslavs maintained their independence and made the first substantial breach in Stalinist communism since the war. Immediately after the schism, the Yugoslav party ideology differed from the Soviet only in emphasizing that communist parties must be independent and condemning Soviet imperialism. The general principles of Marxism-Leninism remained in force in Yugoslavia and were no different from those observed in the Soviet Union. Before long, however, the basis of political doctrine underwent revision. Also, and the Yugoslavs set out to create their own model of a socialist society, differing in important ways from the Russian one. 924 main currents of Marxism. The Comintern by this time was little more than an instrument of anti-Yugoslav propaganda, and its raison d'etre disappeared when, in the spring of 1955, Khrushchev decided to make peace with Belgrade. It was not actually dissolved, however, until April 1956. Since then, as far as is known, the Soviet Party has not tried to create any institutionalized forms of international communism but has contented itself with exercising, as far as possible, direct control over individual parties and from time to time calling conferences to adopt resolutions on world topics. These, however, have had less success than for merely, despite all their efforts, the Soviet leaders have not managed to secure international condemnation of the Chinese Communist Party in the same way as they did in the case of Yugoslavia. The last years of Stalin's rule were marked by the Sovietization of doctrine throughout the communist world. The effects of this varied from one blow country to another, but the pressures and trends were generally the same. Polish Marxism, as we have seen in earlier chapters, had its own tradition, quite independent of the Russian one. There was no single orthodox form of this tradition and no precise party ideology. Marxism was only one feature, and not a very important one, in the Polish intellectual scene. However, there were historians, sociologists, and economists who, while not professing any cut and dried doctrine, made some use of Marxist categories in their work. Among these were Ludwik Krzyzewski and Stefan Czarnowski, 1879–1937, an eminent sociologist and historian of religion, who in his last years gravitated towards Marxism to some extent. In an essay on proletarian culture, he analyzed the origins of a new mentality and a new type of art specifically related to the situation of the working class. In the first years after 1945, these traditions were revived. The new Marxist thought, like the old, was not confined to any precise channels, but appeared rather as a background to rationalism and to the habit of analyzing cultural phenomena in terms of social conflict. This loose, uncodified Marxism was voiced by journals including the monthly MYSL Uspachezna, Contemporary Thought, and the weekly Kuznica, The Forge. In 1945–50, the universities were recreated on pre-war lines and mostly with the same teaching staff. There were as yet no ideological purges in the educational field. Many scientific books and journals published at this time had nothing to do with Marxism. The regime did not yet call itself a dictatorship of the proletariat, and the party ideology did not stress communist themes but patriotic, nationalist, or anti-German ones. Soviet-type Marxism was very much in the background. At this period, its chief spokesman was Adam Schaff, who wrote books and manuals expounding the Leninist-Stalinist version of dialectical and historical materialism, though these were in a less primitive style than their Soviet counterparts. Even in the worst years, it may be said in general that Marxism in Poland did not descend to the Soviet level, despite the encroachment of Rus. Book 3 equals the breakdown 925. Shion models it retained some degree of originality and a timid respect for the canons of rational thought. In 1945–9, political and police repression became more intense. For about 2 years after the war, there was armed conflict with survivors of the underground army who had fought the German invader and refused to surrender to the new regime imposed by Russia. Persecution and frequent bloodshed marked the struggle against armed underground units and wartime political organizations, as well as against the Peasant Party and other legal non-communist groups. NEB. Nevertheless, cultural pressure at this time was confined to purely political cases. Marxism was not yet enjoined as a compulsory standard in philosophy or the social sciences, and socialist realism in art or literature was unknown. In 1948–9, the party purged itself of right-wing nationalists. The leadership was changed. Political life was adjusted to Soviet norms. Rural collectivization was decided on, though never carried out to any extent, and the regime was officially declared to be a form of proletarian dictatorship. In 1949–50, the political house cleaning was followed by the Sovietization of culture. Many academic and literary journals were closed down, and others were given new editors. In the early 50s, some bourgeois professors were dismissed. The number, however, was not large, and although prevented from teaching or publishing, they still drew their salaries and wrote books which they were able to publish a few years later, when times were less severe. Some members of philosophical faculties were left in their jobs but ordered to confine themselves to teaching logic. Others again were given posts under the Academy of Sciences, where they did not come into contact with students. The curriculum of social science departments was revised, and chairs of sociology were replaced by chairs of historical materialism. A special party institute was set up to train cadres to take the place of bourgeois professors in the ideologically sensitive departments of philosophy, economics, and history. In philosophy, the organ of the Marxist offensive was the journal MYSL Filozofia, Philosophical Thought. For a time, Marxist philosophers concentrated on combating the non-Marxist tradition, especially the LW6W Warsaw School of Analytical Philosophy. Kotarbinsky, Idukevich, Stanislaw Ossowski, Maria Ossowska, and others. Many books and articles criticized various aspects of the tenets of this school. Another target was Thomism, which had a lively tradition centered on the Catholic University of Lublin. This university, a fact unparalleled in the history of socialist states, was never suppressed and functions to this day, despite various measures of pressure and interference. Many Marxists of the older and younger generation, Adam Schaff, Bronislaw Backo, Tadeusz Kowarski, Helena Eilstein, Odytus Stokrajewski, took part in these battles, so did the present author, who does not regard the fact as a source of pride. Another subject of study was the Marxist contribution to Polish culture in past decades. 9206 Main currents of Marxism. T. Crown R. Story 62. Eri Terrace Off-Grid List Oracle TM. Some new directions in humanistic studies, though ideologically motivated, led to valuable results. For example, in regard to the history of Polish philosophy and social thought, useful work was done in publishing translations of philosophical classics and republishing standard works of Polish social, philosophical, and religious thought. In the Stalinist years, the state was quite generous in subsidizing culture, so that a good deal of rubbish was produced, but also much work of permanent value. The general standard of education and access to universities soon rose considerably as compared with before the war. What was destructive was not universal instruction in Marxism, but its use as an instrument of coercion and political mendacity. Marxism, even in a primitive and stereotyped form, still served in some measure to implant fruitful and rational ideas that were part of its tradition, but the seeds could only thrive in proportion as the oppressive uses of the doctrine were relaxed. On the whole, Stalinism in the strict sense did less harm to Polish culture than to that of the other bloc countries, and the harm it did was less irrevocably. There were several reasons for this. In the first place, there was a spontaneous, though largely passive, cultural resistance and a deep-rooted distrust or hostility towards everything that came from Russia. There was also a certain half-heartedness or inconsistency about the imposition of Stalinist culture. Marxism never enjoyed an absolute monopoly of humanistic studies, and attempts to exert pressure on the biological sciences in Soviet style were weak and ineffective. The campaign for socialist realism produced some worthless apologetics but did not destroy literature and the arts. The purges in institutions of higher learning were on a comparatively small scale. The proportion of prohibited books in libraries was lower than elsewhere. Moreover, cultural Stalinism in Poland was comparatively short-lived. It began in earnest in 1949-50, and was already declining in 1954-5. It is possible, though hard to prove, that another moderating factor was at work, namely the ill will that many veteran communists felt towards Stalin, who had destroyed the pre-war Polish Communist Party and murdered its leaders. In the other countries under Soviet suzerainty, cultural Stalinization was for Book 3 *, the breakdown 927. Various reasons more thorough and more destructive. East Germany was under direct Soviet occupation, and the combination of Stalinism with the Prussian tradition produced a rigidly obscurantist atmosphere, relieved by the activity of Ernst Bloch, whom we shall discuss separately. Moreover, until 1961 it was not difficult to flee to West Germany, and among the 4 million who did so were many intellectuals, the loss of whom increased the desolation of their native territory. Czechoslovakia too suffered a relentless ideological purge, the consequences of which can still be felt today. For several years the cultural dictator was Zdeněk Nadley, originally a musical historian, who censored the arts with a heavy hand, amending Czech literary classics and banning performances of works by the cosmopolitan Dvořák. His counterpart in Bulgaria was Todor Pavlov, a typical Marxist dilettante and pretender to omniscience, who wrote on biology, literature, philosophy, and other subjects. His best known work, published before the war and translated into Russian, was a treatise on Leninist epistemology entitled The Theory of Reflection. The term reflection was used here in a global sense to denote every kind of influence that one thing can exert on another, from mechanical causation onwards. Human acts of perception and abstract thought were merely a special case of this reflection at the highest level of the organization of matter. It happened that Mikhalkev, a veteran professor of philosophy at Sofia, had been a pupil of Ramk, d. 1930, a German empiriocriticist of the second rank. Hence for many years the chief task of Bulgarian Marxist philosophers was to combat Ramkianism. In Hungary Marxism was in a stronger position from the beginning, thanks to some eminent philosophers of the older generation, J. Rouvet, B. Fogarty, and G. Lukács. Rouvet was for some time the party representative in charge of Stalinizing Hungarian culture. Lukács was in a doubtful position throughout this period, though his books and articles during the last years of Stalinism were of irreproachable orthodoxy except for his book on Hegel, written before the war and published in German in 1948. This was completely un-Soviet in style and by no means conformed to the Stalin-Stando formula. In Western Europe the position of Marxists was somewhat different. All the communist parties, it is true, obediently supported Stalin's line at any given time, glorifying Soviet policy and preaching the cult of the leader, but neither in France, Britain, nor Italy did the Soviet pattern completely dominate Marx. His theoretical writing on philosophy and the historical sciences. The deviation, however, was less in respect of content than of style and the method of argument. In France the communist movement developed with great impetus in the first few years after 1945. From the outset of the Cold War the party maintained a tough attitude in major political and parliamentary affairs, sabotaging every G28 main currents of Marxism. Government moved irrespective of merits, in regional and municipal affairs. However, their policy was skillful and flexible. At the same time they developed elaborate and exclusive forms of cultural life on rather similar lines to those of the German Social Democrats before the First World War. The party ran many periodicals, including the theoretical journal Pensée, and numbered in its ranks many eminent men and women of national reputation, writers such as Aragon and Elyard, painters such as Picasso and Leger, scientists such as the Joliot-Curies. All this lent the communist movement considerable prestige. A fair amount of philosophical literature was produced, some of it purely Stalinist, especially the party monthly Nouvelle Critique. This journal, for instance, launched a campaign against psychoanalysis, which was then a subject of increasing interest in France. Most of the contributors, as was to be expected, condemned it as a bourgeois doctrine, idealistic and mechanistic to boot, reducing social phenomena to individual psychology, and the human mind to biological impulses. Roger Garaudy, who was to be noted in the 60s as a champion of liberal communism, wrote books at this time that were purely Stalinist in content, although certainly more learned and better written than the Soviet output. One of these was Grammaire de la Liberté, 1950, arguing that the way to have freedom was to nationalize industry and abolish unemployment. In Les Sources Francaises du Socialisme Scientifique, 1948, Garaudy sought to prove that communism was deeply and specifically rooted in French culture. He also wrote a book on Christianity, citing evidence of the obscurantism of the Catholic Church and its opposition to the advance of science. A prolific writer of a somewhat different character, Detmam de Cobers was known before the war as an anthologist of Marx and Hegel and author of books against nationalism and fascism. In 1947 he published Logique formelle et Logique dialectique and the interesting critique de la vie quotidienne. Later came a critique of existentialism, something no French Marxist philosopher in the 50s and 60s could avoid writing, then works on Descartes, Diderot, Rabelais, Pascal, Musset, Marx, and Lenin, also dissertations on painting and music. These works are all sketches rather than profound studies, but they contain original and useful observations. Lefebvre is a man of wide culture, esp. Chaly in French terms, his writings are lively and ingenious, but he touches on too many themes to dwell for long on any of them. He had considerable influence on French Marxism because, among other things, he reverted frequently to Marx's early works, which Soviet Marxism practically ignored. He was particularly interested in the theme of total man. TT was largely thanks to Bataille. Book 3 ** The Breakdown. Somewhat apart from the mainstream of party philosophy at this time is the work of Auguste Cornu, an outstanding historian of Marxism. S. 2. E degree. Snelly sets them equals Sirius equals TTH Pausine TE Clemenson equals Hegels equals Scomata that. G2 and RC Thought Bioth Kojib and Hippolyte did much to divert French philosophy from its traditional channels and interests. Sent I. Particular. Or aduliacy. Or that. Purpose it was necessary that human beings should cease to function as commodities, and this was Marx's principal message. Sartre's existentialist philosophy, which had enormous success in France for several years after the war, was in its then form quite irreconcilable with Marxism. 930 Main currents of Marxism. Clearly there was no common ground between Marxism in any form and a doctrine which precluded any notion of human community or shared time and reduced the whole of life to an irrational pursuit of one's own vacuity. Accordingly, French communist intellectuals raised a hue and cry against existentialism. On the other hand, Sartre from an early stage sought to identify with the working class and the oppressed in general, so that his relations with the Communist Party were marked by hesitation and ambiguity. He oscillated, in fact, between identification with the communists and violent hostility towards them, in a complicated evolution that we cannot go into here. At every stage, however, he endeavored to preserve his own reputation as a leftist and even to represent himself and his philosophy as the embodiment of leftism par excellence. Consequently, even when attacking the communists and reviled by them, he made a point of directing far more vehement attacks against the forces of reaction, the bourgeoisie, or the United States government. Believing as he did that the Communist Party represented the aspirations of the proletariat, with which he identified himself, he not only allied himself for a time with political communism but hailed the Soviet Union, in the last phase of Stalinism, as humanity's best hope of liberation. His whole political activity was aided by fear of being in the typical situation of an intellectual condemning events that he has no power to influence. In short, his ideology was that of a politician monk, cherishing unfulfilled ambitions to be on the inside. Merleau-Ponty, who collaborated with Sartre for a time, was from the outset more skeptical of Marxism and communism, although his theory of freedom, namely, that it is always co-determined by actual situations and exists only through the obstacles it overcomes, was closer to Marxism than Sartre's idea of freedom as a vacuum. In Humanism et Terror, 1947, he discussed communist terror and its possible historical justifications and argued that we can never know the full meaning of our actions because we do not know all their consequences, which are part of that meaning and for which we are responsible willy-nilly, hence the historical process and our part in it are inevitably ambiguous and uncertain. It followed that violence might be historically justified if its ultimate effect was to do away with violence, but he did not lay down. Book 3 = The Breakdown 931. Any rules for recognizing violence of this beneficent kind. As time went on, Merleau-Ponty became increasingly critical of communism. The style and content of Marxist writing in the West European countries naturally reflected their different cultural traditions. French Marxism was given to dramatic rhetoric, unctuous humanitarian phrases, and stirring revolutionary eloquence. It was impressionistic, logically untidy, but effective from the literary point of view. British Marxism preserved something of the empirical tradition. It was more down to earth and concerned with logical argument, better grounded in history and less fond of philosophical historicism. Communism in Britain was very weak and never gained mass support among the working class, but it was not, as in some other countries, a purely intellectual movement, and always maintained links, tenuous though they might be, with the trade unions. Many intellectuals passed through the Communist Party in the 1930s, and others did so after the war. Among Marxist philosophers of communist persuasion were Maurice Cornforth and John Lewis. The former wrote a critique of logical empiricism and analytical philosophy entitled Science vs. Idealism, 1946, in which he defended the Engels-Lenin theory of knowledge and attacked logical atomism, the principle of the economy of thought, and the reduction of philosophy to linguistic analysis. Lewis wrote, among other works, a critique of pragmatism. Benjamin Farrington made valuable contributions to history in the early post-war years, including a book on ancient Greek science in which he related philosophical doctrines to the contemporary state of technology. While French Marxists laid stress on humanitarian phraseology and British ones on empirical and rationalist arguments, Italian Marxism, faithful to its own tradition, emphasized the note of historicism. Even in the last years of Stalinism, Marxist philosophy in Italy was a long way from Leninist and Stalinist norms. In international affairs, however, the Italian Communist Party, which, after the collapse of fascism, recovered very quickly from 20 years of stagnation and inactivity, was no less submissive to the Soviet line than were comrades in other countries. Later, after 1956, Palmiro Togliatti, 1893–1964, was to gain the reputation of being the most open-minded of the communist leaders and the most independent of Moscow, but there are no grounds for projecting this back into the Stalin era. At that time Togliatti faithfully conformed to every zigzag of Soviet policy. However, he had no difficulty in switching from rigid isolationism, described in party jargon as dogmatic leftist, or sectarian, to the more flexible and effective popular front policy. In cultural matters the Italians were generally less aggressive and abusive than communists elsewhere, emphasizing the links between Marxism and native traditions and playing up positive rather than reactionary elements in the latter. The publication 932 Main Currents of Marxism. In 1947 9 of Gramsci's Notes from Prison was a milestone in the history of Italian communism, a source of inspiration enabling party intellectuals to accept a much more elastic version of Marxism than that permitted by the canons of Leninism. Prominent writers in the early 50s were Galvano della Volpe, 1896 to 1968, and Antonio Banfi, 1886 to 1957, who became Marxists and communists fairly late in life and interpreted their new faith in the Italian spirit of universalist humanism. Della Volpe wrote a valuable book on Eckhart and a work on epistemology, Logica cum scienza positiva, 1950. Logic here means the theory of knowledge in general, in which he interpreted Marxism in anti-Hegelian and empiricist terms. Banfi emphasized the historical relativism of Marxism, as Labriola and Gramsci had done in Italy, or Sarl in France. On this interpretation, Marxism was not so much a scientific account of the world, still less a system of metaphysics, but rather a historical expression of the current phase of man's self-creation, and articulation of the practical struggle for control over the conditions of human life. To sum up, it may be said that the last years of Stalinism in Western Europe were not wholly fruitless as far as theoretical and historical works were concerned, but that the few books of any value, and even these would for the most part not be worth reading today for their own sake, were drowned in a flood of organized political mendacity, the blame for which rested on all communist intellectuals of the world without exception. The French or Italian workers who joined the movement during those years generally took little interest in the Soviet system or the prospect of world revolution. They supported the party because it spoke out vigorously for their immediate claims and interests. The intellectuals, however, while they embraced Marxism and communism as a universal doctrine, were well aware that the movement was wholly governed by Moscow and subordinated to Soviet political aims. They supported it nevertheless, and uncritically rejected all information readily obtainable from books in the West, and from direct observation in the East European countries, that threw light on the true nature of the Soviet social system. They valued this system whenever occasion offered, supporting it by word and deed and by their membership of the communist parties. All of them took part in the farcical peace movement, which under its Orwellian title was a basic instrument of Soviet imperialism in the Cold War years. All of them, without turning a hair, swallowed such fantastic inventions as the charge that the Americans were carrying on germ warfare in Korea. Any who entertained doubts of the perfection of the Soviet system told themselves that after all communism was the only, or the most effective, bulwark against fascism, and must therefore be accepted 100%, without reservation. The psychological motives of this voluntary self-deception were various. Among them were a desperate need to believe that someone in the world embodied the age-old dreams of universal. Book 3 *, The Breakdown OS. Human brotherhood, the illusions of intellectuals concerning historical progress, contempt for the democratic establishment, which in many West European countries had become thoroughly discredited between the wars, the longing for a master key to unlock all the secrets of the universe, including those of history and politics, the ambition to be on the crest of the wave of his story, in other words on the winning side, the cult of force, to which intellectuals are especially prone, desiring, as they believed, to be on the same side of the barricade as the deprived and persecuted of this world, the communist intellectuals became the prophets of the most oppressive political system then existing, and willing agents of the huge and efficient apparatus of lies with which it sought to extend its power. Why? Trotsky won the years of exile. January 1929, after the left opposition in the Soviet Union had been almost entirely wiped out by repressive measures, its leader, Leon Lev David Trotsky, who had been in exile in Kazakhstan for a year, was deported to Turkey, where he took up his abode on Prinkipo Island in the Sea of Mara. For a long time other countries were unwilling to admit to their territory a man reputed to be the most dangerous revolutionary in the world. During the 4 years he lived in Turkey, Trotsky left it only once, to deliver a lecture in Copenhagen. While in Turkey he wrote his vast history of the Russian Revolution, an analysis of the causes and development of the revolutionary process in which he sought to prove that history had confirmed the rightness of his predictions, and especially the idea of permanent revolution, i.e. that the democratic revolution was bound to develop continuously into a dictatorship of the proletariat, and could only have been successful in that form. At this time he also wrote an autobiography and a huge number of articles, appeals, and letters for the purpose of supporting and developing the left opposition against Stalin, both in Russia and in the world at large. Within a few months of his deportation, he founded a journal in Russian, the Opposition Bulletin, which continued to appear till the end of his life. It was published by his son, Leon Tito, first in Germany and, after the Nazis came to power, in Paris. As with Trotsky's books in Russian, its main purpose was to promote the organization of an opposition movement in the Soviet Union. Before long, however, police measures made it almost impossible to smuggle the journal into the country, and Trotsky's contacts with remnants of the left in Russia were to all intents and purposes broken off. At the same time Trotsky devoted a large part of his untiring energy to enlisting adherents in other countries. Small groups of dissident communists existed here and there, and through them he hoped eventually to regenerate the in turn and revive the spirit of true Bolshevism and Leninism in the communist movement. These groups, under the collective title of the International Left Opposition, were active from 1930 onwards and regarded themselves as a 934. Book 3 *, The Breakdown or fraction of the Comintern, an ideological fiction, since the Trotskyists had been expelled from the Comintern once and for all, and those who remained in Russia were mostly in camps and prisons. A meeting of Trotskyists from several countries was held in Copenhagen during their leader's stay there in November 1932, and a few months later a similar meeting took place in Paris. For some years Trotsky had firmly opposed the foundation of the Fourth International, as he held that Stalinism, having no social base, must collapse at any moment and that its only possible and natural heirs would be the Bolshevik Leninists, who would restore the Comintern to its true purpose. In 1933, however, after Hitler's accession to power, he decided that a new international revolutionary organ was necessary, and set about organizing his followers under a new banner. The Fourth International was officially set up at a congress in Paris in September 1938. At the end of 1932 Trotsky formulated the strategy and ideology of the international left opposition in 11 points. Recognition of the independence of the proletarian party, and hence condemnation of the Comintern's policy of the 1920s in China, communists joining the Kuomintang, and Britain, the Anglo-Russian Trade Union Committee. 2. The international and therefore permanent character of the revolution. 3. The Soviet Union was still a workers' state despite its bureaucratic degeneration. 4. Condemnation of Stalin's policy, both in its opportunist phase in 1923-8 and in its adventurous phase in 1928-32. 5. Communists must work in mass organizations, especially trade unions. 6. Rejection of the formula of the democratic dictatorship of proletariat and peasants and of the possibility of its developing peacefully into a dictatorship of the proletariat. 7. The necessity for interim slogans during the Struggle for the dictatorship of the proletariat, in cases where it was necessary. To fight against feudal institutions, national oppression, or fascism. 8. A united front with mass organizations, including social democrats, but not in an opportunist form. G. Rejection of Stalin's theory of social fascism. 10. A distinction within the communist movement between Marxists, the center, and the right. Alliance with the right against the center, the Stalinists, was ruled out. And the center should be supported against class enemies. 11. There should be democracy within the party. Trotsky held to these principles until the end, but their full meaning only became clear in his more detailed analyses of the nature of the Soviet state, the concept of party democracy, and the idea of political alliances. During his first years of exile, Trotsky deluded himself that the opposition in Russia was a tremendous political force, that the Stalinist bureaucracy was increasingly losing its grip, and that the Soviet Communist Party was polarizing rapidly into true Bolsheviks on the one hand and Thermidorians, i.e., advocates of a capitalist restoration, on the other. When it came to a clash, 930 main currents of Marxism between these two forces of bureaucracy would once more have to seek help from the left if the Soviet system was to survive. Accordingly, Trotsky addressed letters and declarations to the Soviet leaders assuring them that the opposition was prepared to join in the struggle against restoration and foreign intervention. He promised that he would not take revenge on his opponents, proposed an honorable agreement, and offered the Stalinists his aid against class enemies in the hour of mortal danger. Clearly, he imagined that when a crisis eventually came, Stalin would beg him for help, and he would then name his conditions. This, however, was fantasy. Stalin and his followers had no intention of coming to terms with the Trotskyists, and would not ask them for aid under any circumstances. The left opposition in Russia did not gain in strength, as Trotsky thought it must by virtue of the laws of history, but was ruthlessly exterminated. When Stalin proclaimed the new course of forced industrialization and collectivization, the majority of oppositionists fell into line, recognizing that Stalin had taken over their policy. This applied, for example, to Radek and Preobrazhensky. Rakovsky, the most prominent leftist, after Trotsky, resisted longer than the rest, but after a few years of persecution, he too capitulated. None of these ever again occupied a political post of any importance, and none escaped destruction in the Great Purge. Trotsky continued to believe that the opposition stood for the authentic forces of the proletariat as against the ruling bureaucracy, which lacked any social base. The opposition must therefore prevail in the end, and temporary defeats and persecutions could not destroy it. Repressions, he wrote, might be effective against a class condemned by history, but never against a historically progressive class. In actual fact, the left opposition vanished completely within a few years of Trotsky's exile, as a result of repression, slaughter, demoralization, and capitulation. It is true, however, that Stalin could hardly have done more to keep alive Trotsky's hopes and his belief in the potential strength of the opposition. The series of campaigns against Trotskyism, the show trials, and judicial murders might indeed have convinced an outside observer that Trotskyism was still a powerful enemy of the Soviet state. Stalin in fact had an obsessive hatred of Trotsky and used his name as a symbol of universal evil, a stigma with which he branded adversaries of all descriptions or anyone whom he wished to destroy for any reason. In this way he coined portmanteau X-rays, signs such as the Trotskyist rightist bloc, Trotskyist fascist, Trotskyist imperialist, Trotskyist Zionist to suit the purposes of his successive campaigns. The prefix Trotskyist served much the same purpose as Jewish in the mouth of anti-Semites who talk of the Jewish communist conspiracy, Jewish plutocratic reactionaries, Jewish liberal corruption, etc. From the beginning of the 30s, Trotskyism had no specific meaning in Stalin's propaganda, but was simply an abstract emblem of Satanism. As long as Stalin was Book 3 equals the breakdown OS 7. Opposed to Hitler, Trotsky was pilloried as Hitler's agent. When Stalin and Hitler made friends, Trotsky became an agent of Anglo-French imperialism. In the Moscow show trials, his name recurred ad nauseum as the victims, one by one, related how the archfiend in exile had impelled them to conspiracy, sabotage, and murder. This paranoid mythology of Stalin's purges was a constant reassurance to Trotsky himself, since he was so incessantly denounced. It must be that Stalin was genuinely afraid of the Bolshevik-Leninists who stood ready to dislodge him from the throne he had usurped. More than once Trotsky expressed the view that the Moscow trials had been organized in the hope that he, Trotsky, would be handed back to the Soviet police. Stalin, according to some, regretted that he had expelled his enemy instead of murdering him. Without further ado, Trotsky believed, too, that the last Comintern Congress in 1937 was called for the sole purpose of meeting the left opposition threat. In short, the exiled leader played the part for which Stalin had cast him, but the duel took place largely in his own imagination. The international left opposition, like the Fourth International after it, was a cipher in political terms. Trotsky himself, of course, was a celebrated figure, but the movement which, according to the great laws of history, was bound to shake the foundations of the world at any moment proved to be an unimportant sect with virtually no impact on Stalinist parties anywhere. A few communists who were disillusioned by Stalinism or had been associated with Trotsky in the Comintern came out on his side, including Chen Tu, the former head of the Chinese party. Intellectuals in various countries supported Trotsky as the embodiment of the true revolutionary spirit, which the Soviet leaders no longer represented. But sooner or later his adherents fell away, especially the intellectuals. Trotsky himself was largely responsible for this fact, as he demanded absolute obedience and tolerated no deviation from his own opinion on any subject. Apart from personal issues, his dictatorial manner, and astonishing belief in his own omniscience, the chief disagreement was over relations with the Soviet Union. Trotsky's insistence that the USSR was still a dictatorship of the proletariat, and that the bureaucracy was not a class but only an excrescence on the healthy body of socialism, was a prime cause of argument and schism, as his views seemed increasingly out of touch with obvious reality. He remained obdurate, however, on this matter throughout his life, with the result that all the important intellectuals abandoned his cause. Suvarin in France, Victor Serge, Eastman, and, later, Hook, Schacht, Mann, and Burnham in the USA. He also lost the support of Diego Rivera, the well-known painter, who was his host in Mexico. The doctrinaire rigidity of Trotskyist groups caused them to break up incessantly and was one reason, though doubtless not the chief one, why the movement never became a political force. Trotsky himself, whenever the complete fruitlessness of his efforts, 938 main currents of Marxism, was pointed out, had the same answer ready. Lenin in 1914 was almost completely isolated, and 3 years later he led the revolution to victory. What Lenin had done he, Trotsky, could do, as he too represented the profound tendencies of historical development. This belief inspired all his activity and political analyses, and was the source of his indomitable hope and energy. As to the empirical evidence on which Trotsky based his hopes of an early victory of the left in Russia, from today's viewpoint it appears amazingly slight. One or two minor Soviet diplomats quitted their posts and remained in the West. Trotsky cited this repeatedly as a proof that the Stalinist party was breaking up and that Thermidorian elements and traitors to the revolution were coming to the fore, which must mean that the true Bolsheviks on the other side of the barricade were also gaining in strength. At the outbreak of war in 1939, he read in a newspaper that someone in Berlin had painted on a wall the slogan down with Hitler and Stalin, long live Trotsky. This filled him with encouragement, and he wrote that if there ever had to be a blackout in Moscow under Stalin, the whole city would be plastered with such notices. Later he read that a French diplomat had told Hitler that if France and many went to war, Trotsky would be the only victor. This too he quoted triumphantly in several articles as proof that even the bourgeoisie understood how right he was. He was unshakably convinced that the war must end in a world revolution in which the true Bolsheviks, i.e. the Trotskyists, would be victorious. His article on the foundation of the Fourth International ended with the prophecy that during the next 10 years the program of the Fourth International will be the guide of millions, and these revolutionary millions will know how to storm earth and heaven. Writings of Leon Trotsky, 1938-1939, ed. N. Allen and G. Brightman, 1974, p. 87. In the summer of 1933, after long efforts, Trotsky finally secured permission to live in France, subject to various police restrictions. He stayed at different addresses for 2 years, his personal situation growing more and more dangerous. All the Stalinist parties were loudly hostile, and terrorist operations of the Soviet police were on the increase. In June 1935 he was granted asylum in Norway, where he wrote perhaps the best known of his books, The Revolution Betrayed, a general analysis of the Soviet system, its degeneration and prospects, and an appeal for the overthrow of Stalin's bureaucracy by revolution. At the end of 1936 the Norwegian government got rid of their awkward guest by sending him to Mexico, where he spent the rest of his life. Much of his energy during this period was devoted to unmasking the forgeries of the Mosa trials, in which he was denounced as the mastermind behind all the conspiracies, sabotage, and acts of terrorism perpetrated by the accused. Through the efforts of Trotsky's friends, an international commission of inquiry was set up under the chairmanship of John Dewey, the American philosopher and educationist. This